Blood red font. The death area is where elimination games will take place. This is where you will gamble your very lives. The budget for this is insane. I'm scared, and I'm not even there. I salute these contestants. They seem excited. Except for Zeno. I can't even begin to predict what that man is thinking. Silence hung in the air. Not even Minsu, who had been cracking jokes mere moments ago, dared to speak. Lucy's voice reverberated once more. Now, to survive, you must understand value. The screen transitioned again, showcasing a graphic that displayed 10 digital profiles, each marked with a 0 beneath their names. Each of you possesses a value. The objective of this game is to achieve the highest value of all. Here's how it works. Every game creates opportunities to raise or lose your value. The 10 profiles glitched and shifted into color-coded meters, blue, green, red, like power levels in a video game. After each game, the winner will be given an opportunity to eat. Eat, Minsu muttered, his eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. Are we going to be deprived of food? I highly doubt that, Minjae interjected with a knowing smile. What I think Lucy means is we get to eat the values of others. To eat the value of another contestant, Lucy echoed, picking up on Minji's thought immediately. The others turned toward him, impressed. Minjae squared his shoulders, wearing a proud smirk, carrying his knowledge like a badge of honor. Minjae really looks like he knows his stuff. Yeah, he's the kind of guy you want in your group during a project. Because he'll do all the heavy lifting? Yup, just be prepared for some degrading comments in return. But hey, grades are everything. Lucy continued, her tone serious as the contestants listened intently. You'll eat with your rank. If you have a higher value than the person you choose, you gain all of theirs. If your value is lower than theirs, well, let's just say you're eliminated instead. They eat you. Annie flinched visibly, and Mandy narrowed her eyes, processing the implications. So winning doesn't guarantee survival, Lucy clarified. Only perception does. The higher people believe you're worth, the higher your value. The more power you hold. Today, all of you start at 0. The screen returned to the 10 profiles. Still zeros. Blank slates, waiting for the chaos to unfold. Are they going to play right away? Please, please, let Zeno survive. Haha. Zeno's fans are praying for him to survive when he literally has nothing to offer. Zeno might be a decent actor, but he does not belong here. Meanwhile, his friends, who were also tuning into the show, cursed at those underestimating him. That must have been true back then, Eli began. But Zeno is damn smart now. You're right, Doha agreed. Now, you even seem a little dim-witted in his presence. Eli opened his mouth to scold him, but ultimately decided against it. Well, that much was true. Zeno needs to show everyone just how capable he really is. I hope the game is something like that, Minji muttered in a hopeful voice. However, she had spoken too soon, as Lucy pressed on with her announcement. Your values for the first day will be based on other people's perception, or rather, first impressions. Each contestant will have the chance to rank the others. Your rankings will be averaged. Rank 1 will receive the highest value, while rank 10 gets the lowest. The room fell completely silent, and the bottom 2 values will be sent to the death area immediately. Zeno's in trouble. Utterly, completely, and undoubtedly in trouble. Only one will return. One will go home. Lucy's silhouette flickered once more, then vanished into static, leaving a chilling anticipation behind. Let MY game begin. Chapter 231, Ranking Revealed. The contestants placed their ranking sheets into the box one by one. I can't go home just yet, Jenny said. I packed way too many outfits. That's true, Doyen chimed. Whatever. It's not like I'm going to go home, he smirked, glancing at Zeno. I can guess how this is going to turn out. Zeno's probably going to play a game on his very first day. Well, he's most likely to go home first. All of the votes are in, Lucy said. It's a good thing we don't have to reveal our votes, am I right? Minsu said, nudging Annie's shoulder. Now, we will randomly choose 2 people to share their rankings with the group. That made the contestants freeze. Minsu spoke too soon. Did Lucy just come up with that? Or was it deliberate? I can already guess that these guys aren't going to have an easy time. My servant will flash a ranking on the screen, and that person must come out with an explanation, Lucy continued. Mandy pursed her lips. Is this fair? Doyen smirked. Well, the betrayals are going to be even more blatant later. Let's not act like this is something huge. In the theater, Risa was already praying to the heavens. Please, let Zeno live, she muttered. Shin chuckled, glancing at her. He doesn't have an illness. Yeah, but he has a target behind his back, she whispered back, watching the screen with wide, sparkling eyes. The first ranking report was shown on the screen. 1. Oscar Beck Sr. 2. Billy. 3. Minjae. 4. Mandy. 5. Jenny. 6. Ari. 7. Minsu. 8. Annie. 9. Doyen. 10. Zeno. This is how I would rank them too. As expected, Zeno's in last place. Whose is it? Minjae raised his hand confidently. It's mine, he said, standing and walking to the front. The others watched as he shamelessly explained the reason for his ranking. This is based on the algorithm I have created. This isn't just my ranking, but my prediction of who can win the entire show. Zeno raised one eyebrow. Lucy did mention an algorithm during his introduction. Oscar Beck Sr. is most likely to win based on his intelligence. He's also the richest among us, so he must have a secret. Billy has done this before. While I am the most number-based person, he smirked. Systematic thinking triumphs over luck any day. As for the others, I just rank you based on your intelligence and worth. Some schools are higher ranking than others, so I took that into consideration. He glanced at Zeno for his last statement, an excited glint in his eyes. This kid feels dangerous. He's the youngest, but why does he feel so competent? Cunning, you mean? I was in the military for a long time, you know? Minsu exclaimed jokingly as Minjae sat down. Or does my humor offset my intelligence? I'll show you, little kid. The others chuckled at this. Minsu was truly a godsend for this program. The next ranking will now be shown, Lucy said. 1. Ari. 2. Minjae. 3. Doyen. 4. Mandy. 5. Jenny. 6. Annie. 7. Bacon PD. 8. Minsu. 9. Billy. 10. Zeno. Ari was surprised when she saw her name in first. She didn't even place her name that high. Somehow, she was flattered, looking around to spot the person who wrote it. Again, Minsu exclaimed. Maybe I should stop being funny. Billy, too, couldn't hide his frown. He understood not being ranked first. However, after winning the first season, he didn't expect to be ranked this low. Minjae smirked. Whoever did this ranking is pretty smart. I'm second. This is Zeno's second time being last. His fate is sealed. He should have voted for himself first at least. Just then, Zeno stood from his seat and went to the front. This is my ranking, he revealed. Annie exclaimed before she could stop herself. Ari's cheeks reddened. Zeno ranked her first? What was the reason? Is he insane? Why did he rank himself last? At least he's self-aware. I really don't know what's going on in this guy's head. His face card is distracting as always. Zeno, my idol, Minsu exclaimed. Why did you rank us in such a way? I thought we were on the same team. Zeno showed a small smile. I didn't know you guys too well, so I just wrote it in the order we came in. There was a pause. They scrutinized the ranking and realized that it was, indeed, the order they went in. Ha 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 ha. He has everyone fooled. What kind of character is this? Has Zeno always been this adorable? What a prick. He's not taking this seriously. The slot should have been given to someone more deserving than him. You must be fun at parties. Yuan burst out laughing, attacking Suho, who was right next to him. Man, Zeno is hilarious, he exclaimed. Zeno scrutinized their facial expressions quietly. There it was again, the air of arrogance radiating off most of them. He already knew. Even if he placed himself first, he would end up in the bottom 2 ranks anyway. Aside from the fact he was too lazy to come up with a ranking, Zeno had another reason for doing this. Now, the bottom 2 players are going to be revealed. Zeno didn't even need to hear it. Zeno and Doyen, please head to the death area. Bye-bye, Zeno. But I was already rooting for him. They need to play a game advantageous to Zeno. Which is nothing. Not a single game would work to his advantage. Seriously? Doyen exclaimed, glaring at the others. His pride couldn't take being ranked at the bottom. Still, he stood along with Zeno. He glanced at him once before shaking his head. We're in the same league, he muttered. Good luck, Minsu exclaimed, relieved that he wasn't one of them. Mandy smirked. Come back in one piece. Annie tapped Zeno's side with red cheeks. Have fun. Zeno tilted his head before nodding. Ari watched the exchange with slightly narrowed eyes. Were they close? Meanwhile, the two made their way to the death area, neither of them speaking. The doors opened automatically, and they entered. Doyen wandered his eyes around, amazed by the scale of it all. Then, the floor split open with a hiss. A platform rose in the center of the room, glowing red. Two names appeared on the screen above, Zeno and Doyen. Meanwhile, those in the life area watched as the screen showed the death area. They gasped at how big it was. On the wall were two strange square grids, facing each other. As Zeno scrutinized it, it became clear they were chessboards. "We're gonna play chess?" Doyen said, amused while looking at the board in front of him. Then he turned to Zeno, eyes glinting. "Well, good luck, buddy. I beat AI chess any day." Chapter 232, Blind Chess 1. Isn't this the guy who plays chess AI for fun? It's not just that. He's the top player on the chess AI server. How many games does he have to play to earn that title? I'm number 2, and I've played 893 combinations. Crap, Zeno is done for. What a shame. I would have loved to see more of his face. "Zeno will soon join us," Daniel said, casually. "Chess is hard. Blind chess is even more difficult." "That might be the most insightful thing you've said all day," Suho muttered, drawing an annoyed glare from Daniel. Meanwhile, the folks in the life area gasped in unison as the game announcement blared on the screen. "I once played chess with Doyen," Minjae chimed in. "It was on an online chess server." "Is he any good?" Mandy asked, leaning in with curiosity. "Good." Minjae chuckled, his eyes wide. "He's the best. I fear Zeno doesn't stand a chance." Just then, their faces flashed on the screen, and the disparity in their appearances was strikingly clear. "Why does he glow on screen?" Jenny wondered aloud, her interest piqued. "What skincare products is he using?" That glowing face was exactly what she needed for her upcoming line. Ari and Annie, both taken aback, blurted out at the same time, "Wow." They turned to each other, cheeks flushed and hearts racing, taken by surprise. "Crap," Ari muttered, panicking. "Why did I say that?" Meanwhile, Minsu bounced excitedly in his seat. "I can't wait to watch it." But just then, the television went dark. They exchanged confused glances, bewildered by the sudden blackout. Billy tried to turn the TV back on, but it was like wrestling with a stubborn mule, no luck. Then, across the screen, the words flashed ominously. "You are forbidden from watching the match." All eyes turned to Minsu, who looked devastated. "You have the worst jinx," Bacon PD remarked with a smirk. With that, only the viewers outside knew how the match would unfold. The death area buzzed with a quiet tension, the only sounds being the hum of camera drones circling above them. "You will play blind chess," a voice commanded, echoing off the walls. "The rules are standard. One move at a time. However, the board will not display your pieces. You must visualize the game and remember it until the end." At that moment, the digital 8x8 grid illuminated, showing the coordinates from A1 to H8, pieces displayed without moving. "Turn your backs to each other," the voice instructed. The two competitors complied, with Doyen already radiating confidence. "Choose whether to be light or dark." "Be my guest," Doyen replied with a smirk. Oh, Doyen is confident. "I'd be, too, if I were the #1 player in chess AI in the entire world." Now that I think about it, Zeno Han might just have the same luck as June from Dawn. "I'll choose light," Zeno declared, causing Doyen's smirk to widen even further. This worked in Doyen's favor. He always preferred to go second. With their backs still turned, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. "E2 to E4, Zeno announced. A soft ding echoed through the room, confirming that his move had been successfully locked in. Doyen cracked his neck. "E4, huh? King's pawn opening. Basic. I can't play regular chess, much less blind chess. You just need to capture the king." "Oh, that sounds a bit sexual." Well, Doyen is right. Zeno's opening is definitely a standard move. Without missing a beat, Doyen quickly replied, "E7 to E5. In the theater, the actors sat on the edge of their seats, breaths held tight in anticipation. They, too, were in the dark about the moves unfolding on that massive screen. It seemed like Gene PD wanted to bring everyone into the experience, heightening the tension. The screen displayed nothing but a coordinate grid and the unmoving pieces. Can they really remember all that? Daisha muttered. Suho squinted at the screen, his brow furrowing. Whoever wins this is fucking amazing. Zeno announced his next move. G1 to F3. Classic development, Doyen whispered, shaking his head. Quickly, Doyen shot back with his own move, B8 to C6. Silence enveloped them as the two players continued to engage in their mental duel. Move after calculated move clicked into place like pieces of a complex puzzle. B1 to C3, F8 to C5. Zeno remained calm, arms crossed. His moves were safe and conservative. Meanwhile, Doyen was a different story. He radiated confidence, leaning back after every move, his grin growing wider as the chessboard started to take shape in his mind. Sure, he may not have played blind chess before, but he'd navigated drunken chess matches more times than he could remember. This was child's play. Zeno countered by moving his bishop, F1 to C4. Doyen matched him, sliding his knight from G8 to F6. In his imagination, the knight lunged forward, exerting pressure on the center of the board. Zeno then castled kingside, and the ding of the clock echoed through the hall. Doyen's eyes twitched. He mirrored Zeno's play and castled as well. 5 minutes drifted by, then 10. The moves piled up like a tower of blocks. D2 to D3, D7 to D6, C1 to G5. Threatening my knight already? Doyen scoffed, but he coolly slipped H7 to H6. I know this line, Zeno. You're not fooling me. Zeno didn't respond. He simply slid his piece back, moving G5 to H4 in a defensive retreat. Doyen seized the moment, lunging forward with C8 to E6. The pressure was building. Isn't Zeno playing too safe? Yeah, he's going to get boxed in pretty soon. I'm honestly surprised he even knows how to play chess. Can Zeno actually play chess? Doha suddenly asked, breaking the spell of silence that had settled over the group. Minji and Eli exchanged puzzled looks, only to pause in disbelief. No, Eli murmured. I've never seen him play chess before. By move 20, it was evident that Doyen was dominating the board. He'd already snatched up a knight and a pawn, and Zeno's material was dwindling. Feeling aggressive, Doyen swung his queen out, applying pressure on Zeno's kingside. It felt like the beginning of a crushing defeat. He moved his queen from D8 to D7, preparing to double his rooks. You're going to lose soon, pretty boy. There was a smugness in his voice as he spoke, beyond just the game. He relished the chance to beat Zeno with his words. When else would he get to put a big star in his place? I've played against pros, you know. I almost made it to a tournament in high school, but I chose to focus on academics instead. However, I still became #1 in the world in my own way. Zeno remained silent, not a single word escaping his lips since the game began. Why would he respond? Sure, Doyen might be the #1 chess AI player in the world, but Zeno was the first ever world chess champion. Mission number 6, Hyderabad, India. Become the #1 chess player in the entire world. Chapter 233, Blind Chess, 2. What is that immigrant boy doing here? 1. A hush fell over the room. Anant Kaur tightened his grip on the strap of his bag. He had barely stepped into the tournament hall when the whispers began. His hoodie was soaked from the relentless London rain. His sneakers, worn thin from countless matches, squeaked on the polished floor. His name wasn't on anyone's list of rising stars. And still, he had registered. With a passport that had finally collected its first international stamp, Anant had made it, alone. No coach, no sponsor, no flashy team jacket. Just the money he scraped together from back alley tournaments, prize money handed over in cash. When his parents finally said yes, it wasn't with confidence, it was laced with anxiety. But they still said yes. The woman at the registration desk had stared at him a moment too long. You're here for this tournament? She asked, her skepticism apparent. I registered, he replied, his voice steady despite the weight of her gaze. Her eyes narrowed, and she tapped a few keys, skepticism still seen on her face. You're in. And just like that, he was here. What's your name? Another player asked, smirking as Anant walked past. Oh, do they really allow the likes of you? Laughter rippled through the crowd. He didn't respond. He just took his seat. The arena was small, yet the tension crackled in the air. Opponents came and went. Smirks morphed into silence. Silence escalated to stares. Stares spiraled into panic. One by one, checkmate. One by one, KO. One by one, Anant sat back in his chair and watched giants fall. They had asked what someone like him was doing here. They had laughed. But by the time the semifinals ended, the scoreboard narrated a different tale. Now, as he wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned back in his chair, there were no more whispers. Just one voice left in the room. Who the hell is that kid? He beat everyone. Good times. Good times, Zeno mused to himself, a grin creeping across his face. The money he won back then had been fantastic, and he had stashed it away with his parents before heading back to Avalis. Just then, the countdown began. Oh, he'd forgotten it was his turn. He's under pressure now. I, too, would be panicking at this point. He's about to be cornered. Doyen has this one. Doyen, oblivious to Zeno's internal dialogue, assumed he was floundering under pressure. He shook his head in amusement. H1 to G1, Zeno finally said, quietly tucking his king a little further away into safety. Running away already? Doyen barked a laugh. But Zeno remained silent. I hate this guy, Yuan said, shaking his head. He's almost as bad as Daniel. Daniel turned to him, furrowing his brows. What do you mean by that? He's cocky, but I guess it's for a reason, Yuan continued, ignoring Daniel's question. Move 30. The arena lights flickered slightly, yet no one seemed to notice. Zeno took a long breath. F3 to H4. It was subtle, a knight recapture that no one had realized he had been planning. Doyen frowned. Hadn't he taken that knight earlier? Meanwhile, Zeno's lips twitched, but he quickly masked his smirk. It was too early to react. Doyen pressed his next move with less confidence. D8 to D6. Another rook down. Now something shifted in the air. Zeno straightened his posture, his eyes narrowing in focus. He moved his knight. C3 to D5. A loud ding signified his move. Just then, the board with the pieces was showcased to the audience, and it was only at that moment that everything began to make sense. What the hell? Doyen muttered under his breath. D5. That knight hadn't moved for over 10 turns. Doyen had thought he'd boxed it in. He blinked and replayed the mental board, trying to comprehend how it had gotten there. In a moment of desperation, he tried to swat it off the board with bishop takes knight. E6 to D5. Zeno responded instantly. E4 to D5. Pawn recapture. And suddenly, the center of the board was wide open. Back in the theater, the others stood up in disbelief. Well, everyone except Daniel, who still didn't understand how the game worked. He stood, looking around, just so he wouldn't feel too left out. Oh my gosh, Risa muttered, eyes glued to the board. What? Daniel asked, halfway into a handful of chips. He just opened the center. Zeno's king is safe. Doyen's isn't. Dacium's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. He was planning that this whole time. Move 36. Zeno moved his queen. D1 to H5. Direct line of sight. Doyen's face went pale. He'd completely missed it. Zeno's queen hadn't moved once. She was still sitting there, poised and deadly. Queen to H5. And his king had made a move. F1 to G1. An open file. Shit, he muttered, scrambling for a pawn. G7 to G6, trying to block the impending attack. Zeno smiled softly, a hint of satisfaction in his demeanor. Queen 2. H6. A soft ding. I can't breathe. Wait. Is that? What the heck? How did that happen? Wasn't Doyen winning a couple of moves ago? The audience could only watch, captivated by the unfolding drama on the board. They couldn't deny what they saw. Some wanted the show to end so they could replay it again, analyzing the points to determine if it was an entirely fair game. However, there was no denying it now. Some attempts to attribute Zeno's success to luck fell flat as the grid was laid out before the spectators. Zeno had the last move. Bishop G4 to F6. Check. Doyen stood frozen, his mind racing. His mental board shattered. Every move he'd thought was secure had been undone by one patient sequence. It wasn't just that. He couldn't remember all the moves. Somehow Zeno did. Not only that, but a kill box had been crafted around his king 10 moves ago, and he had walked right into it. Finally, Zeno let himself smirk. Checkmate. Zeno's past mission. Chapter 234, A Subtle Scent. I take that back. This dude is actually really lucky. How on earth did he do that? Nah, he's a genius. Did he memorize all of the moves? Zeno's face lit up the screen, his expression clueless yet oddly captivating. The theater fell into a hushed silence. Even Daniel, who didn't have the faintest grasp of the game's rules, felt in awe at what Zeno had accomplished. He was nearly moved to tears. Why was Zeno so effortlessly cool? Jean PD had even risen from his seat, his sleepiness fading away. Confusion rose through the staff as they tried to rewind the footage, but there was no mistake. Zeno had emerged victorious. What the? Gene PD murmured to himself, fingers tapping thoughtfully beneath his chin. Meanwhile, those waiting in the life area were growing increasingly impatient. What is taking Doyen so long? Minjae asked, casting a glance at his watch. Blind chess should have been a walk in the park for him, so he should be done by now. Just then, a loud ding echoed through the room, seizing everyone's attention. The live stream flicked to the life area, where the players stood, eager to welcome the survivor. It looks like Zeno didn't pack much, Minsu noted, eyeing his bag. It was the lightest among them, merely a simple duffel. Good thing he'll be going home first. Jenny nodded in agreement while distractedly checking her nails. Ari and Annie, however, wore looks of visible disappointment, though they tried to mask it. For some reason, they felt compelled to learn more about Zeno. At last, the doors swung open, and a shroud of fog rolled into the life area. Lights illuminated the figure of the survivor from behind, making it hard to identify who it was. Yet, Bacon PD knew the moment he appeared. "Zeno's back," he exclaimed out loud. Disbelief washed over the others as Zeno strolled casually back to his spot. "I still can't fathom this. Is my Zeno a genius? I went to high school with Zeno. He wasn't exactly the brightest. So it's gotta be luck. You went to school with Zeno?" "Yup. I spotted him in our yearbook. Somehow, I just don't remember him, though. He must have been invisible back then. Wow. You must regret not talking to him." "Yes." The screen then presented a pair of eerie blinking eyes, momentarily pulling attention away from Zeno. The ominous words, "Player Doyen out," appeared before the screen abruptly shut off, leaving the audience in a state of confusion as the livestream ended without so much as a closing credit. "Just like that? I can't wait for the second episode tomorrow. Why don't we place a bet? Zeno's definitely going home tomorrow. Haven't you seen him play blind chess? He just beat the #1 chess AI player in the world." "Yeah, but it was just luck. With Zeno gaining popularity, he'll have to prove himself even more now." "Huh? Honestly, this show is simply amazing." As the live stream concluded, everyone once again turned their gaze to Zeno. Minjae appeared the most shocked of all. His algorithm had been proven wrong. "How did you manage to beat him?" Mandy asked, her tone inquisitive like that of a seasoned lawyer. Zeno offered a soft smile in response. "Dazzling," Annie murmured. "I just did what I had to do. It's chess. You either win or lose," he replied. A brief silence hung in the air until Billy burst into laughter, slinging an arm around Zeno in a friendly gesture. Zeno didn't move away, but he wasn't particularly fond of the embrace. It must have been nerve-wracking. "Let's just congratulate Zeno," Billy declared, his demeanor surprisingly sweeter than Zeno's. The atmosphere began to soften. The others gradually warmed up. "Whatever," Minjae muttered, still skeptical. "It had to have been luck or something." They all agreed to dismiss it as such. Zeno shot Billy a subtle glance and noticed a slight twitch in his eyes. "I see," he quietly whispered to himself before rising from the couch. With that, the players gradually dispersed, some breaking off into their own conversations, already forming alliances. Out of all of them, Bacon PD and Billy Joe emerged as the top two contenders, the others already buttering up to them. Meanwhile, Zeno headed to the kitchen. Fortunately, the staff had recognized his fondness for root crops and stocked up accordingly. "I didn't expect to see you here," Annie said, breaking the silence. Zeno lifted his gaze and turned to the shy woman standing before him. Her cheeks were already flushed, nervous about initiating a conversation. Zeno replied thoughtfully. "You too." Annie bit her lip, knowing she wasn't the most talkative person, and it seemed like Zeno wasn't either. The two fell into a silence, allowing Zeno to continue examining the kitchen, absorbing every detail around him. "The others are already talking about you," Annie suddenly interjected, drawing Zeno's attention once more. "Oh, I'm well aware of that," he replied, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "They probably think I'm lucky to have one." Annie nodded quietly in agreement. "Well, they're right," Zeno muttered, settling onto one of the stools. "I really did get lucky. That guy, Doyen, is exceptionally good at chess." Meanwhile, Doyen was wheeling his suitcase out of the mansion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had packed as if preparing for a month-long adventure, intent on showcasing his fashion sense and becoming the new trendsetter. Instead, what was this? He had barely spent 2 hours in the mansion. Shaking his head in disbelief, he glanced back one last time. Lucky bastard, he muttered under his breath before hastening his steps away from the scene. I don't think luck has anything to do with it, Annie suddenly chimed in. I don't think you're just lucky in the game. Zeno tilted his head, intrigued. What do you mean by that? I think you won the game fair and square, she stated confidently. How can you know that? Zeno asked, eyebrows raised. You didn't even get a chance to watch it. Annie fell momentarily speechless, pondering how she had come to the conclusion that Zeno had outsmarted Doyen. Yet, there was only one answer that resonated within her. To her, Zeno was reminiscent of Hajin, a hidden genius among them who went unnoticed, yet was always ready to strike when the moment was right. However, as she looked deeper into his eyes, she found herself questioning her assumptions. Was he simply lucky? I didn't have the opportunity to say this earlier, Annie began hesitantly, but I want to express my gratitude for bringing my novel to life. You are also the reason why. However, at that moment, Zeno found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on her words. Even with all his focus on her, he couldn't ignore it. Zeno's brows furrowed in concentration. The unmistakable scent of Arenes. Chapter 235, Dead Sound 1. I wonder what they're going to play today. Zeno really has a chokehold on us, huh? I felt like I couldn't breathe while waiting for the next episode of The Forsaken Prince then. Now, I can't wait to watch the next episode of this. At 5 a.m. in the morning, Zeno was already out and about. He didn't want to ruin his schedule just because he was in a new environment. He had worked out, showered, eaten the breakfast the staff had provided. But even then, he couldn't get the memory of yesterday out of his mind. The Rennie's scent. He couldn't be mistaken. At that moment, he wasn't just playing Lucy's game anymore. He was also playing another game of his own. Arenes had a particular scent. Newbies wouldn't recognize it, but with Zeno's seasoned nose, he was certain. Someone in this house was Arenes. The scent was even more obvious when that certain Arenes was in distress, which was probably why Zeno had smelled it in the first place. Annie was the closest to him, but the scent didn't come off. Too strong. Still, she might be one of the seasoned ones and able to control her stress. Was it someone he'd met before? Or someone he was meeting for the first time? Zeno frowned, tapping his foot on the floor. Suddenly, sirens blared across the entire house. Zeno walked casually to the living room while the rest of the contestants scrambled out of bed. The sound was so loud they had to cover their ears. You're already here? Minsu exclaimed when he saw Zeno already sitting on the couch. I'm an early bird, Zeno responded. The sirens continued to blare as they sat on the couch. They only stopped once everyone was settled. It was silent for a moment, and that was when everyone noticed how messy they looked compared to Zeno. Billy, who had vowed to wake up early to get ready, failed to fulfill his promise and was now enviously eyeing Zeno. He tries hard, huh? Billy muttered to himself. You got makeup done this early in the morning? Minjae asked with a grimace. Zeno used his white shirt to wipe his face, flashing his abdomen for a second, causing Ari and Annie to turn away. Then, he showed the portion of the shirt to Minjae. I'm not wearing any. Minjae pursed his lips, then cursed under his breath. I'm envious, Minsa slumped. You're naturally handsome. Meanwhile, Jenny still wondered what his skincare was. It has to be her products. Oscar Beck Sr., on the other hand, noted how handsome he had gotten in the time they hadn't met. It was an absurd improvement. However, they were quickly pulled out of their fixation on Zeno's looks when the television turned on, revealing Lucy. Listen carefully. All 10 contestants fell quiet. I can never get used to Lucy's voice, Minsa said, shaking his head. I swear, she's getting creepier with every passing moment, Jenny added, freaked out. Although yesterday had an elimination, today marks the first official game. Of course, there will also be an elimination. It had sunk into their minds once again that they were here as competitors. Allow me to introduce your main driving force for this game. The cash prize, Lucy continued. Zeno noticed how everyone perked up. It was strange. Half the people in this room had enough money to last them a lifetime, yet they still wanted it. Zeno couldn't blame them. He needed it too. That is, to finish his mission of earning 100 million won in 2 weeks. Like I said, you each have your value. The prize will also be based on it. Garner 30 points and 30 million won is yours. So, the higher your value, the higher the prize. Minjae began calculating in his mind. Then his eyes lit up with greed. He couldn't help but smirk while glancing at the others. It just got even more fun. Now, let me explain the first official game. It is named Dead Sound. The others began speculating what kind of game it would be. But with Lucy's next words, it became apparent that in this house, nothing was predictable. In the death area, there will be a horror house. A groan erupted from Minsu. Aribe blinked rapidly, as if she'd misheard. Minjae cracked his knuckles. Annie sat straighter. Billy Joe looked innocent. Oh no, he muttered. I'm too much of a scaredy cat for this. The goal, of course, is to take as many points as possible. The monitors changed again, showing security camera angles of a dimly lit hallway, cracked doors hanging on broken hinges, red flickering bulbs, a doll hanging upside down by its neck in one room. Another showed a half-open fridge filled with mannequin heads. Jenny muttered under her breath. Is this legal? Technically, it is, Mandy said, being the lawyer in the show. Inside, there are 10 questions. Each portion will test your mind. Lucy continued, unfazed by the reactions. You may earn points by answering them correctly. You each have 15 minutes. In those 15 minutes, battle the fright and keep your wit. You will need both. The contestants exchanged wary glances. Listen carefully. The higher your score, the more advantageous it will be in the next rounds. The images on the screens flashed again, numbers glowing now, a value attached to each contestant, finally revealed from the previous ranking. This is the only time your value will be revealed. This is based on yesterday's ranking. Bacon PD, 10. Billy, 9. Minjae, 8. Mandy, 7. Ari, 6. Jenny, 5. Minsu, 4. Annie, 3. Zeno, 2. Zeno tilted his head. Just yesterday, he had been at 0. But by eliminating Doyen in chess, he had gained his value, but was still far behind. The questions vary in difficulty and in point value. They will not be repeated. It goes from 1 point up to 10 points. Listen carefully. The room fell completely still. The lights flickered once more before the screen turned solid black. Then the voice returned. Now, you will enter one by one, starting with the one with the highest value. There was a long pause. Oscar Beck Sr. Enter to your death. Chapter 236. Dead Sound 2. This is hilarious. I think Gene PD just wanted to bring in a horror element into this. He made the quizzes an excuse to frighten the contestants. You know what? I do the same thing. I love watching people in fear. That might be a fetish. The second episode was finally underway, and even more people tuned in for this one. Students were the biggest audience, especially those studying in high school and university. It was a show that stimulated their brains, and they wanted to see if they could also answer such questions too. However, this episode seemed more centered on the comedy aspect, as the horror house in the death area was very well made. Bacon PD adjusted his cap, rolled his shoulders, and nodded at no one in particular. I've shot documentaries in North Korea. This is nothing, he muttered. Ha. Is the old man scared? They're using a night vision camera. I could just imagine how dark it is in there. Bring him out. Of there. He's going to get a heart attack. He stepped inside, and the door shut behind him. He walked down the dimly lit hallway. Then a wooden horse on the floor creaked. Bacon PD let out a scream so high-pitched it might have summoned banshees. He stumbled backward, nearly falling on a strategically placed rubber rat that squeaked under his foot, triggering a mechanical thud from a closet nearby. The door popped open. This time, it showed a real clown. Another scream was heard. The people in the life area turned to each other. They knew the walls were soundproof, but Zeno felt like he heard a scream. He tilted his head. Is he okay? He muttered. Bacon PD was already having a hard time keeping his fear in check. However, finding the riddles was even more challenging. Due to the obstacles around him, he only got to 2. Then, he answered exactly one question about 1990s pop culture. And he whispered it like it was a state secret. The sirens blared when his time was up. He emerged looking like he had been dragged across a haunted playground. He was in the safe zone, causing him to sigh in relief. Minjae, Lucy's voice echoed again. Enter to your death. Minjae stood with a cocky smirk. This is going to be a piece of cake. He was ready to show the cameras what brains and bravery looked like. Oh, first jump scare. A mannequin head fell from the ceiling. Well, he ate his words right on the spot. What did I think a guy like him would be good at? Jump scares? He's a freak, but is easily freaked out, huh? Minjae had his knees pulled to his chest before he could register what happened. Why would anyone hang heads from ceilings? He screamed, pointing dramatically at the plastic head that now rolled to his foot. But to his credit, he answered the first riddle perfectly, then the second, even while flinching every 30 seconds. One monster, a guy in a mask crawling backward, sent him into a panic. When he came out, he tried to look smug, but he had accidentally buttoned his jacket crooked and had cobwebs in his hair. Bacon PD was in his seat, still creeped out by his turn. However, his expression gave nothing away. Mandy, enter to your death. Mandy, the lawyer, walked in like she owned the building. She had faced the scariest criminals, so she knew she would excel in this. A monster in the corner moaned and reached out. Touch me, and I will sue this entire show, she snapped, raising one well-manicured finger. Dang, I don't even want to mess with her. Is this fair? I feel like the ghosts aren't doing their best. She's even scarier than the ghosts. She power-walked past mannequins. At one point, a prop zombie lurched from a closet, but Mandy shoved it back in with one arm while answering a logic puzzle with the other. It wasn't the ghosts she was having a hard time with. Instead, it was finding the riddles. Where is it? She muttered. Where's the last one? With a minute left, she managed to find the last question, but to her surprise, it was something she couldn't answer. A mathematical question that needed a few minutes to solve. 90 plus 87 minus 42, 5 plus 563 minus 27, 18, 3 plus 3, plus 14412, minus 25 plus 305 equals. The sirens blared, and she wasn't able to answer it. Whatever, she muttered. She had gotten all the other questions right anyway. When she came back, she adjusted her blazer and sat down without a word. Minsu's name was called next. He sighed and stood. If this is my last day on Earth, know that I love the friendships we built, he said to the other contestants. When he entered, he was filled with nerves, but to his credit, he only flinched at times. Well, of course, he went to the military. Minsu is very smart, I'm telling you. Yeah, it seems he's putting up an act, huh? The first question he stumbled upon was once again the math equation. He shook his head. Nah, I'm going to waste my entire time on this. With that, he continued to look for the other questions. Having hunted many enemies in the past, he also hunted the questions pretty easily. In the end, he answered 8 of the 10 questions. Once he was in the waiting room, he shivered once more. Oh, that was creepy. Billy was similar to Minsu. He gave everyone big, watery eyes before going in. I'm really scared, he whispered, wrapping his arms around himself. Ah, our baby. Don't be afraid. We love you, Billy. You're the best. He's so cute, isn't he? He's like a bunny. So innocent. Fighting, Annie encouraged with a small wave. Billy walked in and was terrifyingly efficient. He whimpered here and there. A few quiet eep at rubber snakes and blood-splattered mirrors. He managed to answer 6 questions, and the comments were going crazy with how cute he is. He came out with a tiny pout and said, I just did my best. Jenny was next. She walked in like she had just stepped into a trash dump. Oh my goodness, what is that smell? She nearly retched when she saw a toilet bubbling. Her disgust didn't help her performance, but she managed to gag her way through 2 questions. She was muttering nasty and ew every 5 seconds. One question was written on a tile wall above a tub filled with fake blood. She got it right without even glancing in. Not putting my hands in that. I have standards, she announced before moving on. Annie and Ari were pretty similar. Both walked in braver than they felt. Both screamed at the first jump scare. Both huddled in the corners of different rooms, breathing hard. And both ended with nearly identical points. What the heck? Their names aren't the only thing similar. Yeah, they're like the same person in similar fonts. Who's leading at the moment? It's Mandy, I believe. They didn't show the others' total points. However, it seems that these 2 have done pretty well. As soon as Annie entered the safe zone, the others glanced at each other, gauging each other's scores. Is no one going to reveal theirs? Minsu lightheartedly asked. They were all silent, with Billy giggling. I didn't get much, he muttered, scratching the back of his neck. I got a lot, Minjae bluffed, squaring his shoulders. I'm fine as long as I don't get the smallest points, Jenny muttered. Minjae smirked. You don't have to worry about that. The last person is going to have the least amount of points. Meanwhile, Zeno was all alone in the life area. Zeno Han. Enter to your death. Zeno stood quietly, not bothering with any ritual. He entered the dark arena, and he could already tell he wasn't alone. There were actors all around. Fortunately for him, he wasn't scared of these at all. In his opinion, humans were even scarier. Chapter 237, Scaring Zeno, 1. I will bet my left nut that Zeno is a scaredy cat. He does give off the vibes. Wouldn't that be so cute, though? No, it's pathetic. Says user 69872 with a blank profile picture. It's dark, Zeno muttered to himself. Despite being an alien, he didn't have any special features. The Ascendants could have given him night vision, at least. How the heck was he supposed to navigate through this when he literally couldn't see anything? He was wearing a helmet with a night vision camera attached, showing his face amidst the dark. It's unfair how he looks like this in such a weird angle. I can't wait to capture his startled face soon. Just then, the mannequin head fell right in front of him. However, instead of a scream, he merely backed away. Zeno said nothing and tilted his head once. Then he walked around it like it was a poorly placed chair in a furniture store. Cut off that left nut and send it to me. He didn't even flinch. WTF? This guy's so cold it's scary. I want whatever meds he's on. I fear that might not be meds, but trauma. His face didn't move at all. Zeno turned the corner and entered a dim room where a projector was casting words on the wall in red. It was the easiest question to find, but also the hardest one to answer. It wasn't impossible, per se, but one needed a lot of time. All of the other contestants gave up answering it, knowing it would eat up the 15 minutes, even if it meant getting 10 points. 90 plus 87 minus 42, 5 plus 56, 3 minus 27, 18, 3 plus 3, plus 144, 12, minus 25 plus 35 equals. The camera zoomed in. Zeno read it once. Zeno, don't waste your time on it. Move on to another question. Nobody has answered this question out of all the contestants. It's the question with the most number of points, right? I bet my right nut he can't answer this. Zeno walked to the sensor and said, 458. Correct. The wall turned green. 10 points secured. Send me both of your nuts right now. Maybe the blind chess victory wasn't luck? Or maybe he's just really lucky. A cold gust of wind burst from a vent nearby, and a tall ghostly figure emerged from the side, a long-haired actor in all white. Face covered in makeup and fake blood, crawling slowly toward him with jerking limbs. The ghost staggered forward, letting out a soft moan. Zeno bowed. A full, proper, 90-degree bow. Then, a look of pity passed through his face. He couldn't imagine having to do this 10 times. Thank you. This must be hard for you, he said sincerely. The ghost paused in confusion. Wait, what? He just bowed to the ghost? He's more polite than me to my relatives. Is he okay? As the ghost blinked under her makeup, Zeno stepped past her without another word. She felt her heart race, and she couldn't even execute her next move because she was too startled. Fortunately, he walked right into the next question. A glowing sensor lit up above a locked box. As he approached, a mechanical voice echoed. I'm not a knight, though I sound quite grand. Born in a star, but made by man. A metal so rare, you won't find me free. I light up your screen. Can you name me? Again, Zeno didn't think about it too much. Indium. The others paused to answer that. Is Zeno a hidden genius? I'm starting to believe it. I fear we're in the presence of a very scary person. He exhaled slowly and glanced at the ceiling. Time check. The small display embedded into the wall read 10:02. Almost 5 minutes had passed. He was a third through the time, but he had only solved 3 questions. He wiped his hands on his pants and glanced around. He hadn't realized how drenched they were in sweat. That was the thing. It wasn't the ghosts. It wasn't the darkness. It wasn't even the riddles. It was the damn scavenger hunt. Finding the obstacles appeared to be the biggest challenge. He passed 5 ghosts that were barren. He'd pulled open drawers and kicked open boxes, and even looked under a body bag that contained a real person. What is he standing like an idiot for? Maybe answering the questions was too much for his mind. Even after appearing in 2 episodes, Zeno is still a mystery to me. I don't care. I can just look at his face all day. Zeno knew the death area was large. He had been here before for the blind chess. Jean PD must know that it was nearly impossible to navigate through all of it. Then, his mind circled back to one instruction that seemed to be repeated multiple times. Listen carefully. Why did Lucy emphasize that? Every contestant had heard it. But maybe it wasn't just flavor text. Dead sound, he muttered to himself. That's what the producers had called this area, right? It was odd wording. It didn't make sense at the time. But now, he stood still, eyes closed. His other senses were nearly gone. His sight was compromised by darkness and shadows. His sense of smell only gave him the metallic hint of fake blood. He hadn't tasted anything. Even sense of touch was weird because this area was too damn big. But hearing, he focused. A soft, wavering pitch. To the right. No, diagonal. He tilted his head. Slightly. There it was again. But now he knew what to do. There were frequencies here. Maybe some contestants never even noticed. They were too panicked or too loud. Their breathing covered it up, or their fear distorted the details. But now Zeno knew. It was subtle. He took a step in the direction of the sound. Then another. Each time he got closer, it became slightly more noticeable. Wait, where is he going? Is there even a door there? Why is this so tense suddenly? Bro, this is giving Final Destination vibes. And then he stopped. The wall ahead looked like any other. Just blackened stone. But the sound was louder now. There were different frequencies inside the room, each one leading to the questions they needed to answer. Chapter 238. Scaring Zeno, 2. Zeno walked like he had night vision. No, scratch that. He moved like someone who designed the maze, casually turning corners, ducking under props, and stepping over loose floorboards like they weren't even there. The helmet cam tracked every smooth motion. It was hard to believe he was navigating the course in complete darkness. Now how is he moving like he can see? Did he upload a map to his brain? He got that daredevil echolocation on lock. Even the production crew was confused when it first happened. Gene PD had turned to his staff and asked if one of the lights was accidentally turned on. However, that wasn't the case. Huh? Gene muttered, caressing his chin. What kind of qualifications does Zeno actually have? Another ghost actor emerged from behind a foggy curtain, dragging a fake axe and groaning ominously. He reached out for Zeno with a bloodied hand. Without pausing, Zeno reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a hot pack. He handed it to him. Your hand's freezing, he said, not even looking as he passed him. Sorry, he did what? He just gave him a hot pack? This man isn't scared. He's a concerned citizen. The actors need a union to deal with him. I think the actors are slowly falling in love. I can't blame them. I am too. Mission after mission, it was like watching someone check off a grocery list. One riddle, one logic puzzle, one lockbox after another, all handled like he had all his senses. In the span of 3 minutes, he had cleared 3 new missions. The frequencies were getting harder and harder to hear, but Zeno managed to go to another one. Give me 4 prime numbers between 300 and 400, he read. Zeno stood in front of it, one hand on his hip, the other raised to adjust the strap of his helmet. Men are sexy when they think. So, men don't think naturally? Ick. My husband doesn't. 307, 311, 337, and 383, he said after a few seconds. Correct. Another green light blinked on. Those in the waiting room were handed drinks as they waited for Zeno to finish. Do you think he's going to be okay? Minjae asked in a semi-teasing tone. Mandy shrugged. The questions were harder than I thought. Minjae hummed. So, you didn't get all of them then? Mandy raised one brow. Why did you come to that conclusion? You wouldn't have said that if you didn't struggle. Annie shook her head. These people are scary. However, what she didn't know was that there was a scarier person who still wasn't with them. Zeno stood, calculating the points he had garnered. 7 missions. 44 points out of the possible 55. 4 minutes left. He easily had time for another one. Heck, he could breeze through the other problems within that time. There were still some frequencies he hadn't gone to. The camera shifted behind him as he turned in place slowly. He stood in silence. Hello? Zeno? What is he doing? I think he has answered a lot, but they didn't reveal it all. Do something. However, at that important moment, Zeno just sat down. He lowered himself onto an empty spot on the floor, crossed his legs, removed his helmet, letting his damp hair fall forward a little, and exhaled. Bro, you have 3 minutes left. Go find something, anything. Is he meditating? Hello? The silence was brutal. Even the chat fell quiet for a moment. He must be having a hard time answering the questions, huh? Jenny muttered in the safe zone. I would have breezed through them if the place wasn't so gross. The others burst into laughter. Ari bit her lip to stop herself from saying anything. It seemed they were hellbent on making Zeno into the weakest member. The worst part was she couldn't blame them. She didn't know what to think of him. Bacon PD, on the other hand, stayed silent. He didn't want to give anything away, especially not that he only scored from a single mission because of his fear. After a while, the doors finally opened, and Zeno was revealed, appearing more composed than some of them had expected. "How'd it go, Zeno?" Billy lightly asked, appearing concerned. However, deep inside, all he wanted was to know about Zeno's points. Zeno pursed his lips. "It was hard to look for the questions," he said. Billy patted his back. "It's all right. I also didn't get to answer all of the questions." Zeno merely nodded and took his seat right next to Annie. He wanted to see if she was the one who smelled like a Rennie's. However, much to his dismay, the scent was long gone. "Congratulations," Lucy suddenly said, startling the contestants. "You have completed the first official mission. How was my surprises?" "We hated it," Jenny exclaimed. Lucy didn't react. "Now, I said a while ago that gathering the most points is the most important. Why? Because only the one with the biggest value gets to eat. Only the value of the first-ranked person will be revealed. Congratulations to Mandy." They turned to the lawyer, who wore a proud smirk. Minjae pursed his lips while the others congratulated her through gritted teeth. Zeno nodded in satisfaction. She had answered 9 questions, except for the one wagering 10 points. "Whoa," Minsum muttered. The others also turned to her with slight amazement. Still, they didn't want to put her on too high of a pedestal. "Nobody probably answered the 10-point question," Minjae chimed in, despite being a mathematician himself. "Yeah," Annie said, tucking her hair behind her ears. "The equation was too long." "Yeah, nobody got it," Mandy smirked, looking around. "Crap, Zeno's not speaking. Really, he's so scary. I don't know whether he's smart or just clueless. I feel like I'm one of the contestants in the show." "Zeno got it right, you idiots. Stop looking down on him." "Mandy, you will be granted the chance to eat," Lucy continued. "However, as I said in the very beginning, the stakes for first place are very high. You eat and thrive, or you get greedy and go home. This time, it will be a group eating." "That sounds off." "Ooh, an orgy? What is this now?" "Mandy, you will split the 9 people into 2 groups, one that will include you. The sum of all the values of those people in the group will be added up. The group with the higher value is automatically safe. If you, Mandy, pick the good group, the person with the very least points from the losing group will go home. However, if you choose a losing team, then you will go home. Maybe becoming first place wasn't good after all. You win and go home? That's brutal. But, of course, as first place, you have an advantage," the cunning voice continued. "We have 9 contestants. An odd number. Therefore, you may choose 4 other people to be on your team." Chapter 239, The Eliminated One. "Isn't that unfair?" "How is it unfair?" Mandy won fair and square. "It's only fair if they have an even number of contestants. Of course, the group of 4 people is going to lose. But that's the benefit of the first place." "You're right." Mandy smirked as she watched the other contestants try to get onto her good side. "Do we know the values of the other contestants?" "No, we only know that of Mandy. They didn't show some of the riddles that the others answered." Zeno answered the 10-point one, though, but it looks like he stopped in the middle. "I don't think he's going to be chosen. Why do I have a feeling that his value is actually pretty high?" Minjae threw Mandy a look, smirking in confidence and trying to hide that he couldn't answer some of the riddles due to his fear. "How many did you answer?" Minjae asked Annie. 7, Annie answered, surprising everyone. However, some of them felt she was lying. There was no way a woman who appeared like a bunny went through that many questions. "I think Bacon PD gathered the most points," Jenny said. They all turned to the old man, but his expression didn't give anything away. "I've made my decision," Mandy said after a while. The other contestants stiffened. "How many points does Mandy have in total?" 45 plus 7 equals 52. "I'm so curious." First, Mandy started off. "Bacon PD." The others sighed in disappointment. Zeno kept his cool, merely looking around like a fool. "Why doesn't he look concerned at all?" Minji exclaimed at the screen. Doha and Eli were also a bundle of nerves. Maxie was relaxed, though. "I'm even more nervous for him," Eli muttered. He answered really quickly, but they didn't show the end. "I wonder how many points he has. He should have a decent amount, right?" Doha asked, trying to lighten the atmosphere, but ultimately failing. I'll also take Min Jae, Mandy continued, causing Min Jae to rise from his seat with a shout. You made the right decision. He smirked and stood next to her. Ginny, Mandy called the third person's name. What the Minsis started off. I also have a lot of points, he exclaimed, but it sounded too humorous. Is Mandy making the right decision? I honestly don't know. Ginny didn't do well, though. Did Min Jae answer a lot? Zeno observed the remaining contestants. Everyone had hopeful looks. Of course, they wanted to stay in the game. However, Zeno already knew who was going to be chosen. It ended exactly as he had planned. Billy, Zeno muttered, causing the same-aged man to turn to him. At that moment, Mandy called for his name too. And Billy, Mandy smirked, glancing at her roster. This is cruel. This feels like bullying. If they can't handle this, then they shouldn't have signed up for the show. With that, the teams had been decided. Mandy's group stood, looking down at Zeno and the others. Annie, Ari, Zeno, Minsu, the four that supposedly ranked low. Minsu pursed his lips and wrapped one arm around Zeno. I would have loved to talk to you more, he muttered, assuming that Zeno had the least points among them. The values will finally be revealed, Lucy said, her voice sounding louder than before. Please go back to the death area. They were silent as they walked to the death area. The production crew had cleared out the props and flickering effects, leaving behind only the ominous corridor and two white circles painted on the concrete floor. One circle was to the left, the other to the right. Choose a circle, Lucy instructed. Mandy's team went to the one on the right, smirking as the others trudged to the circle next to them. A digital timer above ticked down from 0:30. Lucy's voice rang out again. In 30 seconds, the results would be revealed. Who will be eliminated? Mandy or the one with the lowest value? Minsa began tearing up comedically. This is cruel. I should have been in that group. Zeno, if you die here, I'll keep the title of being the most handsome in the house, he added. Zeno merely smirked while the others brushed his comments off. Wouldn't it be crazy if Mandy suddenly loses? How could that be, though? Wasn't Bacon PD very scared? I think he only scored a single point. Ari and Annie shared a glance. They both stood close to Zeno, who remained oddly calm. The quietness in his face wasn't the cool, confident kind. It was the kind that scared people. Annie was the first to look away, her fingers fidgeting. Ari just swallowed hard and stared at the ground. Neither of them said it out loud, but they were worried for him. Is Zeno okay? He hasn't said anything. He's probably panicking inside. No, I think he knows something. From the other circle, Mandy and her chosen team looked relaxed. Do we win something? Min Jae asked, cocky as ever. Or do we just laugh at them while the loser walks out? You're so mean, Ginny teased, nudging him with her shoulder. Mandy didn't speak. She was looking straight at Zeno. 5 seconds, Lucy's voice counted down. 4, 3, 2, 1. The room blacked out. Someone gasped. Silence. Heavy and suffocating. Then, the spotlight on the left circle lit up. Zeno, Ari, Annie, Minsu. There was a long, painful pause before people realized what had just happened. Oh my goodness. No way. Wait, what? They won. That can't be right. That can't be right. Zeno's team. How could they do that with only 4 members? Minsa screamed in delight. We're alive. Oh my God, we're alive. He dropped to his knees and hugged Annie's waist. Annie blinked in shock. Ari's mouth was slightly open, her hand instinctively reaching for Zeno. Zeno, on the other hand, just smiled, quiet and knowing, like he had seen this all along. Meanwhile, across the room, Mandy's smile dropped. The spotlight never came. Her circle remained in the dark, and Lucy's voice returned. Player Mandy has been eliminated. Chapter 240, Friend or Foe? How is that possible? Min Jae exclaimed, his face red from embarrassment. Mandy was kicked out right off the bat, not even given the chance to say goodbye. Well, it wasn't like she had the face to do so. Min Jae, being the most provocative player in the show, slumped on the couch before pointing a finger at Annie. Then, you really did finish 7 missions. Annie pursed her lips. That's what I said. You bastards, Minsa chimed. How dare you look down on us? I answered 8 questions, you know. Ginny rolled her eyes and continued looking at her nails while chewing gum. She had a 1-digit value. However, she had high hopes because her group appeared pretty strong. That meant that someone was way too confident with their low scores. Bacon PD cleared his throat. That is why you should always be careful with your decisions on the show, he said before standing. He glanced at Zeno as he walked by, but even then, he couldn't understand what he was thinking about. How many points does this kid have? Billy, however, wasn't afraid to voice it out. How many points did you get, Zeno, he asked. I gave up in the end, Zeno answered truthfully. Minjae scoffed while Jenny smirked. What an honest answer. Minsu joined in and wrapped one arm around Zeno. Even then, our scores were higher than theirs, so don't feel bad. Ari and Annie must have gotten a huge amount. Zeno nodded while the others tried to make out the others' values. Nobody budged, though. It was a battle of pride. Zeno smirked because they hadn't asked them again. They truly weren't curious about his score. Good. Zeno knew from the start that they were playing for the long run. He glanced at Annie. Her innocent looks were deceiving, but she told the truth a while ago. She answered 7 riddles. Ari, too, was silent and composed. She had the look of someone who processed things deeply. Minsu, even with all his jokes, had sharp eyes and quick reactions. The moment Mandy didn't choose them, Zeno was pleased. She'd picked the wrong team. Zeno had stopped at 44 points, not because he couldn't go further, but because he didn't want to. He knew Mandy hit 45, which meant she missed the 10-pointer. It was the only question she missed. That was enough for him. The second place is where he wanted to be. He could have gone higher. He knew where the answers were, but he didn't want the attention. He didn't want the meal that came with being the star. At least, not yet. Winning, after all, doesn't always mean being first. What is your plan, 25? Slash muttered as he looked at his stats. Slash couldn't monitor Zeno's every move. Only his location and what he could see in those apps that humans use. What was it again? Sigmoid. With that, he relied a lot on Zeno's system. He was well past his original meter, and it seemed that Zeno didn't have any plans to reverse it. Fame meter, 59%. A small smile appeared on Slash's lips. Are you finally having fun? He muttered to himself. The other ascendants were busy with their own systems when the doors suddenly opened, revealing Apex in all of his glory. Slash quickly moved to another tab, where Zeno's system wasn't shown. Apex, the others greeted respectfully. However, Slash remained seated and began looking for new items for Zeno. How's it going? Apex greeted, appearing like a politician. Slash pursed his lips and let out a deep breath. Not long after, he felt a cold presence behind his back. You're not going to greet me? Slash turned around and bowed slightly. Apex's laughter echoed around the dome. The others chimed in, obviously wanting to kiss up to the highest ranked. Slash wasn't amused, though. He had come in at around the same time as the Apex, so he didn't regard him as a god like the others did. Apex placed a hand on Slash's shoulder and gave it a firm squeeze. Not enough to hurt, but enough to leave a mark. Still, Slash did not flinch and merely focused his gaze on his own work. How is Zeno's mission going? He asked. Good. That's not the answer I'm expecting. Tell me the details. Slash sighed and ran his fingers through his long hair, one he hadn't bothered to cut since he spawned on this planet. He's doing well as always. What do you want me to say? I don't know, Apex muttered. It seems to me that you're acting suspicious. I told you, you're being too harsh on Zeno. Lay low a bit, will you? You're being too mean to our best employee. I'm doing this so he can finish his mission faster, Slash said through gritted teeth. Apex clicked his tongue and finally released his hold, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Slash looked up at him and hated how he couldn't read his face. It felt like looking into an endless void covered by his hood. He couldn't make out any of his features, making him bite his lip. Go easy on the quests, Apex reminded, his voice turning cheery. He only has 1 year to finish this mission. I know, Slash muttered. You don't have to remind me every time. The other ascendants began whispering as they watched their interaction. Is it all right to talk to the Apex like that? Slash has been here before us. I think he and the Apex were close before. I think they're still close now. Slash wouldn't speak to him like that if they weren't. Slash nearly scoffed. Close my ass. Before leaving, Apex left some words. Remember what I said, Slash. Don't give Zeno too much of a hard time. I just want him to come back safely. Slash merely hummed, knowing Apex wouldn't drop the topic unless he conceded. That was what he always wanted. Instilling authority. Apex patted his shoulder. Good job, he complimented. I'm looking forward to seeing him go back. Slash nodded and didn't bother acknowledging his presence any further. Instead, he went to Sigmoid, the app filled with hate that humans seemed to be addicted to. What a bunch of sadists. The second episode of his new show had just aired, and Zeno's name was already trending. +1 public perception. Fame meter, 60%. Then Slash sighed. I'm doing this for you, 25. After all, Slash had known him for the longest. Chapter 241, Island of Orbits. Fame meter, 60%. New item, minty cool. Smell fresh 24/7, even without a bath. Zeno didn't understand the item, but he was thankful for it. Human bodies emitted secretions that made them smell decomposed despite being alive, contrary to that of Rennie's, and he was happy to get rid of such trait. They were down to 7 players now. Ginny had been eliminated in the last game, and it wasn't the grand dramatic betrayal everyone had expected. No, it had been something as ridiculous as the scent of death, the title of their last mission. The game required contestants to identify a sequence of odors, from the floral and familiar to the absolutely revolting. Ginny had simply refused to sniff the more offensive samples. She'd waved them off with her manicured hands, scrunching her nose and muttering, I don't need to win that badly. I already have a lot of money. Unfortunately for her, that kind of thinking had consequences. Now she was gone, escorted silently from the set before she could even ask Zeno what kind of skincare made his face look like it had never known stress. Only 6 contestants left. I wonder what they're going to do this time. I hope it's something that Billy can excel in. What do you mean? He excels in everything. Zeno needs to show them that he's smart now. Yeah, I feel like only a few acknowledge it because of how they edit these episodes. I really think he's the hidden ace. Zeno sniffed his pits and nodded to himself. The item was already working. He smelled fresh. Still, he worked out and showered early, knowing the next game was bound to happen soon. At exactly 6 a.m., they were ushered to the death area once more. Blindfolds were on, hands were held lightly at their sides, and they were not allowed to speak. The air was warm and humid, making Bacon PD sigh in relief. The AC inside the life area was too cold for his old body. Meanwhile, the air in the death area clung to their skin like a second layer of sweat. Then, the blindfolds came off all at once. They stood in what looked like a simulation of an island. Oh, they're on a deserted island? I wish they could have really dropped them off at a deserted island. Yeah, hoping they take them to Point Nemo. Girl, you have some problems. There was sand, and the floor had the slight unevenness of it. 9 faintly glowing orbs surrounded them like ancient markers. The walls were curved and distant, giving the illusion of a horizon like they were stuck in a dome. The ceiling was painted like a night sky. Is it hot in here, or is it just me? Minsum muttered, tugging at the collar of his shirt. Ari looked around and pointed at something at the ceiling. It's 24 degrees. It's not that hot, but it's humid. Lucy's voice came next, always disembodied and mechanical. Welcome to the Island of Orbits. They all turned silent. You are standing in the middle of a simulated escape room. Their expressions hardened the moment they heard it was an escape room. Look around. There are 9 orbs surrounding you. These 9 orbs are the key to opening the exit doors. You have 24 hours. However, if I were you, I would not consume that much time, for you have another mission tomorrow. They all looked up. The lights around them remained dim. That's torture. Is this legal? This is a team game. All 7 of you must participate. Only when the 9 orbits glow will you be able to escape, Lucy continued. 9? But there's only 7 of us, Bacon PD muttered, narrowing his eyes. Correct, Lucy replied. She didn't elaborate further. You can only gain points the moment you escape. The earlier you escape, the more points you get. You start at 2,400 points. Their eyes glowed with greed. 2,400 points meant that the prize money would go up to 1,000,000,001. With every hour you remain in the room, the points will go down by 100. However, if you do not escape before the deadline, all points will be reset to 0. There was silence. Everyone exchanged wary glances. Wait, Minjae piped up. So, if we work together and get out, we all get points? How is it going to be distributed? Annie added in a careful tone. Lucy didn't answer for a while, causing the others to frown. Billy tilted his head. Does that mean that we're all going to have those 2,400 points? Or will it be divided equally? This time, Lucy answered. Just do your best, she said. Then the doors clanked shut. The thud echoed through the simulated island like a judge's gavel. Billy tried to open the doors, but it didn't budge, not one bit. They were truly stuck inside. It felt even more humid the moment the doors were closed. Lights buzzed faintly. The room seemed to hum with dread. Okay, Min-jae said, clapping his hands together. This isn't that bad, right? I mean, we just gotta figure out what these circles mean. Maybe it's like a password or a code. It could be numbers or letters. We start inputting stuff. Try everything. We can get out of here in 1 hour. No one stopped him as he walked over to one of the orbits. He found a keypad built into the wall beneath it. It had both alphabet keys and digits. Zeno glanced at him, then focused on the temperature instead. Min-jae typed in escape. Then, a small beep and a soft click echoed above that the others didn't notice. Zeno was the only one who noticed. Min-jae was about to type another word, but Zeno stopped him this time. Don't, he said. Min-jae's brows furrowed, and he turned to glare at Zeno. Did you just ask me to stop trying? Zeno pursed his lips and gestured to the screen that contained the temperature. They all turned to it. Every wrong answer raises the temperature inside the room. Chapter 242, Falling Apart. Min-jae's face was red now, not from the rising heat, but from being wrong. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. That he, out of all people, was failing this stupid room. There's no way that was wrong, he muttered to himself, pushing back sweaty bangs as he glared at the keypad. You typed palm tree, bro. Mince's sighed, crouching near the first orbit. Why would that be the answer? It made sense at the moment. Min-jae snapped. We're on a fake island, okay? It was a good guess. It's not a vibe quiz, it's logic, Annie muttered, fanning herself with the edge of her shirt. Her eyes darted toward the other orbs. Not one of them lit. We've had no right answer in 2 hours. This is ridiculous, Ari added. Oh crap, they're struggling. I mean, are there any clues? There isn't any in the room. It's literally a blank slate. There are books in front of each orb, though. The room was stifling. The artificial temperature had now climbed to 27 degrees Celsius, but it felt much hotter under the stagnant air. There was no breeze or ventilation. It was like being wrapped in plastic wrap and left under a sun lamp. Sweat trickled down necks, temples, and backs. Billy's once fluffy hair was beginning to cling to his scalp. Zeno's white shirt had a growing patch between his shoulder blades. And still, he hadn't said anything. Zeno stood in the middle of it all, completely still, eyes scanning the room, lips sealed. Hey, Min-jae barked, spinning toward him. We know you're useless, but aren't you going to say anything? Zeno didn't look at him. Seriously? What? Too cool to talk now. Still nothing. Ari shot Min-jae a glare. Let him think. Think. We're all literally melting. He's just standing there. Min-jae stomped over to another light. He wiped the keypad with his sleeve and punched in rain. Beep. The temperature screen blinked. 28 degrees. A collective groan echoed. I swear to God, Minsu hissed. Min-jae, stop randomly typing things. You're making it worse. Bacon PD added, gripping his soaked shirt in frustration. There aren't even any fans, Ari said, voice dry. Is that allowed? Isn't this legally a sauna now? It's just humid, not deadly, Minsu muttered, wiping his brow. Yet. Still, Zeno said nothing. Min-jae looked like he was about to snap. Fine. Someone else do something then. We've got 9 cryptic lights and a bunch of textbooks that don't have anything to do with each other. I'm the only one moving, and yet you're all complaining. Oh, here it goes. I'm loving the drama. Yes, yes. Fight some more. Min-jae is fucking annoying, though. What's more annoying is Zeno. How can he not speak? The others didn't respond. No one knew what to do. They had all noticed the books, one in front of each orbit. But the books were impossibly vague, ranging from dense biology textbooks to history tomes, physics theory, abstract poetry collections, and even a French phrasebook. And none of them were easy to read in the heat. Another hour passed. They hadn't tried out any other answers. The points were down to 2,100, and it suddenly made sense why they were given 24 hours. They continued looking for items, but to no avail. With that, at the 4th hour mark, they could only stare at the remaining orbits, but the glow from each circle felt like a mockery now. Sweat beaded on their temples, and the air now clung to their skin like hot oil. I think I've got the next one, Min-jae said suddenly, striding toward the first orbit. Bacon raised an eyebrow. Based on what? I don't know, intuition? Min-jae muttered. I feel like it's the elements. Maybe. Air. He punched the letters in quickly. Beep. 33 degrees. Minsu rolled his eyes. Oh great. Look, just because you want to play hero doesn't mean you should be guessing randomly. I can try too, you know. You're not the only one with a brain. Oh, so now you want to guess. Minjae snapped. Then go ahead, genius. Enlighten us. Gladly. Minsu moved toward another orb, one with a red book in front of it, and tapped the keypad. Let's see. Lucy's brutal, so maybe. Blood. Beep. 34 degrees. Point 1. Bacon PD let out a dry laugh. You're all way too paranoid for people who don't actually know the answers. Billy sensed the tension, so he tried to play as the peacemaker. Let's just breathe. Let the orbits speak to us. He walked to the orange orb and typed 2. It's the second color on the rainbow, he muttered. Beep. 35 degrees. Wow, Bacon PD said. Truly revolutionary. They're all losing their patience. I am too. What the heck do the colors even mean? Lucy's going to kill them. Do they even have water? Can we just? Billy started, trying to step between Minsu and Minjae, who were now arguing in full volume. You're literally melting my brain. Minsu yelled. Just let me think for 2 seconds. You had 2 seconds and guessed blood. Minjae shouted back. Guys. Annie finally spoke, also losing patience. Maybe instead of screaming, you can try shutting up? I'm trying to figure things out. You've been silent the whole time. Minjae accused. If you've got something, say it. I am figuring it out. Annie snapped, her composure cracking as she stormed toward another orb. Beep. 36 degrees. Stop. Ari's voice rang out, sharp and desperate. Everyone stop typing. You're just making it worse. But they didn't stop. Billy was moving toward another orbit again. Minjae and Minsu looked like they were going to start throwing punches. I swear, this is how teams fall apart. Billy wailed, nearly in tears. We have to unite. Come on, guys. Think of the viewers. All right, Billy's pretty annoying here. How? He's de-escalating the situation. He's a crybaby. He did this last season, too, and got lucky. Wow. Are you a Zeno fan? Ari had enough. You're all acting like children. Minsu, weren't you in the military? You should be more careful. Minsu gave a tired sigh and shrugged. Yeah, well, you should probably stick to writing fiction, Ari. That's what you're best at, right? It was meant to be a joke, but the silence that followed was loud enough to stop the fighting. Annie's lips parted slightly like the wind had been knocked out of her. Ari stood frozen, eyes glistening not with tears, but disbelief. Wow, she said softly. Thanks. The temperature flashed again. 37 degrees. Someone groaned. Bacon PD was fanning his shirt uselessly. Billy had slid to the floor, his hair sticking to his cheeks. It was hot, and the pressure wasn't just from the temperature anymore. Just then, the silence was broken. Crunch. They all turned. Oh, don't mind me. Zeno stood leaning against the wall, munching casually on a bag of popcorn he'd somehow acquired. He tilted the bag in their direction like he was offering it to them. Want some? 93.2 F. Chapter 243, Unbearable Heat. Now, where the heck did he get popcorn? This is hilarious. He was digging through the sand while the others were nearly murdering each other. This is the funniest crap I've watched all year. Zeno let the last kernel crack between his teeth as their eyes bore into him. 38 degrees. He tilted his head. You know they wouldn't leave us here without food, right? Considering we have cameras on us 24/7, it wouldn't look great on social media. The others blinked, and like a switch had flipped, they were on their feet, crowding behind him as he crouched under the blue and green orb in the far corner. A low drawer, nearly invisible unless you were looking for it, slid out from the wall. Inside were several neatly packed vacuum-sealed containers, water bottles, nutrient cubes, some sticky rice and jerky, and a few unlabeled metal flasks. It was just enough to last them the day. Jackpot, Zeno muttered, tossing a water bottle backward without looking. Minsu caught it with both hands. Oh, thank goodness. Wait, Minjae narrowed his eyes. Are you just now deciding to be useful? Annie shot him a look, standing protectively in front of Zeno. Minjae, he found food. You want to go back to melting in the middle of the room with an empty stomach? I'm just saying, Minjae grumbled. Minsu grabbed a pouch and opened it with his teeth. Can you try something then, Zeno? He asked between bites. Instead of just lurking around being mysterious? Billy nodded in agreement. They were yet to see him take action inside the room. Why? The reason was very simple. Zeno didn't know what to do just yet. To be fair, he may be a genius, but he wasn't a magician. Zeno stood and walked over to one of the books in front of the third orb, flipping through its thin, yellowed pages. This one has 638 pages, he murmured. He turned to the keypad, typing in the numbers slowly. 6 to 3, 8. Beep. The screen buzzed. 39 degrees. Minjae snapped. We've already tried that. Zeno ruined it. It's his first attempt. Minjae is acting like he's not the main reason why the room is hot right now. Minjae is the reason why the room is hot. But Zeno is the reason why the room is smoking hot, if you know what I mean. No, I don't. Nobody move, Bacon PD said suddenly. Until someone has something good to suggest. We're just raising the temperature with every stupid guess. Ari dropped to the floor beside Billy, who was wiping the sweat from his neck with the corner of his shirt. His face was flushed pink and eyes dulled with exhaustion. I swear I'm gonna faint, he muttered. We all are. Annie sighed, plopping down next to him. At least we won't be hungry. She popped one of the nutrient cubes into her mouth and made a face. Okay, correction. We will be just slower. Should we be eating all of this? Minsu asked warily, scanning the rations. If we run out. I don't want to run out, Ari said. I want to get out. This room feels way hotter than 39 degrees. She might be right about that. There was no fan and no vent, so it was quite hard to breathe. Ugh, Bacon PD sniffed, wrinkling his nose. Who smells? The heat had made them more honest, too. It seemed their filters had officially melted off along with the heat. Everyone looked around until their eyes landed on Minjae. Don't we lack the gene that gives us body odor? 1. Bacon PD muttered. Why do you kids smell still? It's not only me, Minjae muttered. We're all gross right now. It was true. Their sweat had dripped to the ground, and although it wasn't unpleasant, it wasn't entirely pleasant either. I smell perfume, though, Annie muttered. There was a fragrant scent that stood out among the sweaty mess. Everyone turned to Zeno, and they leaned in closer. Where did you get perfume? Billy asked, incredulous. Move, Zeno muttered, pushing them off. Annie, curious with red cheeks, leaned in and sniffed his shoulder. You smells like citrus? No, like laundry. No way, Minsu whispered, eyes wide. Even he smells good in these conditions? Are they out of their minds right now? Theory confirmed. Zeno smells good. Let me get a whiff. I hope he bottles up his sweat and sells them to me. I would gladly steal his bathwater and use it as perfume. Oh goodness. Such information has given birth to a whole new type of weirdos. 8 hours had passed. 8 hours of guessing and fighting and overheating and nothing to show for it. Until a ringing sound echoed from above, and Lucy's voice came down. You seem to be having a difficult time, she said. I'll help you. They all stood. But, she added, I'm going to have the value. Then, the same rate of decrease will apply. Silence. 8 hours, and they had gotten nowhere. The total points was 1,600 now. 800 billion still a lot, Annie said quietly. Minsa looked around. I mean, yeah, that's still insane money. I could have just guessed less and got more, Minjae muttered under his breath. Bacon PD exhaled. Fine, let her help. Zeno sat on the edge of the circular dais, sipping from his bottle, looking unbothered. 800 million won was still more than he'd spend in 10 lifetimes. Here's the clue. Lucy started off, and they all leaned in to listen. It's hot. Why is that? You need to cool off. The screen didn't change. The temperature stayed the same. That's it. They wasted half of the points. Lucy is evil, I'm telling you. Lucy is literally the devil. What was that supposed to mean? Ari asked, hands on her hips. Oh, she's toying with us, Minjae muttered. We just had to fall for it. Cool off, Billy echoed. What does she want us to do? Open a window. There are no windows. Zeno slowly rose. He looked at the orbs. There were 9 of them, all floating silently in the dim light above. He walked slowly in a wide arc, examining their position, their color, and then their order. Then he looked at the books again. His eyes lit up. An amused little smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. What are you doing? Minjae demanded. Zeno didn't answer. He moved to the center and stopped, gaze fixed upward. Orbits, he said. Minjae threw his hands up. What now? It's the solar system. Everyone froze. Zeno pointed. That's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter. You're saying the puzzle is the planets? Annie asked. Zeno nodded slowly. That's why it's hot. He turned his head and stared directly at the circle he was standing on in the center. We're the sun. Koreans actually have this, not all. It's a mutation of the ABCC11 gene. 580,000 US dollars. Chapter 244, The Last Planet. Min-jae scoffed. Yeah, okay. What does that have to do with how we solve the codes? Man, I thought Min-jae was going to be my favorite player, but I'm being proven wrong. He's a piece of smart trash. Not smarter than Zeno, though? Is this the part where Zeno makes us all fall in love with his wit? Zeno ignored Min-jae, stepping to the orb furthest left, small, grayish, and dull. Below it, a worn, leather-bound book sat on a pedestal. He opened it and went to the very last page. 244 pages, Zeno muttered. Annie leaned over his shoulder. What does that mean? Mercury has a radius of around 2,440 kilometers, he said. In scientific notation, that's 2.44 times 10 cubed. Ari pursed her lips. She loved science and reading books, but even then, she could never imagine memorizing the radius of each planet. The production crew was also at a loss. They placed those books as hints, but they didn't think the contestants would get the correlation. It should have served more as a distraction. Zeno nodded once. Flipping the book, closed with a soft thud. The page count correlates to each planet's radius. They're coded. How the hell do you know that? Min-jae blurted. Zeno raised an eyebrow. Oh, shouldn't someone like you know about it? Min-jae muttered something under his breath and stepped back. Show off. Burn. Zeno's showing the mathematician how it's done. And to think that Zeno didn't even go to college. Was he playing with all of us beforehand? He's actually really smart, is he? So, Minsu murmured, stepping between orbs. This is Mercury, then Venus. Earth, where we found the food. That adds up, Billy added, wanting to sound smarter than he actually was. So it's just planets? Min-jae interrupted, already stomping toward the nearest keypad. Great. Watch this. He typed with enthusiasm. MRCRY. Beep. The temperature rose again. 40 degrees. Min-jae growled, jabbing the buttons harder. It's Mercury. What else do they want? Zeno shook his head slowly. It wouldn't be that simple. Why not? Just because, Zeno muttered, making Min-jae even more frustrated. Zeno walked over to the planet that represented Mercury before glancing at the others. They had followed him now, albeit reluctantly. Annie and Ari were doing it willingly, though. They felt like they could trust Zeno with this mission. He walked around the orbs again, his eyes scanning the spheres, pausing briefly under each one. Orbits, he muttered. Most of the time there was a clue in the name of the mission itself. Zeno believed this mission wasn't different. Orbital periods, Zeno clarified and stopped beneath the blue-green orb. Earth. He bent down and tapped the keypad. 3 to 6, 5. A different kind of beep rang through the death area this time. The orb glowed bright with its colors. The room gasped. This is so freaking cool. Show them, Zeno. He's handsome and smart. He's the perfect man. I feel like I'm seeing him in a completely different light. No way, Minsa breathed. He's a genius, Annie whispered. Zeno's fingers danced over the keys again, this time under the gray Mercury orb. 8 to 8. It lit up. Venus. 2 to 2, 4. Another glow. It's orbital periods, Zeno said again, this time loud enough for everyone to hear. How long does each planet take to revolve around the sun? A stunned silence followed. Even Minsu had nothing humorous to say. Who knows the planet's orbital periods in the back of their minds? Does Zeno have another brain he could tap into? Just how smart is he? How do you know this stuff? Billy asked, unable to contain his curiosity, and maybe a little bit of envy. Zeno just moved to the next orb, the one with a reddish hue. Mars. 6 to 8, 7. It blinked on. I just remember it, Zeno muttered. Having lived for that long, this was the kind of information that had been instilled in his mind. With that, Zeno breezed through the 8 planets with ease. However, it was a problem. When they got to the 9th one. Wait, Billy blurted. Aren't there only 8 official planets? Everyone turned toward him. He puffed his chest slightly, proud that he remembered something. Pluto wasn't an official planet anymore. Zeno paused, glancing at the 8th orb. Then the 9th, smaller, hovering slightly apart from the rest with a deep violet color. Minji's smirk widened. Heh, but you didn't think I'd know this, huh? He swaggered up to the last orb and typed confidently. 9 to 0, 6 to 4, 0. It was the orbital period of Pluto. The keypad flashed red. 41 degrees. The room let out a collective groan while Min-jae froze. This guy is a wrong answer machine. Has he done anything good except for complaining and getting the answer wrong? I'm not kidding. He needs to go home, please. What's this? Is peace finally arising? There are so few hate comments about Zeno. We're still here. He's a piece of shit. That should have been it, Annie frowned. Right. Zeno didn't move. He was staring at the last orb, eyes narrowed. There were 8 official planets in the solar system. In 2006, Pluto was reclassified as a dwarf planet by the International Astronomical Union. He remembered the news pretty clearly. The production crew, again, wouldn't have made it so easy for them. This planet must be an unofficial one like Pluto, one that wasn't known by the public but was acknowledged by the Astronomical Union. If Zeno could guess, the production crew would make them strive for yet another clue. However, as he continued looking at the orb, it began to make sense. What a coincidence. With that, Zeno's mouth finally opened. Avalis. The staff gasped inside the monitoring room. How could he know that? They began to speculate. Zeno had read right through them. They were supposed to play a game that involved sacrifice in order to get the last planet right. However, that wasn't the most shocking thing for Zeno. It was that he wasn't the only one who said those words. It was faint but unmistakable. He turned to Bacon PD. He had said it too, Avalis. Chapter 245, Alliance. Zeno even knows about this planet? I searched it up, and it's real. It looks even prettier than Earth. I want to live there. Be careful what you wish for. Zeno was the best in this game. Zeno stared at Bacon PD in disbelief that he had just said his planet out loud. Yes, they were acknowledged by international space administrations, but they weren't really famous. Not at all. It was weird that Bacon PD even knew about its name. Isn't it the same as Earth? Bacon PD chimed. I was searching for planets that are livable like Earth out of curiosity, and this planet came up after thorough research. Zeno merely nodded and let Bacon PD do the honors of inputting the code. Was he mistaken? Was Bacon PD just interested in planets? 3 to 6, 5. A chime echoed through the room like a soft gong, and all the lights dimmed, except for the glowing planets and the sun orb at the center. It pulsed once, then slowly faded into a warm gold. A line of text appeared along the nearest wall in crisp font. Congratulations. The doors hissed open behind them, fog coming in and engulfing them. It felt like they had found an oasis in the middle of a desert. No one moved at first. Then, Zeno took a step forward. The rest followed, and they were led to the safe zone, the one they stayed in after the Dead Sound mission. Inside, the air was even colder, and the scent of fresh fruit and something savory filled their noses. Oh my goodness, Annie breathed. Sitting on a long metallic table were neatly lined trays with glass tumblers of chilled watermelon juice beating with condensation and large black bowls filled with steaming, glossy jajangmyeon. Omo, Billy whispered. This looks so good. Bacon PD's stomach growled before he could pretend he wasn't hungry. Coaches don't usually give you jajangmyeon unless the next day's training is hell, Zeno muttered, eyeing the spread suspiciously. Well, guess we're in for it, Minsu said cheerfully, already grabbing a bowl. One by one they sat, chairs molded to their forms like memory foam. They picked up chopsticks, slurped up thick black noodles, and downed icy, sweet drinks between bites. I don't care what's coming, Minsu mumbled with his mouth full. I needed this. Same, Billy said. I didn't realize how starving I was. They were halfway through the meal when a soft mechanical were sounded. One by one, thin black bands rose up from hidden panels in the table. They resembled smartwatches, but a little bit bulkier. They spoke too soon. I have a feeling it's not over yet. They've been through hell already, literally. Imagine getting stuck in a sauna-like atmosphere for 8 hours. The screens blinked to life with each person's name, a bar, and a number. Welcome to your new status, Lucy said. At this moment, we are going to split the 800 points equally among all of the contestants. Min-jae sighed in disappointment. Then, it feels like we didn't even do anything. The difference in our points are still the same. I hate how he makes sense. Yeah, it won't end here, would it? At this moment, Lucy continued. Everybody has the opportunity to eat. Zeno's brow furrowed. The chopsticks hung in his fingers. With your newly acquired points, you will now learn the value of sacrifice along with the brutal reality of life. A soft ping echoed across the room. Their devices flashed once. You devour. And you give. What the hell does that mean? Minsu asked. Tonight, at 8 p.m., the second real-time broadcast will begin. Oh, that's a few hours from now. I need to take a leave from work to watch this. Such dedication you have. In the broadcast, your fates will be decided. Every 10 minutes, you will be given two choices. The screen on their devices is split into two options. Give and devour. You must select one person to whom you can give your points. This choice is unlimited and mandatory. What do you mean unlimited? Ari asked sharply. We can give an infinite amount. You can give to as many people as you choose and as many as points as you like as long as it's within your own value. Another chime. You must also choose one person to devour points from. This will happen automatically. You will take 10 points from a person you choose each round. What? Annie muttered, completely forgetting the noodles inside her mouth. Every 10 minutes, this cycle will continue. The room was quiet. The game will only end when one person's value drops to 0. I see what this is. Can you give an explanation for us dummies? Contestants have points. They need to give points to one person. They need to devour points from one person. The game only ends when one of them has a value of 0. Still too complicated for me. Man, I don't know if you should be watching this then. With that, the screens turned black once more. Enjoy for now. Zeno looked up from his device, and at that moment, the cool air suddenly felt heavy. There, he saw glints, barely there but clear enough in their eyes. The twitch of a smirk was too quick to catch. The sideways glance passed beneath lowered lashes. Minjae, Minsu, Billy. Zeno stared at them. They weren't great actors. In that single, loaded moment, the way Minjae leaned over to whisper something to Minsu with the tiniest upward curl of his mouth, the way Billy looked down at his device with a smirk he quickly wiped off his face, Zeno knew. They had made an alliance. The cameras were still rolling. However, the trio knew that the broadcast had already finished. Aside from that, the live footage wouldn't start until 8 p.m. later. With that, they decided to gather. Minsu leaned over the counter, mouth full of leftover kimchi pancake. I'm just saying, if we don't do it now, we'll never get the chance. Billy nodded, whispering, I'm not doing this because I hate him. I just think he's too good of a player. With that statement, he wanted to wash his hands of all consequences. Exactly, Minjae smirked. Aside from that, he also needs to go home soon. Such a big actor. Wouldn't he have more opportunities outside? It's unfair how he's here when he's already becoming more popular. Minsu cracked the drink open and frowned. You think he knows we're going to target him? Minjae took a long sip of his drink and looked at them. Who cares? Only one thing was certain. It's time we get Zeno out of this show. Chapter 246, Live Sacrifice. The living room had transformed in the span of an hour. Where once there were cushions and low tables, now there was nothing but a single ring of white light embedded in the floor. They sat in a perfect circle, spaced evenly apart. Each of them held their gadget, glowing in red tones. Cameras floated silently from the ceiling. Corners. A single digital clock hovered above the center of the circle, counting down in white block digits. The stream had already started. Somewhere, the viewers were already forming opinions. This feels like a public execution, Bacon PD muttered. I can't watch. Do you think they have formed alliances already? Very likely. Is this how Zeno is going to be eliminated? Welcome to the live sacrifice, Lucy started off. You will now vote every 10 minutes. During the voting phase, communication is prohibited. After each round, you are free to speak. Elimination will be announced only when one value hits 0. Until then, devour, give, and survive. The timer hit midnight. A chime rang through the room. Their screens blinked. Vote now. Zeno exhaled through his nose. He glanced once at Minjae. He didn't hesitate to give and devour. Zeno's own gadget buzzed slightly in his palm. Devour, Billy. Give, Annie, +5. He tapped quickly. Annie defended him the most during the main mission. On the other hand, Billy went to him before they started filming, saying they should take care of each other. But Zeno heard the trio's conversation in the kitchen when he tried to retrieve a bag of potato chips. He wasn't upset that they wanted to eliminate him. He was upset that Minsu had eaten the last bag for the day. It also gave him confirmation that Billy was someone who didn't side with anyone. As long as it was convenient for him, and as long as he saved face, he would switch sides without hesitation. Zeno didn't want to deal with him for the next games. He also wasn't fond of Min Jae, but that guy stabbed within one's vision. He was an easier opponent. The vote ended with a ding. With that, all devices went dark. Then Lucy's voice returned. Voting has concluded. Then, slowly, people exhaled. Some stretched their fingers, cracking knuckles. The cameras moved around to show them the initial scores. Zeno looked down at his screen. Points, 190-160. He had lost 30. Just as he expected. Whoa, didn't he lose too much? Who went against him? Min Jae, Minsu, and Bacon PD? Zeno lost the most, didn't he? 160-170. +5. +5. Two people gave him some of their points. He scanned the group quickly. It had to be Annie, maybe Bacon PD, or Ari. They reset the timer. 10 o'clock began again. The waiting began anew. Round 2. Round 3. Each round brought the same results. Zeno was slowly bleeding points. Drip by drip. 190, 160, 130, 100. Always losing 30. Always gained back a small 5, maybe 10. However, he knew it wasn't enough. The fourth round ended. The silence was suffocating. Zeno looked down. Points, 100. Across the circle, Min Jae leaned back, stretching his arms. Billy gave Minsu a little grin and a nod. They were keeping each other afloat and gifting each other points in a perfect rotation. Zeno tilted his head to the side. He was surprised none of them had broken the alliance yet. That was when Ari finally broke the silence. I want to say something, she said. I hope for the next round, we don't focus on the alliances we've made, but on giving and devouring from those who deserve it. Min Jae smirked. And what do you mean by that? Zeno doesn't deserve to go home, she said. He's the only one who answered all the puzzles. We would have been stuck in there until now if it wasn't for him. Makes sense. But this isn't the game about that. Yeah, she's being too emotional. Min Jae gave a small scoff. It doesn't matter, he said. This is a different game. One mission doesn't make a leader. Zeno looked at him, leaning against his palms. You're right, he said smoothly. It doesn't. Everyone turned. But it does make a threat. Min Jae arched a brow. Zeno kept his tone calm. And that's what bothers you, isn't it? I didn't need to form alliances to win. I just did. Minsu frowned. What are you trying to say? I'm saying, Zeno said, that some people talk big, and some people do big. He tilted his head slightly. Empty cans make the loudest noise. Billy flinched slightly, feeling targeted. Minji's expression twisted just a little. You calling me empty? If the can fits. Annie choked back a laugh, while Bacon PD's eyes flickered with interest. Before Min Jae could retaliate. Midnight. Round 5. Begin voting. Zeno tapped quickly. Devour, Min Jae. Give, Ari +5. When the voting ended, he stared at his screen, and again, it was what he had expected. After saying those words, he would become an even bigger target for the three. Points, 185. Lost, 30. Gained, 15. Annie stared at her screen without really seeing it. The numbers stared back at her, and she bit her lip. What kept pulsing in her mind was the look on Zeno's face. She had observed him when they worked for a brief moment, but coming here, she realized that he was a person with no edges. He didn't beg or whine. He also didn't plead for points. He played the game. He said what he meant, and he did all of that with confidence. She swallowed hard. Why did I even come here? She'd asked herself that so many times now, she couldn't count. She'd told herself it was about stepping out of her shell and facing her fear of people. For so long, she had hidden behind the screen because she was scared of judgment. But as her eyes flicked to Zeno again, she realized something. She hadn't regretted coming here because of the game. She'd regretted it because she hadn't done anything. At least, not yet. Zeno's gaze swept across the circle again, stopping briefly on Minji's cluster. Annie looked at the gadget in her hand. 2 more rounds, maybe 3. That's all Zeno had left. She knew that the 3 were targeting him, and most likely, he was losing 30 points for each round. Ari broke her thoughts. As the 2 women left, they sat next to each other. What to do? Ari whispered. I can't stand Minsu, she muttered. The way he looked down on us. Riders during the challenge. Annie nodded slightly. Minsu had made a comment about riding being an easy job back in the death area, and it has stayed with the 2 of them since. The timer ticked down. Round 6. Zeno lost another 30. He was now at 55. When Annie's screen blinked for round 7, she didn't hesitate. Devour, Minjae. Give, Zeno. Then, ding. Player eliminated. Chapter 247, Bunny. I can't believe this. I love this player so much, though. Who voted her out? Did Annie not have many points? She had a lot, right? She also cleared the last mission pretty easily with only a few mistakes. What if she gave away all of her points? That's just ridiculous. Player Annie is eliminated. As soon as Lucy uttered these words, everyone was surprised. None of them expected it to be her. Minjae and his goons were sure that Zeno would have been eliminated in the 7th round. However, he had more points than they had anticipated. Then, it was announced that Annie was leaving. With that, the live stream cruelly ended, and the group didn't discuss what had happened. Ari internally sighed in relief that Zeno was still in the game. However, at the same time, she wondered who had sent Annie away. Bacon PD, as usual, didn't have any reaction. He stood and walked away from the scene. Annie merely smiled at them before heading to her room to get her luggage. Zeno also stood and walked away from the living room, leaving Minjae, Minsu, and Billy in an awkward atmosphere. I'm glad I'm still in this game, Minsu said, leaning against the couch. But it didn't end the way we wanted to. Billy tried to smile despite the heat he felt in his body. All is well because we're still here. Minjae, however, didn't bother hiding his disdain. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. He didn't know why he felt such emotions toward Zeno. Maybe it was because he wanted to find a flaw in his personality. Everybody knew Zeno at this point, especially if you were interested in the entertainment industry. He was a rising star with famous works despite only starting acting at the beginning of the year. Minjae was sure he had an edge in his personality. However, Zeno was honest and unbothered, like he had lived 100 lives. So, with that, Minjae assumed that his intelligence was lacking. But Zeno had proven him wrong once again, and he couldn't deny it anymore. So, if he was good-looking, popular, and smart, Minjae found it unfair. He shouldn't be the winner, too. He didn't care if he looked desperate. He wanted to defeat Zeno at all costs. Hey, Billy said, breaking the tense atmosphere. It's all right. At least, we know that Zeno has the least amount of points now. Minjae let out a deep breath. That's right, he muttered. It's only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Zeno followed Annie to the women's room. She was all ready to go when she felt someone's presence behind her. Zeno helped carry her luggage. Is this all your stuff? Annie turned to him with an agape mouth. Zeno tilted his head. She was almost a foot shorter than him, and at this angle, she did look like a bunny. It was amusing to think she wrote one of his favorite books. Annie, Zeno called, causing her to purse her lips. She nodded silently. Meanwhile, Ari, who wanted to take a shower after feeling hot from the elimination, couldn't enter the room when she saw Zeno and Annie having a staring contest. She stood away from their view as she watched, her heart racing from an unknown emotion. She slapped herself awake, feeling her cheeks redden. Get a grip, she muttered before turning back to the scene, only to find out that they weren't there anymore. The two of them walked to the exit area. Zeno placed her luggage down before turning to her. Annie was unable to meet his eyes out of embarrassment. They were engulfed in silence for a couple more seconds before Zeno decided to break it. Why did you do it? Annie finally lifted her head to meet his eyes. Zeno smirked and placed his hands inside his pocket. You gave me all your points. All 110 of them. You gave me around 25 of them, she muttered. Nobody took away from me. You should have kept your points. She smiled. I didn't want to play anymore. Honestly, it's been a while since I found an opportunity to write. I feel like everything will pale in comparison to the Forsaken Prince. So, I have been avoiding it. But coming here, I found something new to write about, she continued, the smile not leaving her lips. She appeared to be very excited and genuine, so Zeno felt quite relieved. She didn't give it to him out of pity. So, I decided to give all of my points away. And you gave them to me? Her smile didn't waver. In fact, it seemed the corner of her lips only rose, her teeth finally showing. She really looked like a bunny. You're the only person I can think of. You're the one who brought my favorite character to life. For some time, I couldn't let go of him, Hajin. I really wanted to meet him even though it was impossible. He was a fictional character after all. But then, you embodied him, and now, I believe I can move on. Like I said, There are a lot of ideas in my mind right now, most of which I am excited to write about. Zeno couldn't help it this time. He raised his hand to pat her head. She froze under his touch as Zeno treated her like a pet. You did well, he muttered. I'm looking forward to reading more of your books. Her breath hitched, and she was unable to say anything in response. This is the first time I'm saying this, but I'm a huge fan of the Forsaken Prince, too. Especially when Hajin killed his brothers. With that, the doors opened, and Zeno watched as Annie got escorted out of the mansion, still unable to say anything. The doors closed once more, but Annie's mind was still on her interaction with Zeno. The moment she entered the car meant to escort her, she tilted her head in confusion. Then, her eyes widened, the realization dawning down on her. Hajin killing his brothers? She muttered. That wasn't in the final print. However, she did remember writing it. It was a very rough draft, the first one when it was still free to read on a novel reading site. Then, she gasped in shock. Was Zeno one of her first readers? Chapter 248, Internet Sensation. Fame meter, 65%. The internet was in flames. After last night's brutal episode of Lucy's Game, Zeno had officially entered the national consciousness. Great. My mom is in love with Zeno now. Are we living the same life? My mom came home a while ago with merch of him. It's a bunch of poorly printed photo cards. I'm from Seoul University. Even I couldn't fathom what was going on inside the island of orbits. I'm a scientist of more than 8 years, and I couldn't figure it out. The blind chess wasn't a fluke. I think he really did remember the sequence. That's why, kids, you don't always have to stay in school to be smart. That's only applicable if you're naturally smart in the first place. Aside from that, his past works also came to light, with more and more people watching them. Stars in My Ordinary Sky was trending once more on YouWatch, and his co-stars were enjoying the glory that Zeno's popularity brought. Of course, it didn't end with that. The clip of him sitting upright, cool and composed as he uttered those 5 words, "Empty cans make the loudest noise," was now pinned to the top of every popular platform. Empty cans make the loudest noise trended at #1 on Sigmoid, quickly followed by hashtag Zeno Supremacy, hashtag Zeno Outsmarted Them, and hashtag Lucy's Game P4. Students began using the phrase as a kind of flex, posting mock videos of themselves shutting down arguments in classrooms. One popular TikTok trend now showed kids sitting down in school cafeterias and fake pulling sunglasses over their eyes before coolly dropping. Empty cans make the loudest noise. Teachers weren't safe either. One high school math teacher even posted, 3 of my students responded to me today with empty cans make the loudest noise after I reminded them they had homework. Help. It was safe to say that Zeno had created a frenzy even when he was still inside Lucy's mansion. Bobby and Moby were having a hard time managing all of the offers that Zeno was receiving. Eli, who was known to be a friend of Zeno's in their college after they competed in the math contest together, also became a person of interest. Hey, do you have Zeno's number? We can sleep together in exchange for Zeno's number. Of course, Eli declined each offer. He wasn't that desperate. Most of all, he was afraid of the consequences if Zeno found out he was giving away his number. They weren't the only ones feeling Zeno's popularity. Inside a clean-lined, high-gloss practice building, the atmosphere seemed to be more alive than usual. Stylists and interns were gathered around a phone, muffling their laughs as they re-watched the infamous clip. In the hallway, a makeup artist squealed, "He's so cool, I swear. I heard they suggested him coming to the company a few months ago, but our CEO declined. Have you seen the clip where he showed Min-jae that he knew all of the answers? That was the best. I keep replaying it. Half of the million views in the YouWatch video might be from me. I know. He didn't even raise his voice. That's the type of man I would like to be with." They trailed into the studio, where Phoenix sat on a low couch with his phone and his favorite game on the screen, Gear of Guardians. His legs were up, a popsicle lazily resting between his lips. Click. Swipe. Tap. Victory. Haha. Another win. Damn, I'm too good, Phoenix muttered, not even looking up. Who am I fighting, NPCs? The stylist suddenly fell silent. Phoenix blinked, noticing the odd quiet, and pulled out the popsicle. What's the matter with all of you? You were giggling just now like uneducated middle schoolers. Now you're quiet. They remained silent, so Phoenix broke the ice. He smirked and placed his foot down for a moment. Let me in, will you? What's the latest trend that you guys seem to be excited about? One stylist hesitated, then answered, no. It's just, have you seen Zeno on Lucy's game? Phoenix's game paused. He furrowed his brows. Where did I hear that name again? He muttered. For some reason, even without knowing who he was, he felt a little bit annoyed. But then, after a few seconds, it began to make sense. Zeno Han, that guy in the drama that rivaled his. He was also one of the reasons why it didn't make as much noise as he and the company had expected. That guy again, he whispered to himself. However, Phoenix didn't want it to seem that he was aware of him, so he smirked. I've never heard of that guy. Is he known? I don't really keep up with the industry because I'm so busy, you know? The stylist perked up. Well, yeah, he was sort of unknown before. Then he came out at the beginning of the year. He was already popular, but after last night's episode, he's now everywhere. It's insane. My cousin even changed his phone wallpaper to a photo of Zeno. She overshared. Another makeup artist chimed in. They're calling him the Dark Horse. And it's not even just fans. Critics are saying he might win major awards this year. Best New Actor, Best Reality Star, that kind of thing. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, that caught Phoenix's full attention. He had won Best New Actor last year, and it felt bitter that Zeno was going to be his successor. At least, he wanted it to be someone from Dayback Entertainment. The stylists and makeup artists continued gushing about Zeno, causing Phoenix to sigh in disappointment. He squinted at her. Then, slowly he stood. He stepped closer, leaned forward, just enough to be way too close, and looked directly into the stylist's eyes. The room was silent once again. Only talk about me, She turned red immediately, waving her hand, flustered. Phoenix stepped back, grinning. Relax, I'm joking. Kinda. He winked, then twirled his phone between his fingers. He was on the verge of finishing the game, and he did so, only with a single click. Then, the victory animation showed on the screen, making his smile widen. I only pressed once, but I already won. I've been unbeatable in this game since it came out. With that, he threw the popsicle stick into the bin, grabbed his iced coffee, and slung an arm around his stylist's shoulder casually. Let's go to the shoot, shall we? I'm getting bored hearing all of you talk about that guy. Chapter 249, Fatherly Conversation. Zeno woke up earlier than usual, the familiar growling of his stomach prompting him to rise from his bed. He glanced around at the others, noticing they were all still unmoving. Minjae had a napkin draped over his nose, struggling to breathe. Zeno could have moved it away, but he didn't. He walked away from the shared bedroom. With that, he made his way to the kitchen, drawn by a singular goal: to find the sweet potatoes. He eyed them thoughtfully, a silent challenge igniting within him. He was awakened by his hunger, likely a byproduct of enduring all the nonsense that came with Minji's group. With that, he grabbed a sweet potato and began peeling it with a knife. He then sliced it up, heated some oil, and added sugar, attempting to recreate the candied sweet potatoes that Solji sometimes prepared for him. Zeno stood over the stove, watching like a hawk surveying its prey. Just as he felt someone approaching, he turned sharply toward the kitchen entrance, narrowing his eyes as he spotted Bacon PD walking in. The old man paused, his gaze meeting Zeno's. You're early, Zeno muttered, refocusing on the cooking sweet potatoes, only to curse softly as his creation came out charred and blackened. He turned off the flame and glared at Bacon PD, who wore an amused smirk. I knew I smelled something burning, he exclaimed with a chuckle. I thought you were quite mature for your age, he added. Yet, seeing this, it seems you're still a bit young. Zeno pursed his lips, at a loss for words. Well, he did excel in numerous tasks, but cooking was one area he had never mastered. It was a fundamental human survival skill, but throughout his missions, he had often found himself in hard labor, relying on takeout from convenience stores to fill his stomach. In the occasional moments when he had a family around him, they prepared meals for him. But in reality, Zeno had always been too preoccupied with completing his missions that cooking had become his Achilles heel. Aside from that, their food was pre-cooked in Avalis. Zeno continued to watch as Bacon PD expertly grabbed the unevenly cut sweet potatoes, coating them in sugar before placing them into a fresh batch of hot oil. He remained silently observant, not daring to complain. How could he? Someone was cooking his favorite dish just for him. Bacon PD smirked, flipping the first batch over with skill. Cooking like this reminds me of the times when I used to prepare. He abruptly paused mid-sentence, causing Zeno's eyebrows to shoot up in curiosity. Never mind, Bacon PD muttered, shaking his head. When you used to prepare food for Asuka? Zeno prodded, having already pieced together the fragments of the conversation. Bacon PD turned to him in surprise, then chuckled heartily. You're really quick-witted. No wonder you found success in your past acting works. You certainly have a knack for picking up on these things. It comes from experience, Zeno replied, swallowing hard as the first batch of sweet potatoes was plated before him. Bacon PD regarded Zeno with a fond smile. Feel free to eat while waiting for the rest. Zeno didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed a fork and started snacking on the sweet potatoes, appearing much like a hamster hoarding food in its cheeks. The kitchen was enveloped in silence, save for the sizzling oil surrounding them, until Bacon PD broke the quiet. So, why did you come here anyway? With the success of your recent drama, you must have other projects queued up. Without hesitation, Zeno responded, I thought it would be fun. However, the moment the words left his mouth, an awkward sensation washed over him. He pursed his lips and swallowed hard. Those words had come so easily. But how could he admit to having fun? Yes, this was his first time participating in a show like this, yet he was centuries old. How could he still find enjoyment in something like it? It must be good to be young, Bacon PD chimed. Zeno tilted his head thoughtfully. Why did you come here? I bet your movie just finished filming. You must have 1,000 things on your plate, and you should want to rest. Bacon PD hesitated. Rest is a luxury. Zeno nodded in agreement. He couldn't deny that. Rest was indeed a luxury for a Rennies like him. But then, a suspicion crept back in. Perhaps. I've been running since my teenage years, striving to carve out a name for myself that stands apart from the privilege my father bestowed upon me. If I stop now, I will only invite criticism, he continued, causing Zeno to freeze in surprise. He hadn't expected such honesty from the older man. A smirk played on Zeno's lips as he shook his head in disbelief. It's not that you're afraid of being criticized. I bet it's more about you believing this is the only way to prove your worth. Bacon PD went still, the tongs hanging from his hand. That must also be the reason why you don't get along with Asuka well. Because you coddled him when he was young, and now you're left dealing with the consequences of a spoiled brat who has grown accustomed to getting everything he wants, except for his father's love. Bacon PD pursed his lips momentarily. Taken aback. Were young people truly this daunting these days? How could Zeno read his mind as if it were an open book? Bacon had spent years building what he thought to be an impenetrable wall around his true self. Then, he smiled, redirecting his focus back to the sweet potatoes. Zeno had polished off the first batch quickly, so Bacon began peeling more, lost in thought. You should do this for your son, you know? Zeno mused, glancing sideways. You're fortunate this isn't airing. If he sees this, he's going to throw a fit. Bacon PD's smile remained steady, though a flicker of apprehension crossed his features. How could I start now? I've been harsh with him his entire life, all the while providing him with everything he needs. I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate it, either. Zeno scratched the back of his neck, feeling a little caught up in their family drama, all because of candied sweet potatoes. Well, he would undoubtedly do it again. These were surprisingly good. Has he ever said that to you? Chapter 250. Sorry, not interested. Did Asuka tell you that? Zeno repeated, his cheeks stuffed with a fresh batch of sweet potatoes. In truth, Zeno might as well consult Bacon PD for his grievances. Perhaps then Asuka wouldn't cause more trouble down the line. Zeno was not one to hold grudges for long. That's a lie. He holds grudges pretty easily, and Asuka had already tried to sabotage him multiple times. Zeno remembered it all. What a menace, he thought, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface. Still, deep down, he suspected there was more to it than cruelty. Loneliness. That was the real issue, wasn't it? Not that Zeno was about to excuse the behavior. I'm finally going to put a leash on him, he muttered under his breath. What? Bacon PD asked, his ears perked up with curiosity. Zeno simply stuffed another sweet potato into his mouth. Do you know the reason why I have this ridiculous name? Bacon PD suddenly inquired. No, Zeno replied bluntly. It would be strange for me to even know that, wouldn't it? Bacon PD pursed his lips. In the end, he chose to disregard Zeno's offhand remark and continued speaking. Something about the young man compelled Oscar Beck Sr. to pour his heart out. It's because of my father. I'm sure you've heard about him already. I've heard, Zeno muttered, chewing slowly. I am aware of the privilege my name afforded me, Bacon PD continued. And I didn't want that to be the basis on which people validated or invalidated my work. In either case, it wasn't really me they were seeing. It was my surname. So, I decided to toss it aside. Bacon, Zeno said with a smirk. You thought that would be better? Bacon PD chuckled. Exactly. That was what the articles said back then too. They didn't talk about my father. They focused on the absurdity of my name. That moment was the first time I felt acknowledged for something that wasn't tied to my last name. My father, Bacon PD, continued, staring at the distance. He was strict and cold, but I understood. He prioritized his career over his family. That was simply who he was. So, when my wife had Oscar, I thought I was doing my son a favor. I wasn't around much, so I provided him with everything instead. Everything he ever asked for: lessons, tutors, platforms. I believed that love meant giving. But now, I regret it, Bacon PD whispered, because he's tied to me. My name, my reputation. I see how hard he's worked, but it feels like he's been swallowed whole by it. Why would he work hard when he never had to? Zeno finished his last bite, wiped his fingers clean, and leaned back in his seat. Your son, Zeno said plainly, is a piece of shit. Bacon PD's eyebrows shot up in surprise. But, Zeno continued calmly, he's still human. Your son is your greatest weakness, Zeno continued. You're trying hard to mend your relationship with your father by treating your son differently, hoping it would fix him. But humans, you can't fix them. You can only help until the day they fix themselves. Bacon PD sat in silence, simply staring at Zeno. Zeno shrugged, breaking the tension. You should try to make him less of a piece of shit. I know the industry would appreciate it. A heavy silence hung in the air for a moment. Then Bacon PD erupted into soft laughter. That's the most I've seen you care about anything, he said, nodding towards the now empty plate nearby. Except maybe those sweet potatoes. Zeno glanced down at the vacant tray. They're gone. You're really upset, aren't you? Bacon PD teased. I like them, Zeno admitted. Bacon PD chuckled again, eyes twinkling with amusement. You must really like them. Zeno's gaze fell back to the spot where the food had once been, and he sighed deeply. It's one of Earth's few merits. I agree, Bacon PD replied. Earth doesn't have many merits, to be honest. Zeno's head snapped around, his expression suddenly intense as he remembered there was a Rennie's in this house. Actually, he wasn't completely certain yet. It could just be his imagination, but even then, he felt compelled to inquire. With that, Zeno posed an unusual question. Have you ever heard of Dennis? He asked slowly. Bacon PD blinked in surprise. Dennis. The name was an inside joke among the Rennies back on Avalis, one that Zeno found unfunny and didn't usually engage in. However, the moment felt right to drop the reference. He watched Bacon PD intently, waiting for any sign of recognition. But the man's expression remained unchanged. No, Bacon PD finally replied, slowly. Who's Dennis? Is he a new foreign actor? Zeno frowned, confused by the lack of response. Was he actually mistaken? He let out a resigned sigh and leaned back in his seat, arms crossed. Never mind. Bacon PD studied him, his brow still knitted in thought. Sensing a shift in the conversation, he jumped to another topic. You've told me your reason for being here. Bacon PD started off. Do you want to know mine? It's definitely not because you want to be here, Zeno retorted. Bacon PD smirked, amused. You caught me again. Zeno raised an eyebrow. You're right, Bacon admitted. I don't want to be here. Zeno sighed in response. Then leave. Bacon tilted his head. Don't you want to know why I came? No. Zeno replied without a moment's hesitation. I'm not curious. Bacon blinked, taken aback. Really? Yes. But it's a good reason, Bacon insisted, leaning in slightly. I believe you, Zeno replied nonchalantly. I'm telling you. Bacon pressed further. You would want to hear my reason. It's actually very interesting. Zeno picked up a spoon, using it as a mirror to gaze at his reflection for a moment. Still not interested. Only a few people know about it. Bacon tried again. Zeno didn't respond, maintaining his silence. Determined, Bacon PD decided to share anyway. I asked a favor from Gene PD, Bacon explained. He agreed to that favor, and the payment is for me to be here. That's good, Zeno muttered, still uninterested. His eyes, however, darted toward the last piece of sweet potato in the cupboard. He wondered if eating it one more piece would be acceptable. He didn't want to ask Bacon PD to prepare him another, though. It's got something to do with a new project, Bacon added, trying to pique Zeno's interest once again. It's a crossover between his variety show style and my upcoming movie. Whatever. He just wanted to savor that sweet potato. With that, Zeno reached out to grab it and gazed at it as though it were the rarest diamond in the universe. Bacon watched him intently. You're not even listening to me, are you? Zeno squinted at the potato. No. The older man chuckled. And to think I want you to be a part of it. Zeno wasn't listening in the slightest. Chapter 251. He knows. Head office, Gangnam, Seoul. The screen projected the image of a perfectly styled man sitting in a custom leather chair with a panoramic view of Seoul glinting behind him. Jonas Kim, the youngest mogul in K-entertainment. At 34, he's rising to become one of Korea's top 10 richest. Handsome and untouchable, Jonas Kim of Daebak Entertainment is the man shaping the future of Korean entertainment. They made the article well, Mr. Kim said in amusement, stroking his chin. I didn't even have to pay them. However, the silence dampened his mood a little bit. He turned to his employees with one eyebrow raised. Clap, he said suddenly. The 10 or so employees seated around the obsidian table paused, glanced at one another, and then began to clap loudly. He smiled. Thank you. I worked very hard on that interview. The screen dimmed. Mr. Kim leaned forward with his usual charismatic smile. Now, my lovely people, he started off. Let's get the report done quickly. I'd like to go home early. I feel like eating strawberries in bed. There was a tense shuffle of papers. Sung-min, head of strategy, adjusted his collar. Sir, the latest drama, Backstreet Fighters, didn't meet projections. It dipped by 2.3% in the final week, and international sales haven't picked up. The most recent film didn't break even either, despite our push in Japan. He trailed off, but continued when he noticed the CEO's silence. And the recent announcement of our newest artists are underperforming. Social media engagement is down, and... Why? Sungmin blinked. Sir, Jonas tilted his head, smile gone. Why is engagement down? A large part of the public attention is currently on Lucy's game, sir. It's dominating social feeds and trending across multiple platforms. Jonas reached for the carafe of water in front of him, poured himself half a glass, took a sip, and set it down. I see. Then, someone spoke through the silence to suggest something. Well, there's a potential opportunity, sir. Zeno Han from Lucy's game, if we could scout him. He's from Dreamy, a no-name agency. He already denied Moonrise, but Daebak is Daebak. I mean, who says no to this company? Someone else nodded. He's dreamy, a good actor, and quite strange. However, it adds to his charm. He has it, said another. The X Factor. The sound of knuckles slamming against wood made them all jolt. Mr. Kim stood, fists planted on the table. So, what you're all telling me, he said, slowly turning his gaze from one staff member to another, is that your incompetence is my problem. There was suffocating silence. You couldn't predict the rise of one show. Couldn't redirect the numbers. Couldn't build stronger releases. Couldn't adapt. He smiled tightly. Yet you come into my boardroom and bring me gossip about a man named Zeno. As if his dreamy face will save your quarterly reviews. Oh, you're all watching this too? Said someone amused. My kid loves to watch it. He loves that guy. Another said, pointing at Zeno. He's quite a handsome young man. Jonas didn't say anything and merely watched. He hadn't seen the show before, but he was no stranger to it. His employees had been raving about it even though it had nothing to do with artists from their company. The screen showed a math challenge. The players stood before whiteboards, racing against time to solve increasingly complex computations. What came next appeared impossible to answer in the time limit they were given. However, Zeno only thought for a few seconds before he scribbled quickly. The rich men in the room laughed, their voices deep and indulgent. This kid's smart. He should work for me. He can do my taxes in his sleep. You mean hide the taxes you need to pay for? They laughed once more, the sound of their richness coming out of their mouths. Zeno's team stepped back first, and the camera zoomed in on his whiteboard, illuminating it on the screen above his team. Answer, 25. Amidst the rich laughter, Assistant Byun stared at the screen, eyes narrowing slightly. The camera panned to Minji's team, and they answered differently. The number 25 foot still glowed above Zeno, and Jonas, who had been swirling his drink, suddenly tilted his head. His eyes flicked to Byun, and Byun, normally unreadable, had gone still as stone. His pupils dilated slightly, and from one of them, someone muttered, 25. Chapter 252, Deceit, 1. After an excruciating 5-day wait, the final episode of Lucy's Game was finally live. The show that had taken the country and the internet by storm had reached its climax. Fans had spent the past week dissecting every clue, clip, and edit, crafting theories and championing their favorites. Some had watched for the challenging games, others for the contestants, but all of them stayed for the thrill. I'm actually so sad this is the last one. When are we ever going to get a masterpiece like this again? I'm scared. What if the ending ruins everything? I'm a new fan of Zeno's because of this show. I really want him to win. I want Minjae to win. You have the worst taste. The livestream counter had just crossed 1 million viewers. It was the highest-rated streaming variety finale in the country's history. The viewership was so intense that comments lagged behind the footage by seconds. Gene PD watched from the side, officially showing himself to the contestants. Bacon PD saw him and nodded in acknowledgement. The cameras weren't hidden this time. Each contestant had a camera focused on them, high quality and showing every pore. Their face cams were displayed on the bottom of the screen in little squares, sometimes moving onto the main screen. It felt like a game live stream, making it appear more legit. Is Zeno's camera different from the rest of them? Why is he so smooth? I want to lick him clean. The competition is becoming crazier, Minji muttered as she bit into a chicken leg. Zeno has so many fans now. Maxie barked by her side, munching on her own plain chicken breast. Do you miss her, Maxie? Doha asked, fluffing up her fur. Maxie turned her head away, but her eyes were focused on the screen. Well, I do, Doha muttered. At the Saliva Lounge, the screen was already on. Mr. Kim was here for the second time, and he tuned out the moaning and groaning inside the room to focus on the widescreen. Assistant Byun stood behind him, silent, watching just as intently. In dorm rooms, PC cafes, break rooms, university lounges, and even on subway platforms, phones were tilted sideways as people watched the loading screen give way to the final episode. The opening visuals finally flashed. Lucy's Game, the final quest, Deceit. After a while, Lucy's voice rang through the death area. Welcome, she said. This is the final quest. One that will test more than your intelligence or your willpower. With that, a large velvet-draped pedestal rose from the floor, holding what looked like a deck of massive stone tablets. The quest is called Deceit, she continued. Each of you will choose 4 cards from this deck of 20. The cards are inscribed with symbols, all containing a value. However, these values will be added or subtracted to your current values. Oh, I see. So, they have to choose the right card at the very beginning? I'm sure there would be something more. However, here's the catch. All but one is a negative card. Only one is a positive. The camera zoomed in on the symbols that appeared like hieroglyphics. A snake biting its tail. An eye. A cracked moon. A man clutching his chest. A laughing face. Symbols that looked ancient and dreamlike. Whoever holds the positive card at the end of this game will receive the final merit. This merit has the power to change the entire game. Right, because if the additional value is high, then all the other quests will be useless. It all comes down to this one. The camera panned across the 5 contestants. Minjae, cocky and relaxed, arms folded. Billy, smiling innocently. Ari composed, and her brows slightly furrowed. Bacon PD with a determined expression. And Zeno, standing at the end, appears unpredictable once again. In the next phase, you will face 10 rapid-fire questions. Buzz in first, and you'll get the chance to swap one of your cards with another contestant. So this is what happens. They have the chance to exchange the cards, but even then, the merit isn't guaranteed. Each move can either make or break them. Be careful who you trust. Be careful who you watch. Only one card will change everything. Tension-filled music filled the death area, making it feel like the stakes were higher. Shall we begin? They stared at the 20 cards laid out on the long stone table in front of them. The first one to buzz in will choose a card first, and they also have the chance to declare the order of the choice of the cards. The contestants stood in a circle, fingers hovering over large bronze buttons. Ready, set, go, Lucy said. A loud buzz was heard, and one of the podiums lit up. It was Min Jae who had pressed it first. It will follow this circular order, he said, gesturing to Bacon PD, who was next to him on the left. Of course, at his very right was none other than Zeno, meaning he had to choose last. Zeno merely pursed his lips. He couldn't say he was disappointed. He already expected something like this. With that, Min Jae smirked and walked confidently toward the deck. He picked a card decorated with a golden lion's head, teeth bared in a roar. King of the Jungle, he muttered to himself. There was a high chance this was the positive card. However, as he looked at it, he saw the huge -10 written on it. He kept his emotions to himself and walked back to his podium, placing the card on the ledge in front of him, hidden from the others' eyes. The others took turns choosing a card, with the other contestants trying to read their expressions. However, they were making it impossible to read. I don't know who got the positive card. They're going to keep us in the dark until the end, right? Yeah, they always do this. But it's fun. I feel like I'm in the game. Ari had finished choosing her card, and now it was Zeno's turn. The camera lingered on him longer than usual. He stepped forward slowly, hands clasped behind his back. He didn't rush. His eyes scanned every card. Then he paused in front of a card with a crude drawing of a man, barely a stick figure, clutching his heart. There was something pitiful about it, so he grabbed it after much thought. At that moment, Zeno made the biggest mistake he could, the biggest one he had made since the beginning of the show. An obvious look of disappointment passed through his eyes as he revealed the card to himself. Chapter 253, Deceit, 2. The screen flashed with the first question. This surgical method involves an incision commonly used in coronary artery bypass procedures. What is it called? Oh, I know this. A doctor should have been there to answer it. They're all from different fields, but none of them are in medicine, so I think this is impossible. Are you doubting the encyclopedia-like mind of Zeno? What kind of question is this? Billy muttered under his breath, staring at the screen. We're not doctors. Ari's brows furrowed. Min Jae tilted his head slightly, frustrated that nothing had come to mind. But then, Zeno buzzed with desperation, capturing everyone's attention. Oh, he really has a bad card. He's so desperate to answer. For real. He's always so calm. Zeno stood stiffly as the timer ticked. He opened his mouth and answered firmly. Median sternotomy. Correct. A bell chimed. The screen confirmed his win. Zeno exhaled in relief. He got the first question right, which meant he got to swap. He didn't hesitate. His eyes darted across the table until his gaze focused on Min Jae. His first card with my third card, he said. Min Jae raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He handed the first card over with a little shrug and received one of Zeno's in exchange. Min Jae, cocky as ever, laughed when Zeno chose a negative card. But when he looked at the one he'd received in return, his grin twitched. -100. He didn't say anything, but his smirk faded fast. The one Zeno got was merely a -10. Still, he could just get the next question right and switch it right back. The second question finally flashed on the screen. What is the square root of 2025? It was Min Jae this time. 45. Correct. He turned immediately toward Zeno and smirked, proceeding with his plan to switch the cards right back. Oh, so that is the trash card? Zeno has it again. And he also has the first one? Oh, he's done for. The first round of swaps was smooth. Everyone ignored Zeno's original first card, the one with the heart-clutching figure. They all assumed it was worthless. A bad omen. That disappointed. Face he made it sealed it. So it sat there untouched. By question 5, Zeno was already anxious. The others noticed this and smirked to themselves. It was fun watching him struggle this time. This chemical is known for preserving biological specimens. What is it? Zeno buzzed first this time, making him sigh in relief. Formalin. Correct. Still, he didn't smile. He looked agitated now, shoulders tense. His gaze flicked across the table. Then, he swatched the -100 card with Billy's fourth card. It was a -25, and Billy frowned when he saw that he received the -100. More questions passed. Each correct answer allowed a swap, and the pattern continued. In which year was the Treaty of Tordesillas signed? Zeno's hand was just a second too slow. He cursed under his breath. 1494, Min Jae said confidently. Correct. Min Jae smirked. It was finally the time. He had swapped with the others, but not with her, the silent one in this game. He turned to Ari. My first card with your first card, he said. Ari's lips twitched, but she handed it over. It was the final swap. I can't tell who has the positive card. Isn't it the last card that Min Jae took? So, did Min Jae finally win? And that, Lucy's voice returned, concludes the final round. The cards were laid across the ledges in front of them. The music grew tense, and the lights dimmed before a spotlight focused at the center. Still, nobody knew who held the elusive plus card. All the negative values were flashing on the screen. -50, -25, -100, -1, -5. People in the livestream chat were throwing guesses like wild punches. However, one person's theory made everyone question their guesses. Wait, Zeno got 2 questions right. He swapped twice. However, even then, he didn't swap the first card that he appeared to hate. He looks way too anxious tonight. Wait. He didn't swap it out. Why didn't he? Bro, why didn't he? The camera zoomed in on Zeno's face. He was dead silent, and his anxious expression turned to an unreadable one. The camera zoomed in on the card, the one with the man clutching his heart. Despite the buzzer round being over, they were still gauging each other's reactions. Ari was fixated on one person, observing the side of his face. Then, something happened that caused chills to run down her spine. Zeno smiled. Flashback, earlier that night. The moment the deck of cards appeared and Zeno saw the images drawn on the back, he already had a hunch. He already figured out the pattern. This season of Lucy's game had a theme running through each of the trials. One so subtle that most had missed it. Blind chess that impaired the sense of vision. Dead sound needed amplification of hearing. Scent labyrinth focused on smelling. Somehow, in some way, the games had quietly followed the 5 senses. Now there was this, a card no one understood. A man gripping himself in agony. The 6th sense, one that wasn't explicitly acknowledged, was pain. The final game wasn't about logic or trivia. It was about deceit. The moment he understood the theme, he knew what the producers had planted. Only one card among 20 was the +100. And this was it. So he made his move. He scrunched his face with just enough visible frustration. He let them believe they had seen through him. Zeno didn't need to guess their thoughts. He could lead them to it. At the end of the day, Zeno was an actor, and he was the best at acting. Well, in this case, deceiving. Back to the present. The silence was hanging by a thread. And now, Lucy said slowly, the winner of Lucy's game. Billy looked at Zeno. There was no way, right? Min Jae finally caught onto Zeno's smile, and then his eyes wandered to his first card, making him freeze. The chat also exploded, feeling like they had caught on. Wait, he faked it? Zeno is actually insane for this. I forgot for a moment that he's an actor. He kept the good card the whole time? He's a fucking mastermind. Unbelievable performance. With a total of 336 points, and taking home 336 million KRW. That was another shocking revelation. The contestants' breaths hitched when they realized just who they were going against. Min Jae with his 135 points. Billy with his 130. Ari with 100. Bacon PD with 125. It became apparent that from the very start, they had no chance. Regardless of whether Zeno didn't have the positive card, he had already won. They were just utterly played. The screen flashed with the winner's name. Player Zeno. Chapter 254. He's back. Fame meter, 77%. New item, heartstring lens. Description: to understand a soul is to walk barefoot through its storm. This passive booster allows you to feel the emotions of those around you, as if they were your own, from joy to heartbreak. It grants deep empathy, revealing hidden feelings and unspoken pain, but risks blurring the line between their heart and yours. Activates at the host's command. Well, at least it could be triggered on command. Otherwise, it would be exhausting to grasp the complexities of every single person's situation encountered along the way. Zeno, Bobby, and Moby exclaimed from outside the mansion. It was finally time to go home. With that, Zeno turned toward my competitors and gave them a respectful nod. Bacon PD seemed eager to share something, but Zeno hastened his steps, his introverted nature compelling him to retreat to the comforts of home. At that moment, Gene PD exited the mansion, observing Zeno's hurried departure with interest. Billy, looking utterly defeated, had moist eyes that could be mistaken for real tears. In reality, he was just disappointed. He had thought his pity party would work wonders this season, just as it had in the last, but it hadn't. Minjae, however, appeared lost in thought. All my grades, he muttered. My prestigious degree. The sleepless nights I've endured. The international competitions I've participated in. He felt as though all of his hard work was in vain. He had been bested by a high school graduate. Ari, meanwhile, kept her gaze fixed on Zeno's retreating figure. While the hearts of the others seemed to have momentarily stilled, hers raced in a different tempo. She reflected on her dating history. The men she had dated all shared one similarity. Some were questionable-looking creatures, shaped like chewed gum. So, no, her standard was not about handsome men. Others had known about her wealth and, realizing it, had flipped the script, choosing to leech off her instead of pursuing their own paths. She was not the type to appreciate those who simply provided for her. That wasn't her style at all. However, all of those men had been undeniably smart. Fuck this, she muttered, slamming her hand against her heart in frustration. Meanwhile, Zeno had closed the door to Moby's truck and shut his eyes, fatigue weighing heavily on him after his recent victory. He was handed his phone, but not even the amount of his notifications had the energy to coax him into checking what was going on. When the truck wouldn't start after a while, Zeno opened his eyes again, only to find Bobby and Moby staring at him with wide, eager eyes. Zeno pursed his lips. What? He asked. There's this fragrance radiating from you, Bobby declared. The fragrance of a superstar. No, I think he just smells really good, Moby mumbled, sniffing the air. Zeno tilted his head. Did something happen while I was away? Did something happen? Did something happen? Bobby exclaimed excitedly. He hadn't felt this way since the birth of his children. Everything happened, he nearly screamed. Do you know how many followers you have right now? 6 million, Zeno muttered, and for a brief moment, they both paused. Wait, how did you know that? Bobby asked, surprises. Zeno shrugged nonchalantly. It had been displayed in his system, so it was hardly a mystery. Well, you're now the fastest Korean actor to ever cross that milestone. The entire country is glued to your series, and everyone is singing praises for your intellect in the show. Even I couldn't help but scream every time you appeared on the screen. You had all of us completely fooled at first. Moby nodded in agreement, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're breaking records left and right. It's almost unbelievable that we only met this year. Have you received the prize money yet? Bobby inquired, raising an eyebrow in anticipation. Zeno shook his head, closing his eyes as exhaustion washed over him. They're going to transfer it within the week. How do you plan to spend it? Are you finally going to buy your own car? Or treat yourself to a high-priced apartment? It's about time you moved out of that cramped place. Despite their teasing, Zeno merely shrugged again, eliciting amused smiles from the two older men. Zeno must be tired, Moby whispered, casting a concerned glance in the rearview mirror. Bobby nodded in agreement, the lines of worry creasing his forehead. Let's take him home. Maxie must be missing him. Moby nodded, starting the truck while keeping an eye on Zeno through the mirror. As they navigated the bustling streets, Moby couldn't shake the disappointment that Zeno couldn't see all the billboards adorned with his own face. Is this the right time to tell him about it? Moby suddenly whispered, careful not to wake Zeno from his slumber. Bobby pursed his lips, glancing back at Zeno, who seemed to drift in and out of consciousness. We probably should, right? He's going to need to know in just a couple of days. But he doesn't even know about his nominations yet. It was all announced while he was inside the house, Moby argued softly. He looks too tired, though, Bobby replied quietly. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow. But tomorrow, he needs to get his suit fitted, Moby insisted, urgency creeping into his tone. What? Zeno asked suddenly, jolting awake. You're awake? Bobby exclaimed. Your voices were too loud, Zeno muttered, rubbing his eyes. And I heard you talking about another project. I can't handle another variety show. It's not a variety show, per se, Moby interjected quickly. However, we really highly suggest you attend because this is a historic first for any of our artists. What is it? Get to the point, Zeno said. Bobby and Moby exchanged glances. You've been invited to the Asian Artistry Awards, they finally revealed, their voices rising with excitement. Not only that, but you have 7 nominations, the most out of everyone in the show. Zeno's sleepiness evaporated in an instant. His brows furrowed, and he scratched the back of his neck. He had expected to be invited to award shows, especially since it was the middle of the year. However, 7 nominations? That was just absurd. He hadn't even starred in 5 works this year. Moby, noticing Zeno's confusion, began to list off the nominations with enthusiasm. With each category he announced, Zeno's bewilderment only deepened. Best Influencer, Popularity Award, Best You Watch Miniseries, New Variety Show Star, Best Supporting Actor, Best New Actor, and, of course, last but certainly not least, Best Actor. Chapter 255, Bare Chest. Zeno. The first thing Zeno felt was a warm, wet hug. It was Doha who had jumped into his arms, appearing to have just finished with his night workout. Zeno grimaced and threw him to the ground. Meanwhile, Minji pursed her lips and waved at Zeno shyly, her cheeks red from embarrassment. Eli nudged her shoulder, causing her to trip. Why are you suddenly acting so shy in front of him? Minji puffed up her cheeks and glared at Eli. I swear, if we weren't friends, I would have drop-kicked you without any hesitation. Eli clicked his tongue. You already do so on a daily basis. You're acting like something drastic would change. While the two were bickering as always, Zeno looked around until his eyes landed on the fluffy fat dog, slowly walking over to them. Maxie, he muttered. Then, he frowned when he noticed that Maxie didn't bark at him like usual. Is Maxie all right? He asked. Oh, Doha muttered. She went to the vet when you were away. Zeno's frown deepened. What happened? Nothing drastic, Minji answered this time. Dr. Duji said that it's normal fatigue from being old. He told us to buy her more milk and add calcium supplements to her food. Zeno nodded, taking note of it. How much did you pay the vet? It was free, Eli said. Dr. Duji became an even bigger fan after watching you on Lucy's game. Zeno scratched the back of his neck and kneeled slightly to pat Maxie. When the small one growled, a smile appeared on Zeno's lips. It was then that he knew she was all right. Did you miss me? Zeno teased. Maxie growled louder and bit his shin. Zeno didn't flinch anymore. He just hoisted his duffel bag on his shoulder and started walking to his unit. Do all of you need to be here for this? Zeno asked in an exasperated tone. They were currently in a suit store, an expensive one that Bobby insisted on paying for, so Zeno could get fitted for his first very award show. It's the Asian Artistry Awards, Bobby said, arms crossed, chest puffed out like a proud dad. You're going to be broadcast in high definition with the best artists in the entire country. You need to look your best, even among them. I was going to wear black slacks, Zeno mumbled. Moby shook his head. That can't be. Take this chance because Bobby is going to pay for it. Zeno sighed heavily. That still doesn't answer why all 6 of you need to be here. Eli smiled shyly before sitting on one of the plush velvet chairs by the mirror. Our school's on strike to lower tuition fees, so I have nowhere to be. Doha beamed. I'm practically unemployed, so this is a productive thing to do. Minji leaned forward, her eyes shining. I took leave for this moment. We're all rooting for you. Zeno pursed his lips and ran his fingers through his hair. He didn't understand the situation. We just want to see you in a suit, Jace finally said, not looking up from the game on his phone. You haven't been made up so well before. Even in your works, you were a drunkard, a semi-villain, a rejected student, then a bastard. You went to the Code Black premiere without even getting your makeup done, Eli added. Just then, the soft sound of polished shoes tapping on the marble floor broke their banter. The tailor had arrived. He was a tall, thin man with a carefully groomed mustache that curled slightly at the ends like an old painting. He was dressed in a full 3-piece suit with a measuring tape slung across his shoulders. He circled Zeno once, then stopped, folding his hands behind his back. His eyes narrowed. He began, tilting his head. Broad shoulders, but not bulky. Tall. Balanced proportions. Small face. Naturally wavy hair. Clear jawline. Smooth skin. Good neck length. He took a dramatic step back and let out a breathless. What is this perfect man? Zeno blinked. Have you modeled before? Only for dog food. Criminal, the tailor declared, offended on behalf of the entire fashion industry. I want something generic, Zeno said firmly, pulling his hoodie closer. The tailor narrowed his eyes. Well, After seeing you for the first time, I already have an idea. You, young man, will be noticed whether you like it or not. I have the perfect one for you." Before Zeno could object, the tailor snapped his fingers, and an assistant appeared with a suit draped in a garment bag. He led Zeno to the fitting room. Zeno would be all right as soon as it wasn't glittery. Well, at least, that was what he thought. Inside the fitting room, Zeno unzipped the bag and pulled out the suit. He squinted at it. "Heck no. This is very trendy." The tailor's voice called from outside. "With your classic face, you will look classy." Chop chop. Reluctantly, Zeno began to change. The material was lighter than he expected. Still, when he looked at himself in the mirror, he shook his head. There was too much chest showing. The suit itself appeared very refined. However, it didn't come with innerwear, so his chest was bare. But before he could close the curtain again, it whipped open. The tailor gasped. A hand flew to his mouth. Magnifique. Claps erupted from the corner of the room. "What the?" Zeno turned quickly, blinking at the sudden applause. Everyone had stopped what they were doing. Jace's phone dropped to his lap. Minji actually dropped her cup of free sparkling water. Doha let out a low whistle, and Eli nodded in approval. Moby's mouth was slightly open, and Bobby looked like he was about to cry. "What?" Zeno asked, bewildered. "You look straight out of the K-dramas." "A CEO," Doha exclaimed. "You look like money," Eli added. "Like if money could walk." "Zeno," Bobby said softly. "You've transcended." Zeno scratched the back of his head. "It's just a suit." "Your titties are quite big," Jay said without any filter. Chapter 256, AAA. The Asian Artistry Awards, otherwise known as the AAA Awards, wasn't like Celadon 1. Where Celadon was a homage solely to acting, the AAA was a chaotic, high-octane show with every type of celebrity imaginable thrown into one melting pot. Actors walked alongside pop idols, viral influencers rubbed shoulders with seasoned directors, and even the occasional model made a cameo with an entourage of paparazzi behind them. It was less of a celebration and more of a war zone. However, even then, it was one of the most anticipated award shows of the mid-year, especially since they were able to invite such a variety of artists. "It's like a circus," muttered Hyunbin into his collar, adjusting his tie as he dodged a reporter who tried to ask him for a "would you rather?" question. Due to the number of artists, of course, there was a division. The actors walked like royalty. They were mostly clustered near the front, where the photographers gave extra time, and where the floor was less scuffed from heels and boots. They held themselves with quiet dignity, their designer fits perfectly tailored. On the other hand, K-pop idols received the most cheers from those watching from the barricades. Their visuals were fresh and young amidst the refined looks of the actors. Behind them, or some even interviewing them, were the influencers. They were a tornado of energy. Tic-tac challenges broke out every few meters on the carpet. A trio of beauty vloggers spun in sync, mouthing lyrics into the camera. A fitness guru lifted his date like a barbell. An ex-reality star laid down in the middle of the walkway just for a shot. It was entertaining, sure, but not everyone was amused. "They have no class," whispered one well-known drama actress to her co-star, watching the chaos from a press tent. "I heard one of them came in sponsored by a bubble tea chain," her co-star replied dryly. "They're not even wearing real couture. One of them's in streetwear." Because of this, there was an unspoken disdain that went with the true artists to the supposedly fake ones. Tension buzzed beneath the laughter. There were different tiers here, and no one wanted to be seen on the lower end. Yet one thing united them all: the battle for best dressed. Every step down the carpet was a statement. Sequins glittered like armor. Collars were starched sharp enough to cut. Even the quietest actors had brought their A-game, draped in velvet, lace, or hand-stitched embroidery. The influencers didn't back down either, showing up in color-shifting fabrics, holographic boots, and outfits that changed under camera flash. It was a showdown, not of talent, not of fame, but of undeniable presence. It was the only place where they could have such a competition. Meanwhile, among the actors, Ian was being interviewed. He seemed oblivious to the tension, he always is, as if he doesn't have a single thought in his brain. "Do you have a favorite project from this year?" the interviewer asked, holding out the mic with a smile. Ian's CO tilted his head thoughtfully, adjusting the cuffs of his navy suit. "I'd say Lucy's Game," he answered. "And The Forsaken Prince." "Oh, Two very different genres, the interviewer remarked. A mystery thriller and a fantasy drama. But, she continued, they're both carried by the same actor. Zeno Han, right? Ian's smile widened, and he nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'm a fan. The interviewer was surprised by the unexpected confession, but Ian simply gave a half nod as if it wasn't something to fuss over. The camera caught his slight smile before he was pulled away by his manager, disappearing into the current of celebrities flowing toward the entrance. Just a few steps down the carpet, Risa captured everyone's attention as she descended in a silver dress that shimmered like moonlight. Cameras snapped wildly as she waved with one hand, posing effortlessly with the other. As the flashes kept firing further down the line, Oscar Beck Jr. stood stiffly in his pale gold blazer, unsure where to look. He didn't dare approach an interviewer and even denied them because he believed they'd ask him questions he would be too flustered to answer. With that, he forced his head down and kept walking forward. But then, he felt someone's presence behind him. Slowly, Oscar turned his head and found himself face to face with Bacon PD, his father. The legendary director stood quietly, his presence enough to part the crowd around them. Oscar instinctively bowed, throat dry. It had been a while since they spoke to each other. It was even before he started filming for The Forsaken Prince. Oscar didn't even know that he was going to be in Lucy's game. He thought his father would walk past him without a word, but much to his surprise, he heard his voice. "Come on," Bacon PD said simply. Oscar hesitated. However, Bacon PD patted his back and gestured toward the entrance. Oscar clenched his jaw but followed. They walked side by side, unnoticed, the crowd too busy reacting to the next storm. Because just then, Phoenix arrived. He stepped out of a sleek black car in a perfectly tailored maroon-red suit, walking with the ease of someone who'd grown used to every spotlight bending toward him. He didn't wave because he didn't need to. People simply moved for him. It's Phoenix, Celadone's golden boy. He won Best Actor in Celadone this year. The cameras spun like satellites around him. Even the influencers paused their challenges to gawk. Phoenix smiled and finally waved, taking his position in front of the camera. The cameras snapped like crazy, and the other actors bowed at him. But then, a screech of tires broke through their attention. An orange truck, in high contrast with the limousines around it, rolled into view at the edge of the carpet. That alone in itself made their heads turn. Even Phoenix paused to look. They wondered what kind of artist would be in such an unconventional vehicle. Finally, the door creaked open. The carpet went silent for one single, perfect second. And then, they suddenly forget about Phoenix Hyun. First award show mentioned in the story. Chapter 257, Scene Stealer. Inside the orange truck, Bobby was bouncing in his seat from excitement, unable to tear his eyes away from Zeno. He leaned forward, his hand pressed to his chest like a proud parent. "How are you made so well?" he asked, awestruck as he stared at Zeno. "Can you call your parents later and ask them what gene sequence they used? Or maybe the position during copulation. I want to use it for my next kid." "You don't need another kid in this economy," Zeno muttered before leaning against the door and running a hand through his softly tousled hair. His suit moved with his movement, a black suit that opened ever so slightly at the chest, revealing smooth skin and a glint of a silver pendant. "You're being dramatic again," he added. "I'm not exaggerating. After my wife, you might be the most well-made human I've seen in my lifetime." Except, Zeno wasn't human. "I don't have a wife, so I can easily say that you're the most well-made," Moby exclaimed from the driver's seat. Zeno scoffed, but a small smile tugged at his lips. "We're here," Moby finally said. "Make sure to leave an impression. Although, you wouldn't have to as much." Zeno did not let Bobby finish his statement, so he got out without a word and closed the truck door behind him. Moby's eyes widened because he was supposed to open the door for him like other artists. However, Zeno was already out. And at that moment, it felt like the world paused. The noise and chaos dulled for just a second as he stepped down from the truck. The red carpet swallowed sound before flashes finally erupted. A reporter near the entrance was caught mid-sentence, and the microphone was lifted to a K-pop group, which instantly turned their heads. A few steps away, the cast of Stars in My Ordinary Sky was in the middle of filming a tic-tac challenge, some trending dance that Jordy had been perfecting all week. But as Zeno came into view, Jordy completely forgot the next move. "Is that?" Jordy whispered, gaping. Shelley and Jaehyun, who had started dating after the drama, also turned in the direction of the entrance. Then, they turned to each other with wide eyes. "Why is he even hotter than before?" Shelley exclaimed. Jordy's manager hissed at them to get back into formation, but even the staff were squinting toward the truck. Meanwhile, among the actors who hadn't worked with Zeno before, murmurs spread like wildfire. "That's Zeno Han." "No way. That's the man from Lucy's Game." "He looks like a magazine cover," another muttered. "He looks like a poison that I want to consume," someone added, clutching her chest. But it wasn't just the actors. Even the influencers had grown still. They stared with wide eyes and camera phones lifted silently toward the man who had somehow frozen the storm. Just like that, the invisible line that had always existed between the actors and the influencers blurred. All it took was one unbuttoned shirt, a silver chain, and, of course, the most important factor, Zeno Han. Further down the carpet, Phoenix was mid-interview. "So," the interviewer began, forcing a smile, "you're nominated for, Her eyes drifted past Phoenix's shoulder before her mouth parted slightly. Phoenix turned, just a fraction, to follow her gaze. His expression didn't change, but his eyes did. Zeno was walking past the barricades now. People parted before him. His skin caught the light in all the right places. His hair, a little messy from the ride and from the constant running of his fingers through it, made him look unfairly effortless. He appeared cool and unbothered, but not arrogant. Phoenix's jaw clenched. The interviewer tried to regain her bearings. I mean, how do you feel about your nominations this year? Do you think?" Phoenix couldn't focus on her words as he felt undeniable rage. On the outside, though, he merely sighed. It was the first time he had seen Zeno Han in real life. And already, he didn't like him. Meanwhile, Zeno breezed through the red carpet, eager to enter the venue as soon as possible. The flashes hadn't stopped since he stepped out of the truck, and the reporters' microphones had lowered instinctively, their voices faltering as they attempted to interview him, but ultimately failed. Zeno fell out of this world to the point that they were intimidated to even strike up a conversation. With that, Zeno passed by lines of influencers still frozen in awe, actors pretending not to stare, and idols elbowing each other to catch one more glimpse. Yet no one dared to approach. Not one reporter stepped forward with a question. Not one influencer offered a tic-tac collab. Not even the most clout-hungry rookie dared break the spell. Zeno's presence was magnetic, but also, somehow, untouchable. Near the entrance of the arena, a huge mechanical camera device sat near the end of the carpet. It was shaped like a flower, its robotic arms extending and retracting at a very quick pace. It was the PRYSM 360, a feature that came from Hollywood award shows and had now come to the AAA. It was designed to capture artists in a slow-motion sequence from every angle. And standing by it, arms crossed, face twisted in disdain, was Kim Kim, one of the most followed fashion influencers in Korea. She watched the playback on the big tablet mounted beside the machine and felt her heart drop. "I wasn't looking into the camera," she muttered. The video was too zoomed out, and the wind hit her at a weird angle. She tapped angrily through the settings, but it wouldn't budge. The watermark stamped across the bottom, one take only. PRYSM 360 by Livid Labs. The man operating it stood a few steps away, smugly sipping from a branded thermos. Older, wiry, with an unfortunate goatee and a t-shirt that said "Tech is art." He smirked when Kim Kim turned to him. "Reset it," she demanded. "No can do. One per artist." "That's the policy," he said, still sipping. "This is expensive, you know. Imported straight from the United States with parts from China." Kim Kim pursed his lips. "I'm an influencer and an actress," she calmly said. He merely shrugged. "Then it should have turned out better." Her nostrils flared. "This will go viral for the wrong reasons. I look ridiculous." "That's the point," he said calmly, his smirk deepening. He loved it when they got bad takes because people would go ahead and make those top 5 worst PRYSM 360 takes. It brought bad rep to the artist, but very good engagement to the machine. Before Kim Kim could argue further, the goatee man had already found his next target. His eyes brightened when he saw the handsome man walking swiftly toward the entrance. He couldn't miss this opportunity. "Zeno Han," he called out. Zeno, who had already walked halfway past the display, paused. "Come and try this device out." Glambot inspired. Chapter 258. PRYSM 360. Zeno blinked at the man who had called out to him. He appeared like a scammer waving Zeno over. Somehow, that made Zeno intrigued. He liked that the guy appeared dressed to be in his parents' basement. "Come here, kid. Just one shot. One perfect shot," he said, gesturing toward the gleaming PRYSM 360. Zeno approached with slow steps. His expression didn't change much. He just tilted his head slightly and squinted at the contraption. It had limbs, lights, spinning cameras, and glowing panels. It looked like a small spaceship, one he found lingering around their planet from time to time. "What is this?" Zeno asked quietly, eyes scanning the machine. "The PRYSM 360, the operator said, patting the camera arm. "Top of the line. It records you very speedily, and then we slow it down and post it on every official platform." "Why?" The operator froze. "Why what?" he asked. "Why does it exist?" Zeno asked again, completely serious. There was a moment of silence. The operator's mouth opened, then closed. He blinked at Zeno, trying to decide if he was being mocked. But the younger man just stared at the machine with the same questioning stare. "No one's ever asked that before," the operator thought. "I don't know," he admitted finally, laughing. "Maybe to feed the ego? Get brand deals? Go viral? It's what everyone's doing. Now just stand there, all right? Just a quick pose." Zeno raised a brow. "That's not very convincing." "You'll be posted everywhere," the man said, growing a bit desperate. "Front page of every online fashion account. You're dressed for it. You might as well go all the way." Zeno didn't seem to fully understand what was being asked of him, but the man was too persistent to ignore. With a small sigh, he stepped into the PRYSM 360 platform. The operator grinned and tapped the controls. "All right, countdown starting. 3, 2, 1. The cameras whirred quickly. Zeno turned slightly to the side at first, eyes drifting off to the distance. His posture was relaxed. His hands slid into his pockets, shoulders low. He turned his face toward the lens, not missing it despite how fast it had moved. The PRYSM 360 finished with a soft beep. The operator stood frozen as the playback started on his tablet, eyes wide. The screen displayed it in all its glory, slow motion, hair catching the night breeze at just the right time, and the black suit glinting under the soft light filters. The operator exhaled in awe. "What the hell?" He looked up, wanting to catch Zeno's reaction. But Zeno was already gone. A voice behind him made him jump. "Can I really not take another one?" He turned around to find Kim with a desperate expression. "You're still here," he muttered. However, he didn't focus too much on her. He needed to see the outcome again. It felt like he was under a spell for a second. Without a word, the operator played back the video. Kim, also curious about the outcome, leaned in. The video played again. It was one of the cleanest movements that the operator had seen, and along with that, Zeno stared straight into the camera while others had a hard time even spotting it. However, the most dangerous out of them all was his face card. In fact, it felt illegal at that point. "Lethal face card," Kim whispered before she could stop herself. The operator nodded, not looking away from the screen. "Lethal." Zeno stepped into the venue, the velvet carpet muffling his slow, steady steps. But even in the dimmed lighting of the grand hall, the stares did not stop. They trailed him, some subtle, others blatant. Whispers buzzed low like insects in a meadow. Phones trembled in the hands of influencers too scared to take photos, while stylists from across the room clutched their chests like they were witnessing a mythical creature walk through rows of mortals. Even a few seasoned actors turned slightly in their chairs, drawn in. The ushers flanking Zeno were in stiff black uniforms, keeping up with his pace. "We're about to begin," one of them whispered urgently. "We need to seat you. Quickly. Do you want to sit with the cast of stars in My Ordinary Sky, Lucy's Game, The Forsaken Prince, or Code Black?" Zeno stopped walking. All four groups were in view, each cluster occupying designated tables. "Zeno," Ian Co called from the Code Black section, half rising from his chair with bright eyes. "Sit with us. Right here. There's a spot next to me." Jordy, watching the exchange, instantly turned to him and exclaimed, "No, you need to sit with us." "Zeno," Yuan exclaimed from the other side. "Didn't you miss me?" Zeno's gaze passed over all of them. Yuan was already on his feet. "You'll pick me, right?" he said with a laugh. Zeno didn't answer his question, but walked to the table meant for the cast of The Forsaken Prince. He was the main character in it, after all. Risa, sensing Zeno's decision, quickly rose from the table of code black and also trudged toward that particular table. Ian's face fell. I really should have auditioned for that drama, he muttered, feeling regretful. I knew you'd pick me, Yuan said, beaming, arms already opening wide for a hug. But Zeno stepped sideways at the last moment and went to sit right between Risa and Asuka. Risa's cheeks flushed a warm pink as she gave him a shy smile. Asuka, on the other hand, glanced at Zeno once. Then he looked away, his jaw working slightly as he folded his hands together. Zeno didn't seem to notice or care. He sat, calm as ever. Just then, the lights dimmed all at once, plunging the entire room into darkness. Murmurs hushed, and the rustling of dresses stopped. A few final flashes went off, and then the silence took over. Suddenly, bright white lights exploded across the stage. Two silhouettes stood there in poised stillness. Sora Kim, someone whispered in excitement, and Phoenix Hyun. The pair stepped forward. Sora's gown glittered like a waterfall of stars, and Phoenix's maroon suit appeared more vibrant under the bright lights. The best actress and actor from the Celadon Awards, someone muttered behind Zeno. They took the microphones, their movements practiced yet graceful. From where Zeno sat, he could see Phoenix clearly now, and that feeling passed through him again. However, he still couldn't quite pinpoint it, making him feel frustrated. With that, Zeno opted to turn away and observed how everyone he had seen on screen during the Celadon Awards was now breathing the same air as him. What a strange turn of events. Phoenix scanned the row of artists, but his eyes barely brushed over Zeno. Sora began the introduction. Welcome, she said, smiling, to the 58th Annual Asian Artistry Awards. Chapter 259, Best New Actor. The Asian Artistry Awards, Sora began, is the very first award show that brings different artists from various fields. It not only recognizes the performance, but the heart behind it. And tonight, Phoenix continued, we honor those who broke boundaries and left their mark on the screen and in our hearts. Since multiple artists were attending, the live stream was also as lively as ever. Sora, you look so gorgeous. Where's Zeno? Show me Zeno. How many nominations does Zeno have again? I lost count after the third one. 7. It's honestly amazing. Phoenix Hyun trails second with 4. Who is this Zeno guy, and why is he the talk of the town? Best host duo. Their chemistry is giving movie trailer. I feel like this is going to be a historic night. Zeno glanced at his watch and saw that it was nearing his bedtime. But then again, he had to sacrifice this routine for his acting endeavors. His body wasn't used to it, though, as he yawned. He covered his mouth before leaning against his seat. Then, he caught something with his gaze. In the middle of the table, next to the decorative floral stand, were some snacks laid out, individually wrapped. He looked around. No one seemed to notice the existence of the snacks. They were busy curtly clapping at whatever Sora and Phoenix were saying. While Yuan whispered something to Risa, and Asuka leaned back in his chair, pretending not to listen, Zeno leaned forward slightly. He snagged a neatly wrapped mochi. Mango-flavored, he muttered. It had been a while since he had eaten mangoes. He loved the ones when he was born in Southeast Asia and hadn't looked back ever since. With that, he unwrapped it in 2 quiet motions before taking a bite. His brows lifted just a little as he chewed, appearing like a little kid in a candy store. Sora had just begun introducing the major partners of the event when screams suddenly echoed around the hall. The artists were confused by the sudden excitement. But then, when they looked at the big screen, they finally understood. The camera operator, likely adjusting their angle for an audience pan, had landed on Zeno without warning. His side profile illuminated briefly on the stage screens before the feed cut back. Why the heck are they so loud? He muttered. He looked up and saw the other artists looking at him. A small frown appeared between his brows. What happened? He asked Risa. Risa pursed her lips and slowly shook her head. Too many sparkling eyes were looking at Zeno right now. He deserved it, of course, but Risa wanted to scream out loud and pinch his cheeks. He looked so cute eating the mochi. He looked up slowly, mochi still in hand. Who was that? Why did I stop breathing for 10 seconds? Zeno, please stop being so lovable. Zeno is really so cute. My night has been made. I have seen Zeno. Phoenix, on stage, remained composed, his eyes briefly flicking to the side screens and then back to the audience like nothing had happened. He gave the briefest pause before going back to the topic, not wanting to put more emphasis on Zeno's cute moment. And with that, he said, ignoring the interruption, let us begin with our first category of the night. Zeno swallowed the last of the mochi, dusting his fingers discreetly on the inside of his coat. He had to pay attention now because his missions were at stake for the night. New missions. 1. Win 4 awards at the AAA. 2. Deliver a tear-jerking speech. Both missions were actually ridiculous. A bastard move, really, even by Avalis standards. How could he win 4 out of 7 awards? And aside from that, why would he want to make the audience cry with his speech? It felt like they wanted him to experience the pain trial no matter what. Zeno sighed and straightened in his seat, spine going rigid under his tailored black suit, his eyes locked on the stage now. We have the honor of announcing the first award, Best New Actor. Sora started off. Zeno was nominated for this one, right? I'm ready. Zeno's first award for the night. Let's go. Is this really the AAA or Zeno's meeting? Why are all the comments about him now? Phoenix picked up the envelope on the podium with a slow motion. For Best New Actor, he announced, here are your nominees. The lights dimmed slightly. The massive LED screen behind him flickered to life, illuminating clips and titles in succession. Each nominee was met with respectful applause and murmurs. Sungo Park, frame. A cinematic shot filled the screen. Sungo's eyes were wild, blood splattered across his shirt as he stood over a lifeless body, breath heaving. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't wait. I don't remember. Rowan Lee, Finders, Keepers. Hey. Slice of life, yet eerie scene played. Rowan and his friends stood over a bag in a dimly lit alley. Their faces lit up with hope and dread. It gave me what I wanted. But what did I lose? Take Jean, Student Council, Red Alert. A jump scare flash, then screams, gore, and a heroic shot of Take holding a baseball bat with blood smeared over his blazer. This school is under lockdown. As Student Council President, I will restore order. Jiro Nakamura, the final night. Laughter filled the venue before the clip even finished. How can I marry her like this? My penis isn't working. Fix it. Call the priest, a doctor. Heck, call an exorcist. Zeno Han, the Forsaken Prince. Zeno didn't expect the screams once again. He looked around the venue and saw many phone lights moving erratically. Did they all come just for him? He ascended slowly, the camera lingering on his profile. If the blood in my veins denies me the crown, then let the ashes of this kingdom testify who I am. He sat before the crown was placed upon his head. Phoenix opened the envelope carefully. The tension returned, and even the livestream comment section slowed down. And the Asian Artistry Award for Best New Actor goes to... Phoenix sighed away from the microphone. Zeno Han, the Forsaken Prince. Chapter 260, very short thanks. The moment Zeno Han's name was called, the comment section on the live stream exploded into chaos. On my prince. Look at him walking like royalty never. Left him. Face card. Face card. Face card. Not even a single decline. Handsome? I thought he was already handsome, and now he's more handsome? No, but why does he look like that? It's infuriating. As Zeno strode toward the stage, it felt like a microphone suddenly amplified the cheers. The crowd hadn't screamed like this since the show started. One by one, heads turned in his direction, necks craning, people whispering. He's really... I saw the drama, and I thought it was all filters, but what the heck, he's even more handsome in real life. He's like a sculpted oil painting. Who made this man? His fitted black-on-black ensemble shimmered under the spotlight. And then, the camera cut to the jumbo screen above. Gasps spread across the venue because, somehow, the big screen made him look even more devastating. The angle, the lighting, the glint in his eyes. Everything added up to a visual punch that knocked the breath out of the audience. The camera operator caught the stunned reactions of other actors and influencers. A well-known director in the crowd was already scribbling on a notepad. Influencers whispered among themselves, wide-eyed. Zeno Han just raised the bar for red carpet visuals. My whole aesthetic changed after seeing that face. Model? No. Visual menace. This is not, oh, he's attractive. This is, I need to rethink my life. When Zeno reached the mic, there was a brief hush. He adjusted it slightly and cleared his throat. That's when his voice was heard through the speakers, spreading through the entire dome. Compared to his angry drunk character, the cranky doctor, And the cheeky, illegitimate prince, his voice was low and calm. It was effortlessly soothing, like warm rain against glass. Someone in the front row audibly gasped while a staff member behind Phoenix clutched her chest. Okay, his voice too. His voice sounds like it would tell you everything's going to be okay after a breakup. Zeno blinked at the crowd once. He looked out over the sea of people watching him. Actors, directors, idols, fans, and legends. Everyone thought he was thinking about something deep and profound. However, there was only one thought in his mind. Should I make them cry now? It was one of his missions, but honestly, it would be weird to start with a tear-jerking speech when the show had just started. With that, he shrugged. Based on statistics, he would win the Best Supporting Actor, too. So that might be the best chance to bust out a touching speech. So, instead, he leaned toward the mic and said calmly, "Thank you. I didn't expect this." Zeno dipped his head, then delivered a deep, perfectly angled bow. He stayed like that for a few seconds to show that he was truly thankful. "I'll keep doing my best. Thank you." He stepped back from the mic, hands by his sides, and walked off stage just as the camera followed him. The producers were startled and the hosts were shocked. The onlookers, too, found it ridiculous. That's it. That's 13 words in total. Ha ha. And it was said for over 12 seconds. That's the best speech of the night. Is Zeno serious? His fellow cast members also turned to each other in surprise. Then they started snickering. "He's so strange," Yuan said, shaking his head. "I love him." Others wanted to hear more of his speech. However, Zeno was already gone, slipping behind the curtain to go back to his seat. While most comments were amused, there were also a few party poopers who overanalyzed everything. Bro really said, "THXLOL," and dipped. Maybe he didn't want it? People find it funny, but I find it disrespectful. Here comes the fun police. Yeah, he's ungrateful. It should have gone to a more deserving candidate. Even inside the venue, there was a shift in the air. While some chuckled at his bluntness, others frowned, whispering to each other. Phoenix, still standing at the side of the stage with Sora Kim, let out a small, audible scoff. "Ungrateful," he muttered under his breath. Did Phoenix just call him ungrateful? I'm an expert at reading lips. He definitely said it. Not y'all stirring up drama. Nah, there's something there. Phoenix is his senior, and he has been in the industry for much longer. Zeno should listen to him. Phoenix only appeared in the industry last year. You're acting like he has a decade's worth of experience. Meanwhile, Zeno had already returned to his seat, surrounded by the cast of The Forsaken Prince. Risa was subtly watching him with wide eyes, and Oscar occasionally glanced over, but quickly turned away whenever their eyes met. Zeno, for his part, tuned it all out. He had his first award. That was one part of his first mission. 3 more to go, supposedly. The second he thought about it, his stomach churned again. For awards? In one night? That was something Avalis would do just to mess with him. The lights dimmed again. Sora's voice echoed smoothly across the room. Up next, the award for Best New Actress. Applause rolled through the venue, and Zeno relaxed in his seat. He leaned back slightly. Nominee clips rolled on screen. Zeno nodded slowly to himself. But he wasn't paying full attention. He let the applause take over, his gaze drifting slightly toward the ceiling lights. And the winner for Best New Actress is... Zeno clapped politely, joining the rest of the room, but his mind had already moved on. The next category was called Forward with Fanfare. Sora spoke again, with a bit of pep this time. Now, this next award is for Best Influencer of the Year. Determined by Sigmoid, TikTok, and all major platforms, we've compiled trends, engagement data, and total public buzz. He reached for the drink beside him, unsure why this one was causing his spine to stiffen. He wasn't an influencer. The nominees were all artists with Sigmoid accounts, so it seemed that everyone had a chance as long as they created enough buzz on these social media sites. And the winner for Best Influencer of the Year is Zeno Han. The room burst into applause again, and Zeno was caught in the middle of a sip. At that moment, the camera had already locked in on him again. Chapter 261, 3 for 3. He was drinking when his name was unexpectedly called. Help. He didn't even think he could possibly win. He thought he was safe. Seriously, though, is Zeno an influencer? He had a total of 2 live streams. One where he showed himself cooking sweet potatoes in the dark, very badly, by the way, and the other where he told people to choke on his balls. Wait, did I miss an arc? When did he say that? Zeno slowly lowered the glass, blinking at the stage as if the name being called wasn't his. Yuan, sitting beside him, leaned over and said, "You're seriously winning everything." Risa covered her mouth, doing her best not to laugh, while Asuka wore an expression of disbelief. Zeno pursed his lips, feeling he had no choice but to stand. He stepped into the spotlight once more, this time with genuine confusion tightening across his brow. Winning Best New Actor made sense. He was the main lead in The Forsaken Prince, after all. But Best Influencer? That wasn't even on his radar. He recalled Moby mentioning that everyone was nominated for that particular category, but even then, he didn't see himself as an influencer. He didn't post outfit check-ins. He didn't partake in TikTok challenges. Half the time, his phone wasn't even in his possession. There were barely 10 posts on his Sigmoid profile. How was this even possible? As he slowly made his way back down the stairs and onto the stage again, he began to notice the laughter in the audience. It wasn't cruel laughter. It was more akin to amused disbelief. Even the influencers in the crowd were clapping. Some leaned over to whisper to each other while chuckling in delight. On stage, Phoenix handed him the award with a stiff demeanor, but Sora, on the other hand, offered him a playful wink. "Did you know you had a fanbase that strong?" she asked into the microphone. Zeno blinked in surprise. "No." The laughter came again, scattered and warm. He glanced toward the audience and then shifted his gaze to the cameras. His mouth twitched upward just slightly, a fleeting ghost of a smile appearing, before he gave another deep bow and made his way back toward his seat. However, he didn't even make it halfway down the steps when the lights flared once again. He hastened his steps, eager to reach his table faster. Yet, it seemed the showrunners had no intention of delaying the next segment, as Phoenix and Sora began introducing the upcoming award. The next award, Phoenix announced, is the Popularity Award. A murmur rippled through the audience. This award, Sora continued, is based on votes cast online by fans across multiple platforms. It's open to every attendee in this building, including actors, influencers, musicians, and industry personalities. Sora flashed a smile. And the Popularity Award goes to Zeno Han. The screams erupted again, louder and more unhinged than before. "I'm gonna scream. He didn't even sit down yet? How many awards are we giving him? Look how shocked he is." Zeno, still frozen halfway to his seat, turned slightly toward the stage. A part of him wanted to walk back. The Popularity Award? He hadn't even promoted the voting link because he was in Lucy's game. Who the fuck is voting for me? Meanwhile, in multiple apartments throughout Seoul, girls screamed in unison, refreshing their browser screens and sending links to every group chat they had. "Use all your emails," one shouted. "Come on, one more hour." In a dark university dorm room, a guy in pajamas live-streamed himself voting for Zeno while holding up a picture of him as Hajin. "I don't care what anyone says," he told his viewers. "He is my Apple one." In her seat, Risa did everything she could as a fan page admin, diligently monitoring and coordinating a spreadsheet of voting counts and VPN rotations. She smiled proudly as Zeno continued with his speech. He had already said the same thing 3 times in a row. "I really didn't expect this." After Zeno received the Popularity Award, he finally descended the stage for the 3rd time. 3 awards. He carefully cradled the last one in his hand. When he reached his table, his co-stars from The Forsaken Prince were already grinning like idiots. "Careful," Yuan teased, helping him arrange the trophies neatly in a triangle formation. "One more, and they're going to make you host the show." "I think he already is the show," Shin joked with a smirk. "You're ruining the pacing, Zeno." Asuka raised an eyebrow and leaned back, arms crossed as he nodded toward the stage. "Did you rig this or something?" Zeno set the last award down with a faint clink and finally took his seat. Across the venue, other tables had started to glance their way. A few actors murmured to each other, their eyes narrowing or brows lifting in surprise. Zeno Han had become a subject of fascination in industry circles for a few months now, but this was something different. His popularity had skyrocketed to heights that nobody expected. Meanwhile, Zeno sat still amid the noise and attention, his fingers brushing over the engraved nameplates of the awards. One more award, and he would complete his mission? That didn't quite sound right. It felt like a trap. With that thought, he chuckled absently to himself, feeling as though he was going to lose his mind. He could feel glares coming from multiple areas of the room, and a strong urge to scream at them rose within him. It wasn't as though he wanted to win all of these awards, too. Before he could spiral further into his thoughts, a sudden cheer erupted from the audience. Sora Kim stood once more at the microphone, her voice bright as she waved toward the stage. All right, everyone. We're taking a short intermission before we dive into the next set of awards. But don't go anywhere. This next performance is bound to light up the room. Phoenix Hyun stepped beside her with a rare, soft smile. They've been topping the charts across Asia. You've seen their name on every timeline, and now you'll see why. Sora grinned. Please welcome to the stage. Lanier, word used to address male older than them who they are close to, biological or not. Often used in a romantic relationship when a girl refers to her boyfriend, or the girl hitting on a guy, who is older/same age as her. Chapter 262. Pop Song. The stage lit up with vibrant colors as Lanier went out to the stage. The 5-member girl group was only new to the industry, but they were already making a big impact in Korea and even outside of it. Recently, they held a sold-out dome tour across the West despite the increase in ticket prices. When they began to sing and dance, it became apparent why they had become so popular in just a short amount of time. The upbeat intro of their hit song, Very Nice, filled the venue, and the members went into a lively dance routine. You're my very nice, sweet, and bright, dancing through my dreams every night. If I had known Lanier was going to be there, I would have fought harder to buy some tickets. You wouldn't have succeeded. As soon as Zeno was announced to be in the lineup, the tickets were sold out right away. Oh, 2. Be an actor and witness this life. You act as if that's something easy to do. You probably can't achieve it even with 25 lives. 25 lives? That's oddly specific. Yuan and Risa clapped along enthusiastically while Asuka nodded in appreciation. Despite being a supposedly cold person, he actually enjoyed performances like this. He glanced once at Risa and smiled at her. However, Risa was too busy looking at Zeno and trying to make him clap, too. Even the more reserved attendees couldn't help but tap their feet to the rhythm. Bacon PD was definitely discreetly shaking his ass to the chorus. Zeno watched, but he was distracted by his thoughts. The cheerful melody couldn't remove him from his internal turmoil. The song's theme of blissful happiness felt distant to him. It felt like getting 4 awards wasn't supposed to be this easy. He looked up to the heavens once. There was a catch. There has to be. So, when the performance reached its climax, Zeno didn't even notice that Lanier had descended from the stage and danced their way to the artists. Is this what I think it is? They've done this in other award shows. They let the artists sing into the microphone without any warning. Yes, I want to see epic fails. It's nice seeing people fumble. Just then, the beat of Very Nice finally ended, and a familiar tune rang in everyone's ears. The cheers became louder, and Lanier clapped their hands, enjoining everyone. The song was none other than Uncertainty, a song by an old pop artist named Han Seo. It won the Grand Award during the 80s and was still a staple in the pop industry in Korea. Everyone knew the song, making the atmosphere very enjoyable. However, it was going to be even more fun with what was planned next. The mornings feel too gentle now. Your coffee sits beside my cup. You laugh, and I forget somehow that I'm still bracing for the drop. Jimin hopped toward a popular influencer seated at the second table. He was already on his feet before she reached him, face lit like he'd just won the lottery. Give it to me, he shouted with both hands outstretched, and the audience burst into light laughter. Jimin handed him the mic and backed away dramatically, arms raised like she was presenting a star. This guy always asks for attention. Isn't he the one who stirs up drama for no good reason? What was his name again? Zebra, I believe. Ah, yeah? This guy? Hate him. He's known for spreading news the fastest no matter how incredulous they are. He cleared his throat into the mic. We talk like all the time we lost. Never mattered, never hurt. And I wonder if I paid the cost. As soon as he sang, it seemed the audience hated him even more. It was shrill and off-key. His note made even the sound team wince backstage, and one elderly actor subtly plugged one ear with his finger. The audience was in stitches, and the comments exploded. Jimin is regretting it immediately. LOL. Please let the mic rest in peace. What if this was my 13th reason? Next, cover mouth. Jimin pursed her lips to prevent herself from laughing out loud. With that, She hurriedly took the mic back and skipped away. Meanwhile, Yeri had made a beeline toward a well-respected veteran actress in her 60s, someone known for her roles in dramas about heartbreak and deep motherly sacrifice. She stood up with gusto, adjusted her long velvet shawl, and held the mic. She waited one beat too long. Then, with utmost conviction, she belted out. "You smile like storms don't reach our skies. Like loving me is safe and clear. But I've only known the kind of love that turns to silence when it's near." It didn't match the song, and her age was painfully obvious in the way she sang. Her vibrato, though, it feels like a drama OST for a historical romance. "Foul. You guys are too much. She's someone's grandma. Guys, it's much better if you place it in 2x speed so that it ends faster." Another foul. "This is a live stream." The artists that the girls chose were those who definitely did not have any talent for singing. However, they still had one last chance. May glanced around the crowd. Most of the actors and guests were looking away or fake smiling, hands glued to their laps, denying it but low-key wanting it. But one person didn't look like he was pretending. He was too deep in thought. His eyes glazed like his thoughts were miles away. She danced her way over, graceful and light, then slowed down as she reached his table. Yuan and Risa were surprised, standing in excitement that their table was chosen. Yuan, being a past idol, was even expecting it to be him. But then, at the very last moment, May placed the microphone in front of Zeno, who was still too deep in thought. "There's definitely a catch." It echoed continuously in the back of his mind. Then, before he knew it, as the melody rang through his ears, he began singing out loud. Chapter 263, Man of the Night. Could this much good happen without consequences? His thoughts were tangled just as the mic raised naturally to his lips. The music shifted to a softer bridge, and it was the perfect moment. Can I be this happy? Or is there a catch? Will the sunlight fade if I grow too attached? Is this the calm before it breaks apart? A borrowed dream, a fragile heart. The lyrics flowed gently from his mouth, soft but striking. His voice was warm, deep, and clear. The room stilled. The other Lanier girls stopped mid-step. Meanwhile, the camera zoomed in just as the comments flooded in real time. "Zeno Han can sing?" My boyfriend just sighed from the other room. "I had been fangirling too much because of this new guy, and I just found out that he can sing." Did everyone forget about sing or sink? He was a good singer there. It's jarring compared to the first two people who sang. That's why he sounds extra good. Tell me this wasn't scripted. Tell me. May's eyes widened slightly as she kept moving, but she glanced at him with a look of surprise. The girls picked up their choreography again, though several were sneaking glances his way. Directors, especially those who were looking for prospects of actors who could actually sing, felt like they had an epiphany. What is that voice? That's not live, is it? Is he singing for real? That was live. This is just unfair at this point. Risa's heart skipped a beat, or maybe even 2 or 3. She didn't even realize she was holding her breath until Yuan groaned beside her. "You've got to be kidding me," Yuan muttered, slapping his thigh. "He's handsome, he's talented, he acts, sings, and probably rescues dogs on weekends. He's too good of a human." Zeno couldn't hear them well. To be fair, he was all those things, except for rescuing dogs. Aside from Maxie, it seemed animals still weren't fond of him. Ian, amazed by Zeno, slid his chair subtly closer, wanting to get close to him and strike up a conversation. In fact, he had been wanting to all night. However, Zeno gave him a single flat sideways look, and Ian backed off immediately. The stage brightened again as the Lanier girls finished their set with a final pose and a shout. "Thank you. We were Lanier." The crowd erupted in applause. Sora Kim walked back on stage, smiling warmly, her energy still glowing despite the surprise that had just occurred. Phoenix, on the other hand, felt like he had aged just a few years. "He can also sing," it echoed over and over again in his mind. Even the cast of Lucy's Game, especially Min Jae and his gang, felt like they were being ripped to shreds and then fed to the lost wolves of the Alps. That was how bad Min Jae felt for seeing that Zeno was even more talented and successful than he was. What a wonderful intermission performance. Sora gestured toward the stage where Lanier had just performed. Then, she turned back to the audience. Of course, the night is still young, and more awards are coming. In fact, it's time for another major one, the Best Drama Award. There have been a lot of standout dramas for the first half of the year, but only one drama can get this award. After the nominations were shown, a golden envelope was handed to the presenter. The award for Best Drama goes to The Forsaken Prince. Thunderous applause was heard across the dome. The cast and staff members stood, with Daesham PD leading them all. They walked to the stage as a group, flanked by flashing lights and rising orchestral cues. Daesham PD took the mic for the speech. This project was a story about sacrifice, dignity, and the cost of power, he began. We were lucky to have actors who gave it life. Thank you to the crew, the fans, the producers, our main writer, Annie. Of course, the man who played our prince with so much depth, Zeno Han. Another round of applause. Zeno didn't understand why he was acknowledged separately, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he bowed slightly and waited for his system to acknowledge that his first mission was finally finished. However, there was nothing. That was odd. They returned to their seats, and for a moment, the cast chatted, cheerful and free. I really thought we wouldn't win, Yuan said, kicking his legs a little. You're joking, right? Shin chimed. Nah, I expected it, Yuan smirked. It was already ours, to begin with, and with Zeno winning left and right, it was bound to happen. Meanwhile, Zeno still had one thought in his mind. Why no notification? The lights dimmed again. Next up, Phoenix said smoothly from the stage, we have the Best Variety Show Award. The nominees were once again shown. The winner is Lucy's Game. Zeno, again, had to get up. As he walked past the aisle, someone joked, you're going to need a suitcase for all these. He offered a faint smile, took the award with the rest of the crew, and returned. Just as he was about to sit, Sora Kim cut in once more. And now, the new Variety Star Award. Zeno can't sit down now, can he? Did someone pay the showmakers for Zeno to win all of the time? What do you mean? It would be weird if Zeno didn't win these awards. The proof is all there. It seems like he's tired of this, too. His performance was the most remarkable in Lucy's Game, though. That is very much true. People who are denying it are just straight haters. Zeno anticipated his win this time. It might be that he needed to win 4 individual awards for his mission to finally end. This was his 4th personal one. Phoenix opened the card with a small sigh. The winner is Zeno Han. You tired yet, Zeno? Sora teased with a grin as he stood from his seat. Zeno merely bowed in response before walking over to the stage. The notification had to come now, and it did, causing him to smile momentarily. However, as he read the first notification, he froze just for a moment. Notification, mission result, first mission, failed. Total awards won, 6. Original mission, to win 4 awards. Exceeded. Pain trial will begin in 30 minutes. Chapter 264, Existential Crisis. I think we broke him. I, too, would be broken if I won 6 awards, 4 individual ones and 2 general ones. He can't even say anything. He looks so cute. He must be so happy. I am fucked, Zeno thought. Meanwhile, his friends, who were watching from the rooftop of their apartment unit, were in disbelief over the number of awards Zeno had accumulated. They were on a video chat with Zeno's parents and siblings, who were screaming in joy when his name was called again. Why are you crying? Eli asked, despite the tears brimming in his own eyes. Minji turned to him, mascara streaking down her cheeks. She hadn't had time to remove her makeup after rushing home from work. Eli couldn't help but chuckle as he opened his arms to offer a hug. Minji didn't hesitate any longer and rushed into his embrace, seeking comfort. I'm just so proud, she sobbed. Doha observed the two of them and felt a wave of loneliness wash over him as he sat by himself. He grabbed Maxie and wiped his tears on her soft fur. She sighed, as if she were the only normal being amidst the human chaos. Zeno struggled to articulate anything coherent before he was once again escorted back to his seat. It felt as though he had regressed to the time when he first received his mission and began to grow exponentially out of the ordinary. While he had come to embrace the rebellion of wanting to stray further away from his original goal, it still felt surreal to him. So all Zeno could do was sit in silence, reflecting on everything that was unfolding around him. Initially, he had simply wanted to complete his mission, to live a normal life. Acting was a tool he had hoped would bring him some semblance of stability amid his otherwise below-average existence. However, his circumstances spiraled out of control as people began to admire him for seemingly no reason at all. Yes, he had been admired plenty of times before, don't get him wrong. He was just charming like that. But what made this life any different? It was undeniable that he had friends, a family, good people who didn't exploit him. But even then, he had encountered individuals like them in his past lives. Zeno cursed under his breath. Was this what they called an existential crisis? He never imagined he would have to experience another one of these again. Why does he live? His fists clenched beneath the table, feeling like he was losing control over his own mind. Of course, he could easily provide a short answer to the aforementioned question. He lived for others, for those who had lost their desire to live, and for those who yearned for another chance yet didn't know how to pursue it. He was that kind of being for these humans. However, Zeno Han seemed to be living a perfectly good life, and his desire to be normal appeared to be the most outrageous request, especially considering its literal mediocrity. At times, he couldn't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, there was something more to the life than merely completing his original mission. Zeno's hand began to tremble beneath the table, and he felt an overwhelming urge to leap off a cliff for acting too human. Risa glanced at him with concern, registering the look in his eyes. She reached out, but suddenly it felt like an invisible force held her back. Instead, she focused on the stage once more, forcing herself to look away from Zeno. Somehow, gazing at him made her heart ache. What the hell is happening? Zeno whispered to himself, a statement audible only to him, and, unironically, one that only he could truly answer. After committing to his rebellion and finally taking the plunge, he found that it wasn't too bad. It was an experience unlike any he was accustomed to. He liked efficiency. He favored following the rules, because frankly, that was what they were there for. He had questioned the system in the past. Why did it exist? Yet, he had come to realize that sometimes, some things simply are. However, at this very moment, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more beneath the surface. Known only as 25, he had lived a life meant for others. But what if this life had been bestowed upon him precisely so he could finally live for himself? While it was true he enjoyed certain aspects of his previous missions, he found that it was only in this life that his heart raced with excitement when he was acting. Zeno was so deeply immersed in his thoughts that he became oblivious to the chatter surrounding him. To his surprise, the award he had been so certain he would win, Best Supporting Actor, was awarded to Phoenix Hyun instead. Even Best Actor went to Ian for his performance in Code Black. Yet, even in defeat, Zeno found himself not particularly caring. Phoenix had glanced in his direction as he accepted the Best Supporting Actor award, hoping to catch a glimpse of the sorrowful or even bitter look on Zeno's face. But when Phoenix noticed that Zeno was lost in his thoughts, appearing to be in a world of his own, irritation filled his veins. Why wasn't Zeno paying attention? At the same time, Ian sought validation from his self-proclaimed best friend, but received nothing more than an indifferent silence in return. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, for Zeno, Ian belonged to that rare breed of people who tended to grow attached to those who opposed him. His cat had only started warming up to him this year after 6 long years of living together. Finally, Phoenix and Sora returned to the stage. After the Best Actor and Best Actress awards were handed out, majority assumed the show was coming to an end. Some artists began to gather their belongings, with a few even eyeing the plants adorning the table, eager to take them home. Manshik PD shamelessly shoved a cactus into his backpack. It was a rare variety, and he didn't want to miss this golden opportunity. However, just as he was about to settle into his victory, Sora spoke up again, revealing that the show wasn't over just yet. For this year, we have a special award, one that is planned to be introduced for years to come, she began, her voice brimming with excitement. Oma, what is this? Don't tell me they're including adult influencers in the categories this time. Ayo, calm down. I'm cracking up with these speculations. We will have, she paused for dramatic effect, shooting a glance at Phoenix, who was ready to speak at the same time as her. The Grand Prize Award. Chapter 265, Grand Prize. The Grand Prize Award is not foreign to many, Phoenix continued. The human race is fucked. It's just the Grand Prize, but everyone speculated about such outrageous things. The Grand Prize is the greatest prize, right? Oh wow. Such a high level of comprehension. Who would have thought? However, instead of having a grand prize for each category, a common practice in this country, This grand prize is reserved for the entity that had made the most contributions to the entertainment industry in the span of the 6 months that we are celebrating. Therefore, each individual, franchise, show, and the like has the opportunity to win this prestigious award. Phoenix read. Everyone who was trying to leave placed their belongings down and paid full attention to the front. There was no doubt. They all wanted this. It was a top-secret award, which meant that even the hosts weren't aware of who the winner was. Of course, they, too, were secretly hoping for it to be them. In fact, Phoenix needed it. Very much. So, when Sora started opening the envelope, they were enveloped in silence, everyone paying attention to the action. Well, maybe except for Zeno. Please save him from his existential crisis. And the first grand prize awardee for the Asian Artistry Awards goes to. Sora was the first one to see it, and she kept it to herself, a small smile appearing on her lips. Phoenix tried to peek, but Sora placed the envelope firmly against her chest. I think nobody can refute this, she continued. I believe this certain someone is truly leaving a huge mark in our country's entertainment industry. There was a beat of silence before she finally revealed the winner. Congratulations to Zeno Han. Zeno Han. Zeno Han. Zeno Han. His name echoed in his mind. Not 25, a mere number, but Zeno Han. It was then that he finally snapped out of his thoughts and looked around, only to see everyone standing and looking at him with wonder, envy, rage, and all other emotions a human could feel. Phoenix finally caught a glance of the cue card and couldn't help but purse his lips when he saw that it was real. He clenched his left fist inside his pocket. He thought Dayback was in on it, but what was this? How could they give it to Zeno? Zeno finally stood from his seat, receiving claps from everyone despite the varying emotions on their faces. I'm so happy. My Zeno won so many awards. Isn't he officially a part of the rookie class now? Yes, and the fastest one to do it, too. I feel like I just watched my kid graduate from elementary school. That's how emotional I am. Is it just me, or does it look like he's going to cry? Meanwhile, Zeno felt it. The pain trial was here. It started with the bottom of his spine before it spread all over his body. The worst part was that it felt even worse than before. Was this because he had exceeded his original mission of getting 4 awards by 3 now? He truly didn't need another award if it was going to be this painful. Still, he had no choice but to walk up to the stage despite feeling like his body was being snapped into two, tied to the back of a very old van, and paraded around a spiked road that had seagulls laughing at you at every meter. Zeno wasn't exaggerating. He kept it in, though. He couldn't really writhe in pain in front of millions of people and hundreds of artists. Zeno arrived at the stage and received the plaque, a different one compared to the rest of his awards. This one was clear, appearing like it was made from diamonds. The words Grand Prize Award were engraved along with his name, and it was only then that he realized what award he had won. At that moment, all he could feel was the pain, and he had utterly forgotten about his second mission to deliver a tear-jerking speech. However, with the pain intoxicating him, he began to speak without much of a thought. I've been called here multiple times, he started, voice a little strained, but still low and warm. And I want you to know, it's not something I can get used to. There was a small ripple of polite laughter in the crowd. He smiled faintly, but behind the curve of his lips, his fingers gripped the edges of the award tighter. I don't know what the criteria is, truly, he continued, but I don't think I deserve it. Not in the way you think I do. Well, he didn't need it because it was so damn painful. He continued, sounding like he was about to burst into tears. In reality, he was trying not to curl into a fetal position. The staff who worked tirelessly behind the camera, the people who ironed my costumes, who adjusted the lights so the shadows fall just right on my face, they're the ones who should be up here. He blinked a few times as his vision started to blur from the pain inching across his chest like heat. This award is meaningful, so I want to share it with everyone. Cast, crew, background extras, coffee runners. Everyone who held this project up with bare hands. He lowered his gaze. Because, to be honest, I didn't need another award. He paused again. The crowd was silent. I truly didn't expect this, he said with a weak chuckle, appearing paler than before. And I mean that. I'm someone who forecasts things really well. Laughter rippled again, gentler this time, even fonder. But Zeno's smile faltered. His throat constricted. His body trembled. And before he could stop it, A tear escaped down his cheek. Gasps broke across the venue like glass, shattering. The camera zoomed in, catching the tear tracing down his handsome face. A single drop. His lashes fluttered, and another one fell. My goodness, he's crying. Someone whispered from the audience. Even his crying is pretty, a comment online said, one of thousands streaming through. But for Zeno, it was no performance. It was fucking real because of the pain. In addition, it made him say things he would have never said out loud in this lifetime. To be able to live a life with meaning, he whispered, chest heaving slightly. That's something I wasn't used to. The words escaped before he could censor them. The pain wasn't physical anymore. It was soul deep. And to live this way. Now, I wonder what kind of life I had truly been living before all this. He blinked slowly, trying to piece himself back together. Another thick silence greeted him, some sniffing in the background with how sincere Zeno sounded. He glanced at the trophy in his hands again. So to those who feel like they've been stuck, he continued quietly. In that slump where you're just existing, breathing but not living. I want to tell you, there's something out there for you. His lips trembled. His eyes were red now, and he couldn't hide it anymore. And if there truly is nothing, then... He looked up, a strange half-smile playing on his lips. Then maybe life itself is that something. Fame meter, 100%. Eligibility, complete. Chapter 266, New World. He's awake, Minji exclaimed just as Zeno opened his eyes. A group of worried faces flocked toward him, each wearing expressions of intense concern. Zeno felt overwhelmed, so he closed his eyes once again. I can't breathe, he muttered, still feeling heavy with fatigue. He felt like he was being squished by an elephant, and it was a struggle just to keep his eyelids open. The group's eyes widened with alarm, and Maxie began barking hysterically. Zeno can't breathe, Doha cried out. He turned to Eli, who was already in a state of distress, his brows furrowed and hands trembling slightly. Do something, Minji urged. What should I do? Eli asked desperately, looking between his friends. You're the doctor. Here, Doha argued, pointing an accusing finger at Eli. I'm not a doctor, yet. I'm still studying to be one. Eli protested, his voice shaky. Same thing, Minji retorted. Come on, do something before our friend dies. But, Eli stammered. Zeno, who had been observing the chaos with a blank expression, finally spoke up, massaging his temples in exasperation. I can't breathe because you're too close, he exclaimed, finally breaking the tension, causing the three of them to freeze mid-panic. They observed Zeno for a short moment, one by one realizing that he was indeed fine. Oh, Doha chuckled sheepishly, relief washing over him. Sorry about that. You've been asleep for nearly 24 hours, so we wanted to wake you. Zeno clicked his tongue in annoyance and sat up straight, leaning against the bed frame. Maxie, sensing the change in atmosphere, quickly followed, jumping onto his bed and quickly settling into the corner. Don't you remember what happened? Minji asked gently, tilting her head in concern. Zeno didn't respond right away, closing his eyes again to try and block out the memories. After a lengthy pause, he sighed and turned his gaze to the side. I wish I didn't remember, he muttered. However, he recalled every single moment. As soon as he finished his speech, tears still glistening in his eyes, the comment section of the live stream began to fill with praise. The audience was moved, too, with some moved to tears. I really needed to hear those words. Who knew I could get such comfort from an acceptance speech? You know what? Zeno might actually not be as bad as I thought he was. He was never bad. He was just misunderstood. I love him so much. I want to make a clone out of him with all his physical and emotional traits and make him my slave. However, even then, the pain trial didn't stop. It persisted like an unwelcome guest. He returned to his seat, feeling both physically and emotionally drained, tears still threatening to spill. His co-stars turned to him, their expressions filled with admiration, but all he felt was a visceral urge to lash out. They misunderstood him completely. He wasn't touched by their praise. He was in pain. The moment the award show concluded, the agony still lingered. The worst part was that other artists kept approaching him backstage. Influencers eagerly requested him to join in various challenges, dances, lip-syncing videos, thirst traps. Without hesitation, he declined each one of them. He also had to refuse autograph requests, concocting excuses that the people asking were more famous than him. Was he lying? He didn't care. Zeno just wanted to go home. After what felt like an eternity, a grueling half an hour stretched out before him. He finally managed to board Moby's truck, which would take him back to the comfort of his home. However, Bobby and Moby, with their unyielding excitement, still didn't allow him a moment of respite. They rambled on about how Zeno's PRYSM 360 video had garnered the most likes during the duration of the award show, their voices a constant buzz in his overstimulated mind. To make matters worse, they invited him to a late dinner, already having invited some of his co-stars and friends. In the end, he couldn't refuse their invitation due to their enthusiasm and effort. At that point, the pain was still there, and he found himself wondering if simply jumping off a cliff and dying would be the better option. He endured the pain for a total of 4 exhausting hours. When they finally arrived home, he craved nothing but sleep. However, just as he began to relax, his system pestered him non-stop with notifications about his new upgrades. Fame meter, 100%. Talents: acting S, modeling A, singing B, chess A+. Current items: passive boosters, angel voice, sparkling eyes, star scanner, silver tongue, white aura, mini fresh. Active boosters: lament's embrace, halo effect. Consumables: stamina booster 2, bulletproof 1. Zeno, feeling increasingly tired, immediately drowned one of his stamina boosters in a desperate bid to regain some energy. However, it didn't help one bit. Fuck you. He cursed the heavens, frustration spilling over as he covered his entire body with a blanket, seeking refuge from the relentless notifications. Even then, his system showed no signs of stopping. New items: 1. Recall. Unlocks one chosen aspect/information about the host's life. 2. Skill. Creator. Automatically creates a new skill at the C level. I get it, Zeno exclaimed. Make this pain stop. Eligibility. Complete. For a brief moment, Zeno was confused. In his entire life, he had never received such a notification from his system. Then again, it was also his first time exceeding his fame meter by a staggering 200%. Despite the pain radiating through his body, Zeno forced himself to sit upright, his heart pounding as he tried to comprehend the details of this so-called eligibility. Congratulations. You have exceeded 200% meter capacity. System evaluation has confirmed your potential for transcendence. Superstar system activated. Welcome to the highest tier of recognition. This system exists for one goal: to propel the host into undeniable, world-class stardom. Zeno's throat felt dry as he continued reading, his heart racing in sync with the revelation unfolding before him. Warning: this system comes with a permanent binding clause. Failure to achieve global influence will result in punishment. Punishment: permanent death. Chapter 267, Root Crop Feast. Zeno bolted to the bathroom mirror the moment his punishment was revealed. What the hell? He blinked. And blinked again. Why did he look like that? His hair fell in soft, fluffy waves no matter how many times he ran his hands through it. He even tried messing it up, spiking it awkwardly to the side, only for it to fall effortlessly into a gentle swoop that looked straight out of a commercial. His skin gleamed under the fluorescent light, smooth like glass and annoyingly flawless. Not a blemish, not a dry patch when he didn't even remove his stage makeup properly yesterday. Not even the shadows under his eyes from the lack of proper rest and semi-crying were in sight. He leaned in closer, pouted, frowned, squinted. Then, he rubbed his face aggressively. It was still there. The same handsome version of himself that appeared even more handsome, and dare he say it, cute. Fuck. A soft knock came from the bathroom door. Then Minji peeked in, followed by Doha and Eli, all of them craning their necks to get a better look at him. Maxie barked and squeezed through the crack before sitting on the mat. Yeah, you look really good, Minji confirmed. I was watching you while you were asleep, and if you had been in Snow White, you would have been killed by the evil queen. And you're 20% more glowy than yesterday, Eli muttered with a frown. Can you recommend the serum you used to me? I didn't use a serum, Zeno said through gritted teeth. The three stared at him in awe, then looked at each other before nodding knowingly. Still in disbelief, Zeno stormed out of the bathroom, past his bed, and out onto the rooftop. His friends scrambled after him but stopped at the small window facing it, choosing to observe quietly. Zeno stood at the edge of the rooftop, wind tugging at his sleeves and hair. "What is this?" he yelled. "What's happening to me?" He turned in a circle, flinging his arms out. "Answer me, you Avalis punks. Apex, you bastard. I know you're watching. I know this is your doing." No response. Not even a gust of wind that felt like divine intervention. Only the silence and a neighbor's wind chime clinking awkwardly in the distance were heard. From the window, Minji whispered, "Do you think he got cast again? He needs to rest. He just won 6 awards last night," Doha said. "Maybe that's why he has a new work. He's ultra-viral right now," Eli added. Just then, Minji turned to the two of them with a suspicious yet excited glint in her eyes. "Should we prepare it now?" Eli and Doha smiled the same way before nodding simultaneously. Outside, Zeno was still pacing. His heart felt like it was trying to sprint out of his chest. His feet moved, but his mind didn't follow. Everything just felt like a blur. The pain trial, the awards, the crowd, the screaming notifications, and now, this. A new system. A death punishment. Will he still die at 25? Is he still 25? He groaned, dragging both hands down his face. With a long, weary sigh, Zeno trudged back inside. But the moment he opened the door to his unit, a loud pop resonated. Confetti blasted from both sides, showering him in a glittery storm of pink and gold. "Huh." Zeno froze. "Welcome back, superstar." Doha grinned from the kitchen, holding a confetti cannon that had already been fired. There were paper banners hanging from the ceiling with the words, "Zeno, iconic since birth." Was this? "Congratulations," Minji exclaimed, bouncing excitedly. "Congratulations." Zeno had heard that word far too many times now, from reporters shoving mics in his face to fans yelling through security fences to the articles about him online. He stood there in the middle of his room, still dusted in confetti. He blinked slowly at the banner hanging above them. "You're welcome," Minji said proudly before Zeno could say anything else, plopping a party hat on his head. "You deserve a party. What's there to celebrate?" Zeno asked. Doha raised a finger. "Let's list it, shall we? First, your 6 awards last night. Best New Actor, Eli counted off. Best Influencer, Popularity Award. Best Drama, Best Variety Show, and last, but definitely not least, the grand prize." Secondly, Minji grinned. "You hit 8 million followers this morning." "Technically, 8.2, Eli corrected. Third, Doha added, "You're now part of the rookie class. Fastest entry ever recorded in the country. We prepared all of this for you while you were asleep." Eli smiled, gesturing at the table. "We inferred you would like it." Zeno finally looked at the spread laid out on the dining table, and for the first time all day, something inside him softened. They'd gone all out. Everything came from under the soil. There was taro soup in a little ceramic pot, potato fries shaped into stars, candied sweet potatoes. Wrapped in foil, a fragrant lotus root stir-fry steaming in a bamboo bowl, and an ube milkshake topped with whipped cream and crushed nuts. "Root crops," Minji announced proudly. Zeno sat down slowly, stomach growling. He took a cautious sip of the soup, and his shoulders dropped. All right, maybe life was worth living. He reached for the fries next, then the lotus root. For the first time since waking up, his heartbeat slowed. He felt safe, somehow. He lifted the ube milkshake and sipped, nodding in satisfaction when the sweet, earthy, and creamy taste abused his taste buds. First mission received. Deadline, 1 week. Attend a dance lesson. Uffed. He spat the milkshake, splattering it all over the table and Doha's shoulder. However, Doha didn't seem to mind. "What?" he yelped, standing from his seat. Milkshake dribbled down his chin as he stared at the blinking message in horror. Zeno was good at a lot of things because he had tried most things. Cooking was an exception. However, even then, he could still come up with something edible. Dancing, on the other hand, that was a disaster waiting to happen. Chapter 268, Premium Dance Class. In Avalis, everyone was eager to take it slow as the weekend loomed large on the horizon. Though work didn't cease when Saturday and Sunday rolled around, the Ascendants had their fair share of initiatives designed to relieve stress during these times. Slash sighed in relief as the final indicator on the panel blinked. Green. The superstar system was officially underway. The lines of code, the temporal threads, the trigger points, everything had aligned just as he had calculated. Leaning back, Slash let his eyes wander up to the high silver ceiling. The glass walls around him reflected a crystalline version of a world that no longer shimmered with surprises. It was all too familiar, a sterile environment where nothing seemed out of place. Yet, at that moment, he had done it. The breach alert wasn't activated. Rows upon rows of others like him surrounded him. Figures with different faces, all sporting that same calm smile. They moved in perfect synchrony, monitoring with robotic efficiency and wandering like marionettes in a well-rehearsed show. It won't suit him, Slash whispered to himself, shaking his head. He clicked his tongue and turned his chair slightly, his sharp eyes making another sweep of the area. All clear. Then, he pulled up the mission menu again. Mission, a 10 dance lesson, sent. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was such a mundane command, but he was convinced that Zeno would hate it. Still, it had to be done. I'm doing this for you. Zeno, Slash murmured under his breath, his affectionate tone rapidly cooling as his expression dissolved into a mask once more. Back on Earth. Are you sure this is the right place? Zeno asked. The building before them appeared too grand for a dance studio. Doha popped a piece of gum in his mouth and nodded. Yup, this is the one. Zeno sighed and shook his head. Of course Doha would say that. Doha was currently rocking a pink Speedo over purple leggings, paired with a tight neon tank top that did nothing to redeem the outfit from the fashion hell he dragged it from. The addition of yellow sunglasses made him look like he had jaundice, too. Why am I here with you? Zeno massaged his temple, trying to will away the headache building with each passing second. Doha grinned wider. Because you asked me to. Unfortunately, he wasn't wrong. Flashback. Yesterday. Zeno sat hunched on the couch, his hair still appearing perfect despite being unstyled and his skin still glowing. Hey Doha, he muttered. Doha, who had been engrossed in a video of skateboarding bulldogs as one does, perked up. You know how to dance, right? Doha's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. Yes, I danced a lot during our high school years, remember? I was even part of the dance squad. Zeno pursed his lips. Then, can I attend your dance class tomorrow? At that, Doha tilted his head. But I teach Zumba to seniors. Some of them are already wheelchair-bound. They turn their hips so it doesn't break later. It's less, let's get physical, and more, let's just physically move. Besides, it's been too long, so I don't know how to teach a proper dance class now, he added. Why? Do you need to dance for a role? Zeno sighed softly. Let's just say that's true. He wasn't even sure how to begin explaining why he was being shoved into a dance class against his will. Doha examined him for a moment. Then he shrugged. Well, I do know of a place. Zeno's eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Great, but we need to pay. Okay, Zeno replied. I mean like pay. Before Doha could even blink, Zeno had already transferred an astonishing sum of money into his account, a decision that made him wince slightly as a sea of zeros blinked back at him. Holy crap, Doha muttered. That's a lot of zeros. Are you buying the place? Zeno crossed his arms defiantly. You said you had a place. Oh, I have the place, Doha said. And now here they were. Welcome to Rev Up, chirped the receptionist, her smile so bright it could probably power a small village, as she bowed slightly while Doha finished the confirmation of their appointment. What the heck is this place? Zeno muttered under his breath, unable to contain his confusion as they ventured deeper into the expanse of the building. You gave me the money, so I took you here. Doha winked, looking far too pleased with himself. Zeno frowned. Yeah, but I didn't expect this scale for a dance class. Doha waved a dismissive hand. Look, I didn't either. This place is even more extravagant than I anticipated. But you gave me a lot of money, so why not go all the way? This, he dramatically spread his arms, is the best dancing class in all of Seoul. Zeno narrowed his eyes. The best? Oh, absolutely, Doha nodded proudly. Fully booked for months, but I got us in because of your money. Zeno stared down the hall, now suddenly lined with plush velvet carpets and tall glass trophies. I booked the most famous lesson, Doha added giddily. Come on. Zeno pursed his lips, his feet suddenly feeling like they were encased in cement. He hesitated, wondering if he could still flee to that Zumba class for seniors. But before he could backtrack, Doha had already swung the grand double doors wide open, revealing the studio inside, and in turn, shining a spotlight directly on him. The room beyond was bright and spotless. On the far wall stood a roster of familiar faces, famous idols, actors, influencers. And now, every one of them was looking directly at him. Zeno felt every gaze hit him, making him feel like a deer caught in headlights. Crap, crap, crap. Oh, our last students are here. Welcome to the premium dance class. A voice boomed from within the room. I love them. Chapter 269, Hips Don't Lie. A tall woman with short, auburn curls and tall cheekbones stepped forward from the mirrors, clapping her hands. Bonjour, everyone, she said in a very convincing French accent. I am Jeanette. I will be your instructor for today. Doha tried to drag Zeno to the front, but Zeno glared at him once, and the former held out an okay sign with a sheepish smile. With that, they settled at the back. Yuan, who was originally in front, slowly moonwalked to the back until he was right next to Zeno. Did you come here because of me? Zeno didn't bother answering because he already had too much on his plate. He hadn't signed up for a dance class this high of a scale. As Jeanette continued with her introduction, Zeno's eyes swept across the other students. Billy was there, and he gave Zeno a tight smile that didn't seem as enthusiastic as it did when they were in front of the cameras during Lucy's game. Next to him must have been another member of his idol group. He also caught a glimpse of Selena and her bodyguard near the front, and she was looking at Zeno with bright eyes, winking at him when they made eye contact. Zeno quickly looked away. At the very front and center was a woman he didn't recognize. However, she had an air that said she was untouchable, so Zeno didn't think too much about it. The rest of the room was filled with influencers, actual dancers, and actors he had seen in passing in shows or in sets. However, the worst part of this was most were still staring in their direction. He leaned toward Doha and deadpanned. They're staring because of you. Do you have to wear the Speedo over leggings here? Doha, unbothered as ever, crossed his arms and chuckled. Wrong. My outfit is fine, he smiled. They're staring because of you. Even among these people, you're undoubtedly the most good-looking. Well, maybe aside from Misha, he muttered, so Zeno was unable to hear it. Jeanette clapped again, capturing everyone's attention. I know all of you are very curious about our two new faces. I squeezed them in despite being a full house, because I couldn't pass up on the chance. She turned to the two of them. Why don't you introduce yourselves to the class? Doha stepped forward first, completely unbothered. My name is Doha. Do, like do-re-mi. And ha, as in ha, he exclaimed without shame. A few people snorted softly, but most stared blankly. Yuan, however, burst out laughing, loud and exaggerated. Zeno sighed and shook his head, standing from his spot. Hi, everyone. I'm Zeno. He quickly sat once again, and in that moment, the others felt like they were looking at a fictional man who came straight out of a manhwa. Yuan raised both fists in the air dramatically. Let's go, Zeno. Jeanette beamed. Ah, Zeno. I am a big fan. Very big. She composed herself quickly, clearing her throat and returning to her polished posture. But now, we must focus. Jeanette turned to the group with a sharp clap. Today's session is intermediate hip-hop, focusing on musicality, bounce control, and texture. Let's work hard, D'accord? Zeno froze. Intermediate? He whipped his head toward Doha with murder in his eyes. Doha just gave him a thumbs up. You're good at everything. You can do it. Zeno glared at him so hard it could have set the mirrors ablaze. Stand up. Stand up. It's time to introduce our song, Jeanette exclaimed, and everyone followed. Today, we'll be learning choreography to a newer release, Velvet by Dawn. Zeno closed his eyes in frustration. It was a very popular song, and he heard it on the radio multiple times already. He knew that it was a smooth, sensual piece that had an R and B flavor. The beat started, and a sultry male voice crooned over the track. Under velvet skies, I trace your silhouette. Touch so slow, like we just met. The song was literally about passionate lovemaking. And right on cue, Jeanette demonstrated the first count, shoulders popping to the beat, a body wave that traveled from the chest down to the hips, ending with a loose groove step and a cheeky wrist flick. Zeno was stiff by count 3. Doha leaned over and whispered, "This industry's cutthroat, so artists are starting to collect talents like Pokemon cards. Everyone wants to be good at everything." He wasn't wrong. As they ran through the moves again, Zeno glanced around. Billy and his group member didn't struggle at all due to their idol experience. Yuan, too, still appeared to be in his prime. The actual dancers were even better, and while there was a contrast with those who aren't in the performance industry, they didn't stick out like a sore thumb. Zeno tried to mark through the choreo. His shoulders twitched where they should have popped, and the body wave made him want to punch a wall. He didn't like doing it halfway, and all he could do was wait for a notification of a completed mission so he could silently leave the class. But before he could mentally spiral further, Jeanette clapped again. Let's do an interim check. One by one, please. This is not for judgment, just observation. The room buzzed. Everyone straightened up. And of course, I'm going first, Doha exclaimed excitedly, earning oohs from the others. Jeanette clapped. I like the enthusiasm. All right, please go ahead. Doha rolled his shoulders and walked to the center with the confidence of a man wearing a Speedo over leggings and not regretting a single life choice. The music played, and Doha began to groove. I paint a rhythm down your spine. Touch my tongue, taste the divine. With exaggerated passion, Doha winked and did a body roll that would make half the class blush. His hips didn't lie, neither did his ass. Magnifique, Jeanette gasped, genuinely impressed. Excellent interpretation. Zeno looked at the floor. Yeah, Doha was enjoying this too much, a lot more than he was. The woman at the front and center, whom Zeno still didn't know, was up next. She was a very clean dancer. Her transitions were graceful, and she hit every beat with elegance. The rest of the group took their turns. Some good, some okay, and some obviously having a lot of experience. Zeno wanted to go next, but Jeanette kept skipping over him, until at last, only he was left. He stood, shoulders squared, and lip caught between his teeth. Whoa, go Zeno, Yuan hollered, loud as ever, complete with 2 obnoxious claps above his head. Some of the others chuckled. A few exchanged glances combined with murmurs of speculation. Zeno had done this before. When he first started, most never thought he'd top the drama awards, beat out veterans for his roles, or be the fastest one to enter the rookie class. Every time, he proved them wrong. He walked to the center, and when the music started, the bass thudding like a heartbeat, Zeno whispered to himself, "Ah, fuck it." Chapter 270, Velvet. Zeno had accepted the truth a long time ago that he couldn't dance. Fortunately, he had never landed in a circumstance where he had to actually know how to dance. The most he needed the skill was during gym class for a requirement. However, after more than 500 years, he finally faced such a situation. Not only that, but he stood in the center of the dance floor under the scrutinizing gaze of idols, actors, influencers, and actual dancers. They all watched him with anticipation. At that moment, Zeno reminded himself of the best thing he could do. Act. If he couldn't actually dance, he could act like he could. Velvet's opening beat kicked in again. Zeno raised his chin and exhaled. He focused his gaze on the mirror behind all the other students and acted like it was a camera instead. Under velvet skies, he started moving. Or, well, twitching. His shoulders popped a little too late, and his attempt at a body wave looked more like he had a cramp in his back. He marked each move. Without giving his full power, the mood inside the room instantly became weird. Billy even snorted while his group member stifled a laugh behind his back. Yuan, who usually had something to say, was also rendered silent by Zeno's dance skills, or at least, lack thereof. So he isn't perfect after all. I'm glad I could be better at Zeno and something. Shoo, stop it. Hold in your laughter. But Zeno didn't stop despite all of these whispers. He was already in character. He knew he couldn't show off the dance with precise movements, so he decided to focus on his facial expressions and body language instead. The whispers began toning down just as the beat of the first chorus dropped. Touch so slow, like we just met. Without a doubt, Zeno still couldn't find the right rhythm. However, his face appeared to be embodying the meaning of the song. His lips parted just slightly. His jaw clenched. He looked straight into the mirror with the intensity of a villain in a romance drama, and the laughter died. The influencers tilted their heads. Selena's smile froze. "Hear me out," she whispered to her guard. The others watched, blinking in disbelief, as Zeno continued to dance to the song. He sold every move as if he had meant to do it that way. Why is he better than me? The unfamiliar woman at the front leaned forward with a neutral expression. However, she was watching, very unlike what she had done for the previous performances. Yuan had gone from suppressing his laughter to stunned silence. Zeno internally rejoiced when he only had the final move left to execute. It was a kneel to the floor, followed by a slow, controlled body wave that traveled from the chest down. Doha had nailed it earlier. Billy had made it look easy. Zeno, knowing he couldn't do a body wave, just knelt. However, at that moment, he broke his gaze away from the mirror and to those watching. His eyes, sparkling and appearing like they held 1,000 emotions, made the already speechless spectators even more speechless. Even as the song ended, he stayed for a moment, breathing lightly, lips parted, and looked around the room with a heated gaze, like the protagonist in the final scene of a music video just before the screen faded to black. "What the heck?" someone whispered loudly. Jeanette put a hand over her chest. "Mon Dieu won." A second later, Zeno finally stood, looking at the dumbfounded faces of the audience. Then, without any hesitation, he walked back to his spot next to Doha. Still, their gazes followed after him as he sat. Somehow, he danced the worst out of everyone, but his performance was regarded as the best. Jeanette felt like she was going to spontaneously combust as she gazed at Zeno. Aside from that, there was a fresh scent coming from him despite being drenched in sweat. With that, she looked away and went back to professional mode. She feared she was going to do something unprofessional if she gazed at him longer. Doha nudged Zeno's shoulder. "Why is it that you're good at this, too?" Zeno clicked his tongue and didn't answer. He wanted to go home. Meanwhile, at that moment, two people were thinking of Zeno in particular. "He's perfect," one muttered from the side, a cap covering his face. "So fucking full of himself," another whispered, shaking her head. She already knew what kind of person he was just by his performance and demeanor. With that, the dance lesson continued. Fortunately, the next part was just a repetition of the first part they had learned, along with some small changes. Zeno still marked the movements, just wanting to get this lesson over with. When the alarm rang half an hour later, he quickly grabbed his belongings. Wait, Doha exclaimed. "Can I just get an autograph from Misha?" "Who is that?" Zeno asked, raising one brow. Doha gasped so loud that the others turned to them. Zeno clicked his tongue and glared at him. Doha gave out a peace sign before whispering, "She's the best new actress in the AAA. Were you not paying attention?" Zeno thought about it before shaking his head. He was too busy having an existential crisis to even notice the other artists receiving their awards. "She's from..." "I don't care," Zeno sighed, running his fingers through his hair. "Let's go home." "No, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Doha whisper-shouted. "Wait for me," he insisted. Before Doha could take another step forward, however, Billy's group member, whom Zeno had learned was named Jaiwoo, called for everyone's attention. "Can I have a little bit of your time?" he asked, and the others turned to him with curiosity. "We are going to have a celebration for Billy's new achievement after the success of Lucy's game," he continued. "He will be treating all of us to lunch, and everyone in this room is invited. Perhaps, who wants to go with us?" Murmurs of excitement went around the room. However, there was one particular voice that stood out among the rest. "We'll go," Doha exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. "Zeno and I will definitely go." My God. Chapter 271. First time in Saliva. "Please don't kill me," Doha whispered as they arrived in front of yet another expensive-looking establishment. "Give me one good reason," Zeno said, massaging the bridge of his nose. "Well, first, I am one of your best friends." "That's not a good enough reason. Your bestest friend in the entire universe really wants to befriend famous people," Doha said without shame. "Especially Misha Choi. I can't believe we'll be in the same room soon." Zeno massaged the bridge of his nose. "Come on, Zeno. Please. Besides, do you know where we are right now?" Zeno looked around. "A bar." "Not just a bar," Doha exclaimed. "It's the hardest bar to get into in Seoul. It's called Saliva," Zeno deadpanned. "Yeah, it's cool and niche, and it's my first time here. Probably the last time, too." Zeno sighed. "I'm leaving." However, just as Zeno stepped back, he bumped into someone, the unfamiliar woman that Doha referred to as Misha. Misha merely looked at him with a deadpan expression before moving to the side, not bothering to speak. Then, she walked away. Zeno was surprised at first, but he nodded in approval. That was the kind of humans he really enjoyed interacting with. As Zeno turned back to Doha, it appeared he was silently hyperventilating. "I'm not taking you to the hospital if you die here," Zeno said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "And Misha Choi, Doha stammered. You bumped into Misha Choi. Yeah, and I'm still leaving, Zeno sighed. Zeno, please, please, please. I can't be alone there. I need you, man. Yuan is going to be disappointed that you won't be there, too. Zeno began walking with Doha trailing behind him, talking his ear off. However, just as he was about to reach the door, there it was again. The faint scent of Arenes. He stopped in his tracks and turned back around. All right, let's go. Doha stopped yapping before scratching the back of his neck out of confusion. So suddenly? Still, he didn't bother questioning Zeno's sudden change of mind and just followed behind him without saying another word. Right here, Yuan exclaimed when they reached the second floor. Zeno and Doha went inside, and as they entered, Zeno realized this didn't seem like an ordinary bar. For a place for drunk people, it appeared far too pristine. It seemed Doha was right when he said it was the hardest bar to get into in Seoul. Zeno took a seat away from the bulk of the crowd, settling on a corner where he wouldn't be noticed. He was here for one thing only, to confirm the presence of Arenes. Thank you, everyone, for coming here, Billy said, opening a bottle of champagne, some splattering onto the nearby people. We may not be close, but I'm glad you all decided to celebrate this milestone with me. Of course, an influencer exclaimed. Congratulations on being signed as an actor under Dayback. I can't believe this, Yuan muttered, nudging Zeno's shoulder. How can he be signed with Dayback before you? Zeno shrugged. He could care less about where Billy was signed. Billy turned to Zeno for a moment before smiling. I know. It's unbelievable. Right after Lucy's game ended, I was given an offer by Mr. Kim himself. That's also the reason why we're here today. He provided us with this room despite the bar still being closed. Cheers were heard across the room, some already appearing to be drunk despite the party only having started. Zeno narrowed his eyes. Is it him? Billy was the only person in here who was also in Lucy's mansion. But Zeno felt it wasn't him. Another person came to his mind at that moment. Yuan then? He turned his head. Yuan was in the middle of scooping the olive from his dirty martini. This is so salty. Are these olives supposed to taste like that? Yuan poked the thing with a toothpick. Zeno, question. Are the olives they put in olive oil the same olives we eat? What? Yuan shrugged. Like, are they twins? Or are they different species with the same name? Zeno stared at him for a solid 3 seconds before shaking his head. Right. Yuan had the IQ of a celery stalk when he was like this. There was absolutely no way he was Arenes. Zeno's eyes drifted across the room before they landed on her. Misha Choi. Even in a crowded room full of people who thought they were the main character, she stood out effortlessly. Her black silk blouse flowed like ink, tucked into tailored pants with sharp creases. Her earrings were small diamonds, barely catching the light. She sat by herself, swirling a drink that looked expensive, even from across the room. And then she looked up, straight at him. Their eyes locked before she glared. Zeno raised a brow, mildly confused. Yuan leaned in. You two met before? No. She just glared at you. Don't care, Zeno muttered. With her demeanor, she was now a candidate. He shifted forward slightly, scanning again. However, amidst his search, a man suddenly stood before him. The man wore simple clothes with a black cap, making Zeno feel that he wasn't part of the entertainment circle, or at least those who were under the spotlight. When Zeno looked up, the man removed his cap slowly, revealing a mop of unruly wavy hair and a kind smile. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, and his eyes sparkled out of interest. Yuan and Doha gasped right by his side, so Zeno inferred this man had some sort of important influence. Good day, the man said. Sorry to bother you. Zeno straightened instinctively. Who was this man? His question was answered soon when he finally introduced himself. My name's Devin Yoon. The man continued, bowing slightly. I am a loyal customer of the dance studio. I was a former dancer and still enjoy it, but now I'm on a different path. Zeno waited patiently despite the man already reciting his autobiography to him. Right now, I am the assistant director for the Ninth Circle. Chapter 272, Ninth Circle. Who this person was suddenly made sense to Zeno. The Ninth Circle. Who hasn't heard of the show by now? It was a BingeFlix exclusive that originally came out in 2023. It was one of those shows that no one paid attention to in the beginning because the director didn't have a hotshot reputation. However, when the promotional period started kicking in, with blood and gore adorning each material, people naturally became drawn to its unique plot. The Ninth Circle was a brutal survival reality series set in post-apocalyptic South Korea after a global collapse caused by environmental devastation and biological warfare. The population became even more concentrated in the 9 provinces and 7 metropolitan cities, each governed under a rigid resource allocation system. In an attempt to reduce population and increase support from the rich private sectors, the government has curated a special game, the Ninth Circle. Each region sends a group of individuals known as desperates, those willing to risk their lives for the chance to win resources for their home city. Some volunteer, while some are forced to join due to the unhelpable circumstances of their cities. However, what they didn't know was they are going to fight to the death. The desperates are given code names, numbers 1 through 100, and thrown into a sprawling, nightmarish complex, divided into 9 concentric circles, each more horrifying than the last. The first circle tests physical survival in harsh weather and terrain. The second circle introduces food scarcity, forcing contestants to turn on one another. By the 5th circle, killing becomes the only currency for advancement. You don't pass unless someone else falls. The rule was simple. Only one person can survive. The higher the circle, the more brutal the trials are. All of it is broadcast to the global public, who have become desensitized and obsessed. Betting syndicates form. Fan favorites rise. Killers become celebrities. The prize is enough food, medicine, water, and fuel to sustain the province for the year until another game will take place. The story focuses on desperate number 41, a soft-spoken man from Jeju province whose wife is dying from lung cancer. He enters the 9th circle for her. He proves underestimated, reluctant to kill, but always survives. By the 9th circle, he's not the same man. He returns home as the hero of his province. However, it's too late. His wife is gone, and his main reason for fighting and living has now turned to ashes. What set the 9th circle apart from other domestic dramas was that it hit big across the globe. It wasn't like the popularity of The Forsaken Prince, which was still considered niche. Instead, it became truly well-loved by the public despite not winning many international awards. Its influence on global pop culture during the year 2023 was unmatched, and nearly everyone was talking about it for a good 3 months when it was airing exclusively on BingeFlix. However, as much as it was loved, there was one flaw that everyone pointed out, the obvious cliffhanger in the end. For most of the viewers, it felt like a very complete show with a bittersweet ending. Why would they do something like that for the ending? But it was already so perfect. I will not be tuning in. That's a lie. We all know we're all watching it. The first season was too good for me to pass on it. Well, except for the ending. Desperate number 41 was drowning in money from sponsors who loved his killing performance. However, it seemed he still wasn't satisfied. In the end, it showed him applying to become one of the desperates again. And now, in the year 2025, it seemed that the second season was truly coming. Do you know this show? Devin asked, making Zeno snap out of his thoughts. Yes, Zeno answered. Devin smirked and brought something out of his pocket, a calling card. Well, this is my number. I never thought we would meet personally before I tried contacting your company, but here we are. The 9th circle cast is almost complete, and all of the new characters had auditioned for the roles. Even those from the first season did. However, I am giving you this grand opportunity to become one of the cast members. Zeno took the calling card and stared at it for a while. Yuan and Doha watched the interaction with an agape mouth. Meanwhile, Jaiwa nudged Billy, who was laughing with his guests. Billy, I think Mr. Yoon is trying to cast Zeno. Billy frowned as he turned toward them, confirming that the two were indeed having a conversation. He felt heat climb his veins. The reason why he threw this party in the first place was because he wanted to impress Devin before his audition for the 9th circle. However, before he could even speak to him, he was already all over Zeno. This was supposed to be his time to celebrate. Meanwhile, Misha, who was also a part of the new cast, heard what they were talking about. She shook her head and downed the last of her cocktail before standing from her seat. She grabbed some money from her bag and placed it on the table, not wanting to be indebted to Billy. She then walked away without a word and closed the door softly. I really hate people like him, she muttered, shaking her head. So what do you say? Devin finally asked. Zeno let out a soft sigh. Of course, he couldn't answer right at this moment. Devin chuckled and patted his shoulder. I understand, he said. You don't have to give me an answer now. However, you can reach out to me using that number. We have a few weeks before the start of the filming, and the earlier you confirm, the better. Devon took a beer bottle and raised it into the air. With you as part of our cast, I believe you can propel your career internationally. So, I'll be waiting patiently for your answer, Zeno Han. Chapter 273, Lady in White. You're going to take it, right? Doha asked as they rose from the stairs up to their unit. Zeno didn't respond to his question. Come on, Doha exclaimed. You've been ignoring me since earlier. Why do you think so? Zeno asked, not looking at Doha. Doha sighed. All right, I'm sorry that I took you to such a famous dance class, but in my defense, you asked me. Besides, you even received an offer for an internationally famous show. So now, answer my question. You're going to take the role, right? Zeno didn't respond once again, not because he was still annoyed at Doha, he still definitely was, but because there was something he was unsure of. The director, he trailed off. The director is amazing, Doha chimed. He fought for the script for 5 whole years until he finally got the approval. It's a story of rags to riches. Zeno hummed. Is that so? They reached the top, and Zeno entered his unit right away, ignoring Doha's attempts to get a response from him. He closed the door and was greeted by Maxie. He placed some food in her bowl before sitting on the floor. First mission accomplished. Reward, +1 dancing. Current grade, D. New mission, reconnect with someone from your past. He frowned and crossed his legs before leaning against the bed frame. His first mission since the reboot of his system was ridiculous. Yes, but it somehow aligned with what he was going for, to become a superstar. Now, this was something strange. Why was he suddenly being asked to reconnect with someone from Zeno's past? He shook his head and finally stood from the floor to get showered. Right after, he went on and researched about the Ninth Circle, looking at the original cast and roster of directors and producers. He didn't have to search hard to find the one he was looking for. In fact, this person's name was at the very top of the list. Zeno smirked and shook his head while drying his hair with a towel. So you're still here, huh? With that, he went through articles that confirmed the presence of a second season. It seemed there were a lot of people upset with the ending of the first season. However, even then, a lot had become fans of it, so they were looking forward to the second one. Send this back to the headquarters. You are disrespecting the director's work. He fought for this for 5 years, and now you're acting like those higher-ups who rejected his idea. I bet this is going to be a really good season. But the first season was already so perfect. I don't want it to have another ending. I heard Misha Choi is going to be in this, though. Oh, so I take back my word. It's not confirmed just yet, but there were some press photos of Misha with the assistant director of the show. What if Zeno's there too? Not that guy again. Gah? That would be insane. Nah, if Zeno's in there, he's going to become viral worldwide. I can't have any more competitors. Meanwhile, in Doha's unit, Eli and Minji had just arrived and were waiting for Doha to finish cooking. You look like you haven't slept in days, Eli said when he saw Minji coming out from Doha's room with one of his workout headbands on to keep her hair away from her face. That's because I haven't. Minji snapped, glaring at him. Eli smirked and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Before Eli could get a word out, Minji had already beaten him to it. I get it. I look like shit. I look tired. My under eyes is the same shade as a lead pencil. I can't help it, all right. You're still pretty, though, Eli muttered and turned to the side, where he saw a woman standing out of the window, wearing white. He squealed like a scared hyena and jumped back. Doha and Minji turned to him in an instant. What was that? Doha asked from the kitchen. Eli shakily pointed at the window, and Minji quickly looked at it. A small scream also left her mouth, which prompted Doha to come out of the kitchen. What is happening? He asked. Are you guys seeing a ghost or something? Minji and Eli still appeared out of it, their gaze focused on the window with shocked expressions. Worse, Eli muttered. Doha finally turned to where they were looking at. The tong dropped from his hand, splattering some of the oil on the floor. Meanwhile, the lady outside of the window waved happily at the three, urging them to open the door. With that, excited knocks were heard in the room, making all of them get shivers down their spines. What is she doing here? Doha muttered, looking at the door with a fearful expression. Open the door, please, she exclaimed from the outside. Should I? Eli asked, turning to his friends. Should I grab the boiling oil? Doha asked in a soft whisper. Minji clicked her tongue and stood. No one's hurting anyone. It's best we just make her leave before Zeno sees her. Good idea, Doha said. The three of them went to the door, with Minji opening it. They formed a barricade at the entrance, and the lady, wearing a very thin white dress, flowing with the wind, smiled at them. OMG, you guys. It's been so long. So, it's true that you are living in this. She looked around for a while with a slight grimace that she hid with a smile. Cute place. Don't lie, Natty. This must look shabby to you, Eli said without any reservations. However, Natty only chuckled, finding the situation funny. Oh, I must have been like that before, but I've changed. Anyway, where's Zeno? She asked, suddenly appearing sweet. Minji held her ground. Zeno's not here. He's busy. He's a star now. Natty's expression turned bitter. But he's not in any pending works. I would know since I've been monitoring his schedules online. Creep. Eli coughed through his elbow. Anyway, he's not here, Minji insisted. You should come back. Never, actually. Zeno probably wants to see me, though, she smiled sweetly. Just leave, you witch. Doha exclaimed impatiently. However, at that moment, the door to the next unit opened, revealing Zeno in a white singlet, still a bit wet, and showing off his toned abdomen. What's for dinner? He stopped in his tracks when he saw his friends looking at him with wide eyes along with a woman who was looking at him with a shit-eating grin. Just then, the woman started bouncing excitedly before she ran to where Zeno was. Babe, Chapter 274, Reconnect. She's the reincarnation of my dead mother, Doha whispered as soon as Natty went inside the bathroom. Cunning, foxy, and great at acting innocent. Zeno watched them silently as they continued talking shit about the lady in white. Natty is your ex, Eli explained. Not the good one. Minji nodded in agreement. You were together for only a few months. She came to Seoul earlier than us, and you remained faithful while she looked for another man. However, that man scammed her of her money, and she came running back to you. Then, when she found another man with more money, she left you once again. Although, she had always been a red flag for the majority of your relationship. You were just too passive to see it, she continued. Eli nodded. She's the worst. I don't know why she's even here right now. Isn't it obvious? Minji whisper shouted. She's here because Zeno's famous now, and handsome, and hot, and irresistible. Doha and Eli turned to her with raised brows. However, before they could question her excessive compliments, the bathroom door opened, revealing Natty with a badly concealed look of dissatisfaction. Your bathroom's cute, too, she chuckled. You can barely move around. Zeno turned to her without any emotions. So, this was a person from his past? His mission was practically begging to be accomplished at that moment. You're done now, right? Minji said. You said you just needed to use the bathroom, so you can leave now. But, Natty tried to argue. She can stay, Zeno said, rendering everyone silent. They turned to him with wide eyes before Natty spoke again. Oh, Zeno, she said with a wide smile. It's been too long. I haven't seen you since you entered the military. I knew you would want to catch up, too. I have a lot of stories to tell. And, of course, I want to hear about you, too, she continued, her tone taking a flirtier tone. Zeno merely nodded, shocking his friends even more. With that, he took his seat while Natty tried to claim the one next to his. However, Maxie jumped into it. Oh, Maxie, you're still alive, I see. Can you move? I want to sit here, she smiled sweetly. Natty tried to pet Maxie, but the latter snapped her jaw. It wasn't the usual bite she did for Zeno, but she appeared serious, like she wanted to send Natty to the hospital. Natty yelped and stepped back. In the end, Eli sat next to Zeno and placed Maxie on his lap. Good job, he muttered and stroked her ear. Natty tried to take the other seat next to Zeno, but Doha had already claimed it. As the unit owner, I can choose whatever seat I want. You're sitting next to me, Minji gloated, grabbing an extra plastic chair and placing it on the edge of the table. Natty was definitely not happy about it, but with Zeno in front of her, she couldn't complain out loud. Instead, she sat on the hard yet flimsy plastic chair and watched as Zeno placed some food on a plate. She perked up and watched him with wide, sparkling eyes. Such an eye candy. Natty had always thought Zeno was pretty average. The only reason she got with him in Busan was because he did what she told him to. He was very passive in their relationship, so every time she requested something, he would follow right away. He never initiated, but he always listened. In the end, though, she got bored of their relationship and how kind he was. However, now, she could endure such a boring relationship if it meant being with him in his current state, handsome and famous. Her hands started shaking in excitement as she watched him piled on food on the plate. Zeno had made her a plate multiple times in their relationship, so she was sure she was going to give this to her. However, Zeno placed it in front of him and started eating, not bothering to give her a glance. Disappointment filled Natty's heart, but she quickly bounced back. After all, it had been years since they connected. It would take a little bit of time for him to warm up to him. So, Zeno, Natty continued, do you have a girlfriend now? No, Zeno answered. Jackpot. He was single. And have you been with anyone else after me? No. Her pride soared high at that moment. Why did you come and see me? Zeno finally asked. Natty twiddled with her fingers on the table. I don't know. I guess I came here to reconnect. That caught Zeno's attention. All right, we've reconnected, Zeno said. Natty's heart raced as Zeno looked into her eyes. She felt butterflies in her stomach, and her cheeks warmed up. Goodness, it should be illegal for anyone to be this good-looking. Meanwhile, Minji, Doha, and Eli were on the edge of going ballistic. Why was Zeno allowing these things to happen? I'm currently trying to be an influencer, Natty said with newfound confidence. However, it's hard in this economy. Seriously, why is it that others can be so famous when they don't do anything productive? Not you, though, she quickly disclaimed. You're the best actor I've ever seen. I can't believe we've been together for months. But you never told me. I wasn't good back then, Zeno said, crossing his arms in front of his chest, waiting for a notification. However, nothing popped up, making him slightly frown. What kind of reconnection did he need? Hey. Eli nudged and whispered into Zeno's ear. Are you out of your mind? You're feeding her delusions. Zeno raised one brow and turned to the woman once more. She appeared like a side character, like she was drawn hastily without much thought. Her attitude, too, screamed she wouldn't be an important character. With that, Zeno stood and grabbed his empty plate. I'm going to wash this, he muttered and went to the small secluded kitchen. As soon as he was gone, Natty's smile fell, and she turned to the three with a victorious smirk. You really think you're going to stop this relationship from blooming again, huh? Chapter 275, Gap. You're delusional if you think Zeno is going back to someone like you, Minji said, shaking her head. Natty turned to her with a snarky gaze. You have a lot to say about a relationship that isn't yours. In fact, you've always had a lot to say, even when we were together back then. I have a feeling that you like him. Minji's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to argue, but Natty didn't let her. Can't you see? He's still very clearly interested in me. Eli sighed and shook his head. He's just putting up with you, he snapped. Natty laughed, throwing her head back from amusement. Putting up with me? He's the one putting up with you. Is there any other reason for Zeno to be here in these small-ass units with the three of you? Do you think he's going to stay here for long? Wake up. Zeno is going to leave you soon. He does not match the lifestyle you have, and sooner or later, someone will have to be there for him in his move. That person would be me, she boasted. Zeno's greatest love. The three felt frustrated. It was even more frustrating that Natty's statement held a lot of sense. It was obvious, and all of them already knew of the possibility. His status was too high for him to stay in his shabby unit. Just then, Zeno came out of the kitchen, wiping his hands on the back of his shorts. What were you talking about? Zeno asked, gazing at the four of them. He noted how his friends appeared down while Natty still had that innocent smile on her lips. Nothing special, Natty smiled. We're just happy about your success. Zeno's expression didn't change. Instead, he glanced at the clock and noted the time. It's late, he said. I think it's time for you to go. Natty appeared disappointed, but with Zeno's next words, she brightened up again. I'll walk you out. His friends appeared even more disappointed when Zeno led her out of Doha's unit. Natty walked like she had a crab between her thighs. She moved deliberately slower as they made their way down the stairs. This reminds me of the good old days, she smiled, glancing up at him. However, she was surprised when he was at least 3 stairsteps away from him. Has he been that distant since the beginning? Still, she tucked her hair behind her ear and continued. You used to walk me to our house after school. Do you remember? No, Zeno deadpanned. Oh, then, Do you remember when you covered for me because I had to join a local pageant on a school day? Not at all. How about when Maxie peed on me, and you scolded her? I think that didn't happen. Natty bit her lip, feeling frustrated. Then, when you told me you liked me during our second month of dating? Doesn't ring a bell. Natty stopped walking, and Zeno did, too. She turned around again, and she saw that the gap between them was 4 steps now. I guess you really need more time warming up to me, she whispered. Do you want to grab lunch or dinner whenever you're free? I'm free every second of the day for you. Why should we do that? Natty was dumbfounded. Because, you said we've reconnected. Zeno pursed his lips. Yeah, you came and ate dinner with me and my friends. We've reconnected. That's all. Zeno nodded without a word. He was sure that his mission should have been finished by now. However, there must be another catch. Natty was not the right person for this mission. Besides, after hearing what she had said to his friends, he realized he didn't want to deal with such a person. It was a hassle. She arrived at the bottom of the stairs. Meanwhile, Zeno still kept the gap, increasing the distance between them even more. As Natty looked up, all of the memories of their relationship bombarded her mind. Zeno truly wasn't anything special back then. However, as she thought about it now, he was the most secure she ever felt in a relationship. Her fists clenched on her sides. There was no way she was going to let go of him now. So, you don't really think about me anymore? Zen scratched the back of his neck. I don't think I've ever thought about you. Natty's breath hitched, but still, she didn't give up. What are you doing tomorrow? I'm speaking with my CEO. Then, the day after that, I'm going to call my parents. The weekends, I have to study acting. Then, when are you free? She asked, appearing frustrated. For you? Probably never. Natty felt like she had been hit by an 8-wheeler. Then, why did you even invite me inside Doha's unit in the first place? We didn't invite you. You invited yourself. As decent human beings, we offered you food and shelter because you looked cold, Zeno honestly said. As Zeno continued to speak, Natty realized just how much he had changed. In their relationship, he never talked back like this. He just accepted. That was why she got bored in the first place. However, this conversation made her heart race, even if it was out of shame. I want to say it was good seeing you again, but then, I would be lying, Zeno continued. I really don't appreciate the way you talk to my friends. No matter how much you try to bring them down with your words, at the end of the day, they're far more important to me than you will ever be. I know you have no other intentions of coming here aside from reconnecting with me. Frankly, you must regret cheating on me now that I have become an actor. I don't like that, Zeno continued. You didn't want me during my slow days, so certainly, you wouldn't want me now. You just want the glamour that comes with it. Natty's mouth went agape from shock. I am here now. Zeno continued, a smirk appearing on his lips. Natty looked at the gap between them and saw how Zeno was high on the stairs while she was at the bottom. So, be grateful for the dinner. That would be the last interaction you'll be getting from me and my friends. Chapter 276, Sour Coffee. As Zeno entered Doha's unit, the usual playful atmosphere was replaced by a feeling of apprehension. Eli, Minji, and Doha appeared to be on their toes, moving in a robotic manner. Along with that, the table was filled with a spread of his favorite food, which was unusual for breakfast. What's this? He asked before he sat. Doha chuckled awkwardly as he removed his apron. What do you mean? It's breakfast. Is it anyone's birthday? Minji sat and nudged his side. What are you talking about? This is our usual breakfast. Zeno narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It most definitely was not. However, he wasn't going to complain. With that, he also sat and began chowing on the good food, not minding that the three were acting like they were on the edge of a cliff. The food is nice, right? Eli chuckled in the middle of their meal. Yeah, it's always been nice, Zeno chimed. The table was filled with loud laughter, making Zeno even more confused. Why were they acting like they were under hostage? The food has always been nice, Minji muttered. Yeah, we always have variety. Although the units are small, you have your friends here that cook you good food. And although the walls are thin, Doha continued before leaning closer to Minji. I can't think of a redeeming factor for it. Eli cleared his throat to divert Zeno's attention. The huge flight of stairs might be tiring, but it's good for your health. Zeno didn't understand why they were listing such things, but he nodded. The rent's cheap, too, he added. That caused all three to freeze, and Minji bit her lip in nervousness. Anyway, I have someone to meet today, Zeno said, getting up from his seat with an empty plate. Who? Minji asked before she could stop herself. Zeno hesitated, making them even more nervous. Then he shrugged. Just someone, he said before going to the kitchen, washing his plate, and leaving Doha's unit with a small wave. As soon as he was gone, Doha, Minji, and Eli slumped on the table. He's really going to meet with Natty and leave us? Doha asked, verbalizing the one thing they dreaded to acknowledge. Meanwhile, Zeno grabbed a bus in his usual slouchy clothes and arrived in Hanum, where he agreed to meet with this person. The cafe was empty except for a barista, who appeared like he wanted to leave at any second. Zeno took a seat at the corner and texted the person he would be meeting. I'm here. A few seconds later, someone came out of the staff room wearing a uniform similar to that of the barista. He looked around for a moment before he spotted Zeno, smiling the moment they made eye contact. Zeno, he greeted with a slight bow. I didn't think you would call back this early. Zeno nodded. He didn't expect it, either. However, after meeting someone from the original Zeno's past, he had a feeling that his mission wasn't about that. Instead, it might be referring to someone from his past. I'm glad you agreed to meet me here, Devin said. Don't worry. No one ever comes here during the dull hours because the coffee tastes really bad. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. Do you own this place? Devin smiled and shook his head. Of course not. I work here. Aren't you the assistant director of this show? I asked, pertaining to the ninth circle. He scratched the back of his neck. Well, yes. However, my income for the first season was pretty low, considering we didn't know whether it would turn into a success. It just ended up like this. But it turned out to be a huge success, Zeno said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The director didn't give you a good cut. Devin chuckled. Let's just say that the terms are better this time around. Back then, the production cost was higher than ever, so other salaries had to be sacrificed. However, do not worry. You are not affected by this, he disclaimed. Zeno shook his head in mild amusement. So, what kind of offer do you have for me? Devin's eyes brightened again, and it seemed he was relieved that Zeno moved on to another topic. Let me give you a general premise of the second season. After seeing the success of Desperate Number 41 after the Ninth Circle games, a lot more individuals wanted to enter. The desperation of the people is at an all-time high, and with the even more unfair distribution of goods, the citizens think this is their only way of climbing the ladder, even if it costs their life. He said with such fondness that Zeno began to feel suspicious. You seem to really understand the nuances of the story, Zeno noted, grabbing the coffee that the barista served and taking a small sip. He immediately grimaced. It had a sour taste that lingered in your mouth. Now he knew why the cafe didn't have any customers. Devin scratched the back of his ear. You could say I'm quite passionate about it, he muttered. I like the storyline very much. Zeno noted such expressions. Anyway, continue, he said. Devin cleared his throat. You will be playing the role of a young man from Busan, a breadwinner who wants to change the lives of his siblings. For the better. He is foul-mouthed and lived under abusive parents, which had toughened his exterior. He works illegal jobs in order to keep his two younger siblings afloat, all while paying the debt of his parents, who had overdosed together. With that, he is recruited into the Ninth Circle, and he agrees right away in hopes of getting rid of his debt and uplifting his siblings' lives. Zeno looked through the general premise of the story and nodded to himself. His character seemed to be something he could play. After all, he wasn't a stranger to the bitter reality of life on Earth. Oh, I almost forgot, Devin chuckled, capturing his attention once more. Your character will be named Andre, aka player number 25. Chapter 277, Dreamy Celebration. This is our offer. Zeno recalled what Devin had said during their encounter. It seemed he really wanted Zeno to be in the second season. Compared to their first interaction, Zeno's impression of him eased a little bit. With that, he got out of the bus and started walking to their company building. There were some fans waiting outside, some even taking photos, but Zeno took the back door and slipped in without notice. He opened the door to their office and was greeted by Moby and Jace. Rival, Jace exclaimed the moment he saw him. Zeno nodded in acknowledgement. Where's Bobby? He asked. Right here, Bobby exclaimed, coming out from under the table. Zeno narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? There. Bobby smiled sheepishly. I was praying. What for? Jace is heading out to an audition this afternoon. Moby is going to be taking him. Zeno turned to him and looked at his getup. Well, at least he looked normal this time around. Good luck, Zeno said. Jace removed his hands from his lap, showing 2 wet imprints on his army green pants. Oh well, Zeno spoke too soon. Rival, can you give me tips? He asked. This is my 46th audition since the beginning of the year. How many have you landed? Zeno asked. Do you even have to ask that? I passed none. Zeno scratched the back of his neck. You're too stiff. I suggest you just try out for the stiffest character if you're going to audition. It's a non-speaking role for a very famous show, Jace explained. I fear they didn't even give us a script. Then, just pray that they have a stiff character, Zeno said in passing. However, Jace brought out his phone and started typing Zeno's advice. All right, thanks. Got it, he chimed. It's time to go, Moby exclaimed, also sounding nervous. With that, the 2 of them went out of the office and to Moby's truck to go to Jace's audition. As soon as they were gone, Zeno faced Bobby. This seems to be different from his other auditions. You're right, Bobby said, finally sitting on his chair. It's not a no-name show like the rest he tried out for. I really wish Jace the best. He's very hardworking, but he's not born with the talent to act. Zeno nodded, and also sat on the couch. So, which show is it? The Ninth Circle. Zeno sat up straighter. Bobby turned to him. They're recruiting extras, those who will fill the roles of the 100 Desperates. I would have asked you to audition, but frankly, I don't think you should be taking on such roles anymore. I just wish you could have auditioned for the main characters, but it aligned with your schedule with the Forsaken Prince. I was given a role. Oh right, you were given a role. Wait, what? Bobby exclaimed, quickly standing and looking at Zeno with wide eyes. Devon, the assistant director, offered me a role. Eltis, one of the main characters, Zeno repeated with the same air of nonchalance. Bobby walked to where he was. You didn't tell us? I met him at a dance studio, Zeno answered. Dance studio? Do you have a passion for dancing now? No, Zeno quickly deadpanned. Anyway, he offered me a role there and then gave me a briefing this morning. Bobby's eyes appeared like they were plucked out of a mining cave, sparking. So, are you going to take it? Zeno thought about it for a while. Without a doubt, the role given to him seemed to be quite enjoyable to portray. Along with that, considering his new system, this kind of show would truly propel his popularity even higher. However, there was a reason he was hesitant. It was because of the director. He wasn't a part of Zeno's past like Natty. However, if there was something he learned with his system, it was always unexpected. So, the person in the past it was pertaining to might be someone not directly from Zeno's, but from the past missions he had done. With that, he turned to Bobby once more, a small smirk playing on his lips. Well, it felt like it was a good time to see him again. Yes, Zeno said. I'll do it. Jace got the role, Bobby exclaimed, standing out of excitement. It was the weekend, and the results of the audition were finally here. All artists were waiting for the release, and they jumped in excitement once it was announced. Jace fell to his knees, and he began wailing. Zeno walked over to him and patted his shoulder. Jace lifted his head and looked at Zeno with wide, teary eyes. I did it. Yes, you did, Zeno consoled. I did exactly as you told me. I prayed that there would be a stiff character, and here it is. I finally made it. And it's for the Ninth Circle. This means that 2 of our artists are going to be there, Bobby spilled, causing the others to turn to him. Zeno pursed his lips before subtly shaking his head. It hasn't been revealed to the others that he got a role, because he didn't want to make Jace any more nervous. However, the news was already out. They all turned to Zeno next, knowing he was the only one who could also have a role in it. The room was silent for a moment before Jace broke it. Whoa, you also got a role? He asked. Of course, what did I expect from my rival? It's natural you would be offered one since. You're part of the rookie class now. Congratulations, Jace said, finally standing from the ground. Zeno cleared his throat. It's nothing. We're here to celebrate your achievement. Jace scratched the back of his neck and turned to the side. Yeah, my achievement. Bobby cleared his throat and tried to liven up the atmosphere. Yes, let's celebrate everything for today. Why don't we go to this new Italian place just a few blocks from here? I'll reserve a whole room. Call, I'm in. Sarung and Lenny exclaimed at the same time. Zeno glanced at Jace, who had a wide smile on his lips, but Zeno felt it wasn't as genuine. Yeah, he muttered. Let's go. Chapter 278. Hopeful Hopeless. Eat up, Bobby exclaimed as soon as the food arrived. Zeno stared at the spread before him. It had been a while since he saw a proper Italian spread. When was it again? His 18th mission? Yeah, that was one of the most eventful missions he ever had. Aren't you going to eat? Jace asked, seemingly back to his usual clueless and happy self. Zeno merely nodded, placed some food on his plate, and began eating. So, when are you going to start filming? Sarung excitedly asked. Bobby answered, It's in a month. Then, the series is bound to be released by the end of the year. I'm so happy, Lenny said. Jace won't be a freeloader anymore. Jace chuckled, his cheeks filled with pasta. He swallowed and nodded in agreement. Night? It's my time to shine. Lenny chuckled. How many lines do you have? Probably 1 or 2. Honestly, I don't know. I'm player number 69. There was silence at the table for a few moments before Sarung spoke once more. Well, that's unfortunate. Jace didn't heed her comment and continued babbling about his excitement. I'm especially looking forward to meeting Victor PD. He's such an admirable man. He came from a very humble family, but he had a talent for directing. He wrote this story 5 years ago, and no one believed in him. He pushed for it until the end, and now he's a globally renowned director. In a way, he's just like me, he dreamily said. Starting from the bottom. Is he that admirable? Zeno asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. He is, Moby confirmed. There were rumors that he wasn't the kindest on set. However, after the success of the show, all of that dissipated. Why did it dissipate? Zeno followed up. Moby scratched the back of his head. Because it did well. Anyway, Bobby continued. This is a great opportunity for the two of you. Do a good job on the set, and I'm sure the fruitful results will follow. Jace answered enthusiastically while Zeno remained silent. After the Italian lunch, Moby decided to extend their celebration by treating everyone to drinks this time. So, despite it only being the afternoon, they were already at a karaoke bar, singing their hearts out. They had tried multiple times to convince Zeno to sing, but he refused, saying he would leave if they forced him. Fortunately, they dropped it as soon as he made the threat. Shout out to Jace, who finally got his first minor role in a non-sketchy production. Lenny exclaimed. Finally, after 7 whole years. Sarung added before they continued singing a pop idol song. They raised their cups in the air, but Zeno focused his gaze on Jace. He had been like this since lunch. Although he had a smile on his face, it was obvious that he was hiding something much deeper. Zeno's thought was proven right when Jace stood while the other 4 were dancing on the stage. Then, he quietly slipped away. Zeno watched his back, appearing even lonelier than his expression. After a few moments, Zeno decided to follow after him, also slipping away without any word while the other 4 continued to scream-sing to a breakup song. Zeno pulled on his mask and hood and looked for Jace. It didn't take long to see him. The moment Zeno saw a trail of smoke coming from behind the building, he knew it was Jace. He quickly followed after it and finally found him smoking a cigarette. Jace didn't notice him at first, but when Zeno cleared his throat, Jace's eyes widened, and he quickly dropped the cigarette. It's all right, Zeno said, leaning against the hard wall. You must have your reasons. Jace pursed his lips and scratched the back of his neck out of embarrassment. Yeah, he muttered. I just do it when I'm stressed. You got the role, Zeno started off. Aren't you happy? A small smile appeared on his lips. Of course I am. How could I not? Zeno stayed silent since he knew Jace still had something to say. However, it just hit me. I am celebrating something so trivial in my 7th year of debut. Along with that, I don't even have a speaking role. I just have a minor one that would definitely die before the show even reaches the climax, he continued. I'm just wondering, should I be happy with this? I've been taking little steps forward for the past 7 years, only to take large steps backward. He closed his eyes and leaned his head against the cold, hard wall. Zeno didn't respond right away. He stared at the smoke curling up from the half-burnt cigarette on the ground, rising slowly like a sigh from the earth. Jace's voice broke through the quiet. You know, I work hard. I show up. I memorize every line, even if it's not mine. I practice emotions for characters I'll never get to play. His voice wavered. But it never seems to be enough. I'm working so damn hard. But it doesn't beat people who were just born for this. People walk into a room, and everyone turns. Their eyes sparkle on camera. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against these people. I know they work hard. Maybe. I just wish I was like them. Zeno glanced over, the shadows of the alley cutting across Jace's features. He looked tired. Not physically, but soul deep. What am I doing with my life? Jace whispered to himself. Silence settled. Between them, Zeno exhaled slowly. Then, quietly, do you see yourself doing anything else? Jace didn't answer at first. His jaw clenched. Then, his voice cracked as he answered. That's the problem. I don't. His fingers fidgeted with the hem of his sleeve, a nervous habit. I don't know who I am without this. I don't know who I'd be if I let it go. But this hurts. It's like I'm dragging myself up a cliff, only for the rocks to crumble beneath me every time I get close. Some things in life aren't meant to be, Zeno said. Jace turned to him, eyes filled with something close to panic, but Zeno kept going. That's what they say anyway. But I don't believe in that. If it's not meant to be, Zeno continued, then it means something still needs to change. A choice, a sacrifice, a push. If fate says no, then maybe it just means you haven't said yes loud enough. At least, that was what Zeno had been doing up until now. Changing fate for people who felt like they never had a chance. Jace stared at him, the glint of the afternoon sun catching the wetness in his eyes. He looked down. I want this. The universe knows I want it so much. He paused before some words came out like a prayer, whispered to no god in particular. I hope it truly becomes mine. Chapter 279, Gigolo. The office was back to its usual state of chaotic peace. Zeno sat at the far end of the lounge couch, scrolling idly through his phone while the sound of clicking keys and digital gunfire echoed across the room. Jace was stationed right in the middle, his eyes glued to the glowing screen of his laptop. His fingers tapped across the keyboard, his tongue poking out slightly. Dude, Jace muttered without looking up, you have to try this. Gear of Guardians. Zeno turned to him for a moment. Isn't that the mobile game you always play? They just came out as a PC game, and it's even better. No thanks, Zeno said and leaned against the couch. They were summoned here by Bobby, but the older man still hasn't arrived. I'm telling you, GOG is the new LOL. There's lore. There's PvP. There's even a campaign mode. It's disgusting how good it is. Zeno didn't respond anymore, because he didn't even know what Jace meant by those words. It felt like an alien language. Zeno shook his head, vaguely amused, but the moment was cut short when his screen blinked, and a quiet chime came from his system. Side quest available, good friend. Do something nice for a friend. Reward, specialize in existing skill. Deadline, 5 days. His eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell? He tapped the notification again to confirm, and sure enough, it was there. A full side quest. Not a mission. Not a threat warning. Not an upgrade notice. A side quest. He stared at it for a few more seconds. Something wrong? Jace asked between rounds. Nothing, Zeno muttered. Why the heck would he have a side quest now? Before he could think too deeply about it, the door opened, and Moby walked in, holding 2 iced coffees in each hand. Morning, Moby said, placing 3 drinks on the table and keeping one. The side quest seemed a bit reasonable, though, so there was no harm in accomplishing it. Zeno glanced up. Hey, do you know any space here in Gangnam? All heads in the room turned to him. Wait, are you finally moving? Moby asked. Whoa. Jace echoed, pausing his game and spinning in his chair. Are you serious? Zeno gave a non-committal shrug. Well, damn. Okay. Jace said, perking up. Actually, yeah. There's a spot near my place. It's really close to some commercial buildings. It used to be a recording studio or something. Is it big? Zeno asked, straight to the point. Jace narrowed his eyes. Define big. Zeno just raised a brow. Okay, Jace chuckled. It's got a main room and a few smaller ones that can be repurposed. Zeno leaned forward slightly. Is it furnished? Jace made a face. Nah, but from what I remember, the bones are good. Zeno nodded. That's fine. Oh, so you like them bare, huh? Jace teased, grinning. Zeno ignored the bait. Send me the address. Already texted, Jace replied, giving him a mock salute. You'll like it. It's quiet. Near enough to everything, but not too close to the noise. You could set up a base there. Zeno nodded and screenshotted his text before focusing on Bobby, who had just strode in with way too much energy. Good news, he announced. Everyone turned toward him. The script has been forwarded, he beamed. We're officially in the pre-read phase. Jace, Zeno, Your character profiles are in. Jace's eyes lit up as he spun around in his chair. Let's go. Zeno glanced at him, a small smile appearing on his lips. Well, it seemed he bounced back pretty fast from his slump yesterday. Bobby's grin didn't fade as he crossed the room, pulling out a stack of printed documents from his bag. Filming is confirmed to begin 2 weeks from now. Location set. We're going to see Adongpo Island. Jace blinked. Where? It's this small island off the coast near Mokpo, Bobby said, flipping to the first page and handing it to Zeno. They've been building a whole set from scratch there for months now. I heard they even imported stone from Jeju for the terrain. Jace leaned over Zeno's shoulder to sneak a look. Whoa, I want to be there. You will be, Bobby said. But don't get your hopes up about exploring. It's not open to the public. But there is a hotel nearby for the cast and crew, very near the business district. So it's not going to be that kind of isolation horror shoot like Code Black had. Oh, thank goodness, Moby muttered. Zeno flipped through the pages. It had rough location shots, a diagram of the set, and even some concept sketches. So, Bobby continued. Jace, you're desperate number 69. Jace nodded eagerly, not thinking much of the number. As expected, your character's a jittery office worker with mild paranoia and a little trauma from childhood. You've got a background in Taekwondo, but you haven't practiced in years. Zeno looked up from the papers. You have experience in Taekwondo? No. Jace answered far too innocently. But I can do it, he added quickly, not a single thought behind his eyes. You even have a line. Bobby smiled widely. Isn't that so exciting? Jace's eyes brightened even more, and he began tapping his keys harder out of excitement. Bobby flipped to another page and turned to Zeno. You're desperate number 25. Zeno gave a nod. Okay. He was already well aware of it. You are college age and kind of aimless. You work 3-day jobs to survive. A morning convenience store clerk, a midday construction worker, and a part-time errand boy for whoever pays best. Bobby flipped the page one more time. And in the evening, you're a male gigolo. Beneath the rough surface, you have a soft spot for your siblings. However, because of the harsh reality of life, you also have an unpleasant personality overall. Zeno narrowed his eyes. He couldn't even focus on Bobby's latter words. Wait, he said, halting Bobby's narrative. What did you say just now? You have an unpleasant personality? No, the one before that. That you have a soft spot for your siblings? Bobby smiled. No, Zeno exclaimed. Even before it. Oh, you're a male gigolo. There was a full second of silence. Zeno blinked. What? Bobby looked up. Andre is your code name in the evening. Shift. Zeno stared at him, then to Moby, then to Jace. And in the first episode, Bobby added, flipping back to the schedule, they're showing how the desperates get recruited into the game. Your scene opens with a dance sequence at a lounge club. You'll be in character dancing before you get scouted by the masked figures. Jace looked up from his game with an innocent smile. So, Zeno's a male stripper? Chapter 280, Zeno's Move. So, this is a 200 square feet space with a small partition. It was a recording booth back in the day, but the lease wasn't paid on time, so we seized it. Do not worry. The contract is clean, and it's ready to sell. In fact, we are giving it a discount price because it is a bare unit. Gigolo. A male stripper. This is a great deal because it's near commercial areas. However, it's not too near to the Red District, so it's still safe at night. I believe this can be turned into a great new home for you. Zeno needed to strip and grind on a pole in front of the entire crew and cast. I believe you won't be able to find something like this with such a great prize. Zeno nodded absent-mindedly. Why wasn't this briefed to him before he signed the contract? Just then, his mind strayed to the conversation he had with Devin at the cafe. It seems you're also fond of dancing, Devin said. Zeno shrugged. I'm a beginner. I could see that, Devin muttered. But you have a lot of potential. In fact, your expressions triumph over that of a professional dancer. I would know because I've been on the scene for a while. I'm still passionate about it, but I know I'm better here than with dancing. Okay. Devin laughed, throwing his head back in amusement with Zeno's one-liner. You're not much of a talker, are you? I just speak when necessary, Zeno muttered. That's great, Devin muttered, suddenly appearing solemn. I guess that's what the industry thrives on. Anyway, he cleared his throat. I think you'll be a great dancer someday. I can see it in you. You just need a good chance to show it. Was that it? Was that the warning? Did Devin haphazardly add in a background that he was a male stripper because he saw him at the dance studio? Young man. Zeno had already read the script. He needed to strip to his underwear. He felt that getting hit by a bus was actually a good idea. The process of getting hit didn't hurt much. The recovery was worse. He knew. He had experience. Excuse me, Mr. Han. How could he even learn how to strip dance in the next 2 weeks? Right? He had one option. He turned to the real estate agent. I'll buy it, Zeno said without any hesitation. I'll buy this place. The agent's smile widened, and he prepared the contract right away. I am a very efficient agent, so you can get this unit as early as next week. Zeno nodded and grabbed a pen before signing the papers. Then, he made his way out of the building, making sure to tighten his hood around his head. Meanwhile, a few meters away, behind the bushes, Eli, Minji, and Doha were spying on Zeno, as it was Minji's lunch break. He really bought it, Minji whispered, chewing the inside of her cheek. Doha didn't say anything. He was the one who first spotted the real estate office while walking back from having lunch with his gym brothers. The moment Zeno stepped out of the building, he felt his stomach turn. It's in a good neighborhood, Eli said absently. It doesn't have 1,000 stairs. It's near convenience stores. It's also nearer to Dreamy's office. Yeah, Minji muttered. It's a good move. I'm happy. I really am, she added, sounding like she was trying to convince herself. They were silent, slumped on the ground like a bunch of hooligans. Others turned to them and wondered about the strange combination. An office lady, a med student, a guy in Speedos. The silence lingered for a long while before Doha added under his breath. Crap. I don't want him to go. Even if he can. I don't want him to. Minji turned her face down. But we need to let him, she murmured. Right? We should be happy. This is what we wanted, for him to do well. Right? Eli echoed, swallowing hard. Happy. The three of them sat in silence, huddled behind leaves and stems, staring at the building where a contract had just been signed. Meanwhile, Zeno was heading toward a place he hadn't visited in a while. The air was cooler on this street, with large leafy trees arching above. He slowed his steps as he approached the small, worn bookstore. He always came here when he wanted to learn something new. With that, he opened the door, and the chimes went off above him. Bea was seated behind the counter, looking as bored as ever, twirling a pen in her hand. But the moment her eyes landed on the new customer, her posture straightened right away. Zeno, she whispered to herself. Despite the get-up, she already knew it was him. He had the vibe even under all of the clothes, the superstar vibe. Zeno quickly disappeared into the row of books. Bea stood slowly, her heart racing in her chest. She was still an active member of Zeno's fan club, but it had been a while since she saw him in real life. She wiped her hands on her jeans and followed after Zeno quietly. She kept her distance, not wanting to make him feel uncomfortable. Zeno turned into an aisle lined with oversized books and reference guides, walking until he reached the very back shelf. Then, without turning around, he asked, "Do you have a book about stripping?" He stopped in his tracks, feeling whiplashed. "What? Stripping?" Zeno said again. "And dancing. Something to learn fast." Bea's eyebrows shot up. She looked around to see if someone might be filming this. She scratched the back of her neck, nervous laughter threatening to bubble up. Why did Zeno need to learn how to strip? Was he financially struggling? I think we might. Zeno nodded. "Please take me to it," he said, deadly serious. "Right. Okay," Bea said, flipping into business mode. "Let me see." She led him past the performing arts section, crouched by a bottom shelf, and pulled out a book with metallic red font and a silhouette of a man mid-thrust on the cover. "Here," she said, handing it over with a faint blush. Zeno tilted his head, reading the ridiculous title aloud. "Need to become a male stripper in a week? By Fu. Ku." He stared at the name. "This guy again." Bea chuckled awkwardly. "He's oddly specific." Zeno flipped through the first few pages. Diagrams, tips, floor routines, even a full chapter on the best thrusting method. Perfect. He nodded. "I'll take it." Chapter 281, His New House. Bea quietly wrapped the book in a thin paper bag, but her eyes kept going to Zeno. She still didn't understand why Zeno was trying to pursue stripping, but as his fan, she felt like she had the responsibility to tell him something. She cleared her throat. Zeno glanced up. "Look, I don't know what you're going through," she began, her voice light and a little awkward. "But People don't really like others just because they're perfect or cool or whatever. They like them because they face their crap head on. Zeno slightly tilted his head. What was she talking about? I mean, okay, some people look like they have it all together, Bea continued, talking fast, her words coming in a rush like she was trying to outrun her own embarrassment. But really, it's the ones who show up anyway, even if it's difficult. Her cheeks burned. Meanwhile, Zeno still didn't understand why she was saying this to him. Bea, on the other hand, wanted to assure that even if Zeno was trying to become a stripper, that doesn't make him any less of a person. I guess what I'm trying to say is, Bea sucked in a breath. Whoever you are, whatever it is you're doing, I hope you keep doing it because you genuinely want to do it. Zeno raised an eyebrow. Then, his eyes fixed on the book before he finally understood what she was trying to insinuate. Oh, I'm not. Bea's lips twitched into a nervous smile. I know you're Zeno, she said before Zeno could finish his statement. We met before, she added, shifting her weight from foot to foot. I really like all of your work and how you don't take crap from anybody. I hope you don't change from it. Zeno said nothing for a while before nodding. Bea laughed slowly, then grew a little more serious, brushing a stray piece of hair behind her ear. I don't know everything, but I admire you. I mean it. So just keep fighting. For whatever it is, because I truly think you're going to change the industry for the better. Zeno exhaled softly, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. With that, he walked out of the bookstore. However, a few meters away from it, he suddenly stopped. He didn't correct her about the stripping thing. But then he shrugged. Whatever, she would just have to know about it. Once their show aired, Minji sat cross-legged in front of the TV in Doha's living room, but her eyes weren't on the screen. Eli was on the couch behind her, one leg propped up, his chin resting on his knee. Doha leaned against the wall near the door, arms crossed tight. Zeno was late again. He's out, Minji mumbled, chewing on a cuticle. Same time. Again. Eli didn't respond. Neither did Doha. They'd all known for the entire week, but none of them acknowledged it out loud. This time, Zeno had left with a bag of clothes. He moved quietly. When he returned a few hours later, he was always soaked in sweat and exhausted. He must be moving some of his furniture already, Doha muttered. Or maybe he's cleaning the place, Eli added. He's gonna leave, Minji whispered, eyes fixed on the blank TV screen. I think he's already decided. Eli swallowed hard. Yeah. The next morning, the house was unusually quiet. They were all eating breakfast when Zeno finally brought it up. He cleared his throat. I need to show you something. Their heads snapped toward him. It's the weekend, he added. You don't have anything to do, right? They all turned to each other before slowly nodding. Oh no. This was it. The dreaded announcement. The goodbye tour. The day Zeno would officially walk them out of his life. They could already hear the sad background music playing in the background. Would he also take Maxie? These thoughts ran in their minds. So, Zeno asked, snapping them out of their thoughts. We'll come, Minji finally said, standing. Just give us a moment. 10 minutes later, all three were dressed in full black. Not casual black. Funeral black. Black turtlenecks. Black jeans. Minji even applied eyeliner on Doha. Zeno raised a brow when he saw them at the door. Did someone die? He asked. Minji pressed her lips together. In a way. Eli bowed slightly. Let's go. They followed Zeno through quiet streets. No one dared ask questions. No one wanted confirmation of the truth they already suspected. The commercial building they stopped in front of looked relatively new. Modern glass panels, clean walls, tall windows. Zeno led them inside and up a flight of stairs to the third floor, unlocking a door with a temporary key. The moment the door swung open, a sense of dread settled over them. The floors were polished wood, pale with a faint sheen. Full-body mirrors wrapped around the walls, reflecting the group in all their somber attire. A lone bench sat off to the side beside an old speaker, one they recognized to be the one in Zeno's unit before. This is where I've been, Zeno said simply. The past few nights. They'd known it. This space confirmed everything. I needed to use it, Zeno continued. There's not enough room at the dorm. And, well, the unit isn't exactly conducive for practicing. They nodded solemnly. Yeah, Eli murmured. It makes sense. You need space, Minji added. Zeno's tone was quiet. I can't officially reveal this to you yet for the past week because the contract's still processing. But it's almost done. Doha nodded. So, it's really happening. There was a long silence. Good luck with your new house, Minji said, her voice cracking just a little. If you need help with the furniture, Eli added, just tell us. We can carry stuff. I can get a van. At least, I can do that for you. Doha stared at the floor. You didn't have to show us. But Zeno frowned. What do you mean? They blinked. Zeno turned confusion in his eyes. It's not my new house. Minji raised an eyebrow. What? He gestured around the room, waving an arm toward the floor, the mirrors, and the bench. It's a gym. Then, he looked straight at Doha. For you. Chapter 282, why would I? What? Doha blinked, shoulders stiffening. A gym. Yeah, Zeno nodded. A dance studio gym, he clarified, giving a small tilt of his head. You said it was your dream to have one. Doha looked around the wide, mirrored space, his gaze skating over the empty floor. His hands slowly curled into fists at his sides, knuckles trembling. Zeno looked at him and shook his head. The moment he got the side quest to do something good for a friend, this immediately came to his mind. Doha had been their constant in so many ways. He cooked breakfast and dinner the most. He took care of Maxie when he was out. He reminded everyone to eat, hydrate, and always have fun at work. It had been normal to them now, but if he wasn't there, Zeno guessed this life wouldn't be as fun. Zeno glanced away, fingers tucking into his jacket pockets. I had too much money anyway. I couldn't spend it all even if I tried. That much was true. After living so many years as different individuals, he realized that he just needed the right amount of money. Right now, he had way too much, especially considering he didn't know for sure how long he would be around. Doha blinked again and sniffed. So this is where you've been sneaking off to? Zeno gave a half smile. Yeah. Why? Eli asked. I needed to practice. Practice what? Minji asked. Zeno looked away. Something, he muttered, scratching the back of his neck. He had been here all week with Fu K, Yu's stripping book, trying to make something out of his D-class dancing skills. This author had always been ridiculous, but as Zeno thought about it, he had never failed him. He turned to his friends and cleared his throat. It's for my new drama, he finally revealed. The Ninth Circle. Doha couldn't be happier. You actually went with it? Zeno nodded solemnly. Doha nearly dropped to the floor. Minji and Eli were shocked to hear such a big-name drama. So this gym is for Doha. Eli started off. Then, does that mean you're not going to leave? Minji asked with furrowed brows. Zeno looked at the three of them with one eyebrow raised. Leave? Leave where? Leave the unit, Minji muttered. Why? Would I do that? Because you can. Zeno sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Just because I can doesn't mean I would. You're not uncomfortable? Eli asked. Like you said, you need more space for when you're practicing for your projects, and the location isn't exactly prime. I know, Zeno replied, but it's too troublesome to move when I've been living there for too long. It's a little far from the city center, but that also means it's more quiet. The neighbors are strange, but they already know who I am. The stairs aren't a problem. It's an extra workout. The units are small, so they're easy to clean. Maxie is already comfortable there, too. Besides, Zeno paused with a sigh. You guys are there. So why would I leave? Zeno said it so nonchalantly, but his friends took it to heart. Eli, who was a self-proclaimed tough boy, began tearing up after Zeno said those words. Doha was already in tears when Zeno revealed that the gym would be his. Minji, on the other hand, couldn't hold it together in the middle of it all. Why are you crying? It's not that serious, Zeno muttered, turning to the side. There was silence for a few seconds before Zeno felt the warmth of a hug. Then another, and another. What are you doing? Minji sighed against his chest. It's a hug, you idiot. We're doing it because we're touched. There are times when I feel like you're not you, Eli added. But at times like this, I am reminded that you are our friend. You still can't process emotions well, can you? Zeno clicked his tongue and turned to the side, allowing them to hug him for a few seconds. He counted to 10 in his mind before pushing them away. That was enough. Do you still need anything here? I had them install the mirrors. This is more than enough, Zeno, Doha said with a wide, genuine smile. I have some money saved up because you also helped us with the free rent. This has been my dream for a while, and I have accepted I wouldn't be able to achieve it within 10 years' time. I don't know how I could thank you hard enough. Zeno scratched the back of his neck. He still wasn't used to such blatant appreciation. Just continue cooking for us and taking care of Maxie. Doha's smile widened. I'll be the best chef and dog-sitter in the entire world. The three turned to each other with knowing smiles. They had been worried for nothing for the past week. They knew they would accept whichever decision Zeno would make, but they couldn't hide their happiness that their lifelong friend was going to stay with them a little longer. So, Eli muttered, changing the topic to prevent himself from crying any further. What have you been practicing for you to need a studio as large as this? Zeno remained silent. Tell us, Minji chimed excitedly. Maybe we can help you with it, too. Side quest complete. Good friend. Please choose a skill to master. It wasn't Zeno's original intention to improve this skill, but he felt he had no choice. Dancing. Dancing skill mastered. Current grade, A. Zeno didn't feel a change in his body right away, but for some reason, he felt more confident about revealing what he was going to do with his friends. I'm going to be stripper. His friends halted, and they turned to him slowly in disbelief. My character will be, at least. I need to master it by the end of the week. Just then, a thud echoed in the room, and they all turned toward Minji, who had collapsed to the floor. Doha and Eli sighed while shaking their heads. Is she all right? Zeno asked. Don't worry. She is, Doha muttered. She just likes it way too much. Chapter 283, Segregation. When are you going to stop bouncing your leg? Zeno asked as he glanced at Jace. They were currently in a rented car with Moby, and they were about to arrive at their filming site for the next few months. I can't help it, Jace muttered. I'm nervous. It's my first time filming in an actual set and not just a green screen. Zeno raised one brow. He didn't even want to ask him it. We're here, Moby said, appearing excited. With that, Jace and Zeno got out of the car and were greeted by a group of staff. Zeno, it's Zeno, the fastest artist to get to the rookie class. Oh wow, he's much more handsome in real life. Have this bottle of water. Zeno turned to Jace and gave him the bottle he received. Jace turned to him, surprised. Drink. You said you were nervous. Jace scratched the back of his neck and gave Zeno a peace sign. Thank you. He smiled before they started walking deeper into the set. Some of the extras turned toward their way, once again amazed by Zeno's aura. Amidst the scenery, he truly stood out with his star vibe. Meanwhile, Jace continued looking around, appearing like a fish out of water. Are those explosives? He asked, turning to Zeno. Zeno glanced at it once before shaking his head. They're fake. I doubt they would use real explosives on this show. Jace sighed in relief, but then turned to Zeno once more. Wait, how do you know? Zeno didn't answer this time. He had worked part-time in a nuclear power plant once, so he already knew the difference between a real and a fake one. They continued walking until they arrived where most of the main cast were. Zeno, Shin exclaimed. Zeno turned to him with a slight bow. You're also here for the second season? Yes, Zeno answered. Shin turned to Jace, who was shaking like a chihuahua. And you? We're from the same company, Zeno said. Nice to meet you. I am Jace. I am 27 years old. I am a really big fan of your work, sir. I admire that you debuted later than most actors, but did not give up. You are a very admirable man, he said in a robotic tone. Shin laughed out loud, his hand over his stomach. I see that you have a very funny friend. Welcome, the two of you. We're still not complete, so come and hang out with the other cast members while we're waiting. Jace nudged Zeno's shoulder. Is it really all right for me to come with you? He whispered. Zeno turned to him and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Well, you're going with the rest of the main cast. I should be there. Jace continued, pointing to the extras, who also had a group of their own. The main characters only consisted of 12% of the entire cast. They were in one space, but the segregation was already apparent. Why does it matter? Zeno asked once more, making Jace chuckle awkwardly. You go with them, Jace said, gently pushing Zeno to the main cast. We can talk later after the shoot is over, he whispered before running toward the extras. Zeno watched him with slightly furrowed brows, but he snapped out of his thoughts when Shin pulled him to where the main cast was. I almost didn't believe you when you said you were friends, Sora chimed after Shin introduced Zeno to the group. I told you we were close during the Forsaken Prince. Right, Zeno? Zeno nodded wordlessly, causing Sora to chuckle. That doesn't seem to be the case, she smiled before turning to Zeno. Nice to meet you. I think this is our first time officially acquainting. My name's Sora. Zeno bowed in respect. Of course, he already knew her, the best actress from Celadon and the presenter from AAA. Nice to meet you, Zeno uttered. He then looked at the roster of actors and noted that most were in the triple A, too, with some older actors like Shin. Zeno. He felt an arm wrap around his shoulder. He turned to the side and saw Billy with a wide smile. We meet again. Sora's eyes brightened from recognition. Oh, right. You guys were on Lucy's game together. That was such a good show. Come to think about it, all of the shows I enjoyed this year were with Zeno, Sora chuckled. Is it fate that we met today? Shin clicked his tongue. It looks like Risa got some competition, he whispered to himself. Sora nudged Shin's shoulder. I heard that, she said, shaking her head. I am too old for this young man. How old are you again? She asked. 25, Zeno responded. See, Sora exclaimed. I am 10 years older. Instead, we should be pairing him up with Misha. Where is she again? Zeno's eyebrows slightly raised when they mentioned a familiar name. Shin and Sora looked around. She was here a moment ago, Shin muttered. Where did she go? Just then, Misha arrived with a wide smile, seemingly just having gone to the extras and given them some water. However, her smile quickly fell when she saw Zeno. So, it's true that he's here, she thought. She kept a neutral face and bowed in his direction before walking away. Shin and Sora were confused by her hostility. Misha is quite shy around strangers, I think. No, she's not, Billy chimed. She spoke with the extras with so much warmth just now. The atmosphere turned awkward once more. Not for Zeno, though. Zeno could care less about what was happening. Instead, he wandered his eyes around for a certain person. Just then, footsteps grew near the entrance, and those surrounding it exclaimed loudly out of respect. Director, good day. It's the director. Everyone, make sure everything is in order. Then, after a few seconds, he had finally arrived. The person Zeno was waiting to see. Sangwon Lee and Victor PD are here. Chapter 284. Victor. The murmurs around the set grew more contained, but no less reverent as two figures stepped past the entrance gates. One calm and distinguished, the other bouncing with energy. Sangwon Lee, desperate number 41, was instantly recognizable. Aged gracefully into his 50s, he was one of the actors in the Imperial class known to bridge 3 generations of stars. He had started acting in his teens and built a career with his acting skills. Although marred by a cheating scandal in 2016 that led to his divorce and a public hiatus, he returned, earning worldwide recognition for his lead role in The Ninth Circle. His portrayal of a tormented anti-hero had made headlines globally, and somehow, the scandal that once threatened to bury him only deepened the public's fascination with his charisma. Walking beside him was a different type of legend, Victor PD, the show's main director. They said he wasn't born into prestige. The story went that he grew up in a cramped one-room apartment with a broken fan and 6 siblings. He clawed his way through student loans and bad pitches, and even fell into debt once. But he believed in storytelling. And he believed in this show, fighting for its plot when no one else did. That was one of the best decisions he had made in his life because it propelled him to his current success. Zeno watched as they headed straight toward them, bypassing the extras, not even bothering to give them as much as a glance. Good morning, everyone, Victor greeted, his smile bright and teeth perfect. He has veneers, Zeno thought. As much as he was all for humans doing what they wanted to their bodies, his veneers looked like piano keys and didn't really match his face. It's so nice to finally meet you all in person, Victor continued. I wasn't as present in the recruitment process because I was busy, he trailed off. However, I've been watching your reels, your projects, even your audition tapes, and I believe you will be the key to another successful season. He offered a firm handshake to Shin, then Sora, and a warm clasp on Billy's shoulder. Oh, Misha, he exclaimed. I'm a big fan of your previous show. Then, he reached Zeno, his eyes lighting up with more enthusiasm. I watched your shows, Victor said with a smile. Lucy's Game, The Forsaken Prince. You were very good. Zeno nodded politely, but Victor's next words made him glance up for a moment longer. I'm glad Devin managed to cast you, he added, turning briefly to the assistant director, who was fiddling with a clipboard at the side. Smart of him. Zeno took Victor's hand and gave it a brief but firm shake. His fingers tightened around the director's palm just slightly. Mission success. Reconnect with someone from your past. Item attained. Fluidity. Makes movement easier for 1 hour. Best used for action scenes. A faint sound echoed in Zeno's head. He didn't show it, only shaking Victor's hand professionally. So he was right. He had to meet someone from his past, as 25, not from Zeno's. He began wondering if there was an alternate reason for his system, perhaps something bigger than what he was originally trying to fight. However, before he could dwell deeper on it, a flashback entered his mind. 14 years ago, 12-year-old Sanjay rolled his new wheelchair toward the door. His mother had been in the kitchen, unpacking some groceries and humming to herself, when the knock echoed through the hallway. "Open it for me, honey," she called. "Okay." Sanjay turned his chair. The new model had smoother handles and rubberized wheels that made movement silent. He reached the door and opened it, only to freeze. Standing there, shoulders slouched, was a man in a wrinkled coat and old sneakers. Uncle Boomin? Boomin looked like he hadn't slept, hair mussed and eyes tired. But when he saw Sanjay, a smile spread across his face. "Look at you," he said, ruffling Sanjay's hair. "You've gotten even taller." "Well, sort of." His eyes flicked down at the wheelchair, but he didn't mention it. "Where's your mom?" Sanjay pointed. "Kitchen." A few moments later, his mother appeared, and her face fell slightly at the sight of her brother-in-law. "What are you doing here?" she asked, wiping her hands on a towel. "Didn't you say your movie's going well after selling the apartment?" Boomin scratched the back of his head. "It didn't work out. Other investors backed out at the last second, so we couldn't continue." A deep sigh escaped his lips. "So, just for a few nights, let me stay here. I'll find something soon." She sighed, torn between frustration and sympathy. "I'll call your brother." Sanjay watched the scene in silence, absorbing it like he always did. Then Boomin knelt beside him. "Nice wheels," he said, tapping the wheelchair. Sanjay nodded. "It's new. I'll be staying here for a bit, okay?" "Okay." Back in the present, the man who had once slept on his family's sofa now stood in front of a $1 million cast and crew. But despite the new clothes and professional polish, his smile was the same. Victor turned back to Zeno once more. "You're even more handsome in real life," he said. Zeno bowed stiffly, lips pressed into a neutral line. Victor didn't seem to mind the coldness. At least, that was what it looked like. "I'm really looking forward to working with all of you. I hope we can build a strong team. No drama, just good work. I believe in keeping things professional. Anyway, we have a snacks corner at the East Wing. You can grab anything there. We also have a lounge for all of you with unlimited coffee and water. These are all free," he smirked. "We ought to take care of our cast much better this time." Finally, Sangwon smiled. "This is already much better than the last season." Zeno watched quietly as the others joined the casual conversation. However, his gaze was fixed on Victor for a second longer than necessary before turning away. "New mission unlocked. Compounding mission. This person from your past. You must find closure with them." Chapter 285, Fries. All the stars were gathered in a loose semicircle, standing beneath the overcast sky. The set they were in wasn't extravagant yet. It was the ruins where the ninth circle first takes place. Most of the main cast had congregated to the front, while the extras hovered in clusters behind, watching in amazement. Only Sangwon Lee wasn't present in the huddle. The Imperial class actor stood near the catering table, sipping on a small cup of black coffee. Since most of the past cast was dead except for Shin, who was the game maker, he didn't feel the need to hear Victor PD's words because he already knew about it. At the front, Victor PD stepped forward, clipboard in one hand and a wide smile on his lips. "Let's lay down some house rules," he began. "This is a hybrid format. We film on and off. We will arrange your accommodation near the site whenever we film. Along with that, when we film," he glanced around, "I expect full commitment. This is high stakes." Victor continued. "I've been invited to international award shows for a reason. I don't tolerate incompetence. You're all actors. You're here because you're actors. Don't make me question that." His eyes traveled deliberately across the crowd until they landed on Devon, the assistant director, standing behind a light stand. "My assistant director made sure of that, I believe." Meanwhile, Jace, who was in the back, began sweating bullets. He appeared like someone had stuck a furnace under his seat. Zeno caught the smallest change in Victor's tone as the man turned toward the extras. "And of course," Victor added, "if anyone has anything to relay, especially those at the back," his hand gestured toward the extras, "pass it through Devon first. Not me. That's the chain of command." Zeno tilted his head slightly. Victor still wore that easygoing smile. Victor clicked the pen in his hand once. That's it, he finished. Familiarize yourselves with the environment. We'll begin shooting according to the schedule, starting with the backstory scenes. With that, he walked away towards Sang-won, who greeted him with a casual nod. The two began talking in low tones, their body language relaxed but closed off from everyone else. Meanwhile, Jace went to find Zeno, which wasn't too hard because he was practically glowing amidst everyone on the set. As soon as they were together, Jace let out a long breath, bending over and planting his hands on his knees. Gosh, I think I just lost 5 pounds from stress. Zeno quirked a brow at him. From sweating through your jeans? I think my spine is wet. Jace straightened, patting his back. Anyway, he's so cool, right? Victor PD is so cool. Zeno didn't reply. He was watching Victor and Sang-won talk. I mean, I've watched all of his interviews and award show acceptance speeches. I wanted to tell him how cool he is. Jace inhaled. I should tell him. He turned, puffed his cheeks, and marched over just as Victor walked past them again on his way back to the equipment tent. Jace lifted a hand slightly. Victor PD, sir, he called. Victor passed by without looking at Jace's direction. He scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Maybe he didn't hear me, he mumbled. He's probably just busy. Or maybe he's ignoring you on purpose, Zeno muttered dryly. Jace looked at him, aghast. Why would he? Victor PD is so kind. Trying to shake off the awkwardness, Jace cleared his throat. Anyway, you should be the one nervous. Zeno glanced at him. Isn't your dancing scene scheduled to be filmed later today? Jace grinned. What were they all doing here? That was Zeno's first thought as he stepped into the dimly lit rented bar near their set. He'd been told he was third to film today, so he'd stayed in his hotel room most of the day. Eventually, Moby went to get his makeup done before taking him to the bar. Jace had tagged along, trailing after him. Zeno didn't mind. Most of the time, Jace had the thinking capacity of a semi-intelligent snail, so it wasn't a big deal. However, when the automatic doors slid open, Zeno couldn't help but pause. Sora was there, legs crossed elegantly, holding a martini glass. Beside her was Sang-won, wearing a black baseball cap and sipping beer like it was water. Shin was chatting with them, his laughter echoing under the low hum of music. Misha was at the far end of the booth. She was seated quietly, eyes downcast, munching on a basket of fries. Zeno's brows knit slightly. He hadn't expected anyone else to be around, especially not the main cast. Zeno, Shin called, raising his glass. Yo, come here. Sora raised an eyebrow, appearing to want Zeno to join them. Billy gave a quick wave from behind the booth's edge, where he'd been mixing his own drink. Shin motioned him over again. We just finished shooting our scenes together in the set and ended up here. I figured we could watch your scene together. Jace nudged Zeno lightly with his elbow. You should go, he said. I'll talk with the others. Zeno tried to stop him, but Jace was already on his way. Zeno sighed and shook his head before walking toward the main cast. As he stood next to the booth, Misha immediately looked away, her eyes focused on the fries. Zeno's gaze tracked the movement of her fingers, how she gently picked one up, tapped it twice on the edge of the basket, and then dipped it neatly into the sauce. Misha turned slightly, catching his stare from the corner of her eye. What is his problem? She thought. Meanwhile, Zeno's mind went somewhere else entirely. Fries, he thought. I want fries. Zeno. Billy's voice snapped him out of his trance as the same-aged idol/actor slung an arm around his shoulders. You nervous? Billy grinned, pulling him into a half-hug. No, Zeno muttered, eyes still faintly distant. Billy chuckled inwardly. Ignorance is bliss, he thought, patting Zeno on the back. He had read the script because he was curious about Zeno's role. It turned out he was a stripper who was good at dancing. Billy wanted to laugh out loud since he saw Zeno dance at the studio. That was only a few weeks ago, and there was no way he could pull off such a choreography. Just then, Moby appeared from the side. Zeno, he called. It's time for you to change. Zeno stood without a word and nodded, quietly slipping away from the booth and heading toward the back hall where the costume racks and dressing rooms were located. He'd already had his makeup done earlier, sharp, with light contouring and a glossy, sweaty shine. Devin wanted him to look like he'd just come from a long, hellish shift. Zeno stopped in front of the rack labeled with his name. The outfit hanging on it made him pause. It was simple, an office outfit, white button-up, slacks, glasses, loafers, but slung neatly next to it was a dark leather harness. It had a Clark Kent vibe. Zeno exhaled through his nose and nodded. He could work with this. Just as he reached for the button-up, he heard footsteps behind him. Devin. The assistant director gave a polite smile and nodded. Looking good, he said. You've got a really nice build, Zeno. Perfect for what I had in mind for the dance sequence. Thanks. He started to put on the button-up when Devin raised a hand. You need to wear the harness first. Zeno turned to him with narrowed eyes. The harness before the button-up, he smiled. So it could be seen right after you rip it. Chapter 286. Good and Talented Kid. Another round of alcohol landed on the table with a faint thud, followed by a murmur of thanks from the cast seated around it. The energy had loosened since filming wrapped for the day, and now the actors lounged on the couch while waiting for Zeno's scene. Sora picked up her glass and swirled the liquid inside. She glanced toward the hallway that led backstage, where Zeno had disappeared some time ago. How's Zeno? She asked out of nowhere, directing the question at Shin. He doesn't speak a lot. Is it really like that when you're with him? Billy raised an eyebrow and leaned in slightly, interested. It had only been 7 days since they were together, and they barely spoke. Billy was too busy trying to win the show to decipher Zeno's real attitude. Shin hummed from across the table. He's a good kid. Sora's brows shot up. Really? She asked, amused and a little disbelieving. Sorry, I just thought. Well, with the looks, the following, all the awards, he seemed like he'd be a bit cocky. Billy slightly nodded in agreement. No, he's not like that, Shin said, shaking his head. I thought he was a snob, too, at first. He didn't talk to anyone. But then I realized, he's not rude, he's just quiet. He listens more than he speaks. Sora tilted her head thoughtfully. On the other end of the booth, Misha was conspicuously absent again, having gone to the bathroom before Sora started the conversation. Sang-won, who had been quiet for the most part while nursing his drink, spoke up. Is he that good of an actor? Sora turned toward him. Who? Zeno. Yeah. You haven't seen his shows? Sang-won shrugged. I don't keep up with the new ones. Haven't for years. Sora raised a teasing brow. Since your divorce? It was silent for a moment before Sora laughed, trying to thaw the atmosphere. Shin chuckled into his glass, and even Sang-won smirked. I'm kidding, Sora added, tapping her fingers against her glass. You must be busy. I am, Sang-won said with a crooked smile. Very. Anyway, he continued, setting his glass down. What makes this kid so good? Everyone seems to be singing him praises. He was the most awarded at the AAA, Sora replied smoothly. Sang-won scoffed lightly and leaned back. AAA isn't exactly a real award, though. Billy nodded despite himself. He'd won at AAA, too, but he didn't. Disagree. True, Shin admitted. But the kid deserves it. He's got something in him. You can see it when he's on camera. He might win a Celadon next year, too. Sang-won seemed intrigued, lips curled in a lazy smile. Is that so? When's he coming out? Billy asked, turning his head toward the stage again. They're probably already filming, Shin said, checking his phone for the time. He has some scenes before he goes up the stage. Let's wait a bit, then, Sora said. We don't have an early shoot tomorrow anyway. The extras are going up first. Sang-won gave a small nod and leaned back. All right. I'm expecting a lot. Billy didn't say anything at first. He only stared at his drink as it caught the dim lights above the booth. Then he quietly raised his glass and took a sip, his expression unreadable. Because he knew. He knew exactly what kind of actor Zeno was. Zeno was truly good. He had watched all his shows. However, he wasn't a good dancer, and this scene needed just that skill. He was going to disappoint Sang-won, and Billy couldn't wait for that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Jace could hardly contain his excitement. He bounced on the balls of his feet, glancing between the extras seated around him and the dark entrance where Zeno would emerge any moment now. His hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of his shirt, but his grin was childlike. This is going to be insane, he whispered to himself. Is he a good dancer? One of the extras asked. The question was lighthearted, but there was a bit of curiosity to it. Jace glanced at the girl, shrugging with a crooked smile. He says he's not. There was a murmur of surprise from the extras. He asked me to help him, though, Jace added, puffing up a little at the memory. Oh, he asked you. A soft, angelic voice cut through the chatter. Everyone turned at once. Misha stood behind them, a hand daintily resting on her hip, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders. She was dazzling under the ambient lights, flushed cheeks, and lightly glossed lips. A few of the extras stammered as they straightened up. Jace was the worst out of them all, stuttering to answer in front of such a beautiful woman. You? He asked me. Why, he stammered. In what way? Misha's eyes narrowed a fraction. She stepped forward just enough to make Jace even more nervous. What did he ask help with exactly? Jace's brain sputtered. He didn't expect a top star to talk to him. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Sweat formed at his temples. He told me to stop playing games and to, watch him. He told you to stop playing games? Misha muttered. Jace nodded. Well, Zeno did ask him, but Jace wanted to watch. He was very curious. He always calls me out even late at night, Jace added. They were practically work besties. He's blunt sometimes, but it's fine. Jace continued, scratching the back of his neck, still sweaty. Jace liked that about Zeno, though. He was a very genuine and honest person. Misha frowned. He talks like that to you? She asked softly. Jace nodded enthusiastically, and Misha felt her heart squeeze. Was this innocent man being bullied? Before she could think about it, she stepped forward and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Tell me if these things happen again, Misha muttered. And if you need help. Jace blinked at her. Huh. I mean it, she said. She gave his shoulder a gentle squeeze before stepping back. What just happened? Before he could process what was happening, the stage cameras were brought forward, wheels screeching gently as they moved into formation. The lighting also turned red, compared to the bright white it had before, setting a sexy vibe. Oh, it's starting, someone whispered. Zeno's dancing scene. Chapter 287, Fluidity. Are you all right, miss? Moby asked right after she finished her scene with Zeno. She was just an extra with a few lines. However, she had extensive acting knowledge. It was a scene where Andre was angry because he was going to be given less time in the bar, and she would be the person to relay that. In the end, they don't settle on anything and Andre will go to the stage feeling angry. This will aggravate Andre's feelings and lead him to agree to being recruited to the ninth circle right after. Huh, the woman muttered, turning to Moby, who had given her a cold bottle of water. Her face was red from the short acting sequence, and she couldn't believe that someone had pulled her into a scene and finished it so fast. Miss? Moby asked again. She finally snapped out of her daze before taking the bottle of water with a deep bow. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. Moby smiled. It's all right. Have you been in the industry for long? She pursed her lips. Not in acting. I've been behind the scenes for a long time, though. Moby beamed. How is working with our artist? Zeno. Moby nodded enthusiastically. A small smile appeared on her lips. He's good, she muttered. One of the best I've worked with. I'm glad to hear that, Moby said with a tilt of his head. Meanwhile, outside, Victor PD had just arrived with the usual quiet force he carried into any room. Devin trailed closely behind, holding a can of chilled coffee. Without missing a beat, he handed it to Victor, who took it without hesitation. Has he started? Victor asked, eyes scanning the half-lit stage. About to now, sir, Devin replied. Victor cracked open the can and took a sip. All right, I'm tired. I want to wrap up quickly. Devin nodded. Understood. He stepped aside and pressed a button on the intercom clipped to his collar. Ready lights and music. We're going live. Backstage, Zeno stood in the small, dimly lit prep area behind the curtains. He was dressed in a clean-cut office outfit, white button-up tucked into black slacks, chest strapped into a subtle harness that glinted beneath the folds. He rolled his neck slowly, hands at his sides, eyes closed. He needed to feel this. Fortunately, it was easy. He didn't want to do this dance sequence anyway, so he channeled that slight irritation, making his fists unconsciously clench. From the stage, Devin's voice echoed through the megaphone. Scene 21. Take 1. Action. The music began, a slow build of low synths and faint percussion. Zeno opened his eyes. Fluidity, activate. Fluidity is active. Remaining time, 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Zeno took his first step forward. Smoke machines hissed from the sides of the stage as a figure emerged from the shadows. Zeno stepped into the light, the upper half of his face hidden by a black mask that glinted beneath the spotlight. The edges of the mask curled like a smirk, the mystery of it only drawing more eyes to him. His shirt clung to his body, slightly undone at the collar, and in his left hand, he carried a plain, wooden chair, ordinary in shape, but as he set it down in the center of the stage, it might as well have been a throne. Every head in the room turned. They knew it was a scene, but they couldn't help but feel immersed. Even without doing anything, Zeno was able to capture their attention. Sang-won found himself raising an eyebrow, while Sora discreetly turned on her hand fan despite the cold air blasting in the room. Billy, on the other hand, leaned forward in anticipation. He couldn't wait for Zeno to make a fool out of himself. Zeno's movements weren't hurried. He walked like he had all the time in the world, like the stage belonged to him, like the very concept of shame had never existed. The lights dimmed just slightly more, casting shadows across his jawline. The music surged again, and with that, he began to move. A subtle body roll. The way his shoulders rolled into his hips, and how his feet stepped in time. It was smooth and clean. Sora felt her skin grow hot. This felt like she was truly in a strip club. Zeno reached the center of the stage and circled around the chair, his fingers tracing the wood. Then, in one fluid motion, he lowered himself onto it. His back arched slightly, not in vulgarity, but in elegance. His fingers combed through his hair as he tilted his head, letting the rhythm breathe through his body. Then the switch. He snapped his head to the left, spinning the chair halfway. His legs straddled it now, and his hands ran down the sides of his thighs before thrusting his hips forward. Not exaggerated, not crude, just enough to emphasize control. It was power dressed as grace. It was sensuality without shame. The extras who were supposed to be reacting as audience members didn't need to pretend. They were caught, eyes wide, breaths held. Is he actually? One of them whispered. A good dancer, the other finished. Shin shook his head in amusement. Goodness, this was unfair. The kid was good at dancing too? Billy's mouth had gone agape. There was no way. Those were very simple movements, so he must have learned it in 2 weeks. However, he couldn't fake the next steps now. From the corner, Misha crossed her arms, leaning into the booth wall. Her lips twitched into a scoff, but her chest rose with a faint hitch. That's not how he danced during their class at the studio. Zeno moved like liquid metal, thanks to his booster, but also to his sudden increase in skill. His body curved with the music as he leaned back, chest exposed from the undone buttons. The moment hovered, and then, in a sharp, clean motion, he gripped the front of his shirt and ripped it open, the fabric tearing cleanly from his shoulders to his waist. Buttons flew everywhere, and the harness that none of them expected to be there was exposed. Chapter 288, Zeno's Dance Routine. Sora's hand flew to her mouth to prevent herself from screaming, or maybe remove the S. Then, she slapped herself at such a ridiculous thought. Sang-won turned to the side just as Zeno ripped off his shirt. That was what my body looked like back in the days, too. Billy felt his throat dry up at the sight. He looked around and saw everyone's gaze on Zeno. He had to admit that Zeno's body appeared very well balanced. He looked like an inverted triangle. His biceps weren't that big, but Billy knew Zeno would still win him in an arm wrestling competition. However, it wasn't over. The more complicated sequence was going to come soon, and Zeno would make a fool of himself. Zeno let out a quiet curse as he discarded his clothes to the floor. What the heck am I doing? He thought to himself. However, he continued, not wanting to do this all over again. Zeno stood still, chest rising and falling, the harness tight against his skin, every muscle highlighted under the warm, slatted lights. A shadow of sweat kissed the edge of his jawline, but his face remained composed. In the silence, Shin whispered, "Is this what they call a sleeper build?" It was true. Zeno never showed off his body, nor wore the clothes that would show his physique. So, once his clothes were off, the shock factor was even bigger. As the music shifted into its next section, the tempo picked up, and Zeno took a deep breath. Devin nervously watched him. He had a lot of faith in Zeno, but he also knew that he wasn't the best dancer. He saw that firsthand in the dance studio. Zeno was aware that Devin made the routine easier, too. It was clear by the amount of hip thrusts he added to the routine. That was why it appeared racier than usual. Zeno remembered watching the choreography demo the night before and discarding it halfway. Instead, he pulled up idol fan cams. Clips of male K-pop groups dancing with restrained sensuality. Tight choreo, purposeful thrusts, and lingering looks. Suggestive, but never lewd. That was the key. At first, he couldn't get the rhythm right. His body wasn't used to that fluid isolation. But once he hit an A grade in his dancing skill, it came like breathing. The music picked up again, and Zeno snapped back into motion. His hand slid behind his neck as he twisted his torso with the beat. The lights circled slowly, casting shadows over his ribs. Then again, twice, in perfect rhythm, before stepping sideways and turning with a ripple of his shoulders. "Duh!" Someone in the crowd gasped softly. He raised his hand to the air, rolled his wrist, and caught it at his temple, mimicking a gunshot gesture before dropping into a kneel, thighs flexed, back straight. The harness straps cut against his frame like he was made to wear them. Then, slowly, he stood again, circling the chair. He tapped the top of it with 2 fingers. Billy's mouth hung open, and it stayed there. What the fuck was happening? Zeno was pulling off a routine that an idol or maybe a professional dancer could execute. Was this the same man he saw in dancing class? Oh wow, he's really good, Sora muttered, making Billy feel even worse. Sangwon tilted his head to the side. Aside from the dancing skills, it seemed that this young man's storytelling skills were something else. Despite the sexiness of it all, he could still feel the desperation and annoyance in his movements. Victor, too, narrowed his eyes, not in dissatisfaction but in disbelief. He turned to Devon, who appeared to be in the same state. "Did you choreograph this?" Devon, despite being a yes man when it came to Victor PD, couldn't say anything back. This wasn't his routine. It was much more difficult than the original choreography. He had crafted the routine based on what he saw during their dance class. It had only been 2 weeks since then, but Zeno had already improved so much in such a short amount of time. With one palm pressed to the edge of the table beside the stage, Zeno flipped his entire body over, landing on the surface with one knee bent, the other extended behind him. His palm met the tabletop, weight evenly distributed. His other arm raised skyward. Gasps were heard, not from acting, but because they were genuinely surprised. He just did a grind on the table without losing balance. His muscles flexed at the right places, and it appeared to be a show that needed to be paid for. Even the staff were enamored, completely forgetting they were there to monitor his performance and not just enjoy it. Jace shook his head in amusement. "He always says he isn't good at these things, but he always turns out amazing," he muttered. "What a man." Zeno spun again, using the table like a launch pad. The final movements came: complex footwork, quick turns, and a shoulder roll paired with a precise pelvic snap. He snapped it like it was the very last time he would do it in his entire life, and Zeno wished just that. Misha, who had settled at the back, couldn't tear her eyes away from the scene. She wanted to, of course, because she knew what kind of person Zeno was. However, she couldn't deny that this performance was electrifying. On the other hand, Victor saw the money raining from the ceiling. This scene was going to be legendary. He was sure of it. He could already imagine the edits that the international audience would be making. The music slowed, making Zeno sigh in relief. In the cameras, it appeared as if he was breathless, and it added to the charm of his performance. Thank goodness, it's almost over, Zeno thought. A few more beats later, and Zeno finally came to a halt. He sat on the chair, leaning with one arm behind it, showing off his lats before tilting his head slightly up, his mask catching the last gleam of the spotlight. Chapter 289, Two-Faced. The moment Victor called cut, Zeno bowed his head and threw his button up over his shoulders before heading backstage. He couldn't wait to remove the harness. Victor smirked as he glanced at Devon. "You did a good job with casting him." Devon still wasn't over what had happened, so he merely nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as soon as Zeno was gone, Sora had to stand next to the air conditioner. "Goodness." Shin smirked at her. "Are you hot?" Sora still had to fan her face with her hands, unable to answer. Then, Shin turned to Sangwon. "I told you he's good, right?" Sangwon cleared his throat and turned to the side, drinking some more beer. "He's a good dancer. He must have been a trainee before. That's how most actors start these days." "He wasn't," Shin responded with confidence. "He was discharged from the army at the end of last year, and he coincidentally started acting this year." "Oh," Sangwon muttered. "Then, I guess I have to see how he really is once the actual scenes start." Shin shook his head in amusement. It was clear that Sang-won was just in denial. Well, it was only a matter of time before Sang-won would also join those who were amazed by Zeno. There was another person who was in denial, Billy. But, he stammered under his breath. The routine replayed over and over again in his mind. That was the kind of dance that they had to practice for months just to perfect for a stage. How could he have done it without prior dance knowledge? Was Billy mistaken once more? Was Zeno just playing with him again? Zeno removed his harness and costume and placed it neatly back in the rack before changing it into his own clothes. The stylists, who were expecting to find the clothes on the floor, were surprised by how neatly arranged it was. "Did you clean up already?" one asked. Another shook her head. Zeno, fully dressed in his lounge clothes, went out and was greeted with silence. Not because they didn't like his performance, but because they liked it way too much. They couldn't even say anything. "Zeno, great job out there," Shin finally called from their table. Zeno bowed at 90 degrees and waved before turning around, not in the mood to drink with them. He wanted a proper dinner. With that, he spotted Jace with a wide smile on his face. Behind him was Misha, who had a wary look on her face. He didn't bother giving her any attention and merely patted Jace's shoulder. "Meet me outside." Jace nodded enthusiastically while Misha watched the scene with wide eyes. What was that? That felt like a scene straight out of a bullying movie. Before Jace could go, Misha held onto his shoulder. "Do you really want to go with him?" Jace pursed her lips out of nervousness from speaking with someone so beautiful. He stiffly nodded. "It's not like I have a choice," he tried to smile, but it came out as a grimace. Well, Jace didn't have a choice because he also wanted to have dinner with Zeno. With that, Jace bowed and made his way out of the bar, skipping when he saw Zeno waiting inside the car with Moby. He entered with a thud. "You were amazing as usual. I could hear panties dropping the moment you went out on stage." Jace smiled. "Yeah." Moby nodded in agreement. The people backstage were also going insane. "I didn't know you could dance like that, Zeno." "I can't," Zeno muttered, turning to the side. "That would be the last time I would be dancing." "What?" Moby exclaimed, turning around for a second. "But that would be a waste. Honestly, I hoped you would have made some kind of mistake so you start all over again." Zeno glared at him. That was the last thing he wanted to happen. "Anyway," Zeno muttered, turning to Jace this time. "You talked to Misha?" Jace's cheeks reddened before he nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, she was really nice to the extras. I heard she was an extra for a long time before she was discovered," Moby chimed. "Ah," Zeno muttered to himself. "So, that's the reason. She doesn't seem very fond of you, though," Jace added. "I think she secretly likes you," he teased, nudging Zeno's shoulder. Zeno smirked and shook his head. Jace had no clue. That kind of heated stare was from someone who had already formed an opinion on him. Misha definitely wasn't fond of him, and Zeno already knew the reason why. The morning after, Zeno woke up before his usual waking time. It was still dark when he went out on the run, enjoying the cold temperature and the clean province air. By the time he was done, the extras were already filming outside the set meant to signify the ruins. "They must be filming the filler scene for the first fight," Zeno muttered to himself. At the first circle, there was no rules. They were just ordered to kill each other within 12 hours, and that would eradicate 40% of the population, with his character, Andre, dominating the scene. However, they had to have insert shots from the extras, and this was what they were currently filming. Devin was on site, giving the extras some directions while Victor scrolled through his phone. Then, he grabbed his megaphone. "Let's make this quick, everyone," he exclaimed. "We don't have all day, and by 11 a.m., the main characters will be here with all of you in the fight scene. If you want to rest before that, let's all do a good job," he added lightheartedly. They nodded enthusiastically. So Zeno inferred that most of these artists were also given a first big chance like Jace. Despite not being bothered, Zeno stood to the side, crossing his arms in front of his chest. They started the fight, and right off the bat, it appeared they weren't used to this. There were some fighting experts among the crowd. However, for a more natural scene, most of them were extras without prior fighting experience. Zeno watched with hawk eyes. He didn't stay there to see them film. He came here because he still hasn't seen it, Victor's switch. Victor stood from his seat and brought the megaphone to his lips. "What the fuck are all of you doing?" he asked, his voice cutting through the noise and rendering everyone silent. Well, Zeno didn't have to wait long. There it was, his uncle's two-faced personality. Chapter 290, Collapse. Closure. For most, closure meant peace. An end. A conclusion to a chapter. It was the word people whispered when they wanted to let go, when they wanted to move on without really addressing the cracks beneath the surface. It was the name they gave the illusion of healing without consequence. For Zeno, who has lived over 20 lives, closure was not this quiet surrender. Closure meant justice. It was people getting what they deserved, no more, no less. That was what real closure looked like. He stood at the edge of the set, arms folded, watching like a hawk as the extras ran through the growing heat. Zeno kept his gaze on him, watching. How he lost his cool. What the fuck are all of you doing? The extras froze in place, most of them not expecting such crude words to come out from someone like Victor. Victor clicked his tongue and discarded his canned coffee to the ground, expecting someone else to pick it up. Then, a small smirk appeared on Zeno's lips. Of course, he wasn't a stranger to his uncle's two-faced personality. Back when he was still Sanjay, Victor was nothing but his father's little brother. He was the lost sheep of the family, the one everyone had to keep making excuses for. Except Victor wasn't treated like a disappointment. No, he was defended and coddled, especially by Sanjay's father. Even when Victor came back broke, empty-eyed, and full of ideas he couldn't execute, it was Sanjay's father who lent him money. Just a small loan to kickstart my production house, he had said. One of those loans was the seed that birthed Ninth Circle. During that year, Sanjay also had the worst medical emergency in his entire life. He still remembered how his parents sold the truck that Sanjay had bought from writing a novel for an entire year. Meanwhile, Victor kept promising he'd return what he owned. Spoiler, he never did. Victor never returned anything. He was a leech, Zeno realized. A man who only ever clung to people who could serve him. And if they couldn't, he discarded them. Now, here Victor stood again, screaming at those he deemed beneath him. No wonder he was utterly kind in front of the main cast. It was because he thought they benefited him. Zeno shook his head and leaned against the cold, concrete wall. Do it right, Victor coldly said. The extras resumed their blocking, but it was still a little bit sloppy and frantic. One girl slipped and hit her knee. A boy tried to help her up, but got barked at for being out of position. Victor's voice cracked the air again. Move like your life depends on it. Do you want to be fucking replaced? The fear in their eyes was real now. Zeno looked around until his gaze landed on Jace. He was drenched in sweat, cheeks blotchy from heat and exhaustion. Victor yelled another order, and Jace sprinted to adjust a barricade on the ground. His hands slipped once, then again, the prop too heavy for one person. An assistant ran toward him to help, but Victor yelled before they could. Don't help him. He said he could do it. Let him. Jace smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. I can do it, he smiled and tried again. Zeno puffed up his cheeks as he watched these extras, desperate for a role that would kickstart their career, prompting them to follow the command of someone who had authority over them. It appeared they didn't want to retaliate because of this invisible hierarchy. It had been an hour since they started, and the sun was glaring down on them. At this point, someone was going to collapse soon. Zeno's words were proven true after a couple of seconds when a man standing right next to Jace suddenly fell to the ground. Some flinched, but kept going, unsure whether to stop or pretend like nothing had happened. They had heard Victor's warning, and they didn't want to be replaced. Others turned for a moment. However, since there were a lot of bodies on the ground, they didn't pay much attention, some even stepping on his body. However, even from afar, it was clear that this man wasn't acting at all. It seemed Jace had the same idea as Zeno as he stood still, trying to call for help from the staff. However, even then, the staff was also unsure of whether to intervene. Jace knelt beside the extra and gently shook his shoulder. Hey, are you okay? Victor frowned when he saw the scene through the screen. What are they doing? He muttered. Cut. Everyone stopped again, some glancing toward Jace's way with a bit of disdain. Some of them just wanted to get it over with. He's not waking up, sir. Jace called from a distance. Victor sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. That is good then. Let's consider him dead in the scene. Just keep going. Jace looked up, still crouched beside the unconscious man. Sir, I think he really collapsed. Did I stutter? Victor bellowed. Do you want me to replace you right now? What even is your name? Jace's mouth opened, but no sound came out. He hesitated to answer. Jace, sir. he finally responded. Victor shook his head. Unbelievable, he muttered. A no-name causing a scene. At that moment, Zeno had already started walking. None of them had noticed him yet. As he walked, Jace's words echoed in his mind. I hope it works out this time. That shy smile. That grimace disguised as hope. He could already see the man's fingers curling into a palm, ready to strike. Same old Victor. The moment Victor's hand started to descend, a firm hand gripped his wrist midair. Gasps rang out in the set when they finally noticed Zeno. Victor's frown deepened as he turned to the culprit. However, he stopped and froze when he saw who it was. Zeno tilted his head to the side. What are you about to do, Director? Chapter 291, Price of Morals. Victor's wrist tensed beneath Zeno's hand. However, Zeno didn't let go. He only tilted his head slightly, a ploy to make himself appear as clueless and innocent as possible. The others watched the scene with bated breaths, and even as the injured extra woke up, their focus was still on Victor and Zeno. Jace quickly tended to the hurt man, giving him a bottle of cold water. The set was still silent until Victor let out a short laugh. Zeno, you're early. You're not supposed to be here yet. I went out on a run, Zeno said, not loosening his grip. Right, Victor muttered, a forced smile tugging at his lips as he pulled his hand back with a strained chuckle. Of course. Then, in a complete 180, Victor knelt down beside the collapsed extra. Are you all right, Marvin? He asked in a softer tone, one he didn't use when Zeno wasn't around. Zeno smirked in amusement. Victor actually knew the name of this extra? Marvin stirred weakly, lifting his head an inch. Why, yes, sir. That's good, Victor muttered before turning to Zeno. You asked what I was going to do, he started off. I was going to make sure he was okay, of course, Victor continued, straightening his back and glancing around at the staring extras. I push my artists to become the best, but I am humane. This is my style. There's a method in the madness. He clapped his hands once. Let's take 30, shall we? There were a few hesitant nods. The extras weren't sure if this was mercy or just the eye of the storm. Victor turned to Zeno one last time. You should rest more. We're going to be even busier in the upcoming days. These early jogs might be affecting your perception. Then, with a wide smile, he walked away with Devon appearing wary, tailing after him. Zeno didn't say anything. He watched Victor's back retreat across the field. The moment Victor was gone, a small group swarmed Marvin. Teacher, one girl cried. I'm all right, Marvin muttered, sitting up as he wiped the sweat off his brow. It was just too hot. You should rest, someone said, helping him sit against a crate of unused props. Marvin smiled wearily. We don't have time. Go teach the others what to do so we can get it in one take later. But sir, I said I'm all right, Marvin repeated, a little more firmly. Then softer, you've all been working so hard. Let's just get this over with. Despite their worry, the others nodded and left, leaving Marvin sitting alone. However, Marvin didn't sit still for long because he walked away from the set with clenched fists. Zeno watched him, brows drawn slightly together. Then, he turned to Jace. You all right? Jace nodded, though his face was pale. Yeah, he muttered. I'm going to check if Marvin's all right. He seems genuinely hurt. With that, Jace started following after Marvin, with Zeno trailing quietly behind. They moved across the grass, away from the bustle of the crew, toward the shade of a storage tent at the edge of the lot. That's where they found him. Marvin sat on a plastic chair, back turned, elbows on his knees as he stared down at the gravel. His silhouette sagged slightly, like someone holding in exhaustion too long. Marvin, Jace said carefully. There was a pause. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Marvin finally answered. You shouldn't have done that. Jace tilted his head in confusion. Huh? Me? Marvin turned slowly, finally lifting his head. His eyes weren't filled with disappointment. Instead, it was filled with rage. You, he said clearly, pointing straight at him. Zeno Han. What? Jace exclaimed right away. Zeno did what anyone with a conscience would have done. He saved us, a lot of us, from passing out like you. Marvin exhaled and looked away. Something worse could have happened, you know? Jace continued. I didn't know Victor PD's method was like that, but he wasn't going to stop unless someone did. We also needed this break. And if you're looking for someone to blame, Jace added, then blame me. I was the one who interrupted the filming in the first place. Marvin looked Jace in the eyes, causing the latter's breath to hitch. It doesn't matter if it was you, he said calmly. But there was a bitterness clinging to every word. Victor wouldn't care. Jace blinked. Huh. Marvin turned toward Zeno once more. You still don't get it, do you? He asked, pronounced lines forming around his mouth. Because it was you, someone Victor values, someone he thinks is indispensable, then the ones who will suffer. He gestured loosely toward the rest of the set, toward the extras gathering again in the distance. Are us. Zeno's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Marvin pushed himself up from the chair slowly. There was a slight limp in his movements, and it was then that Zeno realized he didn't just have a heat stroke. It seemed he also had an injury. Victor won't touch you, Marvin continued, appearing to be taking out his pent-up anger on Zeno. You have a name, a face, a ticket. He'll treat you like gold in public, but the ones who'll pay for your defiance. His voice cracked. Are the people he can replace. Jace's shoulders stiffened. Marvin didn't let up. You think he won't retaliate? Marvin asked. He'll reschedule scenes, cut out footage, push people, until they drop. He'll find the people you tried to protect and bleed them out with 10 times the workload. Marvin stared at him and placed 2 fingers on his chest, pushing strongly. When Zeno didn't budge, Marvin felt even more pathetic. He sighed and shook his head, not breaking their eye contact. You should have stayed still. You shouldn't have butted in if you didn't know, he said, voice as cold as ice. If you weren't ready for the consequences, then you shouldn't have gotten involved at all. Because us people can't afford to pay for the price of your morals. Chapter 292, Apple. As Marvin limped away back to the open set, Jace stared after him with furrowed brows. What is his problem? He muttered, scratching the back of his head. You were just helping. Shouldn't he be thankful? Then, he sighed and stretched his neck. Now I hate Victor PD. Why did I even admire him? Is that how he truly is? Jace waited for an answer, but when none came, he huffed and crossed his arms. Come out now, Zeno said suddenly. Jace turned to him in surprise. Huh? I'm not gay, though. Zeno shot him a sidelong look and sighed, turning toward the tent nearby. I know you've been listening. A second passed before the fabric of the tent rustled gently. Jace yelped and jumped back when a petite girl emerged. She had a flushed face and wide eyes, her gaze immediately dropping to the dirt as she stepped hesitantly forward. She looked familiar, and Zeno quickly realized it was one of the extras who'd rushed toward Marvin earlier. I'm sorry, she said quickly, bowing her head so low her cap almost slipped off. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, I swear. I wanted to make sure the teacher was all right. Zeno cocked his head. Teacher. The girl nodded timidly. Oh, Marvin teaches us fighting techniques. We're from the same fighting company, and he's our coordinator. A hum slipped past Zeno's lips. What's your name? Apple, she replied, still not looking up. Jace choked. The fruit. She nodded. Yeah, my mom loved apples when she was pregnant with me. That's cute. Jace blurted out before he could stop himself. Zeno turned to him with a single brow arched. Jace immediately looked away, cheeks reddening. Apple still didn't react much, except for a small, flustered tug on the hem of her shirt. I'm a big fan of yours, Zeno. I just wanted to say that. Zeno glanced at her. You danced very handsomely while naked yesterday. I want to watch it again. Zeno didn't know how to respond to that. She cleared her throat. I was also really happy when you stopped the scene earlier, she added quietly. I was scared something bad would really happen. I know how Victor PD can be. Jace scoffed, stepping forward. Your teacher doesn't think so, though? He doesn't appreciate what Zeno did. Apple scratched the back of her neck. Teacher Marvin is a good person. I promise. Jace made a doubtful noise in his throat, but she continued before he could say more. It's just that. She looked down again, lips pressed tight. He's always taking care of us, even when he's the one who ends up hurt. He already knows what kind of person Victor PD is, because we worked together during the past season. He doesn't want to ruin things for us. Jace quieted, and Zeno's gaze sharpened. Oh, he muttered. The last season, you say? Apple nodded, but appeared uncertain if she should continue. However, something about the look in Zeno's eyes seemed to coax the words from her. Or maybe it was just his fragrant scent. Or sparkling eyes. Or handsome face. All right, it was because of him. Teacher Marvin has been a stunt double for a long time. She began slowly. He's been in the industry since he was 20, I think. Back in 2021, he established his own company. We're not a big agency or anything. Just a small team focused on fight choreography, stunt work, and background acting. She paused, her expression darkening a little. But it wasn't going well. Jace tilted his head. What do you mean? It's hard to make it as an independent team in this industry, she replied. He used up his savings, rented out a cramped warehouse. He trained people, me, too, and gave his all. But no one wanted to take a risk on a small stunt company. That sounds familiar, Jace muttered. I think I know someone like that. Zeno sighed. Bobby, you idiot, he muttered. All right, Jace exclaimed. Do you want me to continue? Apple asked. Zeno nodded. Don't mind him, he said, pertaining to Jace. Apple sighed before continuing. That was until Victor PD approached him with a deal. I think they were trying to budget everything in the first season, too. Anyway, Victor gave the teacher a shot for the first season. The terms were pretty shady. Almost no pay, no guarantees, and he'd get sole credit. But Marvin accepted. We were desperate, and Victor PD was offering exposure, so... She shrugged. We were the first to die in the fight sequences. Disposable bodies. He choreographed all the scenes and made sure they looked gritty and real. At first, it was fine. But when the teasers dropped and started getting recognition, Victor changed. Jace scowled. Let me guess. He pretended like none of you mattered. Apple nodded solemnly. Exactly. Suddenly, he started treating us like props. Like we weren't artists, just extras with bruises. But it was done, and at least we thought the company would finally get a boost. We were wrong. Zeno raised a brow. You weren't credited properly? Yes, Apple murmured. Only Marvin's name was listed under stunts. But that meant no one knew we existed. The few projects we got afterward were because people remembered the scenes, not the faces. She drew in a shaky breath. We tried to grow. The current members worked really hard to get us some decent gigs. But it still wasn't enough to keep us afloat. So when this season called again, we couldn't say no. Her voice lowered as she added, Victor PD's gotten worse, though. He's powerful now, and Marvin knows better than to challenge him. So, don't get him wrong, she quickly chimed. He just doesn't want what happened back then to repeat itself. In the first season, Ryo Wong tried defending a few of us, some of the extras who got mistreated. However, the next day, they were gone. Zeno frowned. Right, that old man was in the first season. He played the pitiful character that somehow made it into the seventh circle, but ultimately died in the saddest way. Jace stayed silent for once. A lot of us are breadwinners, Apple whispered. We've got parents, siblings, kids. Marvin's just trying to protect everyone. So please, do understand him. Zeno exhaled through his nose and muttered under his breath. So he's still a piece of trash. What was that? Apple and Jace asked at the same time. Zeno shook his head and offered a small smile, turning to the lady. Thanks, Apple. You're welcome, she grinned back. If you ever need anything, advice, a listening ear, or even a sparring partner, just come to me. I'm a good listener. She winked. Or a girlfriend. Zeno didn't give a reaction as she strode away from them. However, Jace suddenly called her name. Wait, before you go. Apple turned around with a curious expression. Can I have your number? Jace asked, rubbing the back of his neck. Her expression fell, and she quickly turned around. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Jace turned to Zeno with a glare. How can she have a boyfriend but ask you out? Chapter 293, Knives Out. Dust scattered in the air. At the center of it all was desperate number 25, otherwise known as Andre. He stood at the edge of the scene, soaked in grime and sweat. Blood was splattered across his face and dripped from the corner of his mouth. However, it wasn't his blood. It was the blood of a life he had just taken. A young man rushed toward him with a shout. In one clean move, desperate number 25 sidestepped and pressed the blunted edge of his knife against the boy's neck, letting it linger there without a single word. His eyes remained hollow, devoid of any emotion. He stared down his opponent like a predator bored of its prey. Try it, he whispered, just loud enough for the mic to catch. I'm scared, Shin muttered, monitoring the scene with the staff. Zeno's really good, as expected from someone who won the Best New Actor in the AAA. Then, Zeno's eyes locked straight to another camera, one that showed the perspective of his victim. A small smirk appeared on his lips, but his eyes remained the same. Want to die a slow, painful death? A breath caught on set. Victor leaned forward instinctively, and goosebumps rose along his arms. His jaw tightened. What the fuck was that? His fingers curled against the monitor's edge, and his eyes darted from Zeno to the live feed. The camera operator had slightly pulled back, and Victor understood why. There was something too real about it, like he truly wanted to murder someone. Victor narrowed his eyes. There was no way. Still, he couldn't help the creeping unease crawling up his spine. Zeno tilted his head ever so slightly, still in character. His chest rose and fell with a slow calmness, unaffected by the chaos behind him. When the scene finally called for him to move again, he spun his knife and slid across his opponent's neck. A blood packet exploded, the timing perfect. The camera followed him. Zeno turned toward the general direction of the lens, gaze fixed once more. Victor felt something in his stomach twist. He stood frozen as a face flashed in his mind. One with a similar gaze. Not quite identical, but carved from the same stone. He stepped back, almost tripping over a wire. No, it couldn't be. That wasn't possible. Cut. Devon's voice rang out across the set. The tension snapped, and the clangs quieted. The extras dropped their stances and slowly exhaled. Zeno stood still for a second longer before letting out a short breath and reverting back to his usual self, casually brushing the fake blood from his chin. However, that face in Victor's memory refused to fade. His hands trembled slightly as he pulled off his headset. "Sir," Devon asked, "are you all right?" Victor clicked his tongue. "Where's my coffee?" he asked impatiently. Devon bowed. "Right away, sir." With that, he left. Victor all alone, still trying to steady his heartbeat. The guilt resurfaced from the abyss he had shoved it into. That face. That boy. He shook his head sharply. "You're losing it," he told himself. "That boy is long dead." The skies were darkening, adding to the ambience of it all. The first circle was nearing its end, but there were still a couple of action-packed scenes left for them to finish. Scene 34. Take 1. Action. The grounds were more quiet now. They didn't think that 12 hours would last this long. They started at noon, so it would end at midnight. They also didn't know how many remained. However, one thing was for sure. Desperate number 25 was dominating the game, while the past winner, desperate number 41, was nowhere to be seen. Smoke emerged faintly from the grass. The rusted barrels, broken crates, and scattered wires paint a picture of hopelessness. Suddenly, there were soft footsteps coming from afar. A group of desperates hid behind a crumbling beam. Number 69, played by Jace, peeked around the edge. His knuckles were pale, fingers gripping his prop weapon a little too lightly. He looked absolutely nervous, and he truly was. Fortunately, that was needed for the scene, so Victor PD didn't cut it short. "He's alone. We can corner him now if we move fast," he said. That was one of his 2 speaking lines. Number 33, played by Sora, looked at the group, appearing desperate to eradicate number 25. Number 1, played by Misha, sighed before pulling something from her belt. "I found these near some of the corpses," she muttered, revealing 3 knives. "We will not win if we go near him, but with these, we can attack from afar." "Cut," Victor shouted. "Let's move to the next." The following setup took place in a narrower part of the set. This was a planned ambush scene, 7 desperates attempting to take down the dominant threat, with Misha and Sora being the ones to throw the knives. "Let's prep the knife scene. Get the stunt double ready," Victor added. The crew scrambled to set up the new scene, which now centered on Marvin, Zeno's stunt double. Zeno stepped aside for a moment. No wonder Marvin smelled like a hair salon. He had his hair permed to duplicate Zeno's slightly wavy hair. Victor approached him quietly and whispered something. Whatever it was, Marvin's face tensed, and he appeared more determined than usual. Zeno, watching from the sidelines, narrowed his gaze. This was Marvin's final chance. That much was clear. "All right, let's run the throw first," Victor announced. "This is so you could feel the distance," he said to Misha. Misha nodded, though she looked slightly hesitant. Apple guided her forward, placing a knife in her hand. "It's dulled," she assured. "But it's still heavy, so be careful." "Okay," Misha breathed, squaring her shoulders. She lifted the knife with a deep breath before releasing it into the air. At this point, number 25 should do a light flip to dodge the knife. However, with Marvin's injury, he couldn't accomplish the flip on time, so it struck him where his injury was. There wasn't any blood, but Marvin appeared to be in pain due to the heavy prop. He dropped to the ground with a curse. The crew paused while Misha rushed toward him immediately. Oh my gosh, are you okay? I didn't mean to. Maybe we need a break. He waved her off quickly, gritting his teeth. No, I'm okay. Marvin knew they couldn't afford another break. They were already delayed because of what happened earlier this morning. You're hurt, Misha argued. Across the set, Victor massaged the bridge of his nose. Then, he turned to Devon, whose expression turned into a pained one. Marvin watched them from afar, and it was clear from Victor's expression that he'd already made a decision. Marvin clenched his fists by his side and tried to stand, but Misha shook her head. Sir, you really need to rest, she muttered. Didn't he tell you to back off? Zeno asked, stepping forward. They froze at Zeno's tone. Zeno's eyes fell on Misha. He's all right. Right. Marvin staggered, but nodded. Yeah. Misha clenched her fists. What are you doing? She muttered. He can do it, he says, Zeno said with a neutral expression. So, why are you stopping a capable man? Misha felt the tug at her heart again. Every time, her perception of him just worsens. He's clearly not. However, Marvin stood with a determined expression. I can do it. Chapter 294, Inherent Value. Zeno. And the rest watched as Marvin struggled to execute the move. He did it over and over again, but to no avail. It was honestly pathetic to watch for some. But with him trying so hard, it was more heartbreaking than anything. Victor watched with a scowl. This was supposed to be his final warning. But with Zeno insisting Marvin could do it, he had to sit there and watch how he made such a fool of himself. Sangwon was still at the side, sipping coffee without a care in the world while waiting for his scene. Sora bit her lip and turned her gaze to the ground. It was often that she saw the discrimination that people with less important roles faced. For most, if you haven't made a name for yourself, then you were as good as a piece of tissue paper, disposable and replaceable. Misha's fists clenched at her side. I think that's enough, she muttered, but it was drowned out by the tension in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zeno merely watched with an unreadable expression. Misha glanced at him once, and her eyes dimmed visibly. It was clear that Marvin wanted to prove a point, and Zeno knew he needed to do this because it was the one thing Marvin wouldn't want to get rid of, his dignity as a stunt double. Victor sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. All right, wrap it up. Let's look for someone to replace Marvin as Zeno's stunt double. I'm sure there are other actors out there with a similar physique. We'll just have to move the filming to a later time and focus on the ones that don't have as many fighting scenes. Just then, Zeno received yet another side quest. Side quest available, Athletics. Show off your athleticism and gain the skill, Athletics. Upgradable. Zeno shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Misha was on the verge of tears, not because she was sad, but because her heart began filling with rage. I don't think, she began, but Zeno once again cut her off. That's not necessary, director, Zeno chimed, stepping forward and capturing everybody's attention. Marvin turned to him with a slight glare. What was he planning now? The staff held their breaths because they couldn't predict what Zeno would do next. It also seemed that Victor PD was more sensitive than usual, as seen in his clenched fists and red-bitten lips. Zeno, Devon muttered, trying to de-escalate the situation, but Zeno had already made up his mind. With the friendliness of someone who had known each other for a long time, Zeno approached Victor with a wide smile. It's not necessary to replace them. Their team has been doing a good job until now. Victor bit his lip once more, but forced a smile. Is that so? Who will execute these moves then if he cannot? He asked in an innocent tone. As much as I care for these extras, we cannot delay the filming because of them. I'll do it. The silence turned even more deafening after Zeno said those words. Is he insane? The staff began to whisper. Jace held his breath. What is he doing? He muttered. Marvin turned to him with furrowed brows. I'll do the stunts, Zeno said with a slight shrug. Marvin can just teach me. I'm a fast learner. Victor suddenly burst into laughter. However, when he saw how serious Zeno's face was, his smile quickly fell. He cleared his throat and lifted his chin. Do you have any background in martial arts? Zeno tried to suppress his smirk. No, he responded. But I've gone to the military. Victor laughed out loud once more, but he wasn't the only one. Sangwon, who was watching from the side, found the scene very interesting, so he joined in. Oh, buddy, he said. Which division did you serve in? The Special Forces? Zeno shook his head. Marines? Navy SEALs? Nope. Goodness. Sangwon laughed while holding his stomach. How do you expect to be able to pull off the moves that Marvin does then? He has special training. Zeno didn't respond and let Sangwon do all of the talking and laughing. If he only knew. Victor placed his hand over Zeno's shoulder. You might get hurt, Zeno. We cannot afford to lose you in this filming. So, with that, I suggest we just hold off on filming this scene. You don't like that, right? Victor paused. You don't like delays and all that. Victor crossed his arms in front of his chest. Well, that's just every director in the world. Yes, but you loathe it, Zeno added, making Victor even more confused. I can do it, Zeno said with confidence. Like I said, I am a fast learner, so Marvin can only teach it to me once, and I'll be able to do it. The others watched with their breaths held. Shin, who had just arrived, still hung over after the amount of alcohol he drank yesterday, completely sobered up the moment he saw Zeno talking against Victor. As someone who was there during the latter filming of the first season, he was already aware of Victor's work ethic. Zeno looked into Victor's eyes with a sense of challenge. If there was another thing he knew about his uncle, it was that he didn't like being challenged. Victor threw his head back, laughing loudly. Sangwon also appeared amused. You know, I can replace you if you get hurt, right? Victor asked, forgetting about Zeno's indispensable nature for a moment, just to give him some kind of slap of reality. However, Zeno remained unfazed. It's all right, he said. I take full responsibility for what I'm about to do. Misha watched the scene cautiously, unable to understand what Zeno was planning. Sora, on the other hand, became more intrigued. It seemed to her that Zeno said these words to keep Marvin's team in the production. Well then, let's proceed with the markings, Victor continued, the smirk not leaving his lips. In a few, we'll be continuing on with the scene. With that, the staff discreetly talked about the outcome of Zeno's decision. Does he have any fighting experience? Shin asked Moby. Moby gulped before shaking his head. Not that I know of. Shin scratched the back of his neck. Seriously, I can't read Zeno's mind. He does have some fighting knowledge from the Forsaken Prince, but even then, the stunt doubles did all of the complicated ones. It's going to be a disaster, some whispered. He shouldn't have challenged Victor PD. Misha, on the other hand, was once again training with Apple. Sora was right by their side, also testing out the weight of the knife. You don't have to feel bad about hitting Marvin, Miss Misha, Apple muttered. It's just that his injury has gotten worse, so he couldn't dodge on time. And yet, Zeno still pushed him to do more tricks, Misha grumbled. How can people even find him cool? Apple's eyebrows raised. Oh, so you're interested in him too? Huh. Misha turned to her with wide eyes. Sora also stopped what she was doing. Zeno, what do you mean? Well, I'm interested in him. A lot of us are, really. It seems you are, too, because you keep muttering his name under your breath. Misha's cheeks reddened before she frantically shook her head. Goodness, no? Why would I be interested in him? Apple scratched the back of her neck. It was just an innocent question. You don't have to be so defensive about it, she lightheartedly said. Misha pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes at Zeno, who seemed to be talking seriously with Marvin. I was a bit hesitant to throw the knife a while ago because of Marvin, Misha started off. But with Zeno, I'm determined to get this. In one take. I can throw this as fast as I could, right? Meanwhile, Marvin was still confused about Zeno's motive. What was that? Zeno turned to him with a tilt of his head. What was what? I don't know if you're feeling guilty because of my words from a while ago, or if you're genuinely feeling bad for me. Neither, Zeno responded. I'm capable of doing the scene, so I want to get it over with. You're so unpredictable, Marvin sighed. Then, he pursed his lips before letting out a deep breath. Still, thank you. Victor spoke to me a while ago that if I fucked this up, then this would be the last chance for our team. Zeno shrugged. That much is expected of him, right? Just teach me what to do, he added. We don't have much time. Marvin sighed. I really don't know why you suggested this in the first place. I've only mastered this skill in my 5th year of being a stunt double. It's not easy. I know, Zeno said. So, why are you still going on with it if you knew it was difficult? Because I can do it. You're awfully cocky. Cockiness is confidence without basis, Zeno chimed. A small chuckle escaped Marvin's lips. In the beginning, he felt that Zeno was the average, overconfident guy, but for some reason, Marvin had an inclination to believe in his words. All right, Marvin finally muttered. The first move is a cartwheel. That's simple enough. Just make it fast enough so you won't be hit with the knife. I wish I can do it right now, but you don't have to do it, Zeno said. You're already injured as it is. Marvin sighed and nodded. The stakes are doubled for the next move because as soon as you land, you have to do a spontaneous triple flip. What makes it difficult is that you can't build the momentum. You have to do it with just potential energy. While standing still, you plant one of your feet behind you and flip. However, since you're a beginner, you can start with a single backflip. You can also try gaining momentum by stepping back a few times before doing it. It wouldn't be as fast then, Zeno said. I would get hit. Marvin stayed silent. Maybe I should just do it. Zeno scoffed. And what? Risk your entire career just because you destroyed your body for this one scene? It's better than you being hurt, Marvin muttered, turning to the side. And who decided that? Marvin lifted his gaze to Zeno. What makes a person more valuable than the other? Is it their looks? Their status? Their value determined by society? Zeno clicked his tongue and shook his head. Don't bow for anyone just because they want you to. You're not more important than me, nor am I more important than you. Especially not Victor PD, Zeno added. If there is a deemed worth among humans, then it is based on how you treat other people, not who you are or how much influence you have. Marvin didn't know what to say. He should have continued teaching Zeno the moves at that point, but Victor PD's voice already resonated in the open area. All right, let's do this. Everyone, in their positions. Chapter 295, Triple Flip. Devin tapped Victor's shoulder. I think they need more time. I think they're ready, Victor said, watching as Zeno didn't even bother executing the move he needed to do. The smirk on his lips reappeared. He quite liked Zeno for his acting and popularity, but there was someone who needed to teach him how the industry works. Victor wanted to take the honors. From Zeno's history, it appeared he hadn't gone through the hardships a typical actor did. True, he started from the bottom. However, his first project was already a big hit. In less than a year, he'd established his name in the industry and managed to penetrate the rookie class, the fastest to do so. So, he might not be accustomed to this. The reality of the industry is that some are more valuable than others. He had been that invaluable person before, so Victor understood. Now that he was part of the valuable ones, it was time to repay what the industry had shown him when he was at his lowest. He wasn't going to replace Zeno, of course. The striptease scene alone was enough to draw in a good fan base. However, this scene would show him that he should not try to change Victor's directing style again. Let's mark it, Devin exclaimed, wanting to ensure that everyone stayed safe. Oh, but we've already taken up too much time, Victor smiled. Do you think you can do it? Right away, Zeno. Marvin's and Devin's eyes widened. I don't think, Devin began, but Zeno's voice cut him off. Got it, he exclaimed from afar. The staff stopped what they were doing and focused on the scene. The medic was also on alert in case something went wrong. Marvin nudged Zeno's shoulder. I broke my neck when I attempted this for the first time. Just rest, Zeno smiled peacefully, as if he wasn't worried at all. Meanwhile, Moby and Shin appeared to be in a prayer circle, wishing Zeno success. Although that felt a little out of reach, considering he was literally about to do an impossible stunt. Sangwon watched from the side with amusement, crossing his arms in front of his chest. An ordinary military man thinks he can do these stunts, huh? He muttered under his breath. Scene 35. Action. The dialogue was done. All they had to do for this scene was the trick. Misha held onto the knife with a determined expression. First knife, Victor exclaimed, still smirking. Misha threw it toward Zeno at great speed, appearing to take out all her frustration on him. Good, Victor muttered. That kind of determination was what he needed for the scene. However, it would also give Zeno a much harder time. Crap, Marvin muttered. Even I would have a hard time dodging that. However, before they knew it, Zeno executed a cartwheel with only one hand, as opposed to the two-hand method that Marvin instructed him to use. The knife merely grazed his shoe before hitting the ground. He then narrowed his eyes, still in character, while the rest of the crew stood in disbelief. The look on Misha's face mirrored the shock of her character, mixed with disbelief that Zeno had managed to dodge it. Victor couldn't even call for the second throw. Fortunately, Sora, having a lot of experience under her belt, threw the knife at just the right moment. Marvin held his breath as he watched the knife hurtle toward Zeno at what seemed like the speed of light. However, Zeno looked unfazed, relaxed even. A small smirk appeared on his lips as he crouched down slightly. At that moment, Marvin remembered Zeno's words. Cockiness is confidence without basis. Then, Zeno executed the spontaneous triple flip that Marvin had spent years mastering. An audible gasp swept through the set as Zeno landed on his feet without any trouble. The knife once again didn't graze an inch of his skin. He looked back at the camera with a confident expression. Marvin still couldn't breathe. Zeno wasn't cocky. He was confident, and he had every right to be. Devin watched with excitement, and he even took the lead. "Cut," he exclaimed. "Side quest completed. New skill, Athletics. Current grade, A+. It felt like all hell broke loose. Victor's throat was tight, feeling as though he were having an anaphylactic reaction despite the absence of an allergen. He wanted to teach Zeno a lesson, but why did it feel like he was the one being schooled? Sang-sun slowly retreated from his spot, feeling embarrassed for what he had said mere minutes ago. Jace puffed up his cheeks in excitement. "I knew it," he muttered. Zeno never messed up. He would never subject himself to something he couldn't do. Apple couldn't help but nudge both Sora and Misha with excitement. That snapped them out of their dazes as they turned to the petite stunt woman. "That was so hot," she exclaimed. "I've been wanting to learn that second move for years, but I still can't do it." "Yeah, it is hot," Sora muttered. "Right, Misha?" She absent-mindedly hummed. However, her eyes quickly widened when she realized what she had done. Apple looked at her with amusement. "So, you're interested in him now?" Misha swallowed. "No way," she muttered. Apple shrugged. "That's all right. More chances for me." Just then, someone emerged from behind them. "I thought you said you had a boyfriend." Apple nearly jumped in shock when she saw Jace lingering. She turned to glare at him. "Yeah, I do," she said before walking away. Jace scratched the back of his neck. "Girls confuse me." Misha continued to stare at Zeno's smug face before shaking her head. She left the scene with red cheeks. Meanwhile, the directing staff continued raving about Zeno's acrobatic performance. "How did you do that?" Victor stammered, still in a state of shock. Zeno smiled, tilting his head like a little kid. Then, he wrapped one arm around Marvin. "He taught me a secret technique," he said. "I wouldn't have been able to do it without him. Right?" he asked, turning to Marvin. "You did a great job picking their company," Zeno continued. "They are very valuable entities in this production." Chapter 296, Mark My Words. "Zeno's really cool. You did a great job casting him, Devin." "Thank you," Devin muttered, scratching the back of his neck. It had been a while since he felt this much happiness while watching someone act. After letting go of his dancing career and transitioning to screenwriting and directing, he had thought he could no longer feel the same fire and zeal. Yet, a single actor managed to elicit that feeling from him again. "Devin's been doing a great job since the first season," another staff member said. Devin's cheeks reddened, feeling bashful about the praise. "Yeah, even more so then. You guys are having a nice conversation." They fell silent when Victor PD emerged from behind them. He was on his fourth can of coffee, and his hands were trembling. Whether it was from caffeine overload or simply from anger, he couldn't quite tell. Maybe both. No, it was definitely both. Devin turned to Victor before his anger could explode through the proof. "The staff are just telling me how this is going to be a great series," he smiled. "Good job, sir." Victor scoffed and turned away, walking from the set and heading to his hotel room, the biggest one in this entire building. He opened the balcony and grabbed his cigarette before staring out at the vast expanse of forest-like scenery. He scoffed and shook his head. He couldn't wait for this place to be commercialized. It was what it needed. Then, he took a long inhale of the cigarette before blowing it out in the wind. Zeno Han had a way of catching him off guard. It felt like Zeno could see right through him, and no matter how hard Victor hid, he would always find him. Just then, that familiar face appeared in his mind once more, his taunting words echoing like they came from someone who had lived through too many hardships. At 5 years old, that boy made him feel pathetic. "Uncle, why don't you have any money?" At 10, that boy made him feel ashamed. "Aren't you sorry for my father? He didn't give birth to you, but he might as well have." At 15, that boy made Victor question whether he was truly a horrible person. Until when are you going to depend on everybody else? Frankly, it's shameful to ask everything from your siblings while you don't make an effort. At 20, that boy became the reason why he always felt on edge. "You have a new script? Don't lie. I know your student wrote it." Fortunately, At 25, that fucking boy died. But not before imparting these words. Somehow, someway, you will get what you deserve. Mark my words. Victor scoffed as the first cigarette burned out. He tossed it away and grabbed another one. Even while he struggled to breathe. Even with a tube down his fucking throat, his nephew always made him feel like he was the smarter one between the two of them. Victor looked up and showed the sky a middle finger. Guess what? He exclaimed. You're fucking dead while I'm thriving. He shook his head and smirked to himself. Meanwhile, back in the field, Zeno was helping the staff clean up before their next shoot tomorrow. You don't have to do this, Zeno, Devin said with a small smile. Get some rest for tomorrow. Zeno shrugged. I didn't have a hard time on set today. It wasn't so tiring. Devin scratched the back of his neck. It wasn't so tiring? He was literally flying everywhere. However, it seemed Zeno's mind was already set, so Devin allowed him to. A small smile appeared on Devin's lips. The more he got to know about Zeno, the more he admired him. While Zeno picked up some trash, a person stood next to him. No matter how much I ponder, it just doesn't make sense. Zeno turned to see Marvin with a thoughtful expression. And you said you didn't serve any of the special units of the military, Marvin added. Well, Zeno didn't serve in the Navy SEALs, the Marines, or the Special Forces. However, he had served in the British Special Air Service in the 1940s. His mission was to continue the legacy of his father as a well-respected soldier. The body that was given to Zeno at that time was as thin and flimsy as a popsicle stick, and he had to start working out at the age of 4 to get to where he was. That, paired with his skills as a hitman, made those moves much easier. Perhaps, Marvin muttered, turning to Zeno with wide eyes. You're a genius at this. Zeno sighed. I told you, it's because you're a great teacher. Marvin shook his head. That can't be. I've taught my students for years, but none of them have been able to accomplish it as well as you did. Was this your previous job? Nope, Zeno said, going back to cleaning. Then, he glanced at him once. Are you all right now? Marvin smiled, genuinely this time, before nodding. Yeah, he muttered. Much better. For some reason, I feel like Victor would stick with our company until the end now. But if he doesn't, I guess that will be all right, too. You made me realize that I tolerate what I deserve. I was prepared to be treated less than a person just because I was desperate. I started thinking low of myself because that was what Victor regarded me as. But you're right, he said, smiling once more. He's not more valuable than I am just because he has made a name for himself already. It just sucks that people like those still have the means to influence others, he continued, his smile falling a little. Zeno tied the garbage bag and threw it over his shoulder. Don't worry, Zeno said, walking to the disposal area. Marvin followed after him earnestly with a curious expression. Then, as Zeno threw the garbage bag into the disposal, he spoke. Somehow, someway, he's going to get what he deserves. Mark my words. Chapter 297, Enemies 2. Lovers. I'm so jealous, Apple muttered as they got ready for another shoot. Me too, Sora chimed beside her. You're so lucky, Misha. Lucky, Misha exclaimed, turning to the two of them. Who decided that a budding romance between two contestants in a game where people kill each other out of desperation is a good thing? So romantic, Apple sighed, thinking about it already. Andre's character might be a red flag, but since he's played by Zeno, consider me blind. Sora nodded in agreement, making Misha livid. You actually agree with her? Why? Yes. Sora smiled before dramatically placing her hand over her forehead. A hot, steamy romance with a person you loathe is my ideal type of story. If only I was 10 years younger, then I would have gotten this role, she said with a determined expression. Misha couldn't believe what she was hearing. Then, she looked around and saw nearly everyone looking at her with envy. Even Billy? What the heck was happening? She shook her head and looked at the script. When she had first gotten it, she was very excited. Most people thought she only started acting by the end of the year, but that wasn't true. Misha had been trying to make it in the industry for 5 long years. After graduating from high school, she was preparing to take up engineering when she was asked to become an extra in a film. She didn't have any lines, and she barely had any screen time, but that was when her dream of becoming an actress was awakened. Still, because she was an ordinary citizen, she continued with her college education. Her parents were both civil service workers, and she really did live that kind of life, ordinary. Acting was her step away from the ordinary. However, She quickly came to terms that it was not as easy as it looked. In fact, it was brutal. She had faced some of the worst discrimination when she was an extra. Some even treated her worse than the bottom of their shoes. However, despite it all, she persevered until someone saw her potential and gave her a big role, one that propelled her to the career she has now. Misha became the girl next door, appearing attainable yet goddess-like at the same time. The kind of girl you would meet in the supermarket once and never again, but still continue to think of from time to time. This image went platinum in their country, and just like that, she was one of the most sought-after actresses in the industry. However, even then, she couldn't forget about such inconsistencies in the industry. Therefore, she swore that she would treat the people who were once like her with kindness. However, it also had an adverse effect. She was suspicious of those who made it to the top right away. That was why she was cautious of Zeno in the first place, because she knew he hit it big in his first series. Of course, she tried to push such feelings away. However, after being approached by Devin without an audition and bullying Jace, as well as the stunt he pulled yesterday with Marvin, Misha's prejudice ran deeper and deeper. This particular project was exciting for her because it was the first non-romance drama she would participate in. Granted, her character also had some romance in it if you considered it as such. However, it still deviated from the hard-working, innocent love that she was used to playing. This one was a true enemies-to-not-quite-lovers story that people would tune into because of the tension. Yet, she was disappointed again because she was going to play alongside Zeno Han. She sighed as she read through the dialogue once more. It was right after the knife-throwing scene. Sora manages to run away, but her character is caught by Andre. I heard they have a kissing scene, too. Apple chimed, snapping Misha out of her thoughts. Sora squealed while covering her mouth. That's so exciting. Isn't it Zeno's first on-screen kiss? It is, Apple said. There wasn't a kissing scene in The Forsaken Prince. Misha, you're really so lucky. Did you save someone in your past life? It's not going to be for this scene, Misha sighed. Fortunately. But there's still a kissing scene. Apple exclaimed. I honestly can kiss his foot if he wants to. Misha turned to her with furrowed brows. Just then, Zeno arrived in all of his glory, still with that confident yet nonchalant expression. There's my man, Apple said with a wide smile. I want to watch how the two of you act. Me too, Sora nodded. Misha pursed her lips. Sorry, but aren't you busy? Nope, they chimed at the same time. Zen looked for a certain someone right away. However, he wasn't there. Where's Victor? He asked Devin, who was in the director's seat. Oh, he's not feeling well, Devin answered, making Zeno suppress the smirk that attempted to arise from his lips. That's too bad, Zeno muttered, but it was clear he wasn't sincere at all. Devin picked up on this and tilted his head to the side. However, he brushed it aside and called for Misha instead. Are you both ready? Zeno glanced at Misha and noted the disdainful look in her eyes. The cameras hadn't even started rolling yet, and she already looked like this? Scene 41. Lights, camera, action. The skies were darkening because of the upcoming storm. There were only a few minutes left before the 12 hours of free killing in the first circle would officially end. Yet, Desperate Number 1 found herself in the arms of one of the most dangerous players in the game, Desperate Number 25. Number 25 held onto her wrist and slowly backed into the sturdy tree behind them, pinning her body and making her unable to escape. Let go, she exclaimed with all her effort, but it was no use against the strength of Number 25. Tell me, Number 25 started, his voice suddenly taking on an ambiguous tone, bordering between seductive and dangerous. He placed his finger under Number 1's chin before leaning closer to her face, observing every inch of her skin. Number 1's breath hitched. Tell me one good reason why I should release a pretty little thing like you. Bottom. In that moment, one of their hearts skipped a beat. Chapter 298. Manhandle. Oh, to be manhandled. Apple sighed dreamily from the sidelines. I can do it, someone suggested from behind her, and she didn't need to glance back to know who it was. Let me rephrase that, she cleared her throat. Oh, to be manhandled by Zeno, she repeated. The scene was still underway, and the crew couldn't find it within themselves to stop Misha and Zeno. They were exuding the right charisma on screen. Misha, caught in her inner conflicts, and Zeno, embodying the flirty yet dangerous menace his character was renowned for. Hear that? Number 25 smirked, gesturing to the siren that rang throughout the entire circle. That's 1 minute left until the first circle ends. Number 1 breathed heavily, appearing to be in a state of panic. It had been a while since she found herself struggling in his arms, knowing full well it would be futile. Yet, that 1 minute is enough to take your life. Number 25 took out his pocket knife, opening it before placing it next to her carotid pulse. Lucky you, he grinned. I have to make it quick. Such a shame. Though, since I was looking forward to having fun with such a pretty face. You will not take my body, she declared through gritted teeth. Raising both brows, with the knife still lingering on her neck, he replied, Who said anything about taking your body? I'm not that kind of person. It seems to me, he continued, the corner of his mouth curling into a grin, that you're the one looking to escalate this further. Am I right? Number 1's breath hitched as number 25 locked his gaze on her eyes. His attention flicked to her lips briefly, and she found herself unconsciously biting them. Slowly, he leaned in, much more gently than his character would lead one to expect. His eyes went between her eyes and her lips before he tilted his head slightly to the side. She didn't dare move away. No, she found herself unable to pull back. His grip on her was not as fierce as moments before, yet she felt no instinct to push him away. Their lips hovered merely centimeters apart, their upper ones even brushing against each other, sending shivers racing down number 1's spine. However, just before number 25 could close the gap, the siren rang out, and his lips transformed into a smirk. He swiftly pulled away, watching her flustered expression with amusement. With nonchalance, he closed the pocket knife, playing with it casually between his fingers. Bummer, he remarked in a light-hearted tone. Time's up. I guess I'll see you in the rest of the games. With that, he took a step back. Cut, Devin exclaimed. Excellent. That was outstanding work. The moment he shouted that single word, cut, Zeno's expression went back to one of professionalism. He didn't even glance at Misha, who felt like she had just completed a marathon. Her heart raced in her chest as she watched Zeno make his way through the crew. What the heck? Was she the only one who felt flustered after that scene? As far as she was aware, Zeno had never participated in a romance drama before. Sure, she had heard he appeared in a Romance You Watch series, but he wasn't the main lead, so it didn't count. She'd seen The Forsaken Prince, and although there were romantic elements, the plot focused mainly on politics and family dynamics. Yet, it felt like Misha was the amateur between the two of them. Oh no, we're losing her too, someone muttered from the side, interrupting her thoughts. Misha frowned as a group of familiar faces continued to chatter animatedly amongst themselves. Honestly, she's pretty strong. I would have folded the moment Zeno delivered his first line. Still, during that last scene, she seemed out of it. Yeah, it looked like she was waiting for the kiss. Misha turned to the side, pursing her lips in irritation. She marched over to them and crossed her arms defiantly across her chest. You know I could hear you, right? Oh, sorry. Apple replied with an innocent peace sign. Do you want to join our conversation? It seems I'm already a part of it. How was it? Sora suddenly asked. Did his breath smell nice? Misha pursed her lips as she recalled the scene. Yes, it smelled nice. In fact, his entire being smelled nice, if that made sense. However, she wasn't going to admit it out loud. Based on her expression, he definitely does, Jace chimed in. But I can attest firsthand that he smells really good, he added with a grin. Why would you even say that? Misha asked, shaking her head in disbelief. How can you compliment him after everything he has done to you? Jace tilted his head to the side, considering her words. What do you mean? I genuinely like Zeno. Huh? Jace smiled. He's nice. He's a talented actor. He's kind, but he doesn't like to be acknowledged. I truly believe he's a good man. In fact, he's my rival. Who said that? Shin interjected with a slight chuckle, amused by Jace's declaration. Me, of course. Jace responded confidently as he squared his shoulders. Someday, I'll reach the level where Zeno is. Wait, Misha muttered, her brow furrowing in confusion. You actually like Zeno? Yeah, Jace exclaimed sincerely. What's not to like? Devin was whistling happily as he made his way to his room, planning to take a short break while the cast had their lunch. Suddenly, he heard Victor's voice echoing in the hotel lobby. You seem to be enjoying this way too much. Devin stopped in his tracks and bowed his head slightly. Sir, Are you having fun directing the cast while I suffer from a migraine? You want to take over this position, don't you? Devin's brows furrowed as he attempted to clarify. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just… Well, you won't, Victor interjected, cutting him off before he could finish his sentence. You'll assist me again this afternoon. Don't ever get too comfortable in the role of main director when you're not deserving of it. With that, Victor walked away, snatching the canned coffee from Devin's pocket. Devin sighed and shook his head, his mood dampening as he trudged toward his room. Just then, he heard an unexpected voice behind him. Why do you allow yourself to be spoken to like that? Zeno. Devin turned around, awkwardly chuckling. Since when have you been there? Zeno crossed his arms firmly in front of his chest. Answer my question, he urged. Why do you continue to tolerate Victor? Devin scratched the back of his neck, feeling slightly flustered. Well, you know, this is just how things are in the industry. Victor is kind enough to let me stay on the show. Of course, he'd let you stay, Zeno remarked. Then, he locked eyes with Devin. You're the one who wrote the show in the first place, right? Chapter 299, Punishment. Devin choked on thin air, so Zeno went behind him and aggressively patted his back. He appeared shocked after Zeno dropped a truth bomb on him. W, what are you talking about? He stammered while looking at the younger man. Zeno observed his features as memories flooded back into his mind. He didn't recognize him at first, so he didn't react. However, this was Devin, Victor's student when he decided to teach at a university. It was when Sanji's mom became tight with the budget due to his hospitalization, prompting Victor to work so he could buy his own alcohol and cigarettes. It didn't last very long because Victor wanted to continue making films. However, Zeno still remembered Devin as someone who went to their house from time to time. Devin had an injury at that time, but he still appeared lively as ever. The Devin now appeared older than his age, making it hard for Zeno to recognize him at first. Zeno shrugged. I mean, if I was the one who wrote such a masterpiece, I would be cockier. You already wrote the first season. Why go out of your way to write this one too? Devin was truly at a loss. He didn't even know what to say. Nobody knew of this information except for him and Victor, and in the years they had worked on the Ninth Circle, no one had ever noticed. So, why was Zeno talking about it so casually? Zeno observed Devin's expression. He wanted him to be angry. That was the expected reaction. However, when he saw nothing but a solemn look, Zeno quietly sighed in disappointment. In order to get closure, Zeno knew Victor had to pay for everything he had done. The key to that was getting Devin to retaliate. Don't speak about this ever again, Zeno, Devin muttered. Zeno didn't react because he had already expected it. Still, he felt he needed to convince Devin to fight for what was right. Don't you want your work to be recognized as yours? Devin chuckled and turned to the side. What kind of question is that? Of course, I want my work to get recognized as mine. Then, why are you acting complacent? Because it's not that simple, he muttered. I have made it this far because of Victor PD. He was the one who pushed for this concept even though I didn't believe in it. Zeno sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. He understood what Devin was feeling. No, he definitely didn't. It could be much simpler than what Devin makes it out to be. However, Zeno understood that all humans were different. Still, that didn't mean he felt it wasn't wrong. He treats you like shit, Zeno bluntly said, along with those who were in the same situation as him before. Now that he has some influence, he feels it is okay to trample over others. He then placed his hand over Devin's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. This must mean a lot after you lost dancing, Zeno started off. You found something you can do again despite your lack of courage. But don't only think about yourself. Think about how many more like you will suffer if he continues to have his reign. With that, he walked away, leaving Devin to ponder on his own thoughts. Zeno then sighed and decided to go to the buffet area to eat. On his way there, he saw Jace and grabbed his shoulder. Wait, where are we going? Jace asked. To eat. Zeno muttered and pushed him into the buffet area. Jace's eyes widened. I'm not allowed here. Zeno narrowed his eyes and looked around. Is there a sign here that says so? No, but Victor made it clear that only the main cast can be served the buffet. The food truck is outside for the rest of us. It doesn't matter, Zeno muttered. He could smell the scent of mashed potatoes, and he wasn't in the mood to talk with the other stars. Jace would be there to talk on behalf of him. Come with me, he said, making Jace cave in. All right, but when I get in trouble, I'm blaming you. Yeah. Zeno said, brushing him off. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching their exchange from afar, cigarette smoke trailing behind him. Then, a smirk arose from his lips as he shook his head. So, you're close with that extra, huh? He muttered, his smirk widening with every second. Well, he couldn't get rid of Zeno. He was too valuable. However, he can get rid of that noisy extra instead. Well, that didn't work, Zeno muttered and turned toward the window, watching the scenery pass by. Their first leg of filming had just finished, so they were on their way back to the city. It had been quite eventful, and Zeno was thinking about another way to seek closure without Devon's help. What's not working? Jace asked as he munched on some lettuce in a bag, snapping Zeno out of his thoughts. Zeno crossed his arms and turned to him. You seem happy, he said, changing the subject. Jace scratched the back of his neck. Did you get Apple's number already? No. Jace quickly responded. Can't I be happy after the first week of filming? Aside from Victor PD revealing his true nature, it was quite fun. Moby nodded in agreement. I didn't expect that. I mean, he says it's his directing style, but it's too much. You don't know the half of it, Zeno whispered to himself. Anyway, I have one more line next week. Jace excitedly chimed. I just hoped Devon would be the one directing me instead of Victor PD. He said I did a good job playing a nervous man. To be fair, I'm not even acting in some scenes. I just genuinely feel like that. I got a compliment, so they won't replace me anymore, would they? Then, he smiled, looking down at his lap. I was worried for nothing. Somehow, the filming went well. Zeno pursed his lips and turned to the side once more. There was a nagging feeling in the back of his mind that relented. As their journey continued, he began to wonder what kind of punishment he would meet if he didn't complete this particular mission. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Just then, a notification popped up that answered his question. Punishment, sudden death. Chapter 300, Method Acting. I want to try method acting, Zeno declared during dinner, as if it were the most casual thing in the world. The table turned silent, and even Maxie stopped munching on her food, all turning to him with curious expressions. What do you mean? Eli asked. Method acting. A type of acting technique where you embody the character fully. You become them. Oh, so that's what it means, Dohan muttered. Then he turned to Zeno. Why though? Zeno pursed his lips. Well, his acting skills had been stagnant since the Forsaken Prince ended. It was getting harder and harder to upgrade this particular skill now that he was known in the industry. Aside from that, though, it was also another way to gain closure from Victor. After finding out that his punishment was permanent death, Zeno was actually quite stunned. He didn't know how to feel. That was a first. Most of the time, he felt he was on top of things. If something came, then he would be prepared for it. However, dying at this moment didn't feel right for him. So he needed to accomplish this mission at all costs. It would help me become a great actor, he finally responded. Eli tilted his head. You're already great, though. Minji quickly covered Eli's mouth. That's good. What do you need us to do? She exclaimed excitedly. Do you want us to play a role with you? Eli glared at Minji, still with her hand over his mouth. Yes, actually, Zeno said. I need you especially, he added, pertaining to Minji. Minji's cheeks reddened, and she tucked her hair behind her ears. Me? She shyly asked. Yeah, I need you to act pregnant. What? The room was even more stunned than Zeno's first suggestion. Pregnant? Minji exclaimed, placing her hands over her abdomen. I mean, I think I'm still too young for it. I don't even have the proper experience. I've never had anyone shove their dick. That's enough, Eli said, shaking his head. Why do you need her to act pregnant? Because I want to act like a father, Zeno answered. Do you have an upcoming role as a father? Doha asked. Zeno shook his head. They were silent for quite some time before Doha gasped loudly. Perhaps, did you get someone pregnant? No, Zeno clicked his tongue. It's all just an act. I want to visit a birthing clinic. The more Zeno spoke, the more confused they became. Method acting? Minji being pregnant? A birthing clinic? Specifically, the one in this neighborhood, Zeno continued, shoving his phone toward them to show the location. They all leaned forward to look at it. This looks awfully, Minji started off. Sad. They said at the same time before turning to Zeno once more. Why do you even want to go to such a place? Are you in or out? Zeno asked, sighing and running his fingers through his hair. I'm in, Doha exclaimed. That sounds exciting. Besides, after Zeno gave me the gym, I could even sleep on the train tracks for him. I'm in too, Minji excitedly chimed. If it will make Zeno an ever better actor than he already is, then I'm down for it. They then turned to Eli, who still had a suspicious look in his eyes. Why the heck were they agreeing so easily with such a bizarre plan? Oh wait, Minji chuckled. What role are you going to play, Zeno? Your boyfriend. The one who got you pregnant, he said without blinking an eye. That caused both Eli and Minji to choke on their food. Hubby, Minji exclaimed, already in character. It doesn't have to be me though, Zeno added, focusing on Eli. If you want, you can be Minji's husband. I can just instruct you if you want. Eli turned to Minji, who suddenly had a disappointed look on her face. He let out a small sigh before shaking his head. Whatever, he muttered, drinking some water. Do what you want. I still don't understand why you're doing this, but you haven't done anything without a good reason. Good, Zeno said with a small, satisfied smile. Because you're going to be the one guiding Minji with her lines. After a night-long planning session, the gang of four was finally in front of the sad-looking birthing clinic located on the outskirts of Seoul. Zeno had rented an old car, one that was suspiciously too cheap, but they still arrived in one piece. The facilities seemed quite beat up, but there was already a line of mothers outside. You probably still work here, right? Zeno muttered to himself. Minji glanced at him and couldn't help but feel giddy. She didn't have a baby bump just yet because they were planning on entering as a new couple with a fresh pregnancy. Meanwhile, inside the old car, Eli and Doha were equipped with tech materials that seemed way too legit. They had a speaker and a monitor that transcribed real-time conversations on the screen. Minji and Zeno were wearing small in-ears and microphones so Eli could help them, specifically Minji, with the script. It was written by Zeno yesterday night, and it was of great quality despite the short time he created it. Where did you even get this equipment? Eli asked, intrigued by the setup. From one of my gym bro friends. He used to be an IT specialist at Google. Eli paused and turned to Doha, who appeared like he didn't think this was a big deal. One's a lawyer, one's an IT. Yet you guys are staying in that small excuse of a gym. Well, not anymore. Doha exclaimed. We're pitching in money to improve the place Zeno got us. He lent us these easily because he's thankful to Zeno too. Eli shook his head. You know what? Hell yeah. With that, they focused their attention back on the monitor. The line was moving pretty slowly, but after a couple more minutes, they were finally at the front of the line. There were 3 small rooms inside the facility, and Zeno's gaze focused on the one in the very middle. Raya. A small, nostalgic smile appeared on Zeno's lips. So, you really are still here. Victor's wife. Chapter 301, Birthing Clinic. Welcome. A thin, frail woman with graying hair but a youthful smile greeted Minji and Zeno as they entered the small room. My name is Raya, and I will be assisting you with your concerns today, she continued, the smile on her face not faltering. Zeno took a seat and observed the lady for a short while. Like Devon, she somehow didn't look like the same person anymore. It was most likely the stress of being with someone like Victor. Zeno knew that would suck the life out of him. Still, it seemed she fared well better than Zeno thought. You guys are Mindy and Xander? Minji and Zeno froze, and then Doha's voice, who was the one who booked the appointment for them, spoke through the in-ears. It was the only names I could think of at that moment. Are you guys foreigners? Raya asked. Minji shook her head. Our parents are just quite hip. Raya hummed. Well, a lot of people have English names these days. Anyway, that's not why you're here today. Based on your answers in the online form, the 2 of you are 20 years old? She asked once more. Zeno pursed his lips while Minji's breath hitched. He truly shouldn't have trusted Doha with this process. If only he hadn't been too busy writing the script. Then he would have done it himself. You told me not to use your real ages. Doha whisper-shouted. You could have made them older, you idiot. Eli exclaimed, and the two began arguing. Zeno massaged the bridge of his nose, but Raya interpreted his distress wrongly. She reached over and placed a hand over his shoulder. For a second, Zeno thought she recognized him. However, he was covered from head to toe, not giving anything away, so there was no chance. It's all right, Raya said with a smile. Young parents should not to be shamed, but supported instead. I'm happy that you came here to seek help. With that, she went settled back in her seat and started bringing out some papers. Wow, she's really kind, Minji muttered under her breath, and Zeno couldn't help but agree. Raya had always been kind. In fact, she was way too kind. Who else could tolerate Victor for a long-ass time? Zeno could still remember the first time he met Raya. It was at his uncle's lowest point in life. Raya came to their house and apologized on his behalf. Sanjay was 18 years old at that time. They were only a few months into dating, but Victor got her pregnant and had a shotgun wedding sponsored by Sanjay's father. However, even then, Victor didn't stop with his vices, nor did he try to improve his toxic traits, so he still went quite often to their house, especially when his child was born. Back then, Victor even complained about their house always being filled with cries, and as much as Zeno found babies a bit annoying, he knew that it wasn't their fault. It was innate in them. Even as a sentient baby, he cried from time to time due to the frustration of not being understood. "You don't have a bump yet," Raya started off, snapping him back to reality. "It must be early on, huh? How long have you known you were pregnant?" Minji froze. 7. Eli exclaimed through the in-ears. 7 months. Minji answered, causing Raya's eyes to widen. "Days," Zeno quickly corrected her. "My girlfriend is just too anxious. It's our first checkup." Minji turned to Zeno and found her cheeks reddening. Before she knew it, she unconsciously reached for his hand. Her cheeks warmed up even more when Zeno didn't pull away. Well, he was engaging in method acting, so Zeno was determined to go all out. "I see." Raya smiled, jotting down some notes. "It's good that you sought out help this early into the pregnancy. This way, we will see if there are any complications and prevent them if possible," she said, her tone sounding sadder and more quiet at the end of the statement. Zeno noted the look on her face. He also knew why she was so passionate about this job. Just then, Zeno cleared his throat. He just had to make sure of something. "Are you married, ma'am?" he asked. Raya froze and turned to him with raised eyebrows. She started off, unsure whether to answer the question. However, Zeno quickly clarified his intentions. "It's only because we're so young, and we don't know what to do. It hasn't been long since we've been together, but she suddenly got pregnant. Our parents aren't present at all, so we're navigating this new world on our own," Zeno muttered, getting into his character. Eli, Doha, and Minji watched him with empathetic eyes. How could he be so good at this? It was very believable. Even Raya's expression slightly changed. "That's why I asked," Zeno continued, looking down at his lap like all his courage had been spent asking that question. I just feel really lost." His voice broke, and that was the cherry on top. Raya quickly grabbed some tissue and handed them to Zeno, who took it with a small, grateful nod. Yet, it was Minji who was the first one to tear up. She was moved to tears by Zeno's performance. As Zeno glanced at Raya, he knew that his words had broken through her, too. As much as she was kind, she was also very soft-hearted. The words that Zeno said practically described the life that she and Victor lived. They hadn't been together for long, but she got pregnant, and that led to their marriage. It was clear that Victor didn't love her as much as she did. Raya sighed, the motherly look returning to her face. "I would always say it's better to get married before building a family," she started off. "However, in this case, you should think about it. Not just once, not twice, even more than 3 times. Your marriage will not decide your whole life, but it is a very big factor in your happiness. So, ponder upon it so you don't regret it," she ended, the somber look on her face becoming even more intense. Zeno let the silence linger for a moment before he dropped the bomb. "So, you regret your marriage then?" Chapter 302. Kindness Gets Kindness. "Dang," Doha muttered as he listened in on their conversation. Zeno's too straightforward. Minji was also unsure of his question. However, it seemed Raya had fully immersed herself in this emotion, so she responded honestly. "I do," she answered. "So why didn't you leave?" Zeno asked, pressing on. A small smile played on her lips. "I might regret my marriage, but I don't regret what came with it. My son," she trailed off before, shaking her head. "Let's just say that my marriage is one of the reasons why I'm able to keep the most important aspect of my life safe. Sometimes," she continued, snapping back to her professional self, "we need to sacrifice some things in order to keep some things. I wish the world wasn't like that, but it is. So humans have no choice." Minji focused her gaze on her lap, nodding in agreement. "Anyway," Raya chimed with a smile, "why don't we do an ultrasound for Mindy?" Minji froze and squeezed Zeno's hand. Zeno cleared his throat and brought their intertwined hands up for Raya to see. My wife is afraid of medical devices, he said. Oh, Raya muttered. This won't hurt. The gel will be cold, and I only have to run the machine over her stomach. It's not invasive at all. I was molested with it once, Minji said, going out of script. Raya's face was painted with horror and shock. Meanwhile, Doha and Eli turned to each other, wondering how to fix the situation. I don't know, man, Doha said. That never came to my mind. Zeno, too, held in the urge to curse. However, he maintained his demeanor. My girlfriend and I have been through a lot. I can see that, Raya muttered, still surprised. Fortunately, she placed down the probe of the machine and faced them fully. Are you living together? Yes, Minji excitedly answered, a stark contrast to her past revelation. Oh, that's nice. May I ask how your living conditions are? It's bad, Minji said, remembering the script. We live in a 22-square-meter apartment with a shared bathroom. We even have a bunk bed because the space cannot fit us both. The kitchen is also a common area, but we might as well live with cockroaches and rats instead of people. Raya was even more horrified, writing more quickly on her notes. That's not good, she muttered. Minji continued with the trauma dumping. Along with that, we have to send money to our parents, so I still work, and my boyfriend works 3 jobs a day. Zeno nodded dejectedly, causing Raya's face to fill with pity. I thought your parents weren't present anymore, Raya muttered. They aren't, Zeno answered. They just left a lot of debt for us to pay. Both of you? Yes, Minji sighed, fanning her eyes to supposedly stop the tears from falling. Fate is so cruel sometimes. It led 2 broken people together. But even then, I'm thankful I met Xander. Raya sighed and looked down at her hands. They were calloused and trembling from overworking. However, even then, she realized that every person had a story to tell and that there were people who were suffering like her. Some, even more. She reached into her pocket and was about to give the young couple some money when Zeno spoke again, halting her actions. However, there is light at the end of the tunnel, no matter how far it may feel. It was now time for the climax of their method of acting. Everything they had said thus far led up to this. We're moving out of that hellhole, Minji continued. Raya felt genuine happiness in her heart. Is that right? Zeno hummed. When we felt that all hope was lost and our situation would never change, someone helped us. Raya's brows furrowed in confusion, wondering where this conversation was going. That's why this will be our first and last time here in the clinic. Raya was still confused. You should get checked at least every month, especially since this is your first baby. Don't worry, Eli whispered through the mic. Don't worry, Minji smiled. We're going to keep up with the checkups. We're just moving to a better place in the province. Raya sighed in relief. That's nice. Yeah, and it's all because of this company, Zeno said, placing a calling card that Doha had curated for them. It had the words, Live a Zen Life, and it had a bunch of rainbows on it. Another detail that Zeno merely noticed this morning. He wanted the card to have a more mysterious vibe to it, but it was better than nothing. They helped us pay all of our debt and have now brought a small house for us in the countryside. Raya's face hardened, and she slid the calling card back toward Zeno. I am happy for the 2 of you. However, I am not interested in taking a loan. It's not a loan, Minji quickly defended. They don't ask us for money. They don't have an interest rate. Raya couldn't help but chuckle this time. It just seems too good to be true. Mindy, that's what we thought so too, Zeno said, still in character. However, it's real. In fact, when we saw this card flying in the streets of Seoul, we called it out on a whim. However, it already knew about our information. We were skeptical, but it turned out to be the best decision we had made in our entire lives. They just asked us for some more information in return. No money involved at all. The midwife didn't seem convinced, but Zeno knew his words had already left a mark. With that, he stood and grabbed Minji's hand. We were given this new chance, so we want to pass it on to other people, he continued with a soft voice, one that sounded very believable. When we feel that all hope is lost, we hold on to things that most times make us sink. However, this card right here is a chance to float. I really do wish you would give it a chance. They began walking out, and Raya wondered if this was a birthing consultation in the first place. As they reached the door, Raya couldn't help but ask out loud, Why me? Zeno turned around and placed his sunglasses down for a moment, revealing his sparkling and sincere eyes, a sight that made Raya gasp in fascination. You've brought us the kindness we never got to experience from our parents. I can just tell, he continued. You deserve a better life. Chapter 303. SS. Acting +1. Current grade, SS. Well, who knew that method acting would be the way to increase his skill after a long slump? Am I still the only one who finds this strange? Eli asked as they drove away from the birthing clinic. Minji was still out of it, feeling like she had fulfilled everything in life after being Zeno's girlfriend for half an hour. Meanwhile, Doha drove freely without a care in the world. Eli looked at them and realized they were a lost cause. Just then, Maxie jumped onto his lap and licked his chin, causing him to smile. At least I still have you, he muttered and cuddled into the fluffy ball of attitude. Where to now? Doha asked. Should we go home? Zeno tossed him a photo of an address before focusing on his phone once more. What's this? Doha asked. Go there. I rented an entire villa for us. Eli and Minji suddenly became more alive as they grabbed the piece of paper. This is a beach resort, Eli muttered before a wide smile appeared on his lips. We're going to the beach. Whoa. The other three celebrated, but Zeno still kept his gaze on the phone. After Devon shut down his attempt of trying to get him to retaliate against Victor, only one person came to Zeno's mind, and that was Raya. She probably knew even more than Devon. In fact, she knew every single thing about Victor, because she was the only one who cared to know that much about him. However, even then, Victor treated her like shit. It was obvious in the way she answered Zeno's questions. However, Zeno also knew that Raya wouldn't just agree to his plan if he presented it. As Sanjay, he was pretty close with Raya. As Zeno, the two of them didn't know each other at all. So, Zeno had to come up with this to get her to seek help. Live a Zen life was obviously Zeno, and the number attached to it was his. A new number, of course. He wasn't going to risk it. It's our first outing to the beach, Minji chimed, snapping him out of his thoughts. Are you excited? Zeno looked at his friends and found wide smiles on their faces. It was clear they appreciated his gesture a lot. With that, Zeno nodded and placed his phone inside his pocket, deciding to enjoy the moment for a short while. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the villa where they would be staying overnight. Oh, this is nice, Doha said the moment they stepped inside. There are no people on the beach, though. I rented out the entire place, Zeno said, surprising the three of them. However, it eventually made sense. Zeno really has a lot of money, Doha whispered to the two. It didn't feel obvious, though. His clothes and demeanor were still the same, and that made them admire their friend even more. We have individual rooms, Zeno added. I'm going to rest for a while. Sure, Doha exclaimed. We'll wake you up for dinner. Thanks, Zeno said before heading to his room. Once he was gone, Eli spoke once again. Zeno looks a bit tired, he said. Doha pursed his lips. Isn't it natural, though? He's working harder than ever, but he has never complained. Yeah, Minji muttered, suddenly feeling somber. I wish he would talk to us about it, too. They were stuck in silence for a good minute before Doha clapped. Well, I saw a market near this place. I'm going to buy some food. Don't worry. It's my treat this time. Thanks, Doha, Minji smiled. I'm going to play at the beach. Eli watched as she excitedly changed into a simple shirt with shorts before heading toward the sand. He smiled to himself and grabbed his phone before following after her. Minji went to the waves and began running after them, retreating when she got too close. Before Eli knew it, he had reached into his pocket for his phone and began snapping photos. Aside from wanting to become a doctor, photography was also his passion, and he smiled with every photo he took. However, the moment Minji turned toward him, he quickly hid his phone and neutralized his face. What am I doing? He whispered to himself. Come here, Minji exclaimed, but Eli shook his head. Minji pouted and threw a loser sign over her head before continuing on with what she was doing. Meanwhile, Eli stayed there, watching her from time to time. After a few minutes, Minji finally sat down next to Eli, lying on the sand. You're going to get sand all over you, Eli muttered. So what? Minji exclaimed. I missed this. It was so natural when we were in Busan because the sea was our neighbor. Now, after years of being here in Seoul, I can finally enjoy the beach. Who cares about sand? Eli shook his head and gazed at the horizon. The sun was about to set, casting an orange glow above everything else. We're 25, Minji continued, suddenly feeling melancholic. It's an age when you're not young, but you're not old either. I thought I would have it all figured out at this age, but dang, was I wrong. A lot has changed yet somehow. It feels like I'm still stuck in the same place. I look at those around us and continually ask myself, what am I doing with my life? Eli pursed his lips. You've been doing well until now. Minji was silent for a while before sighing. I guess, she muttered. But I don't know. Nobody has anything figured out, Eli said. Look at us. A small smile appeared on Minji's lips as she glanced at Eli. You're the ones doing well. You're still pursuing medicine, something you are passionate about, she started off. Doha has been running toward his dream of opening a gym, and now he's going forward with it. And Zeno, our Zeno who felt like he had nothing in this life for him, finally found acting. The smile on her face wavered a bit. Eli pursed his lips. He understood what Minji felt, so he reached out to hold her hand, but maneuvered right at the final second to hold onto her shoulder instead. Yeah, it could never be her hand. Whatever happens, we're still here for you. Minji's smile returned, and she suddenly sat up to wrap her arms around Eli's shoulders. Eli was stunned at first, but when he felt how sad Minji seemed despite the smile on her face, he returned her hug. Thanks, Eli, she muttered against his neck. I may not say this often, but you're a great friend. Eli pursed his lips and looked out into the horizon again. Yeah, he whispered. I'll always be right here. Chapter 304, Done Deal. Cheers to our success. Doha exclaimed, raising the beer bottle he bought for everyone to drink. The gang had just finished eating their dinner courtesy of Doha, and they were now sprawled on the private beach while gazing up at the stars. Minji was back to her usual cheery self, while Eli appeared deep in thought. However, that seemed to be his default nowadays. Zeno was enjoying the beer while Doha stood to create a fire. It's been a while since I've eaten roasted marshmallows, Minji said, placing some pieces on a stick before handing them to Zeno. He took it and began roasting quietly. Meanwhile, Maxie was right beside him, munching on some graham cracker dog treats. It was a serene atmosphere, and for a moment, the group of 25-year-olds felt like they were back to being kids. However, Zeno's phone rang, revealing an unknown number. His gaze hardened before a small smirk appeared on his lips. It seemed she finally took the bait. I'll take this one, he said to his friends, who were all busy roasting marshmallows on the very aggressive campfire. He walked a few meters away until he couldn't be heard by his friends before answering the call. Hello. There it was, Raya's voice. Zeno made his voice deeper as he answered. You've chosen the Zen life. He almost cringed because of his opening line, but felt he needed to immerse himself into this again. The role of a game maker. Raya didn't respond for a while before she shakily said, Yes. How may I be of service? Again, Raya seemed to ponder upon it a bit before letting out a deep sigh. I'm sorry, she muttered. This seems like a bad idea. Please forget that I called. Zeno's eyes widened slightly. You are at a crossroads, he said, causing Raya to stop. People who avail our services feel like all hope is lost. However, do not worry. We are here to make the impossible possible. I'm assuming this has something to do with your disabled son and bastard husband? Raya gasped loudly, and then she began breathing heavily. They were right, she whispered. How do you know? Zeno smirked, still fully immersed in his character. We always know. Anyway, you've already plucked enough courage to call us. The question is, do you have more in order to fully change your life? I must be going crazy, she said on the other line, probably in a state of disbelief. Your son's condition has been getting worse, hasn't it? Zeno continued. This time, Raya remained silent, but her deep breaths could still be heard. Of course, Zeno knew. The reason why their son was disabled in the first place was because of Victor. He carried a gene, similar to Sanjay's father. That was why Raya was close to Sanjay, too, because their son had the same condition as him. It made her feel that his son wasn't alone. So, the moment Sanjay died, a part of her also withered. He must be around 8 years old now, I believe, Zeno continued, remembering the little boy who had the same condition as him. Despite his home situation, he still grew up to be a kind kid. Who are you? Raya asked, her voice filled with both wonder and horror. Your biggest hope. I can feel that you're still hesitant about availing our service, he continued. It must seem too good to be true. However, we can do these things because we only help a chosen few. You are one of the chosen ones, so I suggest you grab this opportunity. How much more do you know? Raya asked, sounding more courageous this time. Your son's medical expenses are shouldered by your husband, Zeno revealed. So, no matter how much you want to leave him, you can't, because he's the lifeline of your child. And although you work day and night, your husband still makes more money, so it's a never-ending cycle. No matter how much he hurts you, no matter how many times he cheats on you, you will endure it for your child, am I right? You don't understand, she muttered. My son is my everything. I might have loved that bastard at first, but all that love had gone down the drain. All I have left is my son, and I will do anything to make him live to the best of his ability. It's just that his bastard of a father is even scrimping on what he's giving us. However, even then, I can't complain. Because like you said, he's the only one I can depend on for money. I understand, Zeno responded. That's why I am helping you. We will shoulder all of your son's medical expenses for an indefinite amount of time. For eternity. Raya's breath hitched. Along with that, we will also sponsor his special education needs once he gets better enough to leave the hospital. Oh, and if you want, a housing bonus can also be added to this. I'm assuming you still live with your husband, so you might want to leave. Just name the province, and we'll have it ready for you. Again, there was silence on the other line. You still don't believe me? Zeno asked. Then, he punched in something on his phone. Check your bank account, he said. There were some clicking noises from the other side before she screamed in shock. It wasn't that hard to remember her bank account number. Zeno had a great memory, and he remembered reciting it to his father whenever he tried to discreetly help their family back then. This can cover Hyanwa's bills for the next month. This will happen every month if you decide to push through with our service. Raya seemed a bit shaken up, but Zeno couldn't blame her. This definitely felt like an extraterrestrial, near-godly experience. This must come with a price, she muttered. Nothing is ever free in this life. Zeno smirked. I'm glad we're on the same page. We require a special payment to proceed with this lifelong contract. I don't have any money. I have plenty of it, Zeno frankly said. It's the last thing I need at the moment. What I want is simple. Raya waited patiently. Evidence. Evidence, she clarified. You see, what I thrive most out of is granting people what they are due. Justice, if you may call it. And in this pursuit of justice, I need your help. Send me evidence against the person who hurt you the most within a week. After that, it's a done deal. Chapter 305, 5 Bullets. The sun still hadn't risen when the actors arrived at the set of The Ninth Circle. Jace was bouncing on his heels while sweat dripped down his temples. He also yawned, feeling many different things all at once. You seem excited, nervous, and sleepy, young one, Shin said, wrapping an arm around Jace's shoulder but quickly retreating when he felt how wet he was. Is it obvious? Jace sheepishly asked. Yes, Zeno answered without any hesitation, looking at the new set, logs set up in a semicircle with blood and ruins surrounding them. Zeno, someone suddenly exclaimed. Zeno turned around and smirked when he saw Victor walking toward them. Glad to see you after a week. Let's make this filming more fruitful, yeah? Zeno stood a few paces off, hands in his pockets and posture relaxed. His hair was messily brushed back, shadowing the sharp glint in his eyes. He offered the director a nod, subtle but clear. Sure. Victor's smile deepened. Zeno instantly knew something was wrong. Victor shouldn't look this happy after everything that had happened last week. So he must have something up his sleeve. With that, Victor walked away. Devin trailed behind him while avoiding Zeno's gaze. Sora walked over to Zeno, too, and patted his shoulder. I'm excited for this filming. The format is quite different from what I'm usually used to. Zeno nodded in agreement, responding with a small smile that officially made Sora feel invigorated. After last week, Zeno had become her favorite young actor. Of course, not everyone shared the same sentiment. Misha walked past Zeno, throwing a glance over her shoulder with a slight glare. Then, she sat on one of the wooden logs before going through the script. After that, the other actors began filling the scene. It was the very first time that all of them would technically be acting together. They had been together since the beginning, but they all had different filming times, with a few individuals overlapping in a single scene. However, for this particular filming, all of the main cast was there, with the exception of Shin, whose voice was only going to be featured. Due to this, scripts rustled, and staff whispered in excitement. With so many talents in a single scene, most were excited to see who could reign on top. After a while, the rustle of scripts had died down, and unnecessary props were pushed aside. Sitting on the logs were the final 44, waiting to start the second circle. Victor PD then stood with his megaphone. I'm assuming you already read my email. The next scene is mostly ad-lib. The actor's gazes hardened, feeling more determined than usual. Even Sangwon, who was usually off doing something on his own, wanted to do the best out of everyone else. The production crew believes this will bring out something more raw. He didn't say it, but they all knew what that meant. Authenticity over polish. Chaos over choreography. Zeno had a hunch that Devon was the one who suggested it. Victor didn't have the brain capacity to think of such a thing. I hope you prepared for it, Victor continued. Zeno nodded and recalled the instructions sent to his email. It wasn't entirely spontaneous. All those who had a speaking role were given their personal backstories and conflict triggers. Along with that, the sequence was already determined. However, aside from that, the exact words and reactions were going to be impromptu. I want you to immerse yourselves in your characters so it becomes more real, Devon added. Method acting, to be precise. Zeno chuckled under his breath. His drill with Raya was truly helpful. Victor raised his hand. Quiet on set. It was still a bit dark, and the breeze was cold and steady, making the leaves swish on the ground. Roll camera. Action. The game maker's voice echoed. Through the forest. The second circle is here. Just then, the ground beneath them shook before guns spawned in the middle of the semicircle. The voice continued. Before you are 5 revolvers with 1 bullet each. 5 lives must be taken before 3 hours end. If they are not, a game of Russian roulette will commence. Only half of you will move on to the third circle if this happens. Chaos ensued as everyone tried to get a revolver. Let's get this over with. No, let's not be hasty. Everyone needs an equal chance. Let's just fucking kill those with the highest chance of winning. Move out of the way. The stampede worsened as they scrambled to get 1 revolver, wanting to get the game over with as soon as possible. Those who tried to stop it at first also began trying to get the revolver. A domino of chaos. One desperate lunge for the gun. No, someone shouted, dragging him back. We can talk, think. Think, another sneered. You think someone's not going to shoot eventually? Bang. The shot echoed through the forest. One of the contestants collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. It was unclear whether it had been an accident, but one thing was certain. He was dead. Panic cracked through the room like lightning. Desperates backed into corners, hiding behind columns and trees, some crying, some laughing maniacally. One girl curled up and whispered lines from her backstory under her breath like a prayer. Another stood dead still, staring at the blood on the floor, trembling. Desperate number 25 sat calmly, leaning against his palms, watching like a man at a zoo exhibit. Amidst this, though, a loud scream erupted, making everyone halt. Desperate number 41. He climbed up on one of the wooden logs by the chamber's edge, arms outstretched like a prophet, blood on his shoes. He screamed, "You think this is new? I've lived through worse. You want 5 dead? Look around. Half of you already are." Silence swept through the room. Number 41 stood, chest heaving, tears in his eyes. You just haven't buried yourselves yet. Zeno was quite surprised by Sangwon's projection. Despite his quite shitty personality, he was a really good actor. Someone yelled, "We can just vote. We can decide who deserves to die." "No one deserves to die," another snapped. "That's not the point, desperate number 41. The game doesn't care. But, let's be wise about it." "I agree. There are people who deserve to die more than others. Let's decide that right now." Chapter 306, Impromptu Challenge 1. It's hard to decide the value of life. So what if we just choose 5 to get the bullet instead? Let's give them a sure chance to live, and in exchange, they get to kill one of us. There was a long pause after number 41 spoke. And then, from the side, someone raised their hand. A woman with short, buzzed hair and sharp cheekbones. "How are we supposed to decide that?" she asked. "What's the basis?" Her head tilted toward the crowd. "By how many people we've killed?" she asked, her eyes flicking toward number 25, who pursed his lips. "Or by how many we've saved?" she continued, turning to number 41. She knew that he was responsible for trying to save the most people during the first circle, including her. Because if that's the case, You should be the last to go. Eyes landed on number 41. No, he said finally. Like I said, it is hard to put value on a life. It's even harder to rank it. He swallowed, voice trembling. But we're desperates, and our desperation is what brought us here. Zeno's eyebrow twitched slightly. That was a nice line. However, it was still part of the script. Number 41 kept going. We have at least an hour, he said, turning in a circle so everyone could see his face. So let's use it. Let's tell our stories. Not just as desperates, but as people. Humans with pasts and reasons. The forest grew quiet again. This time, not out of fear, but from interest. Maybe even hope. And then another voice broke in. Then what's your story? Number 94, played by Billy, the youngest contestant, raised. He looked at number 41. Why did you come back here when you'd already won? Victor PD leaned toward the monitor. It's time, he whispered to the staff beside him. They nodded, some in worry and some in excitement. The ad-libbed parts were going to come, so they watched on their toes, making sure that everything was going well. Number 41 stepped forward. I came here at first because I had something to live for, he began. My wife. She was my life. She stood by me when I was broke, when I was angry, when I wanted to die. His voice cracked just slightly. She got pregnant with our first son. We named him Gio. However, my wife was sick at that time, and she couldn't carry our son until she was all better. That was the moment I told myself, I'd do anything for them. I'd crawl through hell. So I joined the game. I won, he continued. Somehow I made it out. The only one among 100 contestants. Zeno quickly noted the acting techniques he was utilizing. The volume and modality of his voice were the most impressive. Although, Zeno found it quite hard to believe he would do anything for his wife when he cheated on his real one. But when I came back, number 41 continued, his voice becoming bitter. They were gone. My wife. My son. There was a wave of sympathy across the crowd. Just then, number 25 raised his hand. His voice didn't rise, but it still had a big impact. So you came here? He asked. If you have nothing else to live for, then why are you back? Sangwon froze, and his breath hitched. He looked at Zeno like he'd been slapped. His mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out. Victor's voice rang out from behind the camera. Cut. Everyone exhaled at once. Sangwon stepped back, blinking hard. One of the makeup staff moved to fix the fake blood near his collarbone, but he waved her off. What kind of question was that? Victor stood from the monitor, rubbing the back of his neck. That was a really good question, he whispered to himself. Then he clapped. Let's go with the question. Sangwon, think of an answer. Sangwon nodded, still stunned and a little embarrassed. That question truly caught him off guard. Meanwhile, Victor turned to his assistant. Mark that take. We keep it. And then, though he would never admit it, Victor glanced at Zeno across the room. The man hadn't moved an inch, his hands still tucked into his pockets. No matter how much Victor hated how Zeno made him feel like he was always one step aside, he couldn't deny this one thing. He had great sense. And with that, he really could make a damn good show. Ready? Action! Victor exclaimed, and they snapped back to their characters once more. I came back to find something I could live for, number 41 said, responding to the previous question. I don't want to die searching, even if I have to claw through hell again. There was silence before number 33 Sora raised her hand. She stepped into the light with a kind, quiet dignity. Her presence radiated warmth despite the cold set around them. I'm a teacher, she began. I teach at an institution focused on special education. Her words were soft, but they rang clear. Where I come from, there's no real funding. The kids I work with, they don't get the world they deserve. But they deserve everything. Her voice faltered, and she clasped her hands together. I don't have a child, but I want to be their hope. I want to fight for them in a system that never fights for them back. That's why I came here. They stilled before deciding she could have a gun. She bit her lip, but after telling her story, she became even more determined. Without warning, she pulled the trigger at someone who tried to molest her during the first circle. Bang! The victim dropped, and others turned away from shock. Meisner, Devin muttered. She does the Meisner technique really well. Sora returned to her spot, lips pressed into a trembling line, but her spine straight as ever. One by one, others stepped forward. The lines of the extras were under a script, making the filming flow better. After a while, Misha finally stepped forward. Chapter 307. Impromptu Challenge 2. Zeno's eyes focused on her, watching carefully. After seeing her act in the scenes they shared, he knew that she was a good actress, and he wanted to know what route she would take. Number 1 stood in the middle, circling around the 3 remaining revolvers. "I'm alone," she said. The earthquake took everything and everyone. She laughed, a hollow, broken sound. "My mom, my dad, our house." She looked around, daring anyone to pity her. "That's a nice look," the staff whispered. Victor nodded with a smirk. "She's not just a pretty face. You probably think I should have died with them. That's why I should die here, too. Because I don't have anyone with me anymore." She paused before a small smirk appeared on his lips. "But I'm happy. They're dead. My father was a drunkard. He used to throw bottles more than he threw hugs. My mom turned away every time I asked for help. Every single time. They died. And for the first time, I felt like I could finally live. This is where my life begins. This is my new chance." It didn't take long before she was handed a gun. She accepted it without flinching. She turned her head, spotted number 25, and aimed. Number 25 merely smirked as the man next to him dropped. Then, she moved back to her seat without saying anything else. Next came desperate number 94, played by Billy. He bounced forward, his demeanor different from the others. "I want to be famous," he said, grinning nervously. "I've tried everything. Dance, singing, acting, even stand-up. It never worked out. I came here because, even if I die, at least someone will remember my name." The crowd waved him off, and he sheepishly threw a smile. He's good at acting annoying, Zeno thought. However, he inferred it wasn't acting at all. Time passed, and stories flowed like water. The hourglass that loomed above their heads dripped closer to empty. And still, number 25 stood untouched. Until someone spoke. "Why don't we just kill that guy?" One voice asked, pertaining to number 25. "He's killed enough already." He didn't even hesitate. Another chimed in. "Yeah, he's not desperate. He's a killer. He's had enough chances. Give the bullet to me, and I'll shoot it right to his skull." There were only 2 bullets left. Number 25 finally took a step forward. He let the room hiss and seethe. "You don't want to bother listening to my story," he said, his voice calm. He stopped in the center of the room, tilting his head just slightly. "Funny. You were all so eager to talk when it was your turn. But now that it's mine, you want to skip it?" His eyes gleamed as he looked around, settling on number 41 for a moment. "Let's hear what he has to say," number 41 said. Number 25 was silent as he stared at the 2 revolvers. Then he opened his mouth. "You might think I'm cruel," he said, voice dry and toneless. "And I am. I agree." He let the silence linger. "I'm a monster." There were murmurs in the crowd. But then his lips twitched, not in humor, but in something much more bitter. "It's because the world taught me to be one," he added with a crooked, mocking smirk. "So I learned." And just like that, the mood shifted. Devin covered his mouth to suppress his gasp. He changed the tone in the blink of an eye, but it wasn't awkward at all. "I wish I was never born," he continued, "because not living is better than waking up in this hellhole. But here I am. At a young age, my father was already buried in debt. Gambling mostly. My mom, on the other hand, worked at a hostess club. That's where they met, both of them trying to survive." He let out an amused sigh. "They had me. Another mistake among others. The biggest one, probably, because the moment I was born, I was labeled as a headache. I was useless. Because I was young and couldn't help them with the expenses." He looked up, the faintest gloss of tears in his eyes. "It was clear I was their first child because they had no clue what to fucking do. They left me to starve. They left me to clean up after their mess. It should have been a lesson to them not to have any children, but they still did. My parents had 2 other children, but not with each other. It was with different people, yet these kids still came home to us." He licked his dry lips, continuing. "How is he not stuttering at all?" some staff asked. Moby, on the other hand, was too immersed in the scene, his brows furrowing, intrigued. "They left their only child to parent children that weren't even mine. I was 9 years old, changing diapers, feeding screaming babies, stealing from neighbors, and lying to debt collectors. My father was already halfway to disappearing by then. My mom came back every now and then, just enough to mess up the routine I built." His arms lowered, watching with an unreadable expression. Number 25 sniffed once, but didn't wipe the tear that finally rolled down. "They died before I turned 18. My dad got knifed by some loan shark he owed. My mom overdosed in some motel a few cities over. They didn't even leave a note. Just debt. His jaw clenched. Debt I had to pay. A murmur from the side. One of the staff members behind the camera whispered, "Holy shit. He's really going there." Another leaned in. Shouldn't he be in the writing department with this talent? I was ready to die. Gosh, if I could leave this place, I would. But those little kids they left behind still need someone. He shrugged, trying to look unaffected, but it didn't land. They don't know what hope is yet. I don't want them to grow up thinking the world is a place you crawl through just to die, even if it is. His next words were quieter than ever. So I'm here. The only sound that followed was the sound of breathing. 43 hearts trying to understand the boy they thought they feared. Sangwon wanted to ask a question at that point. Zeno stumped him with a question, and he wanted to return the favor. In the end, however, he couldn't even bring himself to. How could you even ask a question about that kind of story? With that, he could only settle on one thing. Number 41 cleared his throat. I think you can have a gun. Some faces turned to him in disbelief. What? Someone whispered. He's dangerous. He's manipulative. But none of them could bring themselves to stop him. Because at that moment, despite everything, despite how cruel number 25 had been, they saw him. A broken boy. A forgotten child. A protector. And Zeno had portrayed it too well. Number 25 didn't hesitate. He walked forward and knelt down. But as his fingers curled around the weapon, something changed in his expression. The vulnerability was gone in the blink of an eye. His sadness was nowhere in sight. He tilted his head, smirking again. You didn't believe that, did you? Gasps erupted from the group, genuine and uncontrolled. And then, with a swiftness no one expected, number 25 reached for the two guns and fired them in different directions. Bang! Bang! Chapter 308. Just stop. Silence hung in the forest. The sun had just come up, and despite it shining down on them, they felt goosebumps rise from their skin after witnessing the previous scene. The smell of fake gunpowder still lingered, and the echoes of the twin gunshots vibrated through their bones. What the heck was that? Someone from the back of the crew whispered at first, followed by a string of stunned breaths and muttered exclamations. He's so good, said one of the younger assistants, still clutching his headset. Zeno took them on a journey. He was given an inch, and he took an extra mile. He made them root for him, only to reveal all wasn't true in the end. Yeah, another staff member murmured. I felt genuinely fooled. In the center of the set, Zeno slowly let his hands drop, the faint ghost of a smirk still clinging to his lips as the final gunshot's echo faded. Cut. Victor PD's voice rang sharp, cutting through the daze. Cameras powered down. Some of the sound crew took off their headsets, breaking from a trance. Victor clapped his hands together, then pointed at Zeno. That, he said, before he could stop himself, was genius. Around him, the rest of the crew nodded in stunned agreement. Most were still too caught in the spell Zeno had cast. Victor looked down at the script monitor, then back at Zeno. That last bullet, he murmured to himself. It was supposed to go to number 41, but he took it instead. He shook his head in disbelief. And I can't even find it in me to correct it. He turned to the crew. We got it. That's the take. The camera crew nodded immediately. Sangwon sat frozen, his jaw set tight. He couldn't even argue. He'd been at the center of it, and even he had flinched when Zeno's gaze turned on him. He believed the story. And when Zeno smirked and whispered, "You didn't believe that, did you?" It sent chills down his spine. The fear and disbelief on everyone's faces was real, and it had been captured on camera. Devon watched Zeno with both curiosity and wonder. After their confrontation last week, he felt awkward around him. He knew that Zeno's words held some truth, and frankly, he felt quite ashamed for not being able to fight for what was his. However, it has been like this ever since. If he broke out of it, what was the certainty that the series would still go well? Some of the writers and editors also talked about Zeno's storytelling. You think he's got writing chops? He definitely knows the structure, Devon muttered. That's the foundation of a good writer. Not far off, Misha was still in place, arms crossed over her chest. Her brow was furrowed as she wrestled with something internally. She didn't want to like Zeno. Her opinion of him was already long established. But after that scene, it was hard to pretend she hadn't seen something else. She nodded slowly to herself. He's really a good actor, she muttered. Next to her, Shin grinned knowingly. Of course, Zeno had done it again. Zeno never begged for attention. He simply performed, and in doing so, made people watch. Shin had seen it happen in auditions, in rehearsals, and even in passing lines. Even the people who claimed to hate Zeno would end up talking about him the longest. He laughed under his breath. Still charming the whole damn set, he murmured. Victor turned to the crew. It's still not over, he said. Let's get this over with. The sun is in a perfect place, too. Let's proceed. They nodded and began preparing for the next scene. Victor clapped twice. All right, we're rolling from the aftermath. Reaction shots. Get in place. Jace smiled nervously to himself. It was finally his time. He had the longest line ever in his whole career. Along with that, he was going to grab Zeno by the collar. When and where else will he have this grand opportunity? What a freaking bonus, he whispered under his breath, bouncing on his toes. Set, called Devon. Everyone stilled. Action. The forest was deathly quiet. No one moved for a beat. The bodies lay around them, faces pale with fake blood, eyes wide open. Number 41 finally found his voice weak and raspy. What did you do? He asked like the words had to crawl up his throat. Number 25 turned his head slowly. He gave a glance at the hourglass. The sand was almost out. We're running out of time, he said calmly. I did everyone a favor. On cue, the buzzer blared. A few of them jumped in place, causing number 25 to chuckle. He tilted his head and looked around. What makes the difference? He asked. A life will be taken anyway. So why delay it? Another chuckle escaped his lips when nobody responded. Ah, I see, he said. Because you want to see me die. That must be it. His eyes scanned them. Each face, each stunned expression. That must be disheartening. Number 33 stepped forward. Her face was filled with hurt. Is it really a lie? She asked. Did you make up a fake story for us to pity you? You should have given me the bullet. Billy shouted from behind, fists clenched. Chaos ensued once more as others tried to go up to number 25, screams filling the open space. Then, off to the side, came number 69. He looked down at one of the fallen, his friend. His real-life friend is now dead in the scene. His face showed that of disbelief and desperation. He turned to number 25. You, he shouted, voice breaking. That should have come out strong, able to break through the chaos the same way Sang-won did in the beginning. However, Jace's scream came out shrill and weak. Amateurish. Cut. Jace's head snapped down. Apologies, he said, bowing his head. Please. I can do it. Please. Victor sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. However, a small smile played on his lips. All right. Once more. They reset again. The crew was patient, but the tension had shifted. Jace looked across at Zeno. This time, there was no sparkle in his eyes. Just shame and behind it, determination. Zeno met his gaze, then walked over to him. He didn't speak for a long moment. Then, quietly, he said, That friend that died, that's your dream. Jace blinked. Zeno leaned closer, his voice even softer. You wanted this. To be here. That's your dream, right? Jace nodded slowly. So act like I just killed it. Jace's eyes widened. The words sank in like a hook into his chest. He gave a sharp nod, stepping back into place. Devon raised the clapper again. Rolling, scene 54. Take 2-inch. Action. Zeno snapped back into character. Jace's breath picked up. He took a step forward. But just as he opened his mouth. Stop. Victor roared. Everyone froze. Victor stood up from his chair, his voice sharp as glass. Just stop. Chapter 309. Get up. I'm sorry. Jace asked, eyes wide and voice unsure, cracking just slightly at the edges. He wasn't sure he heard right. He believed he was ready. His heart was still pounding, and his throat was still tight. But even then, he felt he could do this. Zeno's words had truly helped. For what felt like the first time, he didn't feel lost. However, Victor halted the momentum. Victor's expression was as unbothered as ever. How are you an actor if you still don't have the basics down? Victor asked, loud enough for everybody to hear. Jace's brows furrowed. Victor's tone was kind, but his words were far from it. Somehow this felt like a public humiliation. It had only been one take. One. He had more in him. However, Victor's words seemed final. What's happening? Someone whispered from the side of the set, a crew member leaning in toward another. Was that his last chance? Victor sighed. I've been watching you since last week, he said. And it seems you cannot get this role right. Jace's stomach dropped. This role, you simply cannot do it, he said slowly. Jace's head bowed, so low it looked like he was trying to disappear. The sting behind his eyes welled up fast, but he clenched his jaw, willing it down. I can do it, he said, sounding desperate. Please. In his mind, this was his first opportunity, his real one. The kind that people waited years for. Moby and Bobby had cheered him on. Sarung and Lenny appeared very excited for him. Zeno had helped him adjust in the set. Now, it was being taken from him just like that. He stared at the floor. Why can't I do anything right? Zeno looked around and sighed in relief when he saw Moby wasn't around. He wasn't going to take it well seeing Jace like this. Victor tilted his head, observing Jace. How many years have you been acting? He asked. Again, his tone sounded soft and kind, but Zeno knew better. He was exactly like a rose with thorns, deceptively beautiful but dangerous if held wrong. This was a facade he wanted to keep to make sure he still appeared good in front of everybody. Jace opened his mouth, but nothing came out at first. He sucked in a breath, then spoke again. 7, he said finally. 7 years. Victor didn't speak, but he pursed his lips to hold in a scoff. Meanwhile, others gasped to find out that Jace had been in the industry for so long. Misha's breath also hitched because he had been acting even longer than her. Jace looked up slightly. I've worked so hard. A few of the other actors looked at him now. Some sympathetically, some awkwardly. I know I'm not the most talented. I've been in the industry for so long, but my acting is still that of an amateur. However, I've always tried my best, sir. I made it to the 9th circle, and I really want to stay. He dropped to his knees. Zeno's fists clenched to the side as he looked at the pitiful display. Gasps broke through the silence. What is he doing? Someone muttered. Misha's brows furrowed. However, Jace stayed kneeling in front of Victor PD. I want it this time, sir, he said. Please. His head remained down, hands trembling at his sides. I want to do well. The room was still, and the silence grew painful. Victor broke the silence with a deep breath. Wanting to do well, he said, and doing well are two different things. Zeno's face hardened while the rest of the cast and crew held in their breaths, suppressing their emotions. They glanced uneasily at each other, some wanting to speak up but not having the courage to do so. Victor sighed when he realized the mood he had put everybody in. With that, he once again reverted to a kinder tone paired with a kinder choice of words. Trust me, young man, he continued, going closer to Jace and placing a hand on his shoulder. The world is like that. It's cruel. You lose your place, and that's it. So, I suggest you look for something more suited for you. Don't worry. We'll keep your previous parts. You'll still appear. That doesn't change. You'll still have your screen time. He smiled thinly, the kind of smile people gave you when they already knew the outcome of your fight. But for this, Victor said, tilting his head toward the center of the set. Let's just consider your character dead, Dead. It sounded so casual coming out of his mouth. I'll even have the car arranged to take you back to the city, he added. Oh, and feel free to eat at the buffet later. Think of it as a parting gift. The set was dead silent. For most of them, it definitely felt wrong. However, somehow, it felt like a slap of reality. The others couldn't refute. They were in the same situation, after all. Sora looked away, guilt eating her up. She couldn't bear to look at Jace anymore. Billy pursed his lips and shifted on his feet. Despite being an innate asshole, this somehow made him feel uncomfortable. Victor sighed before turning back to the crew. Let's look for someone else to do it. A few nodded stiffly while others stared at Jace like he had already disappeared. Misha's fists clenched at her sides. She took one step forward. She was about to say something, but before a single word could leave her mouth, another voice rang out. Get up. Jace froze. Then, his head lifted slightly. Zeno didn't look at Victor. He didn't glance at anyone else. He had eyes only for Jace. However, everyone's attention was once again captured. He took a step forward, hands in his pockets. Stop kneeling for someone stupid. Victor turned slightly, stunned by Zeno's choice of words. Excuse me? Victor asked. Zeno continued to ignore him and merely helped Jace get up on his feet. Once Jace was up, Zeno finally turned to Victor PD. Are those the words that should come from someone who failed for 10 whole years or more? Chapter 310. His mask cracks. Oh, Shin muttered, his arms folded tight across his chest as he watched Zeno step forward. A tense silence had fallen over the set. From the side, Moby entered cheerfully with 2 iced Americanos in hand. I got the co. He froze mid-step, the smile sliding off his face. Jace's eyes were bloodshot, cheeks flushed from humiliation. Zeno looked like he was ready to kill someone. Moby's eyes widened, and he attempted to go to his artists. However, Shin caught Moby's shoulder and held him back. Let's play it out, he muttered. On the other side, Misha had taken a step back. She looked toward Zeno, still wary about what was going to happen. Next to her, Sora gently held onto her hand. Don't worry, Sora whispered. Zeno will handle it. Misha hesitated. Will he really, she thought. Or will he just pile more onto the humiliation? Sangwon smirked from where he stood before a quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Interesting, he muttered. Victor was still processing what he had heard. He stared at Zeno, stunned by both his question and his audacity. What did you just say? Zeno turned to face him, his annoyed expression turning into a smirk. You failed for 10 years, he said evenly. Probably even more than that. But you kept going, didn't you? Victor's face stiffened. Zeno stepped forward, one hand casually in his pocket. And now that you're up here, you think it gives you the right to call people out, to tell them what they can and can't do? To tell them to quit? He tilted his head slightly. You've become the very thing you suffered from. Victor's lips parted slightly. He looked genuinely shocked. Of course, he had expected Zeno to appear down. That was a bonus to this all, for him to show such a pitiful expression. However, he was retaliating instead? Did he have a death wish on his career? What are you talking about? Victor finally snapped. His hand waved toward the crew. Let's just go? Escort this player out, he said, pertaining to Jace, and we'll continue filming this afternoon. 2 stage. Assistants took a tentative step forward. Oh, but you might want to hear more of this, Zeno said calmly. You didn't have a good life. Victor flinched just slightly. Most people said you didn't have talent. Zeno's tone was cold. You went through hell. And you heard a lot of times that you weren't going to make it. He took a step closer. The crew was frozen, and Victor stood still. And now? Now that you've clawed your way up, you look down and decide who deserves to rise. He cocked his head. The world is cruel? Hell yeah. It's built that way. But you know what makes it worse? Zeno stared right into Victor's eyes. Humans like you. His line hit harder than the iconic lines in the script of the show. No one dared move. Not even the makeup girl standing at the back with her powder brush still in the air. Victor's face turned unnaturally red. In fact, he looked purple, like that fat dinosaur who was too positive about life. Nobody had ever seen someone speak like this against Victor PD after becoming successful with the Ninth Circle. Yet here stood Zeno, utterly unfazed. He looked like he was waiting for this moment. You were nothing, Zeno continued, stepping forward. Until you become something. Until you clawed and scraped your way into a position of power. You know what it's like to be ignored, to be overlooked, to be starving while someone else who got lucky eats off your plate. Victor's hand went to his blazer, tugging it closed to shield him away from Zeno. But it couldn't hide the growing rage in his eyes. Without me, everything turns to nothing, he shouted. Gasps rang across the field. That was also the first time Victor had lost his cool like this. They covered their mouths in shock. I made this show, this stage. It will not function without me. Zeno looked past him toward the crew, the cast, the extras, and the assistants frozen in place like statues. And then he began. No, he said. It doesn't work without them. He gestured with an open palm, eyes scanning every face in the field. These people, the ones you ignore, they're the backbone of every single thing you've ever made. The cameramen who work 10-hour days without breaks. The lighting crew who stand on ladders just to make your stars look the way you envision them. The extras who get shoved screamed at and still show up again the next day, paid dust, just so someone's fake world can feel real. He paused. You humiliate them. You talk down to them. You act like they should be grateful to exist under your shadow. Zeno's words hit hard. Even Misha, who had spent months thinking she knew exactly what kind of person Zeno was, felt her breath catch. Was this really the same man? The one who used to walk off set quietly, barely speaking to anyone? The one she had dismissed as cold and arrogant? He wasn't just standing up for Jace. He was defending everyone. Victor's breath came fast now. You are not above everyone else, Zeno said quietly. But Victor snarled back. But I am. He was finally showing his true colors. He jabbed a finger in Zeno's direction. I have the capacity to remove you. Right here. Right now? You want to test me? Zeno gave a small shrug. Victor's mouth opened, but no words came. He was speechless. And worse, furious. His hand shook. I will, he shouted finally. You think I won't? This is defamation. This is a breach of contract. Zeno simply smirked. Victor's chest heaved. And then, just as Victor opened his mouth again, Zeno interrupted. Sure, Zeno said lazily, sounding bored. Try it. Devon, who had been lingering near the monitors, finally rushed over. His voice was a hushed whisper meant only for Victor. Don't be rash, sir. Zeno is important, Devon urged. He is the only one who can play number 25 perfectly. Bullshit, Victor said. He was too far off in his rage to stop now. We can just reshoot everything, he said, squaring his shoulders. That caused murmurs to erupt. Is he serious? I don't know what to feel about this. Zeno, on the other hand, had no interest in whispering. Go ahead, he said out loud. Remove the two of us. Me and Jace. Cut us out. But trust me, he said, voice colder now. You're not going down with us. You'll face an even bigger downfall. What is he spluttering about? One crew member whispered. But Zeno walked even closer Victor without a hint of hesitation. Victor's body stiffened when Zeno reached him. And then, with the whole set watching, Zeno leaned in, placed a hand over Victor's shoulder, and whispered just loud enough for Victor to hear. I see that you still like foreign women. Chapter 311, Exposed. Victor slammed the door shut to his private hotel room, the heavy wood shuttering behind him as it locked. His breathing was uneven, and his face was still unnaturally red. His hands shook as he grabbed a cigarette stick and went to the balcony. What the hell does he know? He muttered to himself, pacing. What the hell does that bastard know? Zeno's words rang in his ears like a curse. I see that you like foreign women. How? How did he know? Someone like him shouldn't have known about it. No, he couldn't have. He had kept it under control, only known by a few he trusted and some who wouldn't dare defy him. The filming had come to a halt, and despite saying it would continue this afternoon, there was a slim chance that would happen. However, that was the least of Victor's worries. He couldn't think about filming right now. His thoughts circled only one thing. Zeno Han. During his last statement, that boy resurfaced in his mind again. However, there was no way that they were the same person. Sanjay was dead. So, instead, he thought of a certain someone. No way, he muttered. Raya. He reached for his phone and dialed her number. Once. No answer. Twice. Nothing. 3 times. Straight to voicemail. He gritted his teeth. And called again. Then again. Still nothing. Damn it, he yelled, clutching the phone so hard the tempered screen began to crack. He clenched his fists and stared at the distance. She always answered. That was their rule if she wanted him to support their son. Something's not right. He dialed another number in his phone with trembling hands. The line rang for a while before someone picked up. Good afternoon, MG Birthing Clinic. This is Victor Lim. Where's Raya? He cut in. I'm sorry, who? Raya Lim. My wife. Where is she? Sir, are you her husband? Yes, damn it, he exclaimed, losing patience. I'm sorry, sir, but Raya left work a few days ago. Victor's entire body is locked up. What? She resigned. The voice repeated. She handed in her notice and left. We were under the impression she had informed her family. Victor didn't even say goodbye. He hung up right away. A few days ago? She never told him. Granted, Victor asked her not to contact him at all, even when their son was dying. He also wasn't home at that time. He never went home during breaks. Being around her felt suffocating. She always asked if he was okay. It was better to spend his moments of rest at luxurious hotels. However, even then, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ryan knew everything about him. So, where the hell is she now? His hands moved on their own, dialing the next number. The hospital. How can we help you? This is Victor Lim. I just want to ask a question about my son, Hyunwoo Lim. It was only at a time like this when he called Hyunwoo his son. He always felt dismayed about having a disabled son. Sir, I'm sorry. We can't disclose patient information through phone calls. You are also not under the saved numbers in his name. I'm his father, Victor growled. I demand to know. I apologize, sir, the receptionist repeated. But we can't share this patient's information over the phone. Please visit the hospital directly if. Useless. He hung up, barely holding back the urge to throw his phone toward oblivion. Something wasn't adding up. He called again, this time a private number. A former classmate of his who worked as a nurse in Hyen's ward. It's urgent. I need you to check my son's room, he said as soon as he picked up. Victor. Yes, it's me, Victor exasperated. Right now? Yes, now. I'll send you the money. All right. Hang on. Victor waited as the seconds dragged. The walls of the room felt tighter, and he found it hard to believe. The cigarette was also of no help at all. The silence from the other line was unbearable. He gripped the phone tighter. Are you still? I'm here. Well, there was a pause. He's not here. Victor's heart dropped. What? Hyunwoo. He's not in his room. His belongings are gone, too. Everything's cleared out. I took a leave for my honeymoon last week, so I don't know, but he's not here. Victor's throat dried, and his knees buckled, causing him to kneel. You wouldn't have betrayed me, Raya. Jonas Kim leaned back in his leather chair, legs lazily propped on the table in front of him. The room smelled of imported tobacco, and the air conditioner filled the silence between words. Who has been invited for it? Jonas asked. Across from him, Assistant Byun tapped at his tablet. The screen glowed faintly against his glasses as he skimmed through names. Phoenix is confirmed, sir, Byun replied. They've signed the preliminary agreement. It's set to have 30 contestants in total, but it isn't final yet. Good, Jonas said, nodding in approval. Make sure Phoenix stays on. I have a feeling it's going to be another iconic show of Gene PD. Yes, sir. The filming's not until October. Perfect. Phoenix is still filming something. He exhaled through his nose and adjusted his watch. And how are the imports? Byun paused for a moment. They are increasing, and it's also making the group expand. However, we've been careful to maintain our standards. There must be no breach at this moment. Good, Mr. Kim straightened up. We can't afford a leak. As long as the members remain silent and safe, the whole club stands. But just as the words left his lips, a sharp ping erupted from Byun's tablet. A rare sound. Byun's usual face of nonchalance cracked just a little bit. He reached for it immediately. Only certain alerts bypassed his custom silencer. What is it? Mr. Kim asked, noticing the slight furrow in his assistant's brow. Emergency flag. He tapped swiftly through the interface, unlocking the encrypted message. A few seconds passed in silence before he spoke again. One of our clubgoers. Mr. Kim straightened up. The tone of Byun's voice didn't sound good. Jonas raised a brow. Who? Victor Lim. Jonas's legs dropped from the table, boots hitting the floor with a thud. That guy who made it internationally big? What happened with him? Byun turned the tablet toward him. It just hit the news cycle. Leaked videos and unofficial reports. He's been accused of plagiarizing a script, verbal mistreatment of extras, crew, and cheating on his wife. Oh, Jonas muttered, shrugging. How is that our problem? Just remove him from our list. It's an easy problem to solve. Assistant Byun returned to his air of nonchalance as he scrolled a bit further down. He was also said to be engaged in prostitution, and our club, Saliva, has been mentioned. Chapter 312, Beach Background. What's going to happen to Zeno? Is he really going to leave? But he's doing so well. It will be a waste to reshoot everything again. Shouldn't Victor PD be the one to leave? He's the director. How can he leave? The production team was on edge. Everyone seemed to be walking on eggshells. The tension from yesterday's confrontation still lingered, and they hadn't gone back to filming just yet because Victor PD hadn't given them the signal. Zeno sat, alone in the set of ruins, playing with the scattered pine needles, when suddenly, someone interrupted his alone time. Here. He looked up as a bottle was held out toward him. Misha was standing next to him, holding out a tall bottle of pale brownish-green liquid. Is it poisoned? Misha's brows furrowed. No, you idiot, she muttered, pushing the bottle closer. It's sealed. Zeno hesitated for a second longer before taking it. He didn't drink straight away, but what Misha said next completely changed his mind. It's root veggie juice, Misha muttered. It's what I drink for my health. My manager recommended it to me. His eyes lit up like she had just handed him a treasure chest full of gold coins. He quickly twisted the cap open and drank the juice. It's good, he muttered. Something fluttered in Misha's chest. A series of words went through her mind, making her feel like she had gone insane. What the heck? Was he this cute? Why is my heart racing? It's just juice. It's not like I made it myself. Okay, but maybe I kinda wanted him to like it. Because I bought it. Is this what maternal pride feels like? Do I want to take him home now? It's worth getting poisoned for, Zeno added with a faint smirk. What do you mean? She asked, snapping out of her inner spiral. Well, he shrugged, this tastes good. But you kind of hate me, so the possibility of being poisoned isn't slim. I don't hate you, Misha said too quickly. Zeno raised one brow at her. All right, maybe a little bit, she confessed, avoiding his eyes. He raised the other brow. Fine, she huffed. I had my prejudices, okay? You always seemed so, above everyone else. You felt untouchable. You gave me juice, though. Misha sighed and let her pride down. I just think it was cool how you stood up for Jace, she muttered. And for everyone else, too. It took a lot of guts. Misha turned to Zeno, but it appeared like he didn't give a flying fuck. Was she talking to a wall or something? You're not actually leaving, right? She added, a little quieter this time. He turned his gaze toward her now. Are you worried? No, Misha said, crossing her arms. I just don't want to reshoot everything. That would be annoying for all of us, especially the extras. As they talked, the more he felt close to her. The reason became apparent at that moment. She was like Maxie. With that, he raised his hand and patted her gently on the head. It was such an un-Zeno thing to do that she froze in shock. There, he said. She smacked his arm lightly, heat rising to her cheeks. Don't pat me like I'm a dog. He shrugged and leaned against his palms, the soil digging into his skin just a bit. Then, he gazed up at the sky and murmured, like I said, if someone's going to fall on this set, it's Victor. Misha's gaze lingered on him, taking in the calmness in his eyes. Well, it seems we're not going to film soon, he said, standing from the ground. I'm going to sleep then. With that, he walked away, leaving Misha wondering why he was so at ease when his career was in jeopardy. The first scream echoed in the first-floor hallway, followed by frantic knocks that dominated the entire hotel. Is this real? Oh my God, someone posted it online. No way. This can't be true, can it? Devin was speechless as he stared at his phone. Victor PD's wrongdoings had been exposed to the general public, and he was being feasted upon in online forums. What the fuck? So, was the script for the Ninth Circle written by his assistant instead? Justice for everyone on that set. He struggled for a good portion of his life. He should have struggled for more. Yeah, sometimes people are irrelevant because they deserve it. Damn right. Who leaked it first, though? I believe it was Zeno Han's fanbase. Goodness, that's scary. Those fangirls will do anything for their idol. Mess with everyone else except for angry fangirls. They can literally make you lose your job and make you regret ever living. Despite the chaos outside his hotel room, Zeno gazed out to the forest, sipping on some hot chocolate. Just then, his phone buzzed. He brought it out of his pocket and saw that Raya had sent him a photo of her and Hyunwoo. Behind them was the view of the sea, and despite staying there for only a few days, she already appeared better. He didn't think she would send the evidence so easily, but after a day of their talk, she did. With that, Zeno sent her and Hyunwoo to Jeju Island, specifically giving the name of a friend when he was a doctor in his past life. Zeno knew that his past friend would take care of Hyunwoo well. The rest had been simple. He just made a dummy account and went undercover on his fanbase group chat before sending the evidence to those rabid and truth-hungry ones. They did the rest. Jace entered his room, his eyes wide. How did this happen? What's going to happen to the production? Before Zeno could respond, he saw Devin emerge from behind him. Devin walked to where Zeno was and tugged him out of his room and into a costume trailer. You did this, right? He asked warily, playing with his fingers. No, Victor's just getting what he deserves. But this, Devin's eyes were frantic. There's so much evidence, and you're the only stranger who knows about it. I can't gather all that, Zeno said simply. You must have really good luck because it worked in your favor. Good luck? He muttered, leaning against the wall and swallowing hard. Is it really good luck? What's going to happen now? He asked, worried. Well, Zeno said, brushing his sleeve. He'll probably get arrested. Or, at the very least, be investigated. However, most of all, he's done for. He can't bounce back from this. Devin's breath caught. But what about this project? How are we going to continue? You're going to continue it, Zeno deadpanned. The investors might panic, but they won't back out. Not if you prove you own the story. The buzz is already helping the show, and there's no way they won't pass up on the chance. Devin shook his head. What if I fail? Well, you do seem like a failure, Zeno muttered, causing Devin's eyes to widen. but I stand by my word when I say this production won't. Why you're so confident? I don't understand it, Devon added. Zeno clicked his tongue and placed a hand on Devon's shoulder. It's not going to fail, because I'm in it. Devon looked at him with a stunned expression. So, just continue what you're doing, Zeno sighed. You have a good cast behind you anyway. Chapter 313, Brotherly Hug. It took until the afternoon to see flashing lights of red and blue swarm the set. Uniformed officers moved to their one and only target, Victor Lim. No, this is a mistake. Victor screamed, some saliva escaping his dirty mouth. He thrashed against the firm grip of the two officers at his sides, but it was no use. I said this is a mistake. Where's my lawyer? Do you know who he is? He's one of the highest paid ones in the profession. Call him now. This cannot be happening. The crew watched from the sides, none of them daring to come close. However, it was obvious that most of them were watching him with disdain. Sang-won turned to the side and quickly left the scene, not wanting to get involved further. Those who had once feared Victor also watched him with disgust. This is slander, Victor screamed. Everything is fabricated. Get my legal team now. However, no one moved. Devon merely watched him with his jaw set tight. Phones came up, and they began filming the scene. Victor hated everything. He hated how every stare now looked at him like he was filth. Victor continued to thrash, managing to wrench himself partially free from one of the officers. The second officer grabbed him, but Victor broke into a dash. In his pursuit of escaping, he saw a figure standing calmly at the edge of the crowd. Zeno. He stood with his hands inside his pockets, and Victor felt like immense rage. You! He snarled and lunged forward. Despite the handcuffs on his wrists, he managed to grab the front of Zeno's shirt and clung to his collar. The police were quickly behind him. Sir, let go. Back away. However, Victor merely clung tighter to Zeno, his eyes becoming wild. You ruined everything, Victor exclaimed. Everything I built and planned. You did this. Zeno stared at him with slight amusement. Victor hated it even more that Zeno towered over him height-wise. Just then, Zeno finally spoke. You determined your own future, Boomin, he said softly. The name struck him like a whip. Victor's eyes widened, and his grip faltered. What did you just call me, he muttered. Zeno didn't answer anymore, and in that moment, Victor's pupils dilated as a familiar face overlapped with Zeno's. As Sanji, he choked out. The police officers finally pulled him back, but Victor was still out of it. No, he murmured. No, you can't be. You're dead. We buried you. His voice cracked as it rose into a scream. You're dead. At that moment, Victor lost control. He trashed and screamed, spit flying as he struggled against the officers. He dropped to his knees and still reached at Zeno with a clawed hand. Check him for drugs, one officer muttered. He's lost it. Restrain him better, their commander exclaimed as they dragged the shrieking director away. Zeno remained still as he watched the man being dragged off like a raccoon with rabies. His screaming faded as the doors to the police car shut, and the flashing red and blue lights disappeared. Chaotic conversations began to fill the space, talking about their disdain for Victor and how relieved they were that he was gone. However, most of the conversations also wondered what was going to happen to the show. What's going to happen now? We've already spent too much. The investors, what is their reaction to this? They began turning to Devon, who bit his lip in hesitation. However, after a while, he emerged and stood in the middle of the set, holding a dusty, old megaphone. He cleared his throat, and his voice trembled a little as it rang through the device. I honestly don't know what's going to happen at this moment, Devon began. Everyone turned silent as they listened. I'll be honest. Everything right now, it's uncertain. He didn't find it within him to sugarcoat his words. But I do know this, he continued. What we made so far will not go to waste. I can't let it die like this. He swallowed and glanced at the faces before him. I'm not Victor. I won't pretend I'm anything like him. However, I have the script. I have the character arcs. I have all the pieces. I can take over. I will take over. And with what I have, I'll do my best to continue this. I need it to air by the end of the year like promised. He let out a shaky breath. All I ask is a little time. I just need a little time to clean this up. Just give me that, and I promise we'll see this through. Together. It was silent, and for a second, Devon doubted himself. Did he say something wrong? Was it a bad idea to speak up at this moment? However, just as he brought his head down, the staff's voice began to fill the space. You got this, Devin. We believe in you. Devin, we've always liked you better. A small wave of chuckles, along with scattered applause, were added. Devin felt emotional, and he blinked hard to keep his tears at bay. He hadn't expected this at all, not after years of being in Victor's shadow. He had always been the quiet assistant, the man behind the curtain. He looked across the field and found Zeno watching amidst the crowd with his usual nonchalant expression. Devin smiled at him, while Zeno merely nodded. Thank you, Devin mouthed. Zeno clicked his tongue and shook his head, hiding the smile that threatened to appear on his lips. However, just then, he felt a small impact at his side, and there, he found Jace hugging him while crying onto his shoulders. Seriously? Zeno asked with a sigh. Move away. Jace merely tightened his hug. Thank you. He choked out between hiccups. Thank you, thank you, thank you. TCH, Zeno clicked his tongue. With a small sigh, he looped an arm around Jace, patting his back a little awkwardly. Can you even be my rival if you cry like this? Zeno muttered. Jace laughed through his tears and wiped his face with the back of his hand, only to hug Zeno tighter. I'm serious, he said muffled. You saved me. Zeno rolled his eyes, but the smallest ghost of a smile curved his lips. From afar, Misha stood frozen, watching the scene with a strange ache in her chest. Zeno had just comforted Jace like a brother. She swallowed, but even her saliva felt like it got caught in her throat. Was everything she thought she knew wrong? Chapter 314. Zeno, no swiping. Moby hummed to Sarung and Lenny's song as they drove back to the city. They had left the set earlier than scheduled. After everything had gone down, Devin had no choice but to halt the production temporarily. His promise of fixing everything was already going pretty well. Devin was quickly becoming the media's new darling. He was the center of interviews, headlines, and trending tags. Hashtag Justice for Extras, hashtag DevinPF, and, of course, hashtag Xenophore9 Circle were the main topics for the day. People loved a Phoenix story. They adored a comeback narrative. Devin was now being painted as the wrong genius with a heart of gold. Zeno scrolled through one of the online articles as the city lights glimmered past the car window. Next to him, Jace was sound asleep, snoring lightly. His head had fallen against Zeno's shoulder an hour ago, and despite Zeno's persistent nudges, Jace kept slumping back to his shoulder like a deflated balloon. Zeno clicked his tongue and once again tried to push him away. As expected, he bounced back to Zeno's shoulder. His eyes drifted to Jace's face. He couldn't help but smirk when he saw his eyelids, puffy and red like they'd been gnawed on by a swarm of cockroaches. The kid had cried more than anyone back in the seat. Now, he was clinging to Zeno like a koala in his sleep. Zeno rolled his eyes, but didn't move him again. Instead, he went back to his phone and tapped on a secure folder Raya had sent him, the one containing the evidence against Victor. Some of it he'd expected. However, one folder caught his attention. Saliva, incident evidence. Most of the evidence was taken by Raya herself, videos of Victor verbally abusing her and some of Devin. However, this one appeared to be taken directly from Victor's phone. Saliva, he muttered under his breath, scanning through the files. MMH, came a sleepy voice beside him. Zeno turned his head. That's the bar I want to get into. Jace mumbled, his words slurred. Prestigious. Like really, really hard to get in. Then, he was out cold again. Zeno frowned, thinking back. This was the bar that Billy took them to after being signed with Dayback. He remembered how the scent of a Rennie's lingered there, but up to this day, he had no clue as to who it could be. Zeno pulled up his browser and typed in the name of the bar. At the top, there seemed to be a recent interview done by a tall man with disarming glasses. He wore a sleek suit and appeared to be very proficient with his work. Zeno didn't recognize him at all. Saliva is a high-end bar and nothing more, the man said smoothly. We hold ourselves to the strictest standards of operation. Any rumors linking us to prostitution are not only false, but will be pursued legally. We do not condone nor support such activity in any form. Zeno's brow lifted as he scrolled down to the comments. Who is this man, and where can I apply to be his drink? He could ruin my life, and I'd thank him. I believe him. Victor is a piece of shit for stressing this fine man out. Does he own the bar? Why the heck is it so hard to get into? Fuck Victor. Put all the blame on that lunatic. Zeno pursed his lips. as expected from humans. Most people would forgive a person just because they look pleasing to the eye. After a while, the van finally pulled up outside Dreamy Entertainment. It was late, well past 9 on a Friday night. However, the city was alive more than ever. "We'll stop here first," Moby said. "I need to inform Bobby about everything." Jace finally woke up, although it appeared that his eyes were still shut because of how swollen they were. As the group climbed out of the van, Zeno was the last to follow. His steps slowed as he spotted 3 figures standing at the edge of the dreamy lobby's glass doors. Zeno paused, and his brows rose slightly. "Zeno," Minji waved, bouncing toward him. "You're back. What are you doing here?" he asked. Eli pushed his glasses up his nose and offered a grin. "Based on the online maps, Doha's gym is pretty near this area. We were fixing some stuff for the opening. We thought we'd swing by and drop by." Doha smiled. "We also prepared some food at the gym because the opening will be by the next weekend. The gym bros are there. Do you all want to go?" Moby lit up. Ooh, should we all go? I mean, we haven't eaten yet, right?" There was something weirdly comforting about how casual they were being. Not a single word about the chaos that had exploded in the set was talked about. Zeno exhaled quietly. "Sure," he said. "Let's go." With that, they piled back into Moby's truck, now more crowded and significantly louder, with Minji talking over Jace's half-asleep babbling and Moby already playing gym-themed music. The ride wasn't long, just 5 minutes down a side road and into an alley lit with neon strips. "Here," Doha exclaimed, and Moby stepped on the brakes, parking it right next to the pristine building. They got out of the car, and Zeno quickly caught sight of the sign perched on top. He stopped in his tracks, and his eye twitched. "What?" he whispered. Drawn in bright, exaggerated lines was a cartoon version of himself. Next to it, in bold block letters, was the name of the gym. 0 to Zeno. "What is this?" Zeno muttered, squinting up at the sign to see if he had made a mistake. However, that couldn't be the case. He rarely made mistakes. Minji squealed. "Do you like it?" Doha had the idea. Zeno pursed his lips and let out a deep breath. Then he turned to Doha. "How much is that sign?" "Pretty expensive," he answered. "It even lights up at night." "I'll just pay for a new one," Zeno quickly said, and tried to move to the sign to remove it. "No, Zeno, no swiping." Chapter 315, Summer Farmhouse. It took 4 gym bros with arms the size of adult tree trunks to hold Zeno back as he tried to get to the cartoon sign. "Let me take it down," Zeno exclaimed. "No can do, bro," Jim exclaimed back, clinging to Zeno's waist like his life depended on it. "Why are you so strong?" Another gym bro yelled, trying to restrain Zeno's legs. 0 to Zeno. "All right," Attorney Duck said dryly from the counter, biting into a protein cookie and watching the chaos unfold. "The name's brilliant. It sells itself. I swear." Zeno started off just as they managed to sit him down. His words were cut off when Minji stuffed a spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth mid-threat. "Eat," she said sweetly. No yelling while eating. Zeno chewed reluctantly. They were lucky the potatoes calmed him down. At that moment of calmness, he took in his surroundings and realized the gym had transformed. In the span of a week, there were racks of dumbbells, some basic equipment, and a section designated for dancing. In one cozy corner, a small transparent room with colorful play mats and dog toys lay. Maxie barked from the inside, tail wagging happily as she chased a tiny rubber ball. "I didn't even realize she was here," Zeno muttered. Doha gave him a proud smile. That room that used to be a recording booth was made into a doggy playroom. "It's for Maxie. I figured I'd bring her here when you're busy. The other gym bros have pets, too, so now they don't have to leave them at home." Zeno nodded. That was actually a very good idea. However, he remembered the sign again, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you even use my name?" "We all agreed to it," Doha replied. "It's good for marketing. A lot of people are already taking the flyers out front because they associate the gym with you. Bobby doesn't have a problem with it, too," he added, gesturing to Bobby, who appeared like a starved caveman as he chowed on some high-protein salad. "What if I do?" Zeno retorted, crossing his arms. Doha grinned. You won't sue me. You even got this gym for me," Doha said with a wide smile. Zeno sighed heavily, regretting buying this space. His moping was interrupted by Eli, who asked, "How's the filming, by the way?" Jace perked up immediately. Zeno saved everyone. "Don't exaggerate," Zeno muttered. It's true, Jace declared, wiping some crumbs off his cheek. Victor is on trial, and now Devon's going to keep the production running. With this boost, I need to train even harder. I have to be worthy of the scenes I'll be in. Then, like someone just flipped on a light bulb in his brain, Jace's face lit up. We should have a retreat. Everyone turned toward him. A retreat? Zeno echoed. Yes. I know a countryside villa, Jace said. It's huge. It has a farm. It's peaceful. I also know an acting expert. It's been a while since I've seen him, but he's the best. It's going to be a healing experience. That's actually a good idea, Bobby said, scratching his chin. Zeno's been working like a madman these past few months. He needs some good rest. Can we come? Doha asked, suddenly hopeful. Zeno gave him a look. You're opening a gym. Doha beamed. The gym bros will take care of it. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. Minji echoed, now wrapping her arm around Eli's shoulder and bouncing excitedly. It's set then. We're going. You're just deciding like that? Zeno asked. You didn't even ask me. They all turned toward him with varying degrees of fake innocence. Zeno opened his mouth, paused, then closed it. I'm going to tear that sign down in the middle of the night. We'll put it back up in the morning, Attorney Duck said cheerfully. Jace honked twice, waving excitedly from behind the wheel of a silver SUV. It shimmered under the morning sun like it had just rolled out of the dealership. Dang, Eli muttered as they approached. You have a nice car. Jace grinned. Thanks. I got it this year. Zeno raised an eyebrow. You had a car this whole time, but still take a scooter to the company? This is too big, Jace muttered. I don't like using it that much. If you want, I have 5 scooters at home. We can. Zeno had already opened the door before Jace could finish what he was saying. The others quickly followed. The thought of riding a scooter for hours felt like hell for them. Meanwhile, behind them, Moby stood at the door, cradling someone in his arm. I swear this dog is possessed, he muttered as Maxie barked in his hands. She bit me again. She doesn't like new people, Eli said. Thanks, though. Moby looked at Maxie warily as she growled, already regretting taking up the task as Jace's car drove away. The drive was long, nearly 3 hours from the city, but the road was smooth, and the mountainside view was calming. It was only their noisy talk that made Zeno's head ache a bit. When they finally pulled up to the property, the group was noticeably impressed. Whoa, Minji whispered, stepping out of the car. This place is huge. In front of them stood a quaint, simple farmhouse. It wasn't grand or extravagant, but its charm was undeniable. White fences bordered lush fields, a small barn stood in the distance, and gardens overflowed with vegetables and herbs. A few goats bleated lazily under a tree, and chickens pecked around. Are those stallions? Doha exclaimed with wide eyes. Their coat is shinier than my hair, Minji muttered. Eli stepped onto the soil and let out a low whistle. This is kind of perfect. This is a really good place, Minji added, spinning slowly to take in the view. How did you rent this? It must have cost a fortune. Rent, Jace echoed, popping the trunk open. Everyone turned to look at him. It's just our summer farmhouse. What? They all yelled in unison. Chapter 316, Master Aster. This is your villa? Zeno asked, genuinely surprised by the revelation. Jace nodded innocently. Yeah. They looked around again. The stone pathways appeared to be made of real limestone. There were flowering vines that surrounded the farmhouse at the back. A tree house was also next to the barn, but it might as well be a real house. It was definitely bigger than the size of their units back in Seoul. It's not even as big as our beach house. Jace added like that would make it less absurd. Beach house. Eli choked out. What? Jace asked, tilting his head. Don't you guys have beach houses? What do you mean, don't you guys? Doha exclaimed, staring at him. We have a house near the beach back in Busan, Minji muttered. That's because we grew up there. Oh, Jace smiled. Same thing, right? I also grew up here. How is that the same thing? Eli groaned. Maybe I'm just hungry, Doha muttered, rubbing his stomach and turning his back to the group. This feels like a simulation. Don't worry, Jace said brightly. Our personal chef is already whipping something up. Doha whipped around to gaze at him with wide eyes. Personal chef? The group went silent for a moment. You have a chef in this place? Minji asked, still in disbelief. Just when we're here, Jace replied. I mean, there's no takeout in the middle of nowhere. They all exchanged glances. Eli leaned toward Minji and whispered, I don't think we can ever make fun of him for being an extra again. Minji nodded solemnly. He might be richer than all of us combined. Doha let out a slow exhale, hands on his hips. I think we should do it. Do what? Zeno asked warily. Doha looked very serious. Formally elect Jace as our group's sugar daddy. Jace waved his hands. No, please. I'm not that rich. You literally have a lake. Minji said, pointing to the map framed in the sign just next to them. Speaking of which, Jace said quickly, trying to change the subject. Do you guys want to go see it? My ancestors made it when I was younger. Oh, of course, it's man-made. Minji chuckled, but it lacked humor. Before Jace could defend himself, a small yet striking figure stood at the threshold, silhouetted by the light from the porch. Are you not going to greet me? The voice rang out. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice. A man emerged from the far side of the farmhouse, dressed in a long brown robe tied loosely at the waist with a cloth sash. His beard was long, gray streaks threading through thick black hair and braided at the tip. His posture was straight, and his eyes were piercing. He looked like an ancient warrior. Master Aster. Jace gasped, dropping to his knees like a devotee. The others were unsure how to react to the arrival of a strong presence. It seemed like all of them were collectively coerced to follow Jace and bow to him, too. Mumbling under their breaths, the group lowered to their knees one after another, unsure whether this was a prank. Doha hesitated and stood after a few seconds. However, he felt a hard whack on his shoulder. Did I say you could stand? Master Aster's voice cracked through the air. Ouch. What the? Doha winced, rubbing his shoulder as he knelt. Okay, fine. After a few seconds, the old man nodded and said calmly, You may stand. They all stood in unison. Jace stepped forward, gesturing to the man with reverence. This is Master Aster. He's one of the best acting coaches in the country. No, the world. He trained me when I was younger. The old man gave a curt nod. However, that name is too long. You may call me Master Ass. Well, that name was definitely interesting. Master Ass. Doha blurted before he could stop himself. A second whack landed on his other shoulder. Only a single S. Master Ass barked, narrowing his eyes. Doha rubbed both shoulders now. How do you even know? He muttered. It's the same pronunciation. The man didn't answer. Instead, he turned to the rest of the group. Repeat after me, Master Ass. They all chanted it back, with Doha still sulking because it literally sounded identical to when he first said it. I am the descendant of the greatest performers in history, the man declared, raising his arms to the heavens. Of the stage and of the soul. My blood traces back to ancient artists who sculpted emotion into marble and chiseled truth into silence. I was sent to this earth to analyze acting. Zeno's eyes narrowed slightly. Sent to Earth? Was he not from here originally? Anyway, Master As said, lowering his hands and straightening his robe. Jace asked me to come. It has been a long time. I suppose he's brought little gremlins with him. Are we the gremlins? Minji muttered, and Eli nodded silently. Doha narrowed his eyes at the old man. Who are your students exactly? He asked. Jace Moon, Master As replied with complete confidence. Doha pursed his lips. Well, that's quite a rich list, he. Just Jace, huh? Master As I twitched. This big-bodied man was getting on his nerves. I have never left this farmland. I get car sick, boat sick, and plane sick easily, you see. I have grown both tomatoes and truths, cucumbers and character arcs. But in all my years, Jace was the only one who showed interest in this small corner of the world. That is why I agreed to see him again. He leaned closer. But I will have you know, I believe I have the best capacity for nurturing talent in this country. That set off barely stifled laughter among the others, their hands flying to their mouths. Jace scratched the back of his neck, trying to vouch for the man and survive the embarrassment at the same time. Zeno, however, remained quiet. Something about the old man didn't sit quite right, or maybe it sat exactly right. There was something buried deep behind those eccentricities. Either way, Zeno knew one thing for certain. Zeno's eyes locked with Master As for a second, and that was enough. Because above this eccentric, barefoot man in the middle of nowhere was an SSS-rated potential. Chapter 317, Skill Expansion. Silence. Master As' voice boomed through the area like thunder, making everyone freeze mid-chuckle. If you do not believe me, the old man continued, Then I will show you. It has been some time since I've done this, but every entity that wants to be my student needs a proper analysis. Not just for acting, but for their soul, their innate talent. The atmosphere between them had changed as Master has straightened his back and clasped his hands behind him. With slow steps, he walked forward. He stopped in front of Doha first, his eyes scanning the young man from head to toe. "You," he said, slowly. "You have a good body. Strong. Solid. Perfect for dancing." Doha's breath hitched. "How does he know?" he muttered. "But it's too big now." Master is deadpanned. "You must have rerouted somewhere along the way," he added, nodding to himself. "Now it seems you do dance-based exercise for a living, plus a lot of weights and protein. You don't seem sad, though, despite straying far from your initial goal. It's good that you're a simpleton." Eli felt a chill run down his spine. "I can't explain this medically, but what he said is accurate," he muttered. With that, Master has turned to Eli. "You," he said. Eli stood stiff, unsure of what to expect. "You don't want to be famous." Eli's eyes widened. "What? You're not meant for the spotlight. I can see it. You are a supporter. Someone who stands in the wings, quietly pushing others forward. It's not fear, it's your design. You're someone who uplifts. Am I wrong?" Master is asked gently. "No," Eli admitted after a long pause. "I still can't explain it," he whispered to Minji. "I'm gonna go insane." Next, the old man turned to Minji. She straightened her back, trying to maintain her usual playful composure. But Master didn't say anything right away. Instead, he stared at her. "You," he finally said. "You carry a lot of loneliness." Minji's breath got caught, and she gave a weak laugh, glancing at the others. "That's not true," she muttered. "You've buried something," Master continued. "There's a dream in you, maybe more than one. But somewhere along the line, you decided they weren't yours to reach for. Maybe you gave them up. Maybe someone took them away. Either way, it still clings to you." Her shoulders twitched ever so slightly, and she looked away. "But," Master added, voice softening, "it's not too late. We can fix that. Hopefully." Master didn't let the atmosphere turn awkward. Instead, he turned to Jace. "You're the same. An open book. Predictable, but pure." Jace chuckled awkwardly. "Still not good, huh?" "Not yet," Master nodded. "But more determined than ever. That's why I took you in as my student in the first place. There's a reason you don't have much work in acting, though," he bluntly said, causing Jace to purse his lips. Finally, Master walked toward Zeno. Everyone seemed to straighten as he stood before him. But before the old man could speak, his body jerked. He convulsed once like something had struck his spine. His fingers twitched, and his knees bent ever so slightly as though the ground were slipping beneath him. "Is he all right?" Doha muttered while the old man kept convulsing. "Eli, I think he's having a seizure." Eli was sweating buckets already. He attempted to get near the old man, but Jace held him back. "He's okay. He gets like this sometimes." "Gets like what?" "Possessed," Doha exclaimed. They all watched as Master's breath grew ragged. His eyelids fluttered before snapping wide open. He looked directly at Zeno. "You," he whispered, voice trembling, "are not from this world." They were silent for a while, processing Master's strange declaration. Zeno's eyes narrowed slightly, trying to read into the strange old man who had said something that was too close to the truth. Minji suddenly chuckled and clapped her hands. "Oh, Zeno is truly out of this world," she said brightly. "He only started acting this year, but he's already the best." "This year?" Master echoed, turning toward her. Eli nodded beside Minji. "He started from zero, but now he's in so many projects already." Master folded his arms. "That makes a lot of sense," he muttered. Zeno tilted his head. This man did not smell like a Rennie's, but he did not seem quite human either. He couldn't put a finger on it. "That's why you're still awful at acting." They were shocked, to say the least. How could he say that? Zeno was the calmest among them. Jace, despite respecting his teacher, was in turmoil. He had never witnessed anyone call Zeno out for his bad acting. Well, his haters and some people still weren't convinced, but they were anonymous, miserable people. This was his teacher talking about his rival in such a poor light. "I mean no insult," Master added calmly. "It's simply the truth. You lack the foundation of a human." "You're a good actor," the Master continued, now circling Zeno like a lion around prey, "but not because of training or technique. You're good because you've experienced. A lot. Too much, I'd wager." A lifetime's worth. Maybe even more. If you were a clean slate, you'd be average at best. That is not a criticism. It is an observation, Master as went on. What you are good at is bleeding your past into the roles you take. But that won't last forever, don't you think? Zeno felt like he was on the receiving end of what he had done to others before. How could this old man read him so well? Master as circled around Zeno and gestured vaguely to his face. Good face. Then, with a short wave down his torso, good body. Your proportions are ideal for camera work. You have what they call star aura. You shine even when you don't try. And I bet you've been told you're incredible. You've been praised for bringing something new to each role. Right. Zeno gave the slightest nod. But you are limited, Master has said. You cannot process your own emotions. Just then, a blue translucent notification box flashed faintly before Zeno's eyes. Skill expansion unlocked. Acting, now categorized by emotional capacity. Emotion-based acting breakdown initiated. Anger, SSS. Fear, A+. Joy, B+. Sadness, B+. Disgust, SSS. Surprise, A. Romance, B. Numbness, SSS. Average grade, SS. Upgrade each emotion by completing given tasks. These emotions, do you even understand what they are, young man? Chapter 318, Compliment Battle. Your personal chef is really good, Doha said, licking a stray smear of sauce off his thumb as they stepped out of the humble farmhouse. Well, it appeared humble on the outside. However, inside, the furniture appeared to cost more than the entire house itself. With every passing moment, it was becoming more apparent that Jace's family had a lot of money. Him acting for pennies didn't make sense. Or maybe it did. Yeah, it definitely did. Zeno followed a few paces behind them, still thinking about what Master as had told him a while ago. He thought he knew too much about living. Yet in that sense, it felt he didn't know anything at all. Just then, the other four stopped, so he paused, too. What is he doing now? Doha asked as he stared at the old man lying on the grass in a starfish position. His eyes were closed, and his long beard swayed with the wind. He's being one with the earth, Jace whispered back, nodding seriously. Let's go join him. Zeno gave Jace a skeptical glance, but when Jace darted forward, he hesitated only a second longer before striding toward the old man as well. If there was one person he was willing to follow on this earth, it would be Master Ass. He got his life story spot on. Seeing Zeno follow without any complaints, the other three also trudged behind them. They lay next to Master as in silence. However, the old man's eyes suddenly snapped open. What are you doing? He barked, loud enough to make them jump. You all look ridiculous. I was merely resting. One thing was for sure. This man was diabolical. Then, like there was a switch to his personality, he lifted his chin. Since you're all here, let's not waste the opportunity. You're heading back tomorrow evening, yes? He asked. They nodded in unison. Then we'll conduct our first drill. A compliment battle. Eh, what? Doha asked. You'll be partnered up, Master as declared, ignoring Doha's question. Your task is to identify the strengths of your partner. Not just physical but emotional, creative, and personal. To recognize the strengths of another is to acknowledge your own. Just then, a small notification blinked in Zeno's periphery. Mission, upgrade romance. Catch them all. Charm someone. Deadline, 2 hours. Reward, +1 romance. Failure, -1 romance. Zeno's brows furrowed slightly at the new mission, but he looked up in time to see Master as pointing. You, the old man said, jabbing his finger at Zeno. And you. His finger swiveled toward Minji. Minji's eyes widened. Me? Master has nodded. Yes, you two shall be partners. Jace clapped his hands. This is getting fun. And you? Master has continued, pointing at Doha. With Jace. What about me? Eli piped up, lifting a hand. Master has glanced at him. You don't want to be famous. Observe them, he added. You're good at that. Eli pursed his lips and crossed his arms, but nodded silently. We'll go first, Jace said, clapping his hands together. Doha followed, and the two of them looked like two demented seals. Sit in the middle, Master as commanded, and they followed instantly. You may begin. The two appeared more serious than Zeno expected. But then again, these two were probably the most unhinged individuals Zeno had met in this life. Doha placed a hand over his chest. Jace, you have a really nice smile. Jace smiled in response. You have a nice body. You can probably lift me up with one arm. Eli's eyes narrowed. That sounded too specific. You're not great at acting, Doha added. But you have a great personality, Doha said. You make up for it. Jace placed his hands over his heart and smiled. Ah, that's sweet. These two were definitely on the same wavelength. All right, stop, Master S sighed. I think what you need is mental realignment. While the other two wanted to continue, Master has already waved a hand and turned his gaze to Zeno and Minji. Zeno wanted to clear the mission, while Minji wanted to jump in joy since they were paired up. She pursed her lips and went first. All right, you're very attractive, but you don't brag about it. Zeno tilted his head slightly. You have pretty eyes. Minji couldn't help the racing of her heart. She was caught off guard by his directness. She hadn't thought he would actually take it seriously. I mean it, Zeno added. Minji swallowed and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Thanks. You've got a nice voice. It's kind of low and calm, but when you're mad, it gets very convincing. I think that's one of your edges as an actor. Zeno gave a small nod, considering her words. Well, getting mad on this planet was probably the easiest thing. You're honest even when you don't speak. You fidget when you're anxious. You break eye contact when you lie. But you always mean well, Zeno continued. Minji was once again perplexed. Jace and Doha were holding their breaths like they were watching a romance drama. It became more apparent that Zeno had a knack for writing. Minji stared at him before looking away, her cheeks flushed pink. I'm glad you smiled today, she muttered. Because it's rare, she added. You used to smile a lot before, but it felt forced. Most of these days, although you smile rarely, it feels very genuine. Zeno looked contemplative. That was another piece of information about his past self. Was he truly unhappy? You're a great human, he said slowly. You have no edges. You don't hide things. That's rare. From the side, Eli froze. You set aside yourself for others, Zeno went on. You try to light up the atmosphere even when you don't feel like it. But that's your charm. That's what makes people comfortable around you. Eli's throat tightened. He felt like his heart dropped in slow motion. Because those were the things he noticed. The things he always noticed. About Minji. He didn't think anyone else had. Zeno's tone wasn't flirtatious or performative. It was just honest. Before Eli even realized what he was doing, he stood up abruptly, clapping his hands. All right, he said, a little too loud, pulling a peace sign. Call of nature. I need to poop. All heads turned toward him. Jace exclaimed in disappointment. It was getting so good. I was invested. Yeah. Eli said quickly, backing away. Too much cheese. I'll be back. Minji tilted her head, surprised, her heart still racing from Zeno's choice of words. Peace, Eli said again before disappearing behind the nearest tree. Chapter 319, Soltigration. Eli leaned against the thick trunk of the old tree, his chest rising and falling a little faster than normal. His hands were buried deep in his pockets, but his mind was nowhere near his feet. He wanted a moment, just a moment to wallow a little. But the universe seemed to have other plans. He shifted his position slightly, and there was a quiet crack. What the? He turned, only to see something glinting on the wood. His eyes widened. Shit. Attached to the bark was what looked like a thin gold leaf decoration, tucked into the natural lines of the tree. It shimmered faintly under the dying light of day, and the tiny, broken edge where he leaned and made his stomach drop. I think that's really gold. He stared at it in disbelief. Why is this even here? Who puts gold on trees? He couldn't even be sad in peace. Eli backed away slightly, muttering apologies under his breath to Jace's ancestors, when a familiar voice rang behind him. Eli, Doha exclaimed. We're waiting for you. The drill is done, and Master S finally commended Zeno. He was very genuine in giving compliments to Minji. Eli's mind drifted away from the golden leaf. He bit his lip and nodded. Yeah, he muttered. Doha crossed his arms, giving him a knowing look. Don't do this. Do what? You know what? Doha said, walking closer to him. Don't act like you don't feel anything. I know you too well, Eli. Eli looked down, his shoulders tense. Minji's still super dense. I think Zeno is, too. Doha continued. I don't think he even knows that Minji likes him. And she's clueless about your feelings for her, too. Eli ran a hand through his hair, tugging slightly at the ends. I just needed to take a shit, Doha. Doha raised an eyebrow. You said it was the cheese. Yeah, We didn't have any cheese, Eli. Eli froze, shoulders stiffening even more. Doha's gaze softened. You're 100 times smarter than me, but I'm better at reading feelings. Eli's head lowered again. Why did I have to like her? Doha let out a long, deep breath. You can't help who you like, Doha said. You just do. I know, Eli replied quietly. I mean, it's not like I ever had a chance, he added with a small laugh, but it didn't sound right. She smiles more at him. She looks at him like she's looking at something that saved her. When she looks at me, it's all annoyance. Doha stayed still, eyes forward. Eli looked up at the tree branches. I knew it for a while. I just didn't want to admit it. Nothing is ever certain, Doha said softly. I mean, yeah, maybe. Eli let out a long breath. But I think I already lost. There was silence between them. Doha finally said, you know, I may root for Zeno a lot. He's like this star that just keeps climbing. But in this, he turned to Eli. In this, I'll always root for you. Eli smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. It's better you root for him for this one, too. Eli, you're not giving up, are you? Eli's eyes fluttered closed. I wish I could, he muttered. Doha's brows furrowed at the honesty in those words. Eli wasn't being self-pitying or dramatic. He meant it. The ache that came from loving someone who never looked at you in the same light. He patted Eli on the shoulder. Let's head back soon, before they send Master as to look for us. Eli nodded faintly and straightened his posture. However, he froze when he suddenly remembered something. Doha, he called out. I might have broken something important. The group was in a new house. This one was right next to the lake. Their humble lake house, as Jace called it. Zeno's attention went to the floating notification hovering lazily in his line of sight. Romance skill upgraded. Current grade, B. New passive added, Charm Pulse. Charmed someone with your natural personality. Resistance to affection lowered by 3% for nearby targets. Zeno narrowed his eyes at the message and tapped it off. Minji must have a weak heart, he mumbled to himself. He hadn't expected the compliment drill to make that much of an impact. All he did was say what he saw, and maybe he'd used a touch of honesty. It was well past midnight, yet the lights in the spacious new house were still on. It had been Jace who led them here, through a winding path of lush trees, only for the group to discover another house on the property. If one could call a 3-story villa with a karaoke bar and garden pool just a house. Why even have a pool next to a lake? I stopped questioning anything Jace owns, Doha said as he chowed on a cob of corn. Inside, Master as stood tall, well, as tall as a 5-foot man was, with his arms behind his back, peering at a whiteboard he must have wheeled in from the depths of mystery. Jace, Minji, Doha, and Eli were gathered on the couch, visibly exhausted from the day's earlier drills. What now? Doha whined. We've sung karaoke, we've danced with spirits, and we've emotionally disarmed ourselves. Can't we just drink like normal people? Nonsense. Alcohol makes you lose muscle mass, Master has exclaimed. He banged a marker on the table. In this precious time between today and tomorrow, we shall improve your ASS. I'm sorry, what? ASS, Master has repeated proudly. Acting, he declared, writing it in bold capital letters. Synergizing, because you must be able to connect to one another as actors. And the last S? Minji prompted. Soultegration, Master has said confidently, like he didn't just make up a word. Soul integration? Eli asked, scratching the back of his neck. No. Soultegration. It's the connection with oneself. The trademark is pending. Master has spun to face them. You must come to terms with yourselves. Only then can your performance reach its apex. Which is why. Yes, you guessed it. Another analysis. No. Minji groaned. We just got emotionally wrecked an hour ago. You may have, but your soultegration was weak, Master has said with a straight face. Where did you even find this guy? Zeno muttered to Jace, who only smiled innocently. Master has stood in the center, voice lowering to a dramatic timbre. But tonight, we go deeper than the flesh. Deeper than personality. I ask you one thing. Have you ever considered the possibility of a past life? Chapter 320. Past life. Past life. Jace asked. In his years as a student, Master has had never said anything about having this skill. Yes, Master has answered. A past life. It is said that every soul is given 4 lives. One to plant, one to wait, one to harvest, and one to enjoy the harvest. 1. He raised a single finger. But we do not know which life we are currently living, nor do we know which connections still linger from our previous selves. The memories, long buried, may still linger through your instincts, your fears, your desires. Zeno crossed his arms. And you can show us this? I cannot show you, Master said gravely. But I can guide you through the ancient methods passed down to me by my ancestors. Are you certified? Doha blurted out. He had seen this on the internet before, and he even looked up courses online. Those who are certified are frauds, Master said with distaste. This gift is not one learned. It is inherited. Oh, I actually want to do this, Doha said, eyes lighting up with a grin. This is cool. Me first. Minji raised her hand, her excitement bubbling over. I want to try it. Very well, Master said. He pulled a rocking chair, seemingly carved from the same tree that stood in the middle of their courtyard, and placed it at the center of the room. Sit here, child. Minji skipped over and sat down, brushing her palms on her knees nervously. Close your eyes, Master instructed, his voice dropping into a gentle cadence. Breathe in and out, in and out. The others gathered around. Zeno leaned against the wall, arms crossed, but watching intently. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Let it ground you. Let it take the weight of your thoughts. Good. Master moved behind Minji, his hands hovering just above her shoulders. You will go down now, not into sleep, but into memory. Let your breath out slowly. Let your mind drift back. Further, beyond your name, beyond this skin, beyond this time. Where are you? There was silence. Then, Minji spoke. I see a courtyard. There's a clothesline with baby clothes. I'm folding them. Her voice changed. What are you doing? Master probed. There's a child crying. My son. He wants to be held all the time. He cries when I put him down. He's so small. But he's healthy. Zeno straightened slightly. Jace had gone completely still. Eli and Doha turned to each other with wide eyes. Minji wasn't one to act for things like this. Master nodded, eyes closed. Go on. My husband left us. The villagers say he was drafted to the border. I haven't seen him in over a year. I don't know if he's dead or just gone. Minji smiled, her eyes still closed. We're happy. I sew clothes for others. I also sell herbal balms at the market. I live with my mother. She helps me take care of my boy. Wait, this is legit, Eli muttered, and Doha nodded enthusiastically in response. Master turned slowly to the group. Her soul remembers. A soul that has already waited. Her past life was a season of patience, of love through struggle. Zeno furrowed his brows, watching Minji's peaceful expression. She looked different somehow, aged not in appearance, but in essence. Minji let out a soft sigh. He raised a hand above her forehead. You may return now, Minji, with the blessing of memory. Minji's eyes fluttered open slowly. Did I say something? She asked, her voice trembling. Everyone was quiet. You were a mother, Master said softly. A really good one. Zeno was frozen, his mind racing with questions he didn't have the answer to. Then, Master turned to the rest of them with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Who's next? Just like that, it had been found out that Eli was a healer in his past life, and Jace was a beggar. Doha was currently being analyzed, but compared to the others, he didn't have concrete answers. You may return, Master said, and his eyes snapped open. Doha was excited as he got out of the rocking chair. What am I? He happily exclaimed. You were a sponge in the sea. That's it, Doha asked, incredulous. That's it, Master answered. What? That's not fair. Then, why did it feel like I was dying? You were probably dried up. Died like a rag on a rock. He waved his hand lazily. Next, the others were already doubled over in laughter, muffling their snorts with their sleeves. Doha stood there, affronted. That's my past life? A sea sponge. Master did not even spare him a glance. Next, he chimed, turning to Zeno. Zeno hesitated. I think it's time to call it a night. No, Master deadpanned, already gesturing toward the wooden rocking chair in the middle of the room. It's your turn. Zeno didn't move. Master tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. Come now. There's no reason for you to be having a hard time. Unless. He stepped closer, his voice filled with curiosity. Are you hiding something? Zeno's brows twitched. I'm not. We're all tired, he added quickly, scanning the group. No, Master said again. Your soul is burning through your body. You are curious. I can see it. He leaned in. You want to know? Zeno clenched his fists, lips pressed together in a thin line. Besides, Master as continued, gesturing vaguely with his hand, you'll all have a full rest. Sleep in until noon. I won't bother you until then. Zeno exhaled slowly and moved toward the chair. He sat, and the old chair creaked as he leaned back. Master has placed a hand on the backrest, gently rocking him. Close your eyes, he murmured. Let your thoughts fall silent. Zeno obeyed, albeit begrudgingly. His heart was beating strangely fast. Let your breath slow, drift back, further. Where are you? Zeno frowned. He didn't want to answer. He didn't think anything would happen. Until the chair disappeared beneath him. The room dimmed into velvet. He felt something. Fabric? A cloak? The weight of something resting on his shoulders, and beneath him were wooden planks squeaking due to footsteps. A spotlight bloomed in his mind. Zeno's lips parted before he even realized he was speaking. I'm on stage. Where? Master's voice sounded far now. Zeno tried to look around. He saw oil lamps lighting the archways above him. Red velvet curtains. He was wearing lace sleeves, dark wine-colored ones. A mask lay in his hand, delicate and gold-framed. I'm in a theater. Performing, he muttered. The crowd roared. He turned, and in the far rows of the gallery, nobles leaned forward with eager faces. A woman with red hair and tight curls looked at him, and with a single glance he knew his line. My lady, if love be war, then let my sword be yours, he said aloud. Gasps from the crowd filled the room. The woman smirked. It was an old line, but he delivered like it came from his own chest. Zeno's breath caught. His voice wasn't even the same. He felt horrified. At that moment, he realized that this memory didn't come from one of his past missions. I knew of this from Goblin. Chapter 321, Alarming Alarms. Zeno decided to let go of all his inhibitions. There was a split second of resistance. A part of him still clinging to the idea that this was merely a simulation, some trick conjured by a master of acting or an elaborate hypnosis. But the longer he stayed in that skin, the more he felt that this could be real. This wasn't Avalis, nor was it the echo of any life assigned to him as a Rennie's. Maybe it had happened so long ago he'd buried it under centuries of forgotten reincarnations. Maybe it was a fragment that broke off and drifted away when he became who he is now. Or maybe this was simply his past life. Before Avalis. Before anything. Back when he was just a soul. He stopped resisting. Master's voice had faded completely now, swallowed by the thick velvet curtains and the rattle of stage pulleys. A scene unfolded under warm amber light. A woman in a corseted gown was being dragged away by men in leather and iron. She screamed, clawing at the floor, calling out for a man. He stormed across the wooden stage, voice loud and face open in anguish. The audience gasped and leaned forward. There was something brutal about the performance. There were collars around their necks, thin leather straps with ornamental tags, like pets. And yet now one seemed to bat an eye. It was a normal day to them. His heart was pounding by the time the curtain closed. The backstage was chaos, props flying, actors laughing, faces flushed with sweat and leftover adrenaline. Someone clapped him on the back. Brilliant job tonight, Z. That was his name here. He stepped aside, weaving through corridors lined with mirrors until he found one that wasn't fogged up. He stared at the face reflected back. Another surprise. It was the same face he had now. Well, not exactly, but close enough that it startled him. Youthful, with tired eyes and a jaw slightly sharper. His skin bore soot and remnants of makeup, and he had a bruise near his neck. But there was a spark in those eyes. Oi, how many did you get? A voice asked, breaking him out of his trance. Zeno turned to see a man with slicked back curls, a wide chin, and a lopsided grin slinging an arm around his shoulders. He was dressed in costume, waving a small pouch. Zeno instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 small brass coins. His friend whistled. 3 brass? Damn, that's a shit show. They gave the others 3 silvers again, just 'cause they've been here longer. A second figure joined them, leaning lazily against the nearby wall. A man, shorter, with his long hair tied back in messy braids and ink-stained fingers. I think it's because we aren't originally from here, he muttered. The locals have a hard time sharing their coin with immigrants. The man beside Zeno scoffed. We rake in the most audience, though. They come to see us. Not those crusty veterans with their fake weeping and stale lines. The long-haired man shrugged. It doesn't matter. 3 brass coins are better than nothing. Zeno's past self replied calmly. The words left his lips before he realized they were even forming. True enough. The friend grinned and shoved the coins into a small pouch. Now let's go. I hear old man Doral's making stew with real meat tonight. Real meat? The other man echoed. Count me in. They began to move toward the exit, pushing open a crooked door that led into the moonlit alley. The sounds of laughter and horses echoed faintly in the distance. The two bickered as they walked through the night. Duh. You're so dramatic, Jake, the one with the lopsided grin said, adjusting the pouch of coins strapped to his belt. And you're obnoxious, Jason. Jake shot back, rolling his eyes. Say that again, I dare you. I said. Zeno smiled slightly, watching them go. Jake and Jason. The names echoed faintly in his mind. Somehow, their energy felt familiar. They walked ahead of him, and at that moment, he took the opportunity to glance back. The theater stood proud in the moonlight. Wooden, imperfect, its shingles slanted and its windows cracked. He turned back around, but everything felt darker and colder. Jake and Jason were gone. The street was suddenly empty, the chatter and footsteps vanishing into a void. Fog coiled at his ankles. Hello, Zeno called out, taking a cautious step forward. A sound split the air like lightning through timber before flames engulfed everything. They erupted without warning, devouring the wooden walls like paper. Screams tore through the fog. A woman stumbled past him, face charred, hair ablaze. A child cried for his mother, but there was only fire. Fire in the skies, fire on the streets, fire even in the puddles. The theater was crumbling. He turned around, but the town was gone. There was only ash now. Jake? Jason? He ran toward the flames, coughing, eyes stinging. Jake? Jason? A wooden beam collapsed beside him, and he stumbled back, arm raised. Zeno. Zeno. The voice came from a distance, echoing through layers of time. Zeno. Suddenly, everything crashed. He gasped. His chest heaved like he'd been yanked out of water. That wasn't far from the truth because he was soaked. Zeno sputtered and blinked rapidly, his back pressed against rocking chair. Water dripped from his hair. A bucket rolled beside him. His eyes darted upward. Jace, Minji, Eli, Doha, all huddled above him, concern on their faces. He couldn't even get mad that they literally soaked him with tap water. What happened? He muttered, his voice hoarse. You went too deep, Master has said grimly, kneeling beside him. That was dangerous, he added. We nearly lost you to your memory. Peace blanketed the realm. The clouds glided lazily across the sky, and in the sanctum of the ascendants, plates clinked under soft candlelight. Ascendants dined together, some whispering poetry, others laughing softly over celestial wine. Just then, the peace was destroyed. Beep, beep, beep. Chairs scraped against marble. Goblets were left midair. High above, red lights spiraled down a pillar of glass. What's happening? This alarm. Somebody make it stop. From another corridor, Apex appeared erratically. He adjusted the cuffs of his coat and narrowed his gaze toward the glowing pillar. Who among the Rennies, he said slowly, voice thick with restrained fury, has remembered their original life? Chapter 322, Awakened. Zeno couldn't sleep, even with the blanket tucked around him, making him feel warm. He loved being warm. He loved sticking to his routine, too. He should have been in bed a few hours ago. However, his mind refused to let go. The memory that Master has subjected him to was too vivid. It gripped him like something he had buried deep in his soul, finally clawing its way out. He had lived so many lives. From his very first mission, when he was thrown into a kingdom and promptly castrated, to his last, where he needed to die, he remembered all of them. However, the stage he saw in his dream wasn't familiar at all. It wasn't a task given to him as a Rennies. It was his past life. He wasn't sure what to do with that information. The moon hung low and full as he stepped out onto the balcony, hands deep in the pockets of his hoodie. The lake reflected the sky perfectly. He leaned on the railing, drifting across the waters. That's when he saw Master as sitting on the grass again. Zeno's brows furrowed. He descended the stairs quietly, making no sound against the wooden floor, and padded toward the lawn. The old man didn't move, but after a few seconds, He spoke. I assume you didn't come to talk about the moon. Zeno sighed. Can you stop doing that? Master has opened one eye lazily. I'm old, not deaf. And your footsteps aren't as light as you think. Zeno narrowed his eyes. Are you not going to sleep? I sleep for an entire month, then stay awake for another. Like a bear? Exactly like a bear. Except wiser, handsomer, and not endangered. This man, whatever he was definitely not from this world. There was a moment of silence between them. Then, quietly, Zeno spoke. I want to do it again. Master has blinked. That hypnosis thing, Zeno clarified. Or whatever you did. I want to see more. The old man's smile faded. His expression turned grave. No can do. Zeno's jaw tensed. Why not? I told you. Master has said slowly. That glimpse you had. What we pulled you from, you nearly didn't come back. You were too deep. We almost lost you. But you pulled me out. Barely, he said. And more importantly, I can't do it again. What do you mean? Master has turned his face to the moon. I lost it. Lost what? The ability, he replied. To reach into the past and draw it forward. I knew this would happen eventually. That's bullshit. Zeno muttered with a scoff. How can you just lose it when you said it was passed down by your ancestors? Master has remained sitting on the cool, dew-kissed grass, as calm as ever. He plucked a blade of grass from beside him and twirled it between his fingers. I just lost it, he said simply. I tried to retrieve it, but it's gone. Just like that. Zeno asked, his tone incredulous. The old man nodded, the corners of his mouth turning upward, not in bitterness or regret, but a soft smile that held no resentment. I'm not sad, he said. People don't come to me for that anyway. Most don't even believe in it. They think it's a silly party trick. They think I'm a joke. Zeno stared at him, brow furrowed. So is it not true? Master has looked up. It's true. It's your memory. I cannot insert something inside your soul or mind. That is far beyond my talents. He chuckled a little. I think you already know that. Zeno looked away. Humans aren't capable of such, the old man added. We are observers. Maybe guides. But never the weavers. A silence settled between them. Crickets chirped softly from the woods, and the gentle waves of the lake lapped against the shore in rhythm with the wind. Zeno pursed his lips. He had a feeling this old man knew much more than he let on. His words just confirmed it. Nobody talked about humans like that unless they weren't purely human. Since when have you known? Zeno asked. Master has smirked. Since I felt your aura. When I said you weren't from this earth, he continued, brushing a bit of grass from his lap. I meant it literally. You are not from here, Master has said again, looking him dead in the eye. You are from a planet distant, yet oddly close to Earth and the human species. I do not know the name of that planet, but I know of its existence. This was the first time Zeno had met such a person. And you know this because? He couldn't help but ask. Master has stood slowly, brushing off his robe. His back was still straight despite his age, his eyes bright despite the wrinkles. Because once, he said, looking directly at Zeno, I knew my body was taken over by someone like you too. A gust of wind rushed past, stirring the trees above them. That's not supposed to happen, Zeno deadpanned. It cannot happen. But it did, Master has answered. Someone like you, sent from wherever it is you come from, slipped into my body, into my life, just for a moment. It was brief. I was a teenager, but I remember how the stars aligned, how I looked up at the night sky and knew. Someone else was in control. Zeno studied the man carefully. I was given a vision, a flash of 1,000 lives. I didn't understand it then, but it stayed with me. That's why I've spent the rest of my life training my intuition, honing the connection, waiting. Waiting for what? For someone like you, Master has said. To confirm that I wasn't insane, that I hadn't imagined everything I went through. Although even if I haven't met you, I would have continued believing. He looked up at the night sky and closed his eyes. Someone is out there willing to help us. Zeno scoffed. Now what? He asked. Now that you've met me, what are you going to do? He grinned. Now? I'm satisfied. I can finally die in peace. Chapter 323, A Human Vessel. Without any warning, Zeno's hand went to the old man's neck, tightening around it. You should be exterminated, he muttered. Master has looked up at him with calm eyes. No human should know about us, Zeno muttered. Instead of shrinking back, the old man leaned in closer, his white brows furrowing in sympathy rather than defiance. Come on. Do it. I'm old. I don't have much time left on Earth anyway. And like I said, I'm ready to die in peace. Zeno didn't budge. His hand remained in place, but it didn't tighten at all. His heart was steady but conflicted. I knew you wouldn't be able to, Master said softly. You're a good one. I can tell. Your soul is old, but it doesn't contain evil. I am evil, Zeno said. You don't know the things I've done. I don't, Master replied, simply. But I also know you didn't have a choice. Otherwise, your own life, maybe your entire existence, would be in jeopardy. Zeno's eyes narrowed. You know, even about that? Master didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped away from Zeno and sat back down on the grass. His eyes looked distant as an old memory unfolded before him. I was an orphan, he began. My mother was a pharmacist. However, she passed when I was 10. After that, I had no one. I slept in shelters and lived off donations. When I was 12, an orphanage took me in. However, it wasn't any better. While they gave me shelter and food, they never gave me something a child needed: acceptance. 12 years old was considered old in the orphanage, so I watched as the others came and went, leaving me to stay there until I was 16. However, I couldn't take it at that time. They were all such horrible humans. So I left. At that moment, I knew I wouldn't be able to reach my dreams. I couldn't help people the way my mother did. Zeno stood silently. However, somewhere along the way, I stopped feeling all sorts of things. From the age of 17 to 37, I didn't feel like myself. Zeno closed his eyes in frustration. 37, he muttered softly. He remembered that guy. He always bragged about his achievements, but in the end, he suffered the same fate as others. He failed his mission and presumably died. When I turned 38, Master continued, I felt like I woke up. I remembered things, flashes of movement that weren't mine, decisions that didn't feel like mine, places I had never been to, names I had never heard. But more than that, I started to feel like someone else had lived my life for me. Zeno's fists clenched. That wasn't supposed to happen. The body, once returned, should forget. The host should return to their timeline, as if time never skipped. I didn't understand at first. I thought I was going crazy. But then the memories started coming in waves. Missions, a deep, suffocating tiredness, and a desire to protect something. I was remembering him, the one who lived in my body. Zeno shook his head. Impossible. I thought so too, Master said, smiling faintly. But over time, I stopped fighting it. I accepted it. And then something strange happened. My energy changed. I began to sense things. I started hearing people's real desires beneath their words. That's how I knew you weren't from this world. Zeno felt something crawl up his spine. A glitch in the matrix. And if it had happened once, it could happen again. Then, unexpectedly, Master rose slowly, his knees popping in the process as he bowed in front of Zeno. Zeno's brows shot up. What are you doing? Showing gratitude, Master said, his voice calm and reverent. You probably haven't met the people you've helped. But here I am, a product of one of your kinds. Missions. Someone who lived because you lived in him. Because of that, I changed. My fate changed. So thank you. Unbeknownst to them, Jace had gone down to the kitchen for some water. As he passed the window, his eyes caught a strange scene outside. His hand froze mid-reach for the glass. Was Master bowing? To Zeno? His eyes widened like saucers. What the hell? He whispered to himself, peeking harder through the window. Zeno's amazing. Outside, Zeno looked lost. Zeno started, unsure. It was true that he had never met those whom the Rennies had helped. I didn't ask to be thanked. And yet, you deserve it, Master replied. As payment, I gave you that past life memory. Zeno sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Can you tell me more about it? The old man reached out and gently touched Zeno's hand. Fine, I'll give you another present, he said. I'll tell you something about this young boy right here, the owner of this body. He closed his eyes for a moment and began convulsing again. Zeno was used to it now, surprisingly, even if he had only seen it a few times. This body, he started off, belonged to someone ordinary, a young man. He wasn't unhappy because of anything tragic. He wasn't in pain. He didn't lose anyone. He wasn't broken, but he was dissatisfied with himself because he felt he didn't matter. Zeno's brows furrowed. Because he was ordinary, Master murmured. Utterly, completely ordinary. He hated that about himself. He hated that he didn't have any great burdens, or deep wounds. That he wasn't brilliant, or broken, or larger than life. He envied those who struggled, because they at least had something that made them unique. His greatest wish wasn't to be extraordinary, but to be at peace with being ordinary. Because he believed that ordinary people didn't suffer, that they had nothing to cry about. He hated himself for not being grateful. So when you entered him and started living through him, something changed in both of you. Zeno's eyes showed confusion. You gave him peace, while he gave you a human vessel. There was a knowing smile on his lips as he asked another question. What did you feel when you were on stage during that memory? Zeno hesitated to answer. My heart was racing. The cheers were loud. The pay was shit, but I guess I didn't care. You were happy, Master has said gently. Truly happy. But you couldn't stay there. You were pulled back. And maybe that regret followed you. But now you have another chance. Zeno looked up. I told you once, Master has whispered, that we get 4 lives. 1 to plant, 1 to wait, 1 to harvest, 1 to enjoy. I think this is your 4th, Zeno. He placed a hand on Zeno's shoulder, eyes kind. This life, it's your harvest. So this time, just let yourself enjoy it. That way, I believe you can become the greatest actor you will ever be. Chapter 324, Banshee. In the usually peaceful sanctum of the Ascendants, an alarm continued to screech like a banshee. It was red, pulsing, and impossible to ignore. They had awakened the intelligence sectors, desperately trying to determine the cause of the alarm. Inside the core archive, where forbidden data flowed like a river of secrets, a lone console blazed bright red. Slash stared at the alert and cursed under his breath. Code 25. Memory awakening. Origin, Earth, Soul Sector. Apex stormed over to where Slash stood. Initially, Slash didn't budge, but he turned around when he sensed the rage radiating off the highest ascendant. The other ascendants whispered among themselves about the unfolding situation. 25 has awakened. This is a disaster. He's our best agent. The moment he transcends to full power, does that mean? Chill. Don't even say it. I can't imagine this planet without 25. Apex continued to burn holes into Slash with his glare. What did you do? Despite the frantic pounding in his heart, Slash tilted his head slightly. I don't recall needing permission. Apex cursed under his breath before dragging Slash to his tavern, a secure place shrouded in privacy. In that safe haven, their cloaks were removed, and 2 familiar faces stared back at one another. They clenched their jaws simultaneously. It had been a while since they had seen each other in this manner. However, the memories they once shared were still vivid and hauntingly clear. Don't play coy with me, Slash. Apex snarled. Do you realize what you've done? If 25 starts transcending. He already has. Apex went still. What? He's already on the first phase, Slash repeated with a calm demeanor. I've given him a different system to fulfill his past life's inner desires. There was a pause before Apex reacted, grabbing Slash by the collar and slamming him forcefully against the wall. The impact echoed through the chamber. You did this behind my back? Apex seethed. You've been planning this all along. Slash didn't resist. You always knew 25 was different. We both know that better than anyone. We were there when he first spawned. Don't say it. You knew he shouldn't even be here. Apex's grip tightened painfully. You know what this means. If he transcends, if he truly remembers, the balance, our reality, will fall apart. Slash scoffed. That's what you're genuinely afraid of. This isn't a game. No, Slash replied. It's a system that has ruled for far too long. We've been slaves to it. But 25 was the biggest victim of all. Apex shoved him away, turning to pace the room anxiously. Transcendence breaks protocol. It breaches the natural laws of Avalis and Earth. The last time it happened, we endured so much. That sacrifice cost an entire generation of Earth's progress. It cannot happen again. Slash's gaze darkened. You keep insisting this is a threat to the balance, but you conveniently forget one critical detail, Apex. You transcended your own counterpart too, didn't you? Apex froze, caught off guard. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Don't deny it, Slash said softly, leaning in closer. I know the truth. You thought no one noticed, but I did. Don't you remember? We've been friends for so long. Apex's expression fractured, lips parting momentarily before pressing into a hard line. Slash leaned in. You made it happen. just like I did. The sun was already high in the sky when the youthful group finally stirred from their slumber. After such an exhausting training camp, they had all slept in late, well into the noon hour. Now, with sleep still clinging to them, they began the process of packing up their belongings. It was time to go. However, a surprising stillness fell over them. Someone was missing. "Where's Master S?" Zeno asked, glancing around the area. "He's gone to hibernate," Jace replied as he lifted his duffel bag into the back of the car. "Hibernate?" Eli echoed, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Yeah," Jace nodded enthusiastically. "For a whole month. That's his thing. He sleeps for 30 days straight, then claims he wakes up for the next 30. That's definitely not healthy," Eli muttered, frowning as he buckled his backpack. "But okay. I think that's pretty normal for him," Jace said with a shrug. Zeno stood for a moment, his eyes scanning the quiet grounds. He hadn't had a chance to say goodbye. A part of him would have liked to. There were still so many questions lingering in his mind about himself, so many things he didn't fully understand. But as he looked up at the sun beginning to pierce through the clouds, he realized that the training had actually made him feel lighter. The engine revved as Jace started the car, and one by one, they all climbed in. "Bye-bye, Jace's mansion," Doha called out from the open window. "I'm really going to miss you. Take us back here, will you?" He then turned to Jace, hope shining in his eyes. Jace scratched the back of his neck. "Sure, as long as my parents aren't home." "Oh, daddy issues," Doha teased. Jace pursed his lips, trying to brush off the comment. "Mommy issues," Eli added, unable to resist. Jace looked like he was on the verge of tears. "Don't worry," Doha chimed in cheerfully. "We have those too. We can bond over them." Meanwhile, Minji stole a few glances at Zeno from the passenger seat, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "I hope you had a good rest," she said softly. "Yeah," he murmured. It felt like there was a boulder on his shoulders, but he was used to it. They drove in silence for a while, the air filled only with the sounds of tires crunching on gravel and a mellow playlist gently humming through the speakers. Then, out of nowhere, "Guys," Doha suddenly blurted out from the middle seat. "Did you hear? The Gear of Guardians final tournament is going to happen right here." "What?" Eli turned his head so fast it nearly snapped. "No way. Here? In our own country?" "Yes. Yes," Doha exclaimed, his phone screen glued to his face as he scrolled excitedly. "It's been in Europe every single year, but now it's finally coming here next summer." "That's huge," Minji said, her eyes widening with delight. "But then again, everyone in this country seems to be addicted to this game. The pro players have become so popular, too. I really like Real Faker." "Listen to this," Doha added quickly. "To promote the finale in the Gear of Guardians game, they're also doing a celebrity tournament, a mock tournament featuring artists." Jace nearly slammed on the brakes at the thought. "What?" He glanced briefly at the screen before quickly returning his attention to the road. "We're joining," Jace declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "We absolutely have to join." "No," Zeno said immediately, leaning back in his seat to distance himself from the idea. "That's not happening." "Come on, Zeno," Jace exclaimed, bouncing in his seat. "You know how much I love Gear of Guardians. This is incredible exposure, too." "I've never played that game in my entire life," Zeno replied flatly. "I'll teach you," Jace shouted. "Come on, let's sign up, huh?" Zeno was about to open his mouth to say no once more, determined to stand firm with his decision. However, he had to shut his mouth real fast. New mission, join game tournament. 1. Win equals upgrade 1 emotion. 2. Loss equals downgrade 1 emotion. Chapter 325. Live with it. "I've already signed you up," Bobby said with a proud grin. "Yay," Jace exclaimed, dancing inside the room like he had won the lottery. It seemed his obsession with Gear of Guardians was more severe than Zeno had thought. "There was no time to waste," Bobby continued. "I heard the slots were running out fast, and they accepted us straight away once I added Zeno's name." Well, it appeared like Zeno had no choice. His mission was also to win this tournament. "When is this thing again?" he asked. "There's no set date," Bobby said casually. "But tomorrow, you have the preliminary live stream. It's going to happen at Dayback Entertainment. Sorry, I couldn't give you more time, but the schedule's tight. Still, this is a great opportunity, Zeno, and your fans are screaming for more content. They're sad that you don't upload often on your account. Zeno ignored his last statement. I've never played this game in my entire life, Zeno muttered under his breath. That's fine, Moby said, slapping a hand on his shoulder. They're doing an orientation tomorrow morning. Not everyone knows the mechanics, so they're teaching the rules. You'll be fine. Great, Jace beamed, already scrolling through outfit ideas on his phone. This is going to be sick. Go home early, Bobby added. You all need your rest. It's going to be a packed week. The rest of the conversation became white noise as Zeno and Jace left the agency. It was still pretty early, but he had already decided to go home. Once he approached the top of the stairs, however, he heard Minji's exasperated voice. You can't keep doing this, she said. Zeno stopped a few steps away from the top, where he saw Minji and a woman arguing in front of their units. Come on, just give me the money, the other woman said. He took another cautious step up to get a clearer view of the stranger. There stood a woman with weathered skin and deep-set wrinkles. Her hair was bleached and tangled, and she wore flashy, revealing clothes that made her look out of place in the simple background. A cigarette dangled from her fingers, smoke flowing through her mouth. I already gave you everything for this month, Minji muttered. The woman scoffed. Yeah, and it's all gone. You want me to live in the dark, without water? You want me to starve? Zeno's eyes narrowed. I've been scraping by, Minji said. I'll give you money again by next month. So, please, just leave. She laughed bitterly. You got promoted, right? But you're still stingy about money. Minji appeared to be on the verge of tears. Oh, so now you're crying? Great. I see that you haven't changed at all. Grow up, Minji. Minji swallowed the lump in her throat. Then, in a quiet voice, she responded. Maybe. You should be the one to learn to grow up. The other woman's expression darkened. Without warning, she raised her hand and struck Minji across the cheek with the back of her hand. Zeno stepped forward. That's enough. His voice cut through the tension. Both women turned sharply. Minji's eyes widened. Zeno. The older woman blinked in surprise, cigarette trembling between her fingers. Zeno? She repeated, softer this time. Zeno? It's really you. Minji's lips parted, stunned. Zeno stepped between them, his eyes locked on the older woman's face. I don't care who you are. You're disrupting the peace in this unit. Please leave. The woman smirked. You've gotten more handsome. Honestly, I don't know where you got your good looks from. It's definitely not from your mother. She let out an obnoxious laugh. Must be your foreign father's genes, huh? Mom, Minji whispered through gritted teeth. That one word was all it took for the truth to hit him. Zeno's brows lifted slightly. This woman was Minji's mother? Do we have a problem here? Zeno asked, stepping subtly in front of Minji, shielding her from the older woman's sharp stare. The woman waved her hand lazily. Just family matters, she said, rolling her eyes. This young lady can't help her own mother. After I raised her all by myself. Ungrateful, really. I even sent her to Seoul to live a good life, and now that she has some fancy office job, she thinks she's better than me. Minji's hands balled into fists behind Zeno. Zeno tilted his head. Didn't she already send you money? It's not enough, her mother snapped. You know about inflation? It's eating us alive. You can't expect someone to live off scraps. Zeno glanced at the cigarette in her hand. Maybe if you didn't spend it on smokes, you'd have more left to get by. The woman stiffened. Her eyes narrowed in offense before she smiled. I see you on TV sometimes. You must have a lot of money, huh? Do you live in a fancy apartment now? Maybe. You've got money to spare. Minji stepped forward quickly, fumbling into her bag. Here, she said breathlessly, shoving some money into her mother's hands. Please, just take it. Her mother scoffed, grabbing onto it without hesitation. About time. You can dish this out anyway. You should have sent this to me days ago. The older woman tucked the cash into her bra, turned on her heel, and stomped down the stairs. Before leaving, she tossed her cigarette butt onto the concrete and ground it beneath her heel. Don't make me come here again, child, she snapped over her shoulder. Then, she was gone. The sound of her heels faded as she went down the flight of stairs. Minji stood there, her hands trembling at her sides. Her cheek was still red from the slap, her lips pressed into a tight, pained line. Zeno bent down, picked up the stomped-out cigarette, and tossed it into the trash. She always like that? He asked softly. Minji didn't answer right away. She looked down at her now empty wallet and gave a small, bitter laugh. Only when she's sober. Zeno frowned. You didn't have to give her what she wanted. She wasn't going to leave. She's also going to ask you for some money. This way, maybe I get 2 days of peace. Zeno stared at her for a long moment, then pulled out a handkerchief and reached up gently to touch her cheek. She flinched, but didn't pull away. You shouldn't have to live like this, he said. Minji met his eyes. He saw how fearful and exhausted she looked. But she smiled anyway. I've lived like this my whole life, she said. I just have to live with it. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my mind even more. Chapter 326. Cookies. Zeno could tell Minji didn't want to talk about it. She stood quietly, her back straight and her hands clasped in front of her. There were no tears in her eyes. She didn't seem like the kind of girl who would cry in front of others, but shame lingered there. The brightest people often emerge from the darkest places. They light up a room simply because they've never experienced true light themselves. Zeno was reminded of that saying. He didn't want to push her, so instead, he let out a deep breath. Wait here, Zeno said quietly, keeping his voice gentle. Minji finally turned to him, curiosity sparking in her gaze. What for? Zeno didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over to his unit. He opened his freezer and retrieved a bag of frozen carrots, wrapped it in a towel, and returned to her. He found Minji in the same position as before, her demeanor unchanged. He stood in front of her and gently pressed the cold carrots to her cheek. Minji flinched at the sudden chill, then chuckled. Softly. What's this for? Cold compress, Zeno muttered in reply. You don't want to show up swollen tomorrow at your office. A small smile began to appear on her lips. The two of them stood in silence for a while, allowing the moment to linger until Zeno finally broke the quiet. You should have told me if you needed help, he said. It's not a big deal, she replied automatically. Zeno scoffed softly. Minji, come on. That was a big deal. She didn't answer, staring away from him. Zeno met her gaze and shrugged. We're friends. You can tell me anything. I'm here for you. Something flickered in Minji's eyes. Then, casually, she asked, just friends? Meanwhile, Eli was walking home alone, humming a light tune under his breath. He still couldn't believe his professor had to leave for an emergency surgery in the middle of the lecture. What were the odds of that happening? Not that he was complaining. He got out early. The sun was still shining, and for once, he had time on his hands. Maybe I should cook tonight, he muttered to himself, considering the options. Minji and Doha have been doing all the work lately. What was it that she said about missing cookies? He smirked to himself and made a mental note to stop by the grocery store for chocolate chips. He remembered Minji mentioning how she missed the cookies they used to buy in front of their school in Busan. They were cheap, pretty hard, but the taste was nostalgic, the kind that only kids would truly appreciate. Eli had spent some of his free time searching for the recipe online, feeling inspired. With that in mind, he headed over to the grocery store just a few meters away from their units to grab the necessary ingredients. Afterward, he climbed the stairs with a smile on his lips, swaying the plastic bag back and forth in excitement. However, as he reached the very top, he froze in place. Voices drifted from where he stood, Zeno and Minji. Nothing particularly unusual there, but it was the sight in front of him that made him stop dead in his tracks. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, one hand still gripping the stair rail, his eyes locked on the scene before him. Zeno was leaning in a bit closer to Minji, appearing as though he was about to press a kiss on her cheek. A small laugh escaped Minji's lips, and normally, that would make Eli's heart jump with joy. However, this time, it felt like his chest tightened uncomfortably. Zeno leaned forward, narrowing his eyes as he gently tilted Minji's chin up. His hand hovered beside her cheek, inspecting the faint flush left behind from the slap earlier. She flinched slightly, and Zeno murmured softly, "Hold still." Minji rolled her eyes but complied. "You're acting like I got punched." "You look like it," he replied, and Minji couldn't help but laugh. Lately, she found Zeno to be quite entertaining. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of crushed shells squishing in the open space. Zeno and Minji separated and turned around to see Eli watching them with an ambiguous expression. Minji's eyes widened as soon as she spotted him. "You're home?" she asked quickly, stepping back a little. Zeno straightened himself as Minji moved forward to approach Eli. Eli shook himself out of his daze and attempted a smile. "Oh yeah? The last class ended early because of our professor's emergency surgery." "Ah, that's great," Minji said cheerfully, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. I got called off early too. She glanced back at Zeno. Want a snack? I'm kind of hungry. Zeno shrugged. Sure. How about you, Eli? Minji turned to him once more. I'm fine. Eli replied quickly, shaking his head. Really? I've got a lot to study. It's a busy week. We have our university fest coming up soon, and I'm part of the committee, you see. All right, Minji responded softly. Eli was about to make his way to his room when Zeno interjected with a question. What's in the plastic bag? You dropped it. Huh? Oh. Eli chuckled, raising the bag and giving a half-hearted shrug. Just something for an experiment. Before either of them could pry further, Eli turned and walked briskly to his room. Don't call me for dinner, he called out over his shoulder before slamming the door shut. Minji narrowed her eyes at his door. Was that weird? I saw flour and chocolate chips in there, Minji muttered, bending down to pick up the bag of carrots that had fallen on the floor. He said it was an experiment? Zeno didn't respond. He simply stared off toward Eli's closed door, a slight furrow forming between his brows. Meanwhile, inside the room, Eli collapsed into his chair and dropped the plastic bag onto his desk. The eggs were cracked, and the chocolate had started to melt from the heat. He sighed in frustration. Crap, he muttered, rubbing his forehead. Why do I even do this to myself? Chapter 327, Gear of Guardians. The car rolled to a stop in front of a towering building. Zeno peered out Moby's tinted windows, a testament that Moby's financial situation was getting better, and narrowed his eyes. Have you been here before? Jace asked from the back seat, sipping an iced Americano. Zeno shook his head. No. He had visited Moonrise before, and he also knew that Dayback Entertainment was considered the most prestigious acting company in their country. While Moonrise appeared modern, this building appeared more like it had been airdropped straight from a sci-fi film. The structure rose at least 20 stories, sharp curves cutting through the building's sleek design. Trees were manicured to perfection, and the open driveway stretched wide enough to fit a red carpet rollout. Correction, a gold carpet rollout. What the hell? Moby muttered from the driver's seat, cutting the engine. Did we just enter a palace? Zeno got out, adjusting his cap low over his brow. His breath caught slightly when he looked up. At the very front of the building was a massive digital screen playing a looping trailer of Gear of Guardians. The game's log was plastered across the entry gate. The text blinked below it. Welcome to the Grand Star Collision Tournament. Even from outside, cheers and the faint bass of music leaked through the glass. Outside of the gates, people also tried peeking through, wanting to know about the lineup for the tournament. However, the gates were secured, and the artists were provided another entrance. They have it good here, Jace muttered as he rolled down the windows. But it's so hard to get in. You can't audition. It's an invite-only company. Zeno merely hummed while continuing to observe the exterior. Meanwhile, inside the grand atrium, a full-scale production was underway. LED panels lined the walls. Fog machines puffed at intervals. Staff with headsets rushed while a couple of cameramen adjusted the live stream angles. What the artists didn't know? The stream had already gone live. The first artists are here. Ian Seo is in the house, baby. Ian's gonna carry so hard. He's always been great at games, right? He's low-key better than the actual streamers. Ian was surprised to see the cameras aimed at him, but he quickly recovered and waved, followed by some of his company mates. Meanwhile, other artists began arriving too, and they were also oblivious to the live stream. Jangmun's here, someone whispered, trying to hold in their excitement. Jangmun, didn't he do an Insta-Live speedrunning the new PC version? He's such a variety king. Rapper and gamer? Husband material. Jangmun grinned, waving at one of the staff as he walked by. He wore a panda hoodie over ripped jeans, signature chains bouncing with each step. All around, artists from different agencies, Moonrise, Spiral, H1V, filtered in, looking equally confused and awed. Several gathered near the back, where rows of PCs had been set up. Do we just wait here? No clue. I thought the live stream would start later. The entrance doors slid open, and a trio of young men walked in. But they weren't idols. They weren't actors either. They were streamers of the game itself. FaZe is here onk. Ick how the artists are gonna compete. This ain't fair lol. FaZe said he was gonna sweep everyone. FaZe, the infamous ranked god, wore a headset slung around his neck and a hoodie that said comeback season. He glanced around the room with a half-lidded expression, He fidgeted with his fingers and nudged his teammate's shoulders. "I'm itching to play," he muttered. His teammate snickered. "Try not to make them cry. I make no promises." Elsewhere in the chaos, a group of older men entered, awkwardly adjusting their mics. "Senior Hyunbin," a startled younger artist asked. "You're here?" Hyunbin waved as he adjusted his jacket. "Yup. I don't know what I'm doing, though. My manager just said I got invited." "Have you ever played the game before? Like, on a computer?" "No," Hyunbin said. "Not even Snake on my phone. But I like lights. So this place is cool." Next to him, Sangwon adjusted his earpiece and looked around, just as lost. His hair was slicked back, and he wore a crisp black suit, a quiet nod to his role in the Ninth Circle drama. Yes, he was here for a subtle promo. On the other hand, inside the towering walls of Dayback Entertainment, the representatives of the company gathered prematurely before they decided to head down. Well, they actually just wanted to become the last ones to enter. The doors parted, and in walked Risa, her high ponytail swaying with every step, face calm but confused. Her manager walked briskly beside her, rattling off a schedule she couldn't process at all. "Why am I even part of this?" Risa asked under her breath. "I have played this game, but I'm what you call a newbie." Her manager offered her a smile. "They said they needed a pretty face in the team." "Don't worry, Risa. The others are experienced, so it's all balanced." She sighed, adjusting the sleeves of her white cropped jacket. This wasn't what she expected when she signed with her label. But what could she do? It was a favor to the company, and she wasn't in the position to say no. The elevator chimed behind her, and two other new actors stepped out. Both rookies from the company, wide-eyed and holding hands like ducklings. They bowed to Risa as they passed. She returned the gesture politely, then turned her head, just in time to see Asuka entering. He walked in with a disheveled appearance, a recurring theme for the past month. However, he offered a smile to Risa, to which she responded with a tight-lipped one. She scooted further down the couch. They hadn't talked since his rumors boomed. Since then, Asuka has stayed quiet, less wild, and more composed. Some people said he'd matured. Risa wasn't so sure. Before the air could grow any more awkward, the door swung open again. A familiar cling-cling sound echoed through the lobby. Risa turned, already knowing what it was. Phoenix strolled in casually, head down, tapping on his phone. The game's sounds of Gear of Guardians were playing on it, loud enough for everyone to hear. He grinned as he looked up, eyes twinkling with ego. "Y'all nervous?" he asked, flashing his signature cocky smile. "Don't be. I'm here." He leaned against the wall, still playing. "If there's one thing I can't lose at," he said with a wink, "it's this game." Chapter 328, Star Collision. The doors at the far end of the lobby swung open. The Dayback team had arrived. All at once, heads turned. Conversations died mid-sentence, while some unconsciously stood. The lobby's air changed. Dayback had always carried a different kind of prestige. Most actors wanted to get into the company, so they admired those who were a part of it. "Background music, please," someone whispered jokingly from the control booth as the footage went live across the official Gear of Guardians channel stream. "They're killing it. Look at that lineup. Even their walk is in sync." Phoenix at the back looks like he owns the building. "I heard Phoenix actually had professional coaching." "What? From who?" "Apparently, he trained under a legit GOG tournament champ." "Man, back then, this was just a mobile game. Look at it now, right? Can't believe it upgraded to PC. It looks crazy good now. The world tournament's gonna be nuts." This show is a genius promo. Risa felt pretty shy about all of the attention, especially since she was a complete beginner at the game. She could only breathe properly when they arrived in their seats. Meanwhile, the MC finally made his entrance with a burst of energetic music. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Gamers and gamers pretending to be gamers." The man struck a pose as the stage lights caught on his rhinestone-studded mic. "I am your host, MC Tiny." "Bro, who named this man?" "MC Tiny. That's an unfortunate name. You better be 6 feet 5 inches with that name." He continued, "Today begins the legendary, once-in-a-lifetime, totally chaotic, but definitely worth your click Gear of Guardians, Star Collision." The crowd clapped politely. The artists exchanged awkward glances. Meanwhile, the stream started showing glimpses of the crowd, camera operators slowly panning across the venue. Artists posed for photos, influencers waved at their fans, and groups of stylists and assistants buzzed behind the scenes. And then, Briefly, a man in black was shown. His cap was pulled low, but his broad shoulders stood out. The stream cut away. Wait, who was that? Rewind. You. That guy, he looks familiar. That physique. I swear. We didn't see him come in, did we? He didn't walk on the carpet. Now that was someone. The camera returned later, another sweeping pan. He was seated this time, head tilted downward, face still obscured by a shadow, and his cap. There he is again. The mysterious man. Show us the face. Come on. I feel like I know him. But it's just out of reach. It's gonna drive me crazy. Behind the scenes, Jace leaned close and nudged Zeno's arm. Is it really okay if we didn't make our presence known? Zeno's eyes followed the reflection of the massive screens up above. His own face hadn't been shown even once. He exhaled slowly and gave a nod. Yeah, he said. We blended in with the streamers. And that was true. When they entered, Zeno had intentionally walked behind a large group of gamers, all clad in sleek black jerseys, branded with their channel names. They came in like a pack, laughing and pushing each other playfully. No one questioned the extra body tagging along. Now, as the stage was set and teams were gathering by their assigned colors, no one quite knew that Zeno was there. And the stream continued to tease his presence. One more camera sweep. Why am I so intrigued by that man? Seriously, he hasn't. Aura. This is so funny. Every time he lifts his head, the camera pans to another person. As MC Tiny prepared to relay the instructions, the staff began serving their meals. It was clear Dayback Entertainment wanted this to feel luxurious. Zeno, however, couldn't have cared less. They didn't prepare any root crops. I hope everyone's comfortable. MC Tiny beamed from the elevated platform. He had switched mics, now holding a small cue card in his hand as he clicked his tongue dramatically. Now then, let's talk about what's going down today. He pointed to the cameras. You might already know, but this is our prelim live stream. It's not the main event yet, but you'd better take it seriously, because it has some bearing for the actual tournament. MC Tiny raised a hand. The Grand Star Collision Tournament will be held this weekend. The gasps were immediate. Even Phoenix raised his eyebrows. It's too soon, someone yelled from the back. My bias can't game for shit, he's gonna die. Wait, this weekend? As in this coming Saturday? And the prize, Tiny grinned, raising a sleek black envelope from his pocket, will be an all-expense-paid trip to any destination of choice for every member of the winning team. Excited chatter bubbled up, and a total cash prize of 50 million KRW won. The cheers were thunderous. Cameras panned to artists whispering among themselves, plotting and laughing. Zeno shook his head and muttered under his breath, rich. People just want to get richer. He picked up a piece of fruit from the tray beside him and bit into it. MC Tiny clapped again. Today's games will determine your team arrangements. Some teams are pre-formed, like the Dayback team, he gestured, and the Moonrise team. But for those who came in incomplete, you'll be assigned accordingly soon. Zeno's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, once the teams are fully established, tomorrow we will have our first elimination. Tiny paused for dramatic effect. A death match. Anxious murmurs filled the room. 5 teams will be eliminated tomorrow. We'll use a 1v1 system. 1 life. No redose. If you lose, your entire team is out. A death match straight away? Well, this feels more like a tournament now. Rooting for Dayback. Moonrise all the way. The gamers are going to take this home. Just then, a small yelp broke through the rising tension. One of the staff, appearing new judging by her frantic eyes and shaky hands, tripped over a bag left on the floor. The silver tray she held wobbled violently, and the glass of water at the edge tilted to spill right onto Zeno's chest. His eyes widened slightly as the cold soaked through his pants and jacket. His hoodie absorbed the worst of it, but the shock was enough to make him shoot up from his chair. The room fell into dead silence as the tray clattered to the floor. I'm so sorry. The server apologized profusely, getting close to Zeno. However, in the motion of jumping back in apology, she accidentally swatted his cap clean off. The fluorescent lights caught on his face. The shadows were gone. And of course, the livestream's camera caught it in full detail. 36,000 US dollars. Chapter 329, Dream Team. The murmurs didn't die down quickly. In fact, they grew louder by the second. Wait, Zeno's really here. No way, how did I miss that? Is he actually participating? MC Tiny, too. was taken aback for a moment. The energy in the room had changed drastically. People leaned forward in their seats. Others craned their necks. The camera feed tried its best to zoom in subtly, but the chat was already exploding. Zeno Han. Look at his face. Bro, that's unreal. I can't believe it. I've been missing him. Zeno starves us only so that he can feed us a feast. This man didn't even need a grand entrance. El Mayo, he just stood up, and it became his show. No wonder the man next to him appears familiar. He's that other guy from Dreamy. Ian Co stood abruptly from his seat 3 rows away, hand flying to cover his mouth to muffle the gasp. Zeno, he whispered to no one in particular. Then, he turned to another actor from Moonrise. Get out of our team so he can join us. Others began raving about his presence. It's my first time seeing him in person. He's actually really handsome. Meanwhile, in another row, Phoenix narrowed his eyes. He leaned forward in his seat, arms draped lazily over the backrest, gaze fixed on Zeno. He was permitted to be here, he muttered. There was no mistaking the tension in his voice. And a few seats next to him, Reese's breath hitched. Her posture stiffened, and her nails pressed into her thigh. She hadn't seen him in so long. Well, not since their last project ended. He still looked straight out of a dream. And unfortunately for her, he still had that same effect. Still attractive as ever, she whispered under her breath before scolding herself silently. Meanwhile, the poor server who accidentally spilled water on Zeno was still frozen. Her hand trembled with the empty cup as she bowed repeatedly. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Zeno looked up at her, his face unreadable for a moment. The silence in the room made it impossible not to interpret everything. Is he mad? He looks kinda annoyed. He's going to crash out. However, Zeno merely shook his head. It's fine, he said gently, gesturing to the ground where the water pooled near his shoes. Please continue. I'm really okay. Humans make a lot of silly mistakes. It seemed this human truly didn't mean it. What a nice guy. My bias has changed. Let's hope Zeno's actually good at playing. That was so gentle, I nearly came. Ayo? Who's wilding over there? The server bowed once more, flushed and mumbling her apologies as she quickly walked away. Jace leaned over from behind him, whispering with a half-smirk. You didn't want attention, so this is what you get. Zeno clicked his tongue. Shut your mouth. MC Tiny let out a laugh, tapping his mic. Well, he said, voice gleeful. This is really turning into something, isn't it? I was a big fan of the Forsaken Prince, you know. You were very commendable there, Mr. Han. Zeno gave a polite nod, offering no more than that. Tiny continued, not missing a beat. All right, time to move on from the unexpected splash reveal, pun intended. A few chuckles rippled through the room. Now, let's talk team formations. We're not going to make this difficult, Tiny said, walking across the stage. Some of you have already arrived as teams. But for the rest of you, you'll be forming your teams yourselves. Yes, that's right. You choose. You'll have exactly 10 minutes to form your 5-person teams. After that, we will lock the team names and members and proceed with tomorrow's listings. Watch people form cliques immediately. I better see some unexpected alliances, lol. Zeno, who are you joining? You may start now. Get up, mingle, scout. Form those dream teams. We'll start the countdown shortly. Artists began to rise. Streamers turned to one another. Rappers, idols, influencers, and even variety veterans scanned the room like it was a social jungle. Some made a beeline for old friends. Others waited for someone to approach. And at the edge of it all, still seated next to the emergency exit with his soaked pants, was Zeno. Jace was sweating buckets beside him, afraid of interacting. Those who had already formed teams leaned back in their chairs, chatting or stretching, unbothered by the scramble happening around them. Phoenix, seated with his arms crossed and one leg up, smirked. There's no need to form a new team, he said. I told you already, you can rely on me. I don't lose at this game. Nearby, Risa bit her lip, her eyes flicking from Phoenix to the rest of the room. But she wasn't looking at him. Her gaze landed on Zeno, and she began to have an internal dilemma. What she would do to be on his team. Elsewhere, Ian stood despite already having a complete team. Maybe I should ask him, Ian muttered. Ask who? One of his teammates asked. Zeno. To replace you. The other Moonrise artists turned to each other while shaking their heads. The famous actor was ever unchanging in his admiration for Zeno. People wanted Zeno, but no one wanted to be the first to approach him. It was the gamers and streamers, after all, that were getting snatched up fast. Roughly 40% of the room was made up of online personalities, many of them considered semi-professionals in gear of guardians. Naturally, artists gravitated toward them. Channel-based teams like SunClan TV and GG Unit were quickly full, mixing with a handful of popular idols or actors who also had public gamer personas. The remaining individuals made alliances within minutes, forming patchwork teams based on social connections or desperation. But some weren't so lucky. Toward the back, 3 people stood awkwardly. 2 were the older actors who were thrown into the mix. The third was a short girl with pastel blue hair and a bunny clip on her head, known on the internet as Mimi Kawaii, a niche streamer famous for her dress-up live streams rather than her gaming skills. The 3 looked at each other, frowning. No one had approached them. Well, it looks like our last team is forming over here. MC Tiny's voice boomed. Everyone's attention turned to the back of the venue. Seems like the Dreamy Boys will be teaming up with. The MC trailed off, walking toward the mismatched trio. Mimi Kawaii, Hyunbin, and Sangwon. The camera zoomed in on the group. Jace waved awkwardly. Mimi Kawaii beamed with 2 peace signs. Zeno exhaled deeply, scratching his cheek. Zenu LMAO though. Not the NPC team. Mimi cannot game at all. 2 boomers. A fake gamer. Jace. And the love of my life. Well then, MC Tiny chuckled. Looks like we have our 10 teams. Everyone, meet your squads properly because tomorrow, 5 of you are getting wiped out in the first elimination round. Chapter 330, Nonchalant Game. The silence between the newly formed team was actually hilarious. Zeno glanced to his left, where Jace stood with an awkward grin, and then to his right, where 2 old familiar faces and 1 very animated girl were. So. Jace clapped his hands together, trying to spearhead the conversation. Can anybody here actually play this game? They all exchanged glances. Mimi beamed. I played a few times, she chirped, her bunny hair clip bouncing. But I'm not that good. Oh, but more importantly. Zeno, did you get more handsome recently? Seriously, you're glowing. Hyunbin, the oldest among them, squinted at Zeno. You go to some derma clinic, huh? Before Zeno could speak, Jace answered on his behalf. He doesn't go, Jace said, laughing. Even if the company asks him to. Not even once. He just looks like that. Everyone fell silent again. Mimi and the 2 older men, Hyunbin and Sangwon, pursed their lips. The injustice of Zeno's genetics offended them just a little bit, maybe a lot. Anyway, Jace tried again. We should talk strategy or basics. So nobody played this game. I've played, Mimi said with a small raise of her hand. But I always lose. Like always. But my viewers increase every time I lose. Okay, well, at least you've seen the game before. Jace chimed, trying to stay positive. How about you two? Zeno asked the older men. No, Hyunbin said. Do I look like I play games, young man? Jace sighed. All right, I see how this is going to go. Zeno turned to him. You're good, right? Huh? Jace asked. You're good at this game. Well, yeah, I mean, of course, Jace said, trying to sound cool, but a red tint was crawling up his neck. You know how much I play this game. Zeno nodded. Then carry us for the first game. What? No, I can't do that alone, Jace exclaimed. Especially not if we're matched with teams that actually know what they're doing. I saw Phoenix play, not to mention FaZe, who's in the upper ranks in the server. Zeno's eyes narrowed as he scanned the room. The flashy teams were easy to spot. They were barely talking, most with flashy gear and confident poses. But then his eyes landed on a quieter corner of the hall, a small table where 5 other artists sat with looks of confusion on their faces. 4 of them were unmistakably rookie idols, barely out of their debut. They were wearing matching jackets with their group logo VNTY printed across the back. The 5th was a lanky young man with bleached hair and a familiar streaming channel name tagged to his badge. Zeno overheard one of the girls say, So like, the tiny heroes can spit fireballs? That's actually pretty cool. They were lost. Even the gamer with them was too busy instructing them to look confident. Zeno's eyes flicked left. Ian's eyes were fixed on him, and he waved his hand. Play with us, he mouthed. But Zeno shook his head. Nope, he muttered. Jace looked up. What? We need to make sure there are competitors in the first match. he said, pointing to the table at the corner. They have bleach, though, Jace said, referring to the blonde streamer with them. You can take him on, Zeno said. We just have to make sure that it is them we play with for the first round. How do we do that, though? Before Zeno could answer, MC Tiny returned to the stage, microphone in hand and a wide smile. I hope you got to know your teammates better, he announced. Now, it's time to determine today's game and the roster for tomorrow's elimination round. Let's play a warm-up game. Before MC Tiny could announce what type of game they were going to play, the production crew was already buzzing behind the scenes, clapping each other on the back for how well the stream was doing. The game they chose was also perfect for stirring up drama. You're all going to play the nonchalant game. Confusion wrapped the room as they wondered about the rules of the new game. Now, MC Tiny cheekily said, the rules are simple. You have 5 seconds to answer whatever question is thrown your way. If you hesitate, you're out. No skipping, no stalling. You gotta stay cool under pressure. This is brilliant. Artists answering spicy questions? Count me in. The questions better be spicy. There were camera pans to each team, and the staff were already handing out branded buzzers and earpieces. You'll send in a representative. Just one per team. Winner gets a huge advantage. The last person standing will get to choose the matchups for tomorrow's first elimination round. The gasps echoed in the room. Power move. Whoever wins chooses who dies. Phoenix versus Zeno, please. I'm begging. Hyunbin scoffed. I'm too old for games like this. Mimi clapped her hands. Zeno should go. I'm curious about his answers, too, she said with a teasing smile. Zeno didn't even hesitate. He stood up, sliding his hands into his pockets. At that exact moment, 3 others stood in unison. Iancio, Risa, and FaZe, the streamer with a smug expression, spinning his mic between his fingers like a gunslinger. Asuka, seated near Risa, leaned back with his arms crossed and a brooding look on his face. He didn't get up, but his frown deepened the moment Risa did. Oh, we've got some spicy players, MC Tiny said, scanning the lineup as the participants walked up front. One by one, they took their places. A circle formed. Ian waved at Zeno again, while Risa appeared elated to stand next to him. Remember, MC Tiny said, you can direct your question to anyone. Just say their name. If they answer in 5 seconds, they stay. If not, they're out. One winner. One ruler of the battlefield. Risa versus Zeno, I need it. FaZe is gonna go for the kill. Zeno, stay strong. Who wants to go first? Me. FaZe said right away, his gaze fixing on Zeno. It was no news that everyone wanted to battle against Zeno's team for tomorrow's deathmatch round. So in the end, they all wanted to target him. Zeno, FaZe started off. Name 3 actresses you've dated. Chapter 331, Savage. Well, most didn't think it would go down this route. They weren't complaining, though. FaZe's question just turned the heat up. However, Zeno answered without any hesitation or even a sliver of doubt. I've never dated an actress, he said flatly. People looked at one another, unsure whether to gasp, laugh, or clap. Oh, damn, someone muttered under their breath. FaZe tilted his head with narrowed eyes, not expecting his answer. How do we even know if you're telling the truth? He challenged. If I had his face, he would have dated 10 actresses by now. Another player whispered into their mic. No way he said that so casually. Zeno is cold as fuck. I believe him TBH. He looks unbothered. Risa, you good? FaZe is a sniper both in-game and out of it. Risa let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. She didn't realize how tense she'd been since she stood next to Zeno. Somehow, just hearing his answer gave her comfort. Since you were asked, it's your turn now, MC Tiny said with a grin, enjoying the tension. Zeno's gaze scanned the circle. His eyes landed on a popular streamer in his mid-20s who had once been involved in a controversy for chatting with a minor. It had been cleared, but Zeno still found it very, very strange. Zeno tilted his head. How young do you like them? He asked, calm as ever. The circle exploded in noise. Oh, wait. Did he just? Oh my goodness. The streamer's mouth dropped open. That's not. The timer beeped. Eliminated. The production team didn't even cut it. They leaned in, eating it up. The comments were already going haywire. MC Tiny was practically dancing. What a shot. Man, oh. Man, it's Zeno's turn again. Zeno scanned again. He spotted someone across the ring, a newer face. Not someone famous, But Jace had mentioned this guy once, saying he'd screamed at his manager backstage when he went to the restroom. Zeno raised his chin slightly. You, he said. Why don't you like your manager? The man blinked rapidly. What? Eliminated. Another one out. Ruthless. MC Tiny crowed. Somebody stop this man. Let's pass it along, shall we? MC Tiny added quickly. Maybe. Risa? What do you have for us? Risa smiled sweetly. FaZe, she said, eyes sharp. She wanted to eliminate him because of his blunt question to Zeno. What if you lose this game when you're already known as the ranked god? FaZe scoffed, cocky as ever. I'll still beat your team. The crowd let out a collective, oh. Risa is flushed. FaZe got no filter. This is so enjoyable. I just love it when people roast each other. Risa's cheeks colored slightly, but she didn't back down. FaZe turned to the next participant like it was nothing. He looked at a young idol near the edge, one of the members from the group VNTY, who had gone viral for a shaky live performance recently. You, he said smoothly. Your performance at the festival, can you really not sing? Gasps filled the room. The girl's eyes widened. Eliminated. She didn't even argue. She simply bowed and walked off, cheeks burning red. The room had turned icy. That was low, someone muttered. FaZe, however, didn't seem fazed at all. Another round passed. Another elimination. Until only 4 were left. Zeno, Risa, FaZe, and Ian, who had quietly avoided being targeted until now. He was just enjoying watching everything. MC Tiny raised his mic. Final 4, folks. And now, the knives will come out. FaZe didn't waste time. He looked at Zeno. Did you pay your way to the top? He asked, straight-faced. Zeno merely smirked. I didn't, Zeno said. I would need to have money if that were the case. Well, that's true. Zeno isn't afraid to answer, too. I can't wait for this battle to go down. This might even be better than the game itself. Yeah, Zeno was living on nothing but a dream and pennies when he started as an actor. FaZe's next question wasn't any tamer. Perhaps you have a sponsor? He asked with a sly grin. Those are pretty common these days, right? Zeno didn't waste a second. My parents wouldn't allow me to do that, he answered. My mom's pretty strict, you see. The crowd stirred. Not the strict MOM card. He's still polite even when he's savage. Mommy Han said no sponsors allowed. FaZe mirrored his smirk. It was Zeno's turn. So, he started off. You must be excited. You've played for so long. FaZe tilted his head, confused by the mild question. Yeah, obviously. A wasted question? But Zeno's expression was unreadable. FaZe didn't get it. He leaned in a bit, smirking. I've been here since day 1. Since the old mobile version. I've watched this game grow. And I've grown with it. Zeno just nodded and shrugged. It was FaZe's turn again. He smiled wider this time, looking at Zeno. You think you're not that good of an actor, right? A few gasps were heard. That was a pointed question. A hit to the ego, if anything. Zeno answered without blinking. Yes, I have lots to improve. The room turned silent once more. He said it so plainly. Protect Zeno at all costs. He's such a good actor, though. Why would he even say that? At least, he's self-aware. What? Zeno's a good actor. Yeah, tell that to his single lead drama. You probably didn't even watch it. FaZe's smirk faltered slightly. He expected at least a little pride to break. But Zeno had none. Your turn, MC Tiny said, and now the whole crowd leaned forward. Zeno looked at FaZe. His expression gave nothing as he tilted his head the slightest bit. He asked such an easy question in the beginning because he wanted to let FaZe put his guard down. Now, it was time to take this man out. How does it feel to play for so long, but not be part of the pros? Chapter 332, Elevator Doors. FaZe opened his mouth, ready to recover. Anything, even a smirk or a witty retort. But nothing came out. He shut it again, then tried once more. Still nothing. That was a hit to his pride. It was true that he started playing in the first season, and even then, he was friends with those who were now part of their country's pro teams. Eliminated. The silence was deafening. No words? He's just standing there. Someone help him. Zeno bodied him FR. FaZe.exe has stopped working. MC Tiny let out a breath. Okay, I think that's enough savage energy for one day. We'll change things a bit, yeah? He glanced between the remaining 3, Zeno, Risa, and Ian, and grinned nervously. For the top 3, let's just go around asking questions until one man is left. Zeno stood relaxed while Ian was bouncing in excitement. Now, he can play the game properly. Risa looked tense, not because of the game, but because Zeno would be asking her next. MC Tiny gestured. All right. Risa to Ian. Ian to Zeno. Zeno to Risa. Let's go. Risa turned to Ian first and smiled. What do you feel about your awards? She asked. Ian chuckled shyly. I'm grateful. They're not mine alone. I have my team and fans to thank. Ian, our humble king. This is suddenly wholesome. Ian turned to Zeno, cheeks still slightly pink. Why are you so handsome? Zeno's eye twitched, but he still answered. I just live. The entire venue broke into laughter. Bro said it's natural. Sorry, folks. You just have to be born with it. Better luck next life. You guys are not ugly. Y'all just can't afford beauty yet. Zeno tilted his head to Risa. What projects do you have right now? Oh, she answered quickly, happy for a normal question. I have a new movie coming up. It's a romance comedy. The shooting starts next month. A small round of applause followed, and she gave a shy nod. Then she turned to Ian again. Okay, who do you like better? Your dad or Zeno? Ian's eyes widened. The camera caught his lips parting slightly. He turned to Zeno with a shaky gaze. He looked so conflicted, it was hilarious. Ian NOO. The way he almost said Zeno. He dad watching this like, straight face? He couldn't answer in 5 seconds. MC Tiny laughed again. Well, I guess we're down to 2. Although I don't really understand why that last question was hard to answer. Very difficult. Ian called out as he went back to his seat. Risa was still red in the face from holding her laughter due to Ian's answer. That was when Zeno decided to drop the bomb on her. Zeno leaned ever so slightly toward her, lips parted just a little, his head tilted. Do you have someone you like in this room? Risa's heart skipped. What? His voice hadn't been teasing. It seemed he was asking a casual question. She looked around instinctively. She didn't even realize she was staring straight back at Zeno. Eyes wide. Speechless. Eliminated. She couldn't answer? Was she gonna say Zeno? Zeno wins? No way. MC Tiny clapped his hands together. Zeno Han takes the win. Mimi jumped to her feet in their seat, waving her arms. WOH. My teammate is OP. Even Hyunbin cracked a small smile. Well, I suppose the kid is good at this. Sang-won, who had been watching from the back, crossed his arms. His courage is just different, he muttered, remembering what happened during the filming of the Ninth Circle. Risa slumped slightly as she returned to her seat, her cheeks still warm. MC Tiny stepped forward again. As the winner, Zeno will now choose the opponents for each team in the next game. Let's give him a moment to decide. He pointed in the direction of Bleach's team without any hesitation. We'll play with them. The artists and players were murmuring in tight clusters, eyes occasionally flickering toward Zeno's retreating figure with annoyance. He didn't need to hear them to know. Their energy said it all. He wasn't exactly winning hearts today, but Zeno didn't care. He'd made his choices for one reason alone, justice. If this was really about competition, then it needed to be fair. The stronger teams couldn't keep steamrolling the weaker ones just for show. So he paired the strong with the strong, the weak with the weak. Ian's team, however, looked devastated. We're up against FaZe, one of them moaned. That's so unfair. But Ian just smiled at them and replied dreamily. Well, if Zeno said it's right, it's right. He probably believes in us. Meanwhile, Zeno and Jace had already exited the side of the venue, avoiding the front entrance where the crowd was thicker. A few participants nearby wanted to take a photo with him, but they soon pivoted instead to the more accessible Moonrise and Dayback artists. Jace glanced at Zeno and grinned. You really snuck out fast, huh? Suddenly, Jace clapped a hand to his forehead. Oh shoot, I forgot. I need to use the restroom. Wait for me here. Zeno nodded. Don't take long. Jace darted off, leaving Zeno standing by a quiet stretch of the hallway near the exit. He leaned against the cool concrete wall, eyes watching the patterned lights on the ceiling, listening to the muffled laughter and chatter from outside. Just then, footsteps echoed from the far end. Then came the sharp sight of suited men. Bodyguards. A small entourage walked briskly toward the elevator. Zeno's gaze zeroed in on the man at the center of it all. He wore sleek clothing, designer sunglasses despite being indoors, and a charisma that made others instinctively step aside. Right before stepping into the elevator, he turned and locked eyes with Zeno. Time slowed. Their gazes met, firm and unflinching. Something passed between them, familiarity, challenge. Zeno's instincts screamed at him that this man was something else. Then, his gaze went to the man next to him, who also had a strong aura. That was when he realized that he had seen this man before. This was the man who had spoken for Dayback Entertainment during Victor's investigation regarding saliva. He looked like the owner back then. Yet now, it appeared like he was in service to someone else. Zeno narrowed his eyes. But before he could ponder more about it, the elevator doors slid closed between them. Chapter 333, Lacta Links. Inside the sleek elevator, the soft chime of ascending floors hummed in the background. Mr. Kim stood at the center of his entourage, arms crossed, an amused smirk tugging at his lips. "Well," he said, breaking the silence, "Zeno Han is more handsome than I thought. No wonder people like him. It's inevitable with that face." He let out a low chuckle and adjusted his coat collar. He was shining. That's bad news for Phoenix. It's natural that he feels threatened about his place as the hottest actor of the year being taken. He looked ahead, the elevator's reflective panel catching a glimpse of his expression. Despite the compliments spilling out of his mouth, he had a displeased expression. "But that won't happen," he added with certainty. Beside him, Assistant Byun pushed his glasses up and tapped a small tablet he carried. It seems Zeno Han teamed up with Hyun-bin, Sang-won, an actor from the same company, and a streamer named Mimi Kawai. Mr. Kim burst into laughter. "Oh, that's rich." He shook his head, the sound of his own amusement echoing in the enclosed space. "You know, the only reason I approved Zeno's participation was to boost Phoenix's morale. Oh, and because I was curious about his aura. I can't say I'm not surprised. I knew it was him right away. I don't usually notice people, but he grabbed my attention." Assistant Byun remained quiet, typing notes. Mr. Kim continued, sounding satisfied. "Zeno Han doesn't even play these games, does he? I heard he's a bit of a loner." He smirked again. "This setup is perfect for Phoenix. He'll shine. And when he wins, the narrative is clear. Our artist still reigns on top." The elevator dinged, and Mr. Kim's smile fell as he went into his office. Back at Dreamy, Jace sat cross-legged in front of Zeno, who was sitting on the couch with Jace's very expensive gaming laptop. "So," Jace began, scooting closer to him to turn on the gadget. "You've never played this game before, right?" Zeno tilted his head slightly. "No." "Okay, cool. No problem. You seem to be a fast learner. We'll start with the basics." Jace leaned forward, speaking slowly and clearly. "Have you played League of Legends?" "LOL. No." "Dota?" Zeno frowned. "No." Jace chuckled awkwardly. "Any competitive team game?" Zeno must have. He was in the demographic of such games. Zeno thought for a moment. "Does chess count?" Jace pursed his lips. "Oh, no. Not even close." Zeno shrugged, leaning back into the couch. "Well then, no." Jace stayed positive as the game fully loaded on the screen. "I'll start from the beginning." "All right. Let's talk Gear of Guardians. It's a 5v5 battle game. You and your team enter an arena. There are different maps, and you have objectives like destroying towers and pushing lanes." Zeno appeared to understand. "Pushing lanes? Are we traffic officers?" "No." "Goodness, just let me finish." Jason inhaled. "There's classic mode, which is casual. Ranked mode, which is for those who want to increase their rank." "What rank are you?" Zeno asked, curious. Jace grinned, puffing out his chest. "Platinum Master." Zeno raised a brow. "That sounds like a credit card." "It's the second topmost rank." Jace exclaimed. "I'm actually good, you know? I'm like one step away from being a pro." "Then why don't you become a gamer instead of an actor?" Zeno asked, crossing his arms. Jace looked personally offended. "No way. I like acting more. And I get to be handsome and mysterious. Gamers are sweaty." "You sweat a lot, though," Zeno deadpanned. "Anyway," Jace continued, ignoring Zeno's last statement, "there are 5 main roles in GOG. We've got the jungler, the marksman, the close-ranged fighter, the supporter, and the mage." Zeno squinted. "I don't understand what you just said. Are those ingredients?" Jace clutched his chest. "Oh goodness. This is going to be painful. How are we going to win this game when you're like this?" "Just continue," Zeno said, now completely still like he was meditating. "Teach me." Jace muttered under his breath as he pulled up a tutorial on the game interface. "We'll start with the tutorial. You'll be playing marksman for now. It's the easiest role to get into because you'll always be paired with a support character." "Why?" "Don't ask questions." Zeno sighed but accepted it. leaning closer to the gaming laptop. A bright animation exploded on the screen, and suddenly a high-pitched voice yelled, "Let's meow them down." A cat-eared anime woman appeared on screen, bouncing slightly as her ears twitched and her long ribbon tail flicked behind her. She held what looked like two milk blasters. Zeno frowned. "This feels inappropriate." "That's Lactalinx. She's the default marksman hero for new players," Jace said, grinning. "She shoots milk. Deal with it." Zeno stared at the screen as the tutorial began. "So I'm supposed to fight with dairy?" "Exactly." Zeno's lips pressed into a line. "Okay," Jace said. "Here's the breakdown. The first skill is a regular damage shot. The second skill slows down the opponent by spilling milk behind you while doing a speed flash forward." "Why?" Zeno asked again. "Don't ask such questions," I said. Jace cried. Zeno sighed again. "And then for her special skill, she summons a giant pool of milk that sucks enemies into it like a vortex. It's OP if timed right." Zeno tapped the first button. "Gross. Just play." Zeno shrugged. He was great with computers. He was great with games. Computer games, on the other hand, were a different territory, it seemed. He tried. He really did. But within seconds of walking into the tutorial map, Zeno had his little anime cat girl marching boldly through the bottom lane and straight into the enemy turret. "Why is the tower killing me?" Zeno asked after his screen turned gray. Jace dropped his face into his hands. "Because you walked right into it. You don't go in unless you have flunkies, Zeno. Those little guys in front of you are your shield. You wait for them. Why didn't you say that earlier? I thought it was obvious." Chapter 334, Zeno Sucks. No. Jace flailed as Zeno's health bar dropped to 0 for the 13th time. The defeat screen faded into view, but Zeno appeared unbothered. 1 kill, 13 deaths, 3 assists. Zeno tilted his head, looking for a hidden meaning in the scoreboard. "It's the milk," he said. "It's not powerful enough." Jace closed his eyes. He had never been more frustrated in his life. "It's not the milk. You just don't understand the game." Zeno clicked around. "Why does she shoot milk? But why does my opponent have a bow?" "It's fantasy, Zeno." He leaned back, folding his arms with a thoughtful nod. "Then I'm ready." "Ready for what?" Jace asked flatly. "For war," Zeno responded. Jace groaned so loud that it sounded like it came from his soul. "You are not ready. That was a bot game." "A bot game, Zeno. You died to a scripted AI, and they weren't even the hardest bots. That hunter bot wasn't even using its ultimate." Zeno narrowed his eyes. "It's what? I can't do this." Jace muttered into his palms. Still, he nodded in resignation. "Okay, let's try a normal game." Zeno cracked his knuckles. "Let's. Wait. You need your own laptop," Jace added, and called out, "Bobby." From the other room, Bobby peeked in. "Yeah. Zeno needs a laptop." Bobby held up a finger. "Dayback sent. You knew once. Aren't they great?" A few seconds later, he returned with a new gaming laptop. Zeno took it, setting it up with no fanfare. "Now," Jace said, "you have to input your character name, your gamer tag." Zeno nodded. While Jace took a sip of water, Zeno typed in his new identity and clicked save. When Jace came back and peeked over Zeno's shoulder, he nearly dropped his water. "What did you put?" "You said to input my character name." "Yeah, I meant your username, not the name of the character." The screen now proudly displayed. "Username, Lactalinx." "Zeno," Jace whined. "Now, you're going to be Lactalinx playing Lactalinx. Do you know how insane that sounds?" Zeno shrugged. "Well, it makes sense. I can change it later. It costs 20 diamonds. Zeno narrowed his eyes. "How much is that?" $20, Jace responded. Then he sighed. "All right, let's have you change it." "Nope," Zeno said right away. "Too expensive." "What?" Jace exclaimed. "You're loaded. $20 for a name change is not worth it. That's a full meal for a family of 3. Let's just play." Jace stared at him for a long time before sighing. "Fine." Soon, they were in the team queue. Jace helped Zeno select Lactalinx, as usual. As soon as they locked in, the chat exploded. Vape God 69, Elamio who still plays Lacta? Kebab 98, nerfed to the ground. Bro is playing with nostalgia. Shibazing, Lacta? Unironically? Yikes. Vape God 69. Yo, look at his username. I think he's joking. Are they talking about us? Yup, Jace said deadpan. This is the online world. Brace yourself. Their in-game names stood out on the roster. The Destroyer, Jace. Lactalinx, Zeno. I don't think your name's any better, Zeno commented, glancing at Jace's handle. It's cool, Jace cried. It says I destroy. Sure, Zeno muttered. The game began with colorful music and countdowns, and the team loaded onto the map. Zeno's hero bounced happily with each step. The milk tanks on her back jiggled. Follow me, Jace said, picking Muffin, a support character who wielded a frying pan and flung cupcakes for healing. 5 minutes into the game, chaos erupted. Zeno wandered into the mid lane alone, humming lightly. Shibazing, bro, what are you doing? Zeno walked straight into an enemy trap and was killed. Kebab 98, another death? Vape God 79, lacked a down. Again. Why did I die? Zeno asked, tilting his head. You walked into an ambush. Again. Jace shouted, slamming keys. Stick with me. Zeno, in fact, wasn't good at everything. He accidentally milk splashed their own turret. It did nothing. He milked the path in the opposite direction. He accidentally ulted in the spawn zone. Vape God 69, is he drunk? Kebab 98, noob. By the 10-minute mark, Zeno's score was 091. All right, Zeno said, cracking his neck. I'm warmed up. Zeno milk splashed straight into 5 enemies. No, the chat erupted again, now with the opponents joining in. Thunder King. Keep milking, it's funny. Xhanabi X. Hey, let Lacta kill someone. He's hilarious. After a few more attempts, they finally lost. Defeat. Jace threw his head back. This is going to be a long tournament. That was pretty fun, Zeno said, casually crossing his arms in front of his chest like he hadn't just tanked an entire match. Jace stared at him like he'd grown 3 heads. Fun? Fun. Zeno. They're going to report our accounts. Why? Because you made them lose. Zeno's brows drew together slightly, thoughtful. That seems to be too extreme. It's not illegal to lose. Jace was already typing furiously. No, please, he muttered under his breath. I'll give you skins. Skins. Please don't report us. We need this account to play for the Star Collision. A moment later, he hit send, and Jace's phone dinged on the table. You just made me lose $80, Jace said with a disappointed expression. Zeno tilted his head. 80? That's cheap for skin, isn't it? Skin is pretty expensive in hospitals. Jace pursed his lips. I don't want to talk anymore. Then, he groaned, sliding down the couch like he'd aged 10 years in an hour. I don't know. The death match is tomorrow. I feel like it's going to be a disaster. Let's just forfeit. No, it's fine, Zeno said, standing up and brushing dust from his pants. How can you just stand there and act calm? Zeno shrugged. You'll carry us. Jace pursed his lips. I can't. I have limits. I'll improve really fast, Zeno said calmly. He already knew how the game worked, and after a few practices, he believed he could finally grasp how Lactalinx actually worked. Zeno was a fast learner, and along with that, he had a booster. Boost, learn a skill fast. Acquired, not yet used. A small, knowing smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Chapter 335, Skill in Progress. Zeno walked into their unit with a paper bag slung over one shoulder and a brand new gaming laptop nestled securely in his other hand. The wind had tousled his hair. He still looked fresh, in contrast with Jace, who had definitely aged while coaching Zeno. He looked at the laptop down and smirked. He was just going to use it for the tournament. He had noticed how Eli's old laptop had lagged so much that it could barely play a U-Watch video without buffering mid-sentence. After the tournament, Zeno planned to give this one to him. As he stepped through the door, the smell of food greeted him immediately. Just in time, Doha said from the dining table, gesturing at the food they had already laid out. We waited a bit. Zeno scanned the room and frowned. Where's Eli? He's not here. He's inside his unit, though, Doha answered with a shrug. He said he had something to do. Zeno's brows drew together slightly. Minji took a seat across the table and poured some tea. I saw his username on the live stream, though. He was watching with us, she said, a small smile, tugging at her lips. Everyone was talking about you. Zeno pulled out his chair and sat down. Really? She nodded. You were trending. All those people online are asking if you're any good. Nope, Zeno replied bluntly, reaching for a bowl of rice. Oh, Minji blinked and then chuckled. But then again, I haven't seen you game before. Zeno reached into his bag and handed over 3 rectangular slips. Here, he said, tickets for Saturday, the live tournament. You guys should come. Doha took one, eyes widening. Whoa, we're definitely going, Zeno boo. They began to eat, and light chatter surrounded them. Dinner ended quickly, and after washing the dishes, he stepped out into the cool night, only to stop in his tracks. Eli was outside by the stairwell, leaning against the railing and holding something in his hand. Zeno narrowed his eyes as the faint scent of artificial mango and chemicals hit him. You know those are bad for you, he said. Eli flinched at the sound of his office. He had the decency to look a little guilty. I just tried it. I'm throwing it after, he said quickly, waving the vape and placing it back inside his pocket. He coughed once and cleared his throat. Zeno walked over and leaned against the other side of the railing, arms folded. Are you stressed? He asked. No. Why would you ask that? Eli deflected, not meeting his gaze. Zeno didn't answer immediately. He stared out into the darkening sky before speaking. Vices like that are usually self-soothing behaviors. It's rarely peer pressure when someone tries it alone. So if it's not for social reasons, then it's likely psychological. Eli was silent. You're trying to distract yourself, Zeno continued. That usually means your mind's somewhere it shouldn't be. It doesn't matter, Eli said. Studying medicine is hard, you know? His eyes were on the horizon, but his posture was tense. Zeno was sure this had nothing to do with his studies. His gaze narrowed. Whatever it is you're thinking, it's probably not right. Just then, the door behind them creaked open. Minji's voice called out, Zeno, you forgot dessert. Zeno turned to her as she appeared, holding a box with a purple ribbon. I grabbed some taro cupcakes from the office pantry. I thought you'd like them, she grinned. Zeno's face lit up, a smile tugging at his lips as he walked over. Thanks. Without thinking, Minji reached up and patted his head gently. You've been working hard. Zeno ducked slightly, his mind focused on the cupcakes. Behind them, Eli watched the scene unfold. He let out a long breath, muttered something under it, and the sudden, sharp slam of the unit's front door echoed behind them. The day of the deathmatch tournament had arrived. It was trending across all social platforms before the sun even rose. The livestream lobby was open hours ahead of the actual game, and chat was already unhinged. OMG, it's today. I can't breathe. I need to see if Zeno makes it. Please let Dayback win. Risa is my queen. I hope Zeno loses early so I can actually get tickets. They're going to be tough to get if he stays. Dayback versus Moonrise finale. I'm calling it. The deathmatch round was only going to be a live stream. Later tonight, the tickets were going to be sold through Dayback's website, and it was already foreseen to be a bloodbath. There were at least 10 million concurrent viewers online, coming from all around the world. Backstage, the Dayback team gathered for their match. All right, we're first, Phoenix said, adjusting his headset. It's going to be a walk in the park. The first match began. Dayback versus Team Quark, a ragtag group of streamers with actual ranked experience. Dayback was doing much better than the audience had anticipated. As expected, Asuka and Phoenix were good. They've aired out their experience in the game, and it was true that Phoenix trained in a professional camp just a month ago. Risa, however, was a good surprise. She was on mid lane, playing a mage, and her combo execution wasn't bad at all. Oh my god, who let her cook? The commentator exclaimed. Risa is so good. It's her gamer girl era. All of them are pretty good. Yeah, Phoenix is as good as FaZe. Maybe, even better. By the time they reached the final skirmish, Dayback had overwhelmed the other team. Victory. Next up was Moonrise versus FaZe team, also known as Unfazed. It was an even match at first, but once they all had their items, the Unfazed team wiped the floor with Moonrise. FaZe is terrifying with the keyboard. Ian was good too, but his teammates were mid. Yeah, sucks. I really wanted to see them in the finals. Ian still looks happy though. He's looking at Zeno. I don't even know what to say. After that, the 2 other games were conducted. An idol team from different groups who took pride in their gaming skills won against actors who had the same sentiment. Along with that, a group of you watchers also won against a team of streamers that played a different game. Now, only one match remained in the first round. Zeno's team. There was some time before they were called to the stage, so Jace took the time to assess his teammates. Did you really practice all night? Jace asked Zeno while they waited to be called. Zeno nodded. I did, but you're still going to carry. Jace pursed his lips. I figured as much. You know, I can't carry you all the way to the finals, right? Yes, Zeno responded, still without much of a worry. Jace was worried, though. He really wanted to win the tournament. I wouldn't need you to carry me in the finals anymore, Zeno added. Huh. Zeno didn't respond and merely opened his system panel. Skill integration, under progress. Chapter 336, Destroy the Nexus. Flashback, last night. Zeno stared at the screen as the system blinked its message back at him. Skill integration initiated, ETA, 100 hours. 100 hours. That meant he wouldn't have full access to his booster until the Star Collision finals. So that's how it was going to be. That meant one thing. He would have to grind. And grind, he did. He was awful. Embarrassingly bad. He didn't think so, though. Zeno was actually having fun. No wonder this game became so famous. In every tutorial match, Zeno died at least 4 times. He walked into towers like they were friendly coffee shops. He mistook healing items for bombs, and his aim sucked. But he kept playing. By the time the sun rose the next day, his kill count was 12. 12. Across 12 games. He even consumed his last stamina booster just so he could practice longer. And now, here they were. The day of the death match. Roles had been assigned after a lengthy discussion that felt more like a group therapy session. I want to be close-ranged, Hyunbin declared proudly. I served in the military as a combatant. What does that have to do with the game? Sangwon asked. I could punch fast when I was young, he said. Sangwon shrugged and tapped his screen. I'll be support. Oh, did you practice? Jace excitedly asked. I supported my whole family financially even after my divorce. Mimi giggled, covering her mouth. Jace, on the other hand, pursed his lips. That's not what I meant. I'll take mid. Mimi excitedly chimed. It's what I typically use on my channel. Zeno merely nodded. He didn't care where he was put. He just wanted to be Lacta. Links. Finally, after a while, they were called up to the gaming chairs. The entire live stream was watched as their accounts were revealed to the world. Mimikawai for Mimi. Unsung Hero for Hyunbin. Breadwinner for Sangwon. The Destroyer for Jace. And of course, Lactalinks for Zeno. Who is Lactalinks? Zeno is a Lactation Lynx lover confirmed. Who puts a character name as a gamer name? Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Is he a complete beginner? Jace glanced at Zeno. You didn't change your username? I told you, it's expensive, Zeno muttered. Jace merely shook his head. All right, let's just play. I can do this. It was time for them to choose the heroes. Fortunately, Zeno's team had the first pick, so he quickly picked Lactalinks. LMAO, he locked a beginner hero. Goodness, he really is a beginner. We don't know yet. I have good intuition. I can feel it in my bones. Phoenix narrowed his eyes at the name. He's trolling. Risa giggled into her sleeve. Oh, he's so cute. Asuka turned to her with raised eyebrows. Ian, despite their loss, was laughing loudly. FaZe raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Lactalinks? This'll be quick. But Zeno, ever composed, stared at his monitor. The announcer's voice was heard through the livestream. Players, ready up. Game start in 5, 4, 3. Zeno's hand tightened around his mouse. The lights dimmed slightly, casting a focused spotlight on the digital battlefield unfolding on screen. The game had started. Zeno's eyes didn't blink as he stared at the glowing map. This time, he knew the rules. He knew the map. He knew not to charge into the enemy jungle. Most of all, he knew not to stand under the tower as if it were a place of healing. The team moved. Mimi headed straight for mid lane, confidently taking control of the area. Her movements were clean despite claiming she was a bad player. Hyunbin claimed he had learned from his grandson, and it seemed like he actually did because he knew the rules of the games. Sangwon, too, was taught by his manager because his wife and child had left him already. Sangwon kept trailing after Zeno, throwing heals every few seconds. He wasn't half bad either. Jace, however, was in another league. It was apparent that he had played for a long time. He was as good as Bleach, who was a semi-known GOG streamer. That guy's decent, FaZe said, nodding at the screen when Jace's character was shown. The Destroyer is actually really good, one of the livestream commentators said. Jace the Destroyer is real. Wait, why is Mimi so good too? Hyunbin isn't bad for an old guy, OMG. Don't be fooled, guys. They're just going against noobs too. It's a noob versus noob, so both sides look decent. Seeing how everything appeared even, Bleach started to rack up his own kills. challenging Jace directly in a battle for map control. The two were neck and neck, chasing one another through the fog, baiting traps, rotating fast. It was a clash of pride. Meanwhile, Zeno wandered into their own jungle. Hey, Sangwon, he said, help me kill this monster. Sangwon followed. We don't kill the plants, Zeno. We're guardians of nature. They give you gold. Oh, they both attacked. The jungle monster shrieked, clawed back, and they both died. The moment was caught on camera. The casters couldn't help but laugh. I can't watch this. Zeno doesn't know what he's doing. He can't be good at everything. This makes him cuter in my eyes, though. What was that? Jace asked between breaths while slashing through an enemy lane. Sangwon added, I thought we were gardening for gold. Why did it kill us? You're right, Zeno muttered. After respawning, they tried again. This time, they managed to kill the jungle monster. Victory, only to be jumped by Bleach moments later. Bleach's laugh echoed through their side. Bro, you really thought I wouldn't check the bush? Good instincts, Zeno admitted, dusting off his respawn. The game continued at a strange pace. Bleach's team wasn't bad, but Zeno's group of misfits was better than expected. Mimi held her lane and even baited a gank or two. Hyunbin, in his chaotic way, kept disrupting the enemy's backline despite lacking kills. Sangwon threw out accidental support moves that ended up saving lives. Zeno had also gotten a kill. Just one. But hey, it still counted. Someone had been chasing Jace, and Jace managed to push the enemy into the tower just as Zeno fired a basic attack. Last hit. Kill secured. That's good, Zeno said. Lucky hit. He looks so happy, though. Yeah, that's the happiest I've seen him, I think. Both teams were already out of towers. That was when Zeno remembered the main objective of the game. Destroy the Nexus and win the game. So, while the others fought, he simply walked around the side and attacked the Nexus. Ping, ping, ping. Zeno, what are you doing? Jace asked as Bleach's team dove into them again. We're going to lose this team fight. I'm taking down the Nexus, he said calmly. You're what? They're distracted. It's working. Zeno stood at the backlands, eyes narrowed, hands steady. He had only one goal. Chip away. Again and again. The tower's health dropped to 30%. Then 20%. The others were too preoccupied with fighting to even realize what he was doing. Enemy Nexus destroyed. Victory. Chapter 337. Boomers. They actually won. Despite Zeno's tragic 1 kill, 9 deaths, and 2 assists, his team had pulled off the impossible. The watchers had gone wild the moment the words "victory" flashed on the screen. The chat exploded with disbelief. Bleach's team had been backdoored by a total amateur. In no way, one of the casters shouted. What was that strategy? 192. A new legend is born. Backdoored by a milky kitty. I'm crying. Zeno is freaking hilarious. Why did nobody tell me? The team walked out of the gaming pods in a daze. Zeno was the only calm one among them. Mimi was still blushing from excitement, and Hyunbin was being interviewed by a reporter about how their team had won. They passed by the other teams, some stunned while some laughed in disbelief. Bleach had his arms crossed, nodding to Zeno, acknowledging the fluke. Deep inside, though, he wanted to cry. We guys are trending, Jace chimed with glee. Zeno lifted an eyebrow. Lacta Lynx carries while others fight. Jace read from his phone, unable to hold in his happiness. Right, Zeno muttered. I'm going to the bathroom. He walked off, the crowd still loud in the distance, still processing what just happened. He pushed through the backstage hallway, slipped past the crew members, and turned the corner toward the restroom. That's when he bumped into someone. The man's phone flew out of his hands, clattering to the floor. What the heck? The man snapped, bending down to grab it. Zeno stopped in his tracks, momentarily forgetting about his bladder. You're not looking where you're going, the guy muttered. You're the one not looking where you're going, Zeno retorted flatly. The man straightened and turned, brushing his hair back with an annoyed sigh. Seriously, he paused when he saw who it was. Oh, it's you. Zeno stared at him without saying anything. You know who I am? The guy asked, tone smug. Phoenix, Zeno answered immediately. Phoenix smirked, lifting his chin. So it seems you do know. Me. You're famous, Zeno added. Phoenix couldn't hide his smile now. He turned to the side and covered his mouth with the back of his hand. I'm glad you know, Phoenix said, voice dripping with superiority. Then you should also know, you can't beat me in this game. So stop wasting your time. Zeno raised an eyebrow. That didn't sound like a mere comment for the Star Collision. Instead, it felt like the game he was talking about was something bigger. It was weird how he said such words, though. It was their first time having a conversation. Zeno tilted his head and asked a blunt question. Who raised you? Phoenix frowned. What? Why are you like that? Zeno added innocently. There was a very subtle shift in Phoenix's expression. A hesitation. At that moment, Zeno found it strange how something in his chest ached. Phoenix's smirk vanished. I don't need you psychoanalyzing me. I'm not, Zeno said slowly, eyes narrowing. You're just acting spoiled. So, I was wondering if your parents raised you well. Phoenix looked away for a second, jaw tightening. Then, he turned back with a hard glint in his eyes. I'm going to destroy you in the finals, Phoenix said, sounding angry. That is, if you even make it far enough to be my opponent. Zeno exhaled through his nose. Sure, he said, calm and quiet despite the ache in his chest. We'll see. Then Phoenix scoffed and walked away, game still open on his phone, thumbs already tapping. Zeno watched him go, before placing his hand over his heart. Why did Phoenix make him feel this way? The team had gathered again, crammed into their designated lounge in the Dayback building. They had made it through the death match. Somehow. Guys, Jace exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention, we're still trending right now. Because of him, Mimi grinned, nudging Zeno on the arm. Zeno the Lacta Lynx. Don't call me that, Zeno muttered, sipping from his bottle of water. I don't even like that character. Her milk is deceiving. You backdoored Bleach's team with 1 kill. Jace laughed, hunched over his knees. It's the funniest thing that's happened to this tournament. Zeno shrugged. We won. Exactly, Jace cut in, standing. Which is why we need to practice. Finals are on Saturday. We don't have any time to waste. Yes, please, Mimi said. We may actually have the chance to win. Jace nodded enthusiastically. We didn't have the time before because the death match was scheduled right away. But, with 4 days in our hands, we can improve as a team. Sang-won, who had been lounging in the back, yawned loudly. I'm going to stop you right there, kid. We're not practicing. Jace turned to him with furrowed brows. Sir, Hyunbin, arms crossed like an old general, nodded solemnly. There's no use. We trended already, Hyunbin added. That's the objective for guys like us anyway. So, let's end it with that, If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Let's not waste any more time. Jace appeared frustrated, but he kept it in because he knew that these two were industry veterans. We at least have to do some practice runs, so we have a chance. Sorry, kids, Hyunbin said, rising from the couch. I've got a radio appearance tomorrow. And I've got a dinner with my ex-wife, Sang-won added. We're busy. We're all busy, Jace pointed out. Zeno has a lot of gigs lined up. He's been working nonstop since the beginning of the year. Sang-won glanced at Zeno, who just stared blankly back. Good for him, Sang-won said with a grin. Must be nice to be young and full of stamina. We don't even need the prize money anyway, he added with a yawn before rising and standing next to Hyunbin, who had already put on his jacket. See you later, kids. Good luck at the finals. With that, the two walked out of the lounge and slammed the door, leaving the three in silence. Chapter 338. Want to stream? The slam of the door from Hyunbin and Sang-won's dramatic exit still echoed faintly in the air. Mimi stood from her seat, smoothing the back of her frilly skirt. I think it's really no use, huh? Zeno, who had just taken a sip of water, looked up at her calmly. Sit down. Huh? Mimi asked, confused. We're going to practice, Zeno said. Jace turned to Zeno with wide eyes and covered his mouth, feeling touched. He knew it. Zeno was different from other actors. What a cool guy. I'm the most confident, Zeno added without missing a beat. Jace pursed his lips. Well, it seemed his confidence was pretty misplaced. Mimi stifled a laugh as she sat back down, arms crossed. You're seriously so funny. Minutes later, the screen glowed as they launched into a classic match. Mimi picked her usual mid-lane mage. Jace queued into jungle, and Zeno, ever faithful to the cursed hero, locked in Lacta Lynx. We can win this, Zeno said. Not even 10 seconds later, Zeno was slain. Zeno, Jace shrieked. You walked into the tower again. Right, Zeno said. So, even in different maps, it does the same, huh? Of course it does. Mimi broke into laughter, her eyes shining. They started another game. And while Mimi was doing decent and Jace was dominating his lane, Zeno was providing comedic relief by repeatedly getting baited into bushes and fighting flunkies like they were real heroes. After another loss, Zeno was 0/7/3 this time. "Oh wow," Zeno muttered. "I died quite little this time." Jace facepalmed while Mimi leaned back in her seat with a sigh. "This takes my mind off things," she said softly. "Huh?" Jace asked, glancing over. Mimi gave a small smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Well, it's not like I only stream for fun. I do it because it's the only thing I can do right now that makes money and still feels like me." Zeno paused. "What do you mean?" Mimi's fingers fidgeted with her headset. "I work like this at night, streaming and doing minor influencer work when I can. But in the mornings." She looked at them both. "I'm a nurse." Jace's jaw dropped. "What?" Even Zeno raised one brow. "Yeah," Mimi said with a tired laugh. "I don't work with this wig, though. Don't worry. Most of my patients and coworkers don't even recognize me. Then why even join this event?" Zeno asked, brows furrowing. She scratched the back of her neck. "My mom. She has stage 4 kidney failure. We found a match recently, but we didn't have the money to book the transplant on time. It was given to someone else." She said it so matter-of-factly, but Zeno noticed the tremble in her hands. "I still have siblings to feed. I'm the eldest. My dad's not in the picture anymore. If I win this tournament," she exhaled, "then maybe I can at least secure the next transplant offer. The hospital said we're still on the priority list. That means hope." Zeno and Jace fell silent. Zeno glanced at Jace. Jace glanced back. They both knew right away. If Mimi won, she wasn't spending the money on fancy new gear or a lavish vacation. She was going to save her family. "Well, then," Zeno said after a second, his voice oddly calm, "we'll just have to win." Mimi smiled again, but this time, there was a bit of light in it. It also appeared like she didn't feel they would actually win. "Can I stream with you guys?" she suddenly asked. Zeno raised an eyebrow. "You want to stream us playing?" "Yeah," she grinned. "I think it would be pretty fun." Zeno narrowed his eyes. Well, he did know that streamers lived off of donations. Maybe he could rake in some donations. Along with that, his fans were pestering him to go on another live. This would be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. "All right," he finally said. "This is going to be so cool." Mimi exclaimed, bouncing a little in her chair. "Should we do it tomorrow?" Jace nodded, also excited. "We can do it at my apartment. I've got decent setup space. Just bring your filming equipment." "I will," Mimi said brightly. The night air was cool as Zeno slipped on a black hoodie and cap, tugging it low over his forehead. He adjusted the face mask snugly against his face before heading toward the door. "You look like a robber," Han muttered. They were hanging out in front of the units when Zeno said he had to go. Zeno ignored Doha's comment and looked at Eli's closed unit. "Is he still not coming out?" Minji pursed her lips and nodded. Doha sighed. "I don't know what his deal is." "He'll come around soon," Minji added softly. "Stay safe, Zeno." Zeno nodded and sprinted down the stairs. The streets were quieter at this hour, the occasional passing car rolling by under the dull orange glow of streetlights. Zeno walked briskly, hands tucked in his pockets. Jace had said his place was near Doha's gym, but when Zeno reached the building, he stopped short. Near was underselling it. It was right beside the gym, and it was huge. The glass doors glowed softly, and even the lobby was lit like a hotel. Security guards stood by casually, nodding at people who came and went. Zeno blinked up at the building, quietly impressed. Jace was seriously rich. Inside the lobby, someone stood by the large decorative planter near the elevator. Mimi, in a pink hoodie, was already waiting, a phone in hand. Her eyes widened as Zeno approached. "You're actually here." "I said I would join you," Zeno said. Mimi scratched the back of her neck. "Well, it's just, there are some moments when famous people ditch small streamers at the last minute. I was hoping you wouldn't because I already posted earlier that special guests would be joining tonight. Some people had already figured it out." Zeno shrugged. "If I say I'm doing something, I'm going to do it." She smiled, and at that moment, Jace appeared from the elevator. "Right here," he exclaimed. They boarded the elevator and went to Jace's room. "Whoa," Mimi muttered, stepping inside. "This is your place?" "It's just an extra unit," Jace said, scratching the back of his neck as he walked barefoot across the glossy floor. The living room was pristine, with a soft sectional couch against the wall, a giant TV, and a large space with computers at the side. Mimi made a beeline for the desk and immediately started setting up, unfolding her ring light and checking her camera angles. Zeno looked around the space. "This is an extra unit?" "Yup," Jace replied, tossing Zeno a bottle of water. "The main unit's on the top floor." Zeno shook his head. Yeah, he should stop being surprised now. Meanwhile, Mimi had already finished setting up and was adjusting her mic. She was dressed in a fluffy pink cardigan and pleated skirt, her signature aesthetic. She slid on her cat ear headphones and glanced at the boys. "You guys ready?" she grinned. Jace sat down at the left station. Zeno took the one on the right. Mimi turned to her monitor and gave a few test clicks. Then, her screen flashed. They were live. "Hello," she said sweetly, voice shifting instantly into streamer mode. "Welcome back to the Mimi Kawaii channel. Today is super special because I have not just one, but two very special guests with me tonight." Chapter 339, His Promise. Zeno and Jace entered the frame, and the audience was instantly bombarded with their visuals. Wasn't this the team with the backdoor win? OMG, Zeno's here? Who's the quiet guy? Dang, he's handsome. LMAO not lacked a links again. Can Zeno even play though? He just got lucky, right? Mimi angled the camera slightly toward Zeno, who sat beside her wearing headphones and staring blankly at the monitor. He leaned slightly forward, his fingers on the keyboard. "Zeno, they're asking if you really play the game." "I play," Zeno replied coolly, not even looking up. The comments section went feral. "I play?" He's so unbothered. "No BC, that's sexy. My man said one word, and I'm melting." "Yeah, okay, but he still can't throw milk for shit." Only Mimi's screen was being recorded, but she promised to occasionally pan the screen to get the other's gameplay. Meanwhile, the cameras focused from one person to another. At one point, it caught Jace leaning back in his chair, head tilted. Dang, Jace is actually kinda hot when he's focused. Yeah, he looks handsome when he keeps his mouth shut. On the other hand, Zeno needs to speak more. Yeah, that kind of face needs to speak more. "All right," Mimi said. "Let's get into the game." They loaded into the Gear of Guardians match. As expected, Zeno locked and lacked a Lynx without hesitation. "Why do you keep picking her?" Mimi asked, laughing as she bought her starting item. "Because she's the only one I can play," Zeno replied as his hero purred on screen, firing milk bullets at nothing in particular. "How long have you been playing again?" Mimi asked, adjusting his headset. Zeno shrugged. 2 days. The chat imploded again. 2 days? He was invited to such a big event after 2 days of playing? No wonder he sucks. This is why we hate such collabs. Real players grind for years. Zeno turned to the camera. "It's time to show my skills." Jace merely shook his head while Mimi burst into giggles. The match began, and as usual, Jace and Mimi were holding down their lanes solidly. Jace snagged first blood within the first 3 minutes, bouncing out of the jungle with his slick combos. "I'm on fire," Jace called. In another apartment, Risa sat cross-legged with her glasses, perched low on her nose, watching the stream on her tablet. "He's so cute," Risa whispered as she stared at Zeno. "And bad," she added. "But it's part of his charm." Meanwhile, Mimi was dominating the mid lane. Though she'd always been ranked lower than pro streamers, her game sense and careful item use showed through. She kited enemies gracefully and had good map awareness. Go, Mimi. She's even better than Zeno. I don't know what to say. As for Zeno, he had 1 kill. And even that was debatable since he also died right afterward. Still, it counted. Zeno MVP, the chat teased. "This guy's a joke. Lacta Lynx was nerfed 3 patches ago. She shouldn't even be viable. It's insulting to put real gamers next to this." But for every hate comment, there was someone defending him. "Leave him alone. He's trying his best. This is the only time I'll root for a milk-spitting Lynx. IDC if he sucks. This is entertaining as hell." As the game trudged forward, Zeno kept his calm. He muttered reminders to himself about cooldowns and mana, occasionally calling out positions on the map like he knew what he was doing. Jace sighed. "Zeno, that's a bush." "I know," Zeno said. "I like hiding." He stayed there for a good while until he ambushed his opponent. However, with his lack of gold and items, he inevitably lost. Meanwhile, in a high-tech esports facility in Seoul, the glow of RGB lights bounced off new monitors and mechanical keyboards as the elite national team, TOOM, short for Titans of Mobile Battle, huddled in their soundproof training room. Each of them wore their official black and red uniforms, focused as ever on the match they were simulating. Yo, pause the game for a sec. Krabby, their boisterous support player, spun his chair toward the projector at the corner of the room. Guys, you have to see this. Again with the clips, muttered Real Faker, their cool and methodical marksman. Also known as the best god player in the world. Their jungler, Smitzy, groaned. If it's that guy playing Lacta again, I swear. It is, Krabby grinned, rapidly typing on the keyboard to pull up the stream. He's got no map awareness, no timing, no wave management, but he's hella entertaining. The projector turned on, showing Mimi Kawai's stream. There, Zeno's Lacta hero was seen walking straight into the jungle again and getting mauled by jungle creeps. Dude, Krabby cackled. He died to the same buff 3 times in a row. 3. Real Faker narrowed his eyes. Who even uses Lacta anymore? Right? Said their top laner, Knots. Her skills are too easy to read. She's useless in ranked. I honestly can't wait to meet him, Krabby said. We're going this Saturday, right? Meanwhile, across town, Zeno's 4th game for the night was in full swing. His face was calm, and his tone completely serious as he announced, I got 4 kills. Jace coughed, and 14 deaths. I'm good now, Zeno said. Proudly. Mimi turned her camera on him. You really believe that, don't you? Of course, Zeno replied. LOL 4 kills, but proud like he's MVP. Zeno has the confidence of a diamond player and the skills of a bronze baby. We love a Delulu king. Don't let him cook. He's using fireless pans. Don't be too harsh now. He's trying his best. He's actually improving. At least he listens to his teammates, unlike my ex. It's only been 2 days. Let the man learn. Zeno leaned closer to the mic. We're going to win on Saturday. Jace stared at him and subtly shook his head, telling Zeno to cut it off. With this progress, they really weren't going to win. You'll see. Zeno stubbornly continued. The comments were filled with hate, encouragement, and amusement. However, the bottom line was that they didn't believe him. And if you don't win, he read a comment out loud. If we don't, he said slowly, thoughtfully, before staring straight into the screen with a serious expression. I'll dress up as Lacta. Chapter 340, Tomb. Alright, maybe Zeno said it on a whim. And yes, maybe his system wasn't finished integrating his gaming skill just yet. It said it was on its final stage, but something about the online comments lit a fire in him. He didn't get triggered often, almost never. But Zeno was going to win. No, it wasn't because of his pride. Zeno was going to win because he had his reasons. 1. He wanted to improve his acting. It was true that this game made him feel more things than usual: rage, anger, even shock when towers killed him. 2. Mimi needed that prize money. That reason alone had him booting up at midnight just to die less often. Kidneys are pretty important. Her mom needs a new one soon. And 3. Phoenix was smirking like he had already won. Zeno could have overlooked it, but there was a part of him that wanted to see Phoenix's dissatisfaction once they lost. Unless it isn't obvious yet, Zeno is competitive. He just doesn't like to show it. Lacta was still trending, again, before the livestream even started. Even his fan accounts couldn't hold back. A thread titled Zeno as Lacta had racked up over 300,000 likes. Meanwhile, the arena was filled to the brim. Zeno, despite having an increase in fans, had even more haters now. Apparently, his fans had taken all the tickets. Most of the hardcore gaming crowd couldn't even get in, and they were mad. Meanwhile, in row A, 3 familiar faces entered: Doha, Minji, and Eli. Eli sighed loudly as they took their seats. Why am I here? Minji didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed his hand boldly and guided him to the center seat beside her. Eli hiccuped. Minji, come on, she said with a firm tone. You're too cooped up these days. Sit beside me. He sat. No question about that. Doha grinned from the other side. You look awful, by the way. That's what lack of sun does to you. Back on the stage, the lights finally dimmed, and the spotlight landed in the middle of the stage. The live stream started as MC Tiny strutted forward with a microphone in hand. Welcome to Star Collision. The crowd roared. We've seen memes. We've seen meltdowns. And now we're down to 5 teams. However, this also means that certain teams are going to be given advantages due to the odd number of competitors, he continued. Of course, we will determine this by a simple game: rock, paper, scissors. What? Seriously? So, will one team advance straight to the top 3 by winning rock, paper, and scissors? The 5 team representatives were called to the stage. Phoenix was the first one to arrive, eliciting cheers from the crowd. FaZe, too, had his own fandom of gamers. However, when Zeno arrived on the stage, the screams were deafening. Minji, Doha, and Eli looked around with wide eyes. They knew their friend was famous now, but to see it with their own eyes was something else. All right, MC Tiny said, capturing everyone's attention. On my count. The cameras panned in one by one for dramatic close-ups, lingering just long enough to capture their expressions. And then finally, the face the live-stream chat had been begging to see. Zeno. The camera zoomed in. His hair was still slightly tousled, his jaw relaxed, and his eyes low-lidded in that nonchalant way that drove fans crazy. Oh my God, he's so handsome. Who let him be this fine? His face is already winning. Looks like a model walked into the wrong tournament. While Phoenix subtly flexed his jaw and FaZe cracked his knuckles, Zeno just stood there casually. His system buzzed quietly in the corner of his interface. Skill integration, final touch UPS. So close. Just a little more. It would have been perfect if they got the advantage to go straight to the top 3. Rock, paper, scissors. However, with only one round, the Idol team won, and they were granted a spot in the top 3. Zeno pursed his lips, but moved on. No use crying over spilled milk. Team spirit is exempted. MC Tiny exclaimed. Now, it's time to determine those who will be playing against each other. We're going to toss the coin. Those who get the same side will be playing each other. They were all handed coins while the screen split to show the captain's reactions. They revealed their coins at the same time, and again, it was over in one round. Zeno got heads. FaZe got heads, too. Zeno's team versus FaZe team. Unlucky LOL. Bye Zeno. Oh no, they're gonna get crushed. FaZe team is nuts. Honestly, with how Zeno plays, they're bound to lose no matter who they play against. FaZe turned slightly to glance at Zeno, his smirk lazy and confident. Zeno simply tilted his head, his hands back in his hoodie pocket. If he was rattled, no one could tell. MC Tiny laughed and declared, That's it. Matchups are set. Teams, return to your waiting rooms. Game 1 starts in 15. Zeno turned and left without a word. The